Chapter 13:09. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth that the great sage had carved out began to tremble as the energy of heaven and earth surged, as though a supreme sage was about to awaken. Apart from the divine weapons of the extreme path, everything in this part of the world was suppressed by the power of heaven and earth. All living beings were terrified. Even the incarnation of the primordial heavenly demon felt the danger and wanted to break through the void and rush out. Outside of this world was chaos. There was nothing there. Everything was in chaos, and only the power of destruction wreaked havoc. The primordial sky demon almost charged into the primordial chaos several times, but he endured it. Once he did, it was very easy to get lost inside. Once lost, the chances of coming out of the chaos would be minuscule. The primordial sky demon didn't want to try. He didn't want to walk this path until the very end. If he got lost in the primordial chaos forever, even a saint would go crazy. Bam! A demonic sun-like demonic light illuminated the world and blocked the unparalleled punch of the ancient wind god. With the primordial demon mirror in hand, even the ancient wind god would find it difficult to kill this demon in a short time. The devil weapon refined by the great sage of ancient devil Tao was extremely powerful. It had the terrifying power to destroy heaven and earth. If it wasn't for the primeval demon mirror, the primeval demon would have been killed many times. Even though the primordial sky demon had devoured the wind devil and obtained its power, it was still nothing in front of the wind god. An invincible battle skill was enough to sweep through everything. At this moment, the ancient wind god's incarnation also sensed the changes in this part of the world. He didn't seem to care at all, but the pressure that came from this part of the world made him feel apprehensive. The wind god attacked with his full strength. His fists manifested the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The power of the 5 elements engulfed the world. It was as if there were 5 worlds revolving around him. With a punch, it was as if a part of the world was pushing forward. The ancient wind god's aura was powerful to the extreme, displaying an invincible spirit. This is a true invincible battle skill. Gu Fei's heart shuddered seeing this. The flawless 5 elements fist was a battle skill invented by the supreme martial progenitor. When executed by the ancient wind god, its power was tremendous, and no one could stand a chance against it. Bam! The ancient wind god's fire elemental fist dispersed all the devil chi in the world, and the fire elemental fist shook the primordial magic mirror. Roar! The incarnation of the primordial heavenly demon used its devil path divine ability with all its strength. The primordial magic mirror descended from the sky and entered his body. An extremely terrifying aura immediately spread out from the body of the demon. The primeval demon and the magic mirror merged into one, and his combat power soared to an unimaginable level. There were ripples in the void around him, as if the world could not contain him. This guy's going all out. Hey Tian said, 6 paths of devil hell. Primeval demon roared, and 6 dark whirlpools immediately appeared around him, and a heart-palpitating demonic aura spread between heaven and earth. Rumble, the void trembled, and the 6 whirlpools emitted a heaven-devouring power, trying to devour the ancient wind god. Wherever they passed, the void crumbled and was devoured. The depths of the 6 terrifying whirlpools seemed to be connected to 6 unimaginable devil prisons, and demonic howls seemed to be coming from them. The ancient wind god did not say anything. He directly reached out with his right hand and pressed forward. His palm grew infinitely larger and covered the entire sky. This is the heaven-engulfing hand. Gu Fei recognized this battle skill. This was a battle skill created by the peerless martial ancestor. It seemed that the ancient wind god was really related to the peerless martial ancestor. This was an unforgettable scene. A huge hand that covered the sky collided with the 6 whirlpools, emitting terrifying demonic energy. The 6 pitch-black whirlpools swallowed heaven and earth, but they were unable to swallow the ancient wind god's heaven-covering hand into the black whirlpools. The sky-encompassing palm smashed the 6 black whirlpools. However, as it did so, the sky-encompassing palm dissipated into the void. "This is too terrifying," Heition murmured to himself. The ancient wind god's battle strength was so powerful that he dared to go head-on against the demonic weapon refined by the great saint demons. It's just an incarnation. Could it be comparable to a real human race martial body? Gu Fei was also extremely shocked. The ancient wind god was able to move unhindered in the untainted land. The ancient wind god incarnation took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the primordial demon incarnation. He then directly threw a punch. The powerful fist energy was like 100,000 volcanoes erupting at the same time. The void in front of the fist was collapsing. The destructive force formed by the shattering of heaven and earth instantly engulfed the primordial demon. If the power of a martial Dao battle skill was strong enough, it could break through any divine ability. No matter how many spells you have, I can break them with a single punch. A successful cultivator was definitely the strongest existence in the world. The ancient wind god incarnation's battle strength was as strong as the original body. It was absolutely invincible among the same level. The ancient wind god incarnation directly hit the primordial demon incarnation together, with the primordial demon mirror into the chaos. He wanted to use the destructive force of the chaos to obliterate the primordial demon incarnation. However, the primordial demon incarnation had a great saint-level demon weapon in hand. Even if it was hit into the chaos, it was difficult to be obliterated by the power of chaos. A powerful saint-level fluctuation came out from the shattered heaven and earth. A jet of black light shot out from the primal chaos, sweeping away the ancient wind god's incarnation that was chasing after it. A figure walked out from the primal chaos. Swish! The moment the incarnation of the primeval heavenly demon walked out of the chaos, a huge divine pattern of the Great Path, which was as large as a mountain ridge, emitted a terrible fluctuation of Tao power. It rushed out from the depths of this world and hit the incarnation of the primeval heavenly demon. Without any suspense, the primordial demon incarnation did not even have time to let out a scream. His entire body was shattered by the Great Path divine pattern. In front of the power of the Great Path of heaven and earth, even a great saint-level demon weapon was not enough. Buzz! The primordial demon mirror trembled. The power of the Great Path emitted by the Great Path divine pattern shook the demon mirror away. The demon mirror suffered a great impact, and the light immediately dimmed. This, Chapter 1310. A beam of divine light of the Great Path shot out from the depths of this world. It hit the demonic body of the primordial heavenly demon and directly blew it up. When Gu Fei and Heition saw this, they were immediately dumbfounded. Rumble, the cauldron of myriad drug universe, radiated billions of rays of light, and the power of heaven and earth in the entire world was drawn. Strands, like billions of silk threads, emerged from the black cauldron and disappeared into the void of the entire world. The divine light of the Great Path just now seemed to have shot out from the cauldron of the universe, but at that time, no one saw it. That divine pearl of heaven and earth origin was vibrating. It was moving toward Yen, who was sitting cross-legged on the cauldron of myriad medicines. It wanted to enter Yen, body. Glabella, the space between Yen, brows blossomed with light. It was as if it was connected to another world. The power of her divine will was vast and mighty like the ocean. The The light was resplendent like a divine land. She's really going to refine this world. We have to get out of here quickly. Hei Tian was incomparably nervous. Refining a world was no simple matter. The ancient wind god made his move. He obliterated all the devil chi from the explosion of the primordial heavenly demon's devil body. He was very careful and cautious because for an existence like the primordial heavenly demon, even if his devil body was destroyed, he might not really die. As expected, there was a faint fluctuation in the devil chi. It was the spiritual imprint of the incarnation of the primeval demon. Even the divine light of the great path could not destroy it. Roar! The spiritual imprint of the primeval devil let out a roar of disbelief, and then died out completely. The ancient god of wind obliterated everything. The great sage incarnation of the primordial demons had finally been slain. Afterwards, the blurry figure turned around and gazed into the depths of the world. Two gazes shot out from his eyes, as if he could see through everything in the world. Gu Fei and Hei Tian didn't dare to act rashly. This ancient wind god was so powerful that it could shatter the void with a wave of its hand. This is the equivalent of a saint. He took back the primordial demon mirror and wanted to destroy it. However, it was a supreme demon tool refined by the great sage of the ancient demons. Unless his real body came, it would be impossible to destroy it. In the end, the ancient wind god's incarnation absorbed the magic mirror into its body. It wanted to use its own godly power to slowly erase the magic mirror. The primordial demon mirror was a very famous demon tool even in the ancient times. Once the demon mirror appeared, it could illuminate the 9 heavens and the 9 hells. It could even kill saints. Who knows how many experts have been killed by this magic mirror? After the ancient wind god incarnation put away the primordial demon mirror, he directly punched the void in front of him. The void was annihilated under his fist, and a chaotic void with a radius of 100 feet appeared in front of Gu Fei and Hei Tian. Seeing this, Gu Fei and Hei Tian couldn't help but be surprised and happy. The ancient wind god actually punched out the primordial chi. This kind of strength was too frightening. It should be known that even if the primordial demon incarnation had a great killing weapon like the primordial demon mirror, it would still be difficult for the primordial demon incarnation to recreate the primordial origin. But this ancient wind god incarnation directly punched out the primordial origin. How could this not make Gu Fei and Hei Tian shocked? The ancient wind god incarnation directly walked into the primordial origin and disappeared in the primordial chi. He left this world just like that. Gu Fei and Hei Tian looked at each other. Then Gu Fei took out the mountain and river cauldron and floated above their heads. He also walked into the primordial origin. When Gu Fei and Hei Tian walked into the primordial origin, the 100 feet radius of the primordial origin immediately became smaller and finally disappeared. The only connection to the outside world had disappeared. Gu Fei and Hei Tian were protected by the mountain and river cauldron. As they walked through the primordial chaos, they sensed the fluctuations of heaven and earth energy coming from up ahead. In the most primordial chaos, this fluctuation of heaven and earth energy was like a bright lamp guiding Gu Fei and Erebus forward. Their speed was very fast, but there were no rules of time within the primordial chaos. Everything was a scene of primordial chaos before heaven and earth had been created. This was a kind of primordial state between heaven and earth. Outside of heaven and earth was the primordial chaos. All heaven and earth were created from primordial chaos. Whether it was the heaven realm, the human realm, or even the heaven and earth created by the great sages, they were all born from primordial chaos. It was unknown how much time had passed. Perhaps it had only been a moment, or perhaps it had been millions of years. As they walked through the primordial chaos, all they saw was chaos and destruction. The heaven and earth energy in front of them grew stronger and stronger. Gu Fei and He Tian knew that this was the exit of the primordial chaos. They quickened their pace. Boom! Just at this moment, the primordial chaos in front of them began to shake intensely. Earth, water, fire, and wind wreaked havoc. An extremely powerful force struck the primordial chaos. Oh, Gu Fei and He Tian were both startled. Someone was fighting in the primordial chaos. Swish! A blood-colored divine spear emitted boundless blood-colored light. It broke through the layers of chaos and directly pierced towards Gu Fei and He Tian. Saint-level powers surged. Someone was attacking Gu Fei and He Tian. Damn! Just as they were about to leave the primordial chaos, someone was attacking them. That infuriated Gu Fei and He Tian. Swish! A figure charged out of Gu Fei's dantian. A saint-class energy surged out of that figure, unleashing waves of destruction within the primordial chaos. Humph! That person sneered and directly punched forward to meet the blood-colored divine spear. The powerful force shook the surrounding chaos and instantly collided with the blood-colored divine spear. Boom! With a loud bang, the divine spear shattered, and the figure in front of Gu Fei and the others also took a few steps back. However, he still stood in front of Gu Fei and the others, blocking all the mighty destructive power. Ah! A cry of surprise came from ahead. It seemed that the person who had attacked secretly was very surprised. The figure that had charged out of Gu Fei's dantian was Gu Fei's Saint-class battle avatar. This Saint-class battle avatar looked exactly like Gu Fei. The Saint-grade combat avatar had become a clone of Gu Fei. With this Saint-class clone, Gu Fei could do whatever he wanted in the heaven domain. What primordial emperor Xian, what heaven demon descendant, he could ignore all of them. The Saint-class clone pressed forward. Its eyes emitted 2 rays of divine light that pierced through the primordial chaos and locked onto a blood-colored figure. That is, within the blood-colored demonic light, a fiend god was faintly discernible. Chapter 1311. What is that? Gu Fei's doppelganger locked onto a demon in front of him. It was a blood-colored demon, Shadow. It was blurry and hard to see its face clearly. On the body of the demon Shadow, there were demonic patterns. This was the embodiment of the power of the great Tao. Even with the heavenly eye, it was absolutely impossible to see its face clearly. Could it be the great demon in the demonic prison Blood Sea? He Tian's background was mysterious, and he was knowledgeable. He seemed to have thought of something, but he dared not confirm it. One should know that the great demon appeared earlier than primordial demon and wind demon. Impossible. He Tian shook his head. If that great demon came out, perhaps the entire heaven realm would have flowed with rivers of blood. Only the extreme Tao saints could compete with it. Who cares what it is? Since it has come to us, there is nothing more to say. Gu Fei said coldly. His doppelganger, which looked exactly like him, pressed forward step by step. His primordial spirit entered the doppelganger and allowed it to exert the power of a saint. Even if a saint came, he could fight with him. Powerful waves of immortal force spread out from Gu Fei's doppelganger, blocking the surrounding primordial chaos. He had already locked onto the chi movement of the demon in front of him. A saint puppet. The demon in front of him was very surprised. He didn't expect his opponent to have such a thing. He seemed to have been too careless. He attacked before figuring out his opponent's strength. Humph. Very good. I just happen to lack a body that can accommodate my primordial spirit. The demon's body emitted a monstrous demonic aura. He shook the blood spear in his hand and directly met Gu Fei's doppelganger. The monstrous blood light turned the land of primordial chaos into a world of blood. In the blood light, there seemed to be countless blood shadows faintly appearing. They let out waves of heart-palpitating demonic howls, like the wailing of vengeful spirits in the blood sea. It was extremely terrifying. Swish! The demonic spear pierced forward, turning into a beam of blood light that pierced through the heavens and earth. It broke through the layers of chaotic chi and pierced towards Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's doppelganger did not dodge. Instead, he struck out with the flawless five elements fist. Rumble! The void around Gu Fei's Saint-class clone seemed to have appeared. Metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. The power of the five elements circulated, shaking the heavens and earth. Clang! The fist of Gu Fei's doppelganger collided with the blood-colored demonic spear, causing a metallic sound to ring out. The two figures moved rapidly as they fought. Blood slaughter, 9 heavens, 10 earths. The blood-colored devil let out a furious roar, causing the entire land of primordial chaos to shake. A blood-colored devil spear swept through everything. Even the primordial chaos was destroyed. Monstrous blood-colored demonic light swept out and engulfed Gu Fei's doppelganger. When Gu Fei and He Tian saw this scene from afar, they could not help but be taken aback. The other party was extremely ferocious. His strength seemed to be above the primordial sky demon incarnation and wind demon incarnation. Roar! Gu Fei's doppelganger roared and fully displayed the power of the flawless five elements fist. The five elements void world formed by the five elements essence chi erupted, pushing back the blood-colored demonic light. He struck out 18 punches in a row, clashing with the blood-colored demonic light 18 times. The chaotic void was annihilated, and the destructive power spread out. Even the primordial chaos could not withstand it. The blood-colored devil was also extremely powerful. It was not at a disadvantage against Gu Fei's Saint-class doppelganger. The two were evenly matched, and each displayed invincible combat strength. Where did this guy come from? In the distance, Gu Fei and He Tian, who were protected by the mountain and river cauldron, were extremely shocked. Such an existence should not have appeared in this world. Was the world really going to change? It's not his real body. It's just a doppelganger, just like the others. He Tian saw something strange. The demonic figure in front was not the real body. What is this guy's real body? Gu Fei asked. If the doppelganger was so powerful, wouldn't the real body be even more monstrous? It was really hard to imagine. If I'm not wrong, this guy's real body should be the legendary demon ancestor born in the blood sea of the devil prison. He Tian said. The demon ancestor was an extremely ancient name. It was the ancestor of all demons in the world, and it had invincible power that allowed it to look down on the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The doppelganger of a demon ancestor, Gu Fei was shocked when he heard this. This kind of existence was not something that a supreme saint could fight against. No wonder this doppelganger was so powerful and had the power of a saint. A battle between saints broke out. Gu Fei's doppelganger displayed supreme combat skills and battled with the demonic figure. The saint's power was vast, and the demonic aura was turbulent. For a moment, it was hard to suppress the other. Let's go out first. He Tian did not want to stay in this land of chaos. Who knew if there were other guys hiding in the dark and suddenly attacked them? It was safer to go out. Okay, Gu Fei nodded. Obviously, this great demon was waiting here to attack them. Could it be that this great demon was also an expert invited by the female demon emperor? If that was the case, then the female demon emperor's means were too terrifying. The existence of the saint level had disappeared in the 9 heavens and 10 earths for countless years. Since the untainted land was broken, The existence of the saint level had collectively disappeared. However, some of the super forces in the untainted land still had various kinds of heritage left by the supreme existence of their race. The doppelganger of the saint level was a kind of heritage that could deter all directions. Also, the supreme holy weapon was a kind of deterrent force. However, no one would easily use such a power unless it was a matter of life and death. But now, someone had actually invited such an existence to help. What was happening in the outside world? Gu Fei and He Tian both felt uneasy. Something big must have happened in the outside world. The demons did not hesitate to wake up their old ancestor. This was not a good thing. They used the mountain and river cauldron to protect themselves, and then went around the battlefield in front of them, heading in the direction of the power of heaven and earth. Swish! Gu Fei and He Tian rushed out from the chaos. An extremely powerful pressure immediately suppressed them. Outside, the sky was dark. Blood light constantly appeared. People died. Terrifying waves came from everywhere. No one knew how many people were fighting. All kinds of divine light and demonic light flashed. On the ground and in the sky, there were figures everywhere. Everyone was fighting like crazy. Battle cries shook the 9 heavens. Divine blood and demon blood constantly rained down from the sky. Countless immortals and demons were fighting. In the distance, there was the power of the saint level. There were supreme figures confronting each other. Seeing this extremely shocking scene, Gu Fei and He Tian were immediately dumbfounded. Who could tell them what was happening in the outside world? Chapter 13:12. Under the dark red sky, figures were everywhere. People were constantly falling from the sky, their blood splattering across the sky. Gu Fei and He Tian were dumbfounded by the scene before them. Had someone already broken through the land of saint burial, or were they fighting for the immemorial Tao fruit in the great tomb? Swoosh! A figure shrouded in demonic aura rushed over from the side and directly attacked Gu Fei and He Tian. A demonic saber emitted a frightening black light and tore through the void as it slashed towards Gu Fei and He Tian. This was an expert of the demons who was close to the Tao-severing realm. He was the emperor of demons and was extremely powerful. However, in the eyes of Gu Fei and He Tian, this emperor of demons was not enough. They were already one step away from the Tao-severing realm, especially Gu Fei. His physique was special. Even without the Tao-severing realm, he could already fight against Tao-severing experts. You're courting death. Gu Fei stretched out his right hand and ignored the blade of the demonic saber. He grabbed the demonic saber in his hand and exerted force, snapping the demonic saber in half. The Emperor of Demons was shocked and wanted to retreat, but it was too late. After snapping the demonic saber, Gu Fei followed up with a punch that instantly landed on the Emperor of Demons' chest. Kacha! A bone-chilling sound of bones shattering was immediately heard from the Demon Emperor's chest. His entire chest had collapsed. The Emperor of Demons' chest was almost penetrated by Gu Fei's punch. This kind of power was enough to destroy all the vitality in his body. His demonic physique was destroyed. Roar! The Emperor of Demons roared, and the top of his head split open. A demonic light rushed out from the top of his head and wrapped around a small figure. This was the primordial spirit of the demon Tao. The Emperor of Demons wanted to abandon his physical body and escape. Trying to escape? Seeing this, He Tian couldn't help but sneer. In front of Big Boss, even a Tao-severing Almighty was not enough. The moment Big Boss made a move, this insignificant demon emperor's fate was already sealed. Although the speed of the Essence Soul escape was extremely fast, Gu Fei's speed wasn't slow either. With a point of his finger, he directly dispersed the essence soul demonic light. In just an instant, a devil emperor had fallen. Gu Fei broke the demonic weapon of the emperor with his bare hands and destroyed the body and soul of an emperor among the demons. His lightning-fast attack had truly stunned many of the devil dwellers who were about to attack him. Killing a devil emperor in an instant, this kind of combat strength made people's hearts palpitate. However, not everyone was frightened by Gu Fei. Gu Fei's attack attracted someone's attention. The moment he killed the demon emperor, Gu Fei also sensed a dangerous aura. Someone had already locked onto him, as if a prehistoric beast had already regarded him as its prey. Humph! I didn't expect there to be an expert like you among the human race's sovereign realm. A black-haired young man came from afar. When someone attacked him, he casually pointed with a finger or punched out, and they were all killed in an instant. The blood of the immortals sprinkled from the sky, and the immortals who attacked him were directly destroyed. Seeing this young man's strength, Gu Fei and He Tian couldn't help but be stunned. They sensed a dangerous aura from this young man, a celestial sovereign realm demon. Gu Fei stared at the young man in black, who walked over calmly. His pupils involuntarily contracted. Although this young man was also a demon emperor, he made Gu Fei feel a great deal of pressure. He vaguely felt that there was a shocking power hidden in this young man's body. If this power erupted, even he would be in danger. At this moment, be it the immortals or the demons, they all hid far away. If these two killing gods were to clash, it would be an earth-shattering battle. When Gu Fei struck out to kill the demon emperor, many people saw it. However, the demons were very afraid of this black-robed young man. When they saw him walking over, they all hid far away. With the demonic sky young master making a move, this human is going to be in for it. Ever since the demonic sky young master made his debut, he rarely made a move. Today, I can finally witness the supreme demonic arts of the demonic sky lineage. The surrounding demons were all whispering. They were very wary of this black-robed young man and were unwilling to get close. Even when they spoke, they deliberately lowered their voices. Demonic sky lineage, He Tian was shocked and couldn't help but change his expression. Why? Is this clan very strong? Sensing the change in He Tian, Gu Fei was a little interested in this so-called demonic sky lineage. One must know that this demonic sky lineage was definitely not simple for it to be able to move He Tian. Demonic sky, the legendary ancestor of all demons. To think that this lineage could be passed down. He Tian said with a trembling voice, the demonic sky lineage was the supreme demons of the 100,000 demon mountains. They were the rulers of the 10 great demons. The powerful demons of this lineage had not left the 100,000 demon mountains for close to 10,000 years. Could this so-called demonic sky young master also be here for the primordial Tao fruit in the peerless tomb, or the treasures of the saints in the saint burial grounds? Kneel and accept your death. The demonic sky young master came in front of Gu Fei and said indifferently, he didn't seem to care about Gu Fei at all. The only thing he cared about was the ancient cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head. At this moment, the mountain and river cauldron had completely calmed down. No one would have thought that this ancient cauldron was actually an extreme Tao sacred cauldron. However, the demonic sky young master seemed to be able to tell that this ancient cauldron was extraordinary. TSK, even the son of the demonic sky, didn't dare to speak to me like this. Who do you think you are? He Tian recovered from his shock and said coldly, you're very arrogant. Gu Fei said with a frown. Although the demonic sky young master was strong, it seemed impossible for him to suppress Gu Fei. It wasn't a joke to say that he was invincible among his peers. As an emperor, Gu Fei was confident that he could sweep away all other emperors. Since you don't want to die, I'll have to let you die a little more painfully. A murderous glint flashed across the young man's eyes before he disappeared on the spot. Fast, too fast. He was so fast that the naked eye couldn't see him. This speed didn't seem to be inferior to Gu Fei's extreme 8-step speed. Almost at the same time, Gu Fei's figure disappeared as well. It was as if he had vanished into thin air. There wasn't even a ripple. The human race martial physique and the young master of the sovereign demon's clan attacked at the same time. This was a direct confrontation between two physiques that were rarely seen throughout the ages. The sovereign demon's physique could be said to be one of the strongest physiques in the world. It was inherited from the demonic sky. It was incomparably powerful. Boom. In the next moment, two fists smashed into each other high up in the sky. Two silhouettes appeared high up in the sky, and a circle of visible ripples spread out from the point where the two fists collided. Chapter 1313. The clash between the human race martial physique and the supreme demon's bloodline attracted the attention of many. Gu Fei had already kept the cauldron of mountain and river, and was fighting against the young lord of Devil Sky in the sky with the 8 desolation steps. Both of them were moving so fast that it was difficult for the naked eye to keep up with their speed. Only those who had cultivated the celestial eye could barely catch a glimpse of their figures flashing by. Boom! Bang! It was as if two peerless gods of war were fighting. Their fists and palms clashed, producing a thunderous sound that even destroyed the void. Some of the demons and immortals who could not evade in time were directly torn to shreds by the explosive energy ripples. Too strong. This demon brat is actually able to fight against Boss Gu. The supreme demon's bloodline is indeed extraordinary. He Tian muttered to himself. The strength displayed by the young lord of Devil Sky was too strong. Even though they were both emperors, he was still able to fight against Gu Fei, who was invincible within the same realm and was not at a disadvantage. At this moment, no one was more shocked than Gu Fei. The demonic physique of the young lord of Devil Sky was unbelievably strong, able to fight against him head-on. Bang! Gu Fei struck out with the flawless 5-elemental fist. Towering fiery fist force surged out from his fist and rushed towards the young lord of Devil Sky like a raging river. Flawless 5-elemental fist. You are the successor of the martial ancestor. The young lord of Devil Sky did not dare to be negligent. With a solemn expression, he struck out with the killing technique of the Devil Sky clan. Demonic chi surged from his right hand as boundless demonic energy condensed into a demonic dragon that charged towards Gu Fei's fist. Roar! The demonic dragon roared towards the sky and charged out from the palm of the young lord of Devil Sky. As if it had a life of its own, it emitted a terrifying demonic aura as it soared between the heavens and earth. Boom! Gu Fei's fire element fist force collided with the devil dragon that charged out from young Lord Evil Sky's hand. The entire world seemed as though it was about to collapse as a destructive energy storm swept out in all directions. Huge spatial cracks the size of mountain ridges extended out into the distance. Many immortals and demons in the vicinity were engulfed by the spatial cracks that spread out in an instant. Their bodies and souls were instantly destroyed, leaving nothing behind. SSS. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and hurriedly retreated far away. Even He Tian was shocked and retreated far away to avoid this destructive storm. Roar! Gu Fei shook his fist as the fire element fist force surged violently like 100,000 volcanoes erupting. The extremely ferocious fist force directly shattered the void, causing chaotic chi to burst out. The thousands of feet long demonic dragon was shattered into several pieces by Gu Fei's fist force before dissipating into the void. The young Lord of Devil Sky was sent flying, but he was not defeated just like that. Good. The young lord of Devil Sky roared as demonic energy surged out from his body. An even more powerful aura erupted from his body as the ferocious demonic energy caused the entire void to tremble. He charged towards Yi Fuqian from afar, his two demonic eyes emitting a terrifying demonic light of destruction. His right eye was so red that it looked as though blood was about to drip out, while his left eye was pitch black like a bottomless devil's nest. Swish! Two beams of demonic light, one red and one black, shot out from the young lord of Devilsky's demonic eyes, slashing towards Gu Fei in the blink of an eye. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. At the same time, a beam of purple divine light shot out from between his brows. Then an almost tangible divine will shot out from between his brows, turning into a Dao sword that slashed forward. Although his Yuan Shun had already entered the Saint Tier battle avatar, he could still use one of the 9 secrets of the immortal way, the divine seizing secret technique. He could use his divine will to form a Dao sword that contained the power of the Dao to slash through everything. However, when the Dao sword collided with the red and black beams of demonic light that shot out from the young lord of Devilsky's demonic eyes, both shattered in the void at the same time. Gu Fei was shocked. The Dao sword contained the power of the Dao, a power that could even harm a saint. Yet it was blocked. This could only mean one thing. The 2 beams of demonic light that shot out from the young lord of Devilsky's demonic eyes also contained the power of the Dao. A secret technique of the immortal way. How is this possible? The young master of the demon sky was even more astonished than Gu Fei. He came from the sovereign lineage of the demons and was extremely knowledgeable. He could tell that Gu Fei was using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path. It was unbelievable. How is this possible? Isn't he the successor of the martial progenitor? It was impossible for the martial progenitor to cultivate a primordial spirit. The martial progenitor's body was the source of power. There was no need to cultivate a primordial spirit. Why would the successor of the martial progenitor cultivate the immortal path? It was incomprehensible. Since ancient times, there had never been a martial cultivator who cultivated other cultivation techniques. In the eyes of a martial cultivator, the martial Dao was the strongest cultivation technique in the world. Furthermore, it was a taboo for a martial cultivator to cultivate both the martial Dao and the immortal path. If one couldn't cultivate both at the same time, it would be difficult to cultivate both to the peak. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He immediately closed in on the young master of the demon sky. With a single step, he instantly appeared above the young master's head. With a single step, he executed the 8 desolation steps. Not only did he have the 8 steps extreme speed, he also had the 8 steps 8 killing steps. When Gu Fei took the first step of the 8 killing steps, a terrifying force surged beneath his feet. Rays of divine light flickered beneath his feet. A part of the void collapsed due to Gu Fei's steps. It was as if it would collapse into a terrifying, chaotic, destructive force at any time. Demon Sky steps. The young lord of Devil Sky also took a step and vanished into the void. In the next moment, he reappeared 100 miles away. Bosses met his match. In the distant sky, Hei Tian couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. The young lord of Devil Sky's cultivation and strength were actually comparable to Gu Fei. Was the supreme bloodline really that powerful? Devil Sky was the supreme of the demons and the ancestor of all demons. Since ancient times, there had been plenty of demons, but none of them could be compared to Devil Sky. It wasn't a lie that the supreme demons were the rulers of the 100,000 Devil Mountains. And it wasn't just a legend either. The power of the supreme bloodline was unimaginable. Boom! Mo Tian took a step and instantly appeared above Gu Fei's head. He stomped down on Gu Fei's head, and a lump of devil light appeared beneath his feet. Horrific devil Tao energy spread out, and it was as though he had stomped down a black sun from the sky. Emotion took a step and instantly appeared above Gu Fei's head. He stomped down on Gu Fei's head, and a lump of devil light appeared beneath his feet. Horrific devil Tao energy spread out, and it was as though he had stomped down a black sun from the sky. Chapter 13-14. The young master of the demonic sky was extremely domineering, opposing Gu Fei with equal harshness. He displayed the demonic sky steps, ascending to the heavens in a single step and stepping down on Gu Fei's head. Boundless demonic energy surged beneath his feet. A mass of black light surged out from beneath his feet, as though a black sun was being stepped on. The entire void of heaven and earth was sealed, and pitch-black spatial cracks extended from beneath his feet. This was a terrifying destructive force, and everyone who witnessed this scene could not help but feel their hearts palpitate. The young master of the demonic sky stepped on the black sun, and it was as though the ancient, invincible demonic body had reappeared. His aura and power were enough to move even the mighty figures of the severing Tao. Such a figure was truly terrifying. He had not even reached the severing Tao, but he already possessed the battle prowess of a mighty figure of the severing Tao. A figure that could defy the heavens and fight mighty figures was hard to come by even in 1,000 years. But now, such figures were continuously appearing. This was a sign that a great era was about to appear, and all the outstanding figures had jumped out. It would be difficult to even catch a glimpse of such an existence under normal circumstances. The black demonic sun was being stepped on by the young master of the demonic sky as it pressed down on Gu Fei. The void was being annihilated, and the heavens and earth were shattering. It was as though doomsday was descending. Gu Fei felt an immense pressure. His chi activity had been locked. Even if he wanted to retreat, the descending demonic sun would instantly bombard him, and it would be difficult to evade. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. His long hair danced in the wind, and his martial path true power surged from his body. A 5-colored chi aura was emitted from his body. Yin-yang transformed into the 5 elements, and yin-yang true power transformed into the power of the 5 elements. He punched upwards, and a golden radiance bloomed from his fist. His entire right fist was radiant with golden light, as though a golden sun had appeared between the heavens and earth. The power of the metal element surged violently. Gu Fei struck out with the metal element fist, triggering the power of the metal element between the heavens and earth, shattering the void of heaven and earth as he faced the descending black demonic sun. Rumble, the golden divine sun, and the black demonic sun had yet to truly collide, but the vast and mighty power had already shaken the entire world. The black sun descended, and thousands of demonic auras descended from above. An extremely powerful demonic aura spread from young Lord Demonic Sky's body, shaking the heavens and earth. Even the almighty Tao severing cultivators who were fighting off in the distance could sense it, and couldn't help but be moved. In this dusky world, there were people fighting everywhere. This was definitely a great war of immortals and demons that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. The existences participating in this war all possessed great strength. Most of them were immortal gods and devil dwellers. Immortal gods and devil dwellers were constantly falling. Their blood spilled on the ground, and broken weapons and magical items could be seen everywhere. In the distance, there was a saint-tier fluctuation. Someone was coming with a holy weapon, but the demons also had a saint-tier demon weapon. It was hard to imagine what was going on. Boom! With an earth-shattering explosion, Gu Fei's golden fist collided with the black demonic sun that came crashing down from the sky. The power of the metal element exploded, sweeping across the heavens and earth. The black sun was shattered, and young Lord Demonic Sky was sent flying high up in the sky. Gu Fei didn't gain any advantage either. He fell from the sky like a five-colored divine sun. Boom! The entire ground shook violently. The ground undulated like waves. Both of them seemed to be evenly matched. Gu Fei was sent flying down from the sky. His entire fist felt like it was about to shatter, and a piercing pain shot up from his fist. This human's martial body, young Lord Demonic Sky, was also shocked. He had underestimated this human. This person had obviously obtained the legacy of the martial ancestor and cultivated the 9 secrets of the immortal path. The other party's emperor martial body was enough to contend against his supreme demon's body. This was the first time he had encountered such a strong opponent since his awakening. Young Lord Demonic Sky was not a demon from the same era as Gu Fei. He came from the ancient era and had been in slumber until now. He only awakened in the current era from the Demonic Sky mystic ground. What supreme bloodline? Just SOSO. Gu Fei created a bottomless pit on the ground. His words came from the pit. 5-colored divine light flashed, and a figure rose from the pit. 5 voids revolved around Gu Fei. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth. The power of the 5 elements surged. These were 5 small worlds that represented the power of the 5 elements. It was a technique derived from martial arts and the power of the heavens and earth. It was similar to a divine ability, but not a divine ability. It contained the power of the void of the heavens and earth. This was a combat technique that belonged to Gu Fei, a great technique that he created. He displayed the 8 desolation steps and walked in the void of the 5 elements, increasing his speed to the limit. With a single step, he appeared high up in the sky. Heaven-covering palm. With a loud roar, he slammed his palm towards young Master Devil Sky, who was rushing down from the sky. A huge palm shadow rushed out from his palm. Boom! The giant palm instantly enlarged and covered the entire heaven and earth. It emitted a terrifying power that crushed everything and destroyed the void that was enveloped by the giant palm. Demonic Sky Domain. Demonic light surged out of young Lord Demonic Sky's body. A pitch-black void appeared between the heavens and earth. There was a vast amount of demonic aura and terrifying demonic howls. It was as if a group of demons was dancing within. The black demon domain quickly spread out in the void, trying to devour Gu Fei's sky-covering palm into the dark demon domain that had no light at all. Rumble! Gu Fei's heaven-covering palm struck into the dark domain. The aura emitted from the giant palm illuminated the dark void. The entire dark void shook, and layers of demonic aura were dispersed. The demonic sky domain was on the verge of collapsing. This shocked young Lord Demonic Sky, who was hiding within the domain. Eventually, the demonic sky domain destroyed the heaven-covering palm. However, young Lord Demonic Sky did not fare well either. His demonic body suffered a huge impact, and a few cracks appeared on his body. It had been many years since his demonic body was shattered. His demonic body was actually injured by a human who was also a martial emperor. This was unacceptable to young Lord Demonic Sky. He was a demon emperor who could conquer the world in ancient times. This human martial emperor was merely a martial emperor who had just matured. As someone with the supreme bloodline of the demons, it was a great humiliation for him to be injured by a human. This could only be washed away with the fresh blood of a human martial emperor. Demon dominates the world. 9 heavens, 10 earths, demon emperor, fist. Young Lord Demonic Sky let out a furious roar that shook the heavens and earth. An extremely domineering aura erupted from his body. 10 demonic lights circled around his body in an extremely wild manner. Boom. Chapter 13:15. The 9 heavens, 10 earths demonic emperor fist was an invincible battle technique created by the sovereign demons. The demonic sky young master's fist shattered the heavens and earth. The destructive force surged towards Gu Fei in an earth-shattering manner, shattering the void. Even the chaotic chi was forced out, causing the entire world to crumble. Everyone was shocked to the extreme. The immortals and demons nearby retreated far away, afraid that they would be affected by the force and end up with their souls destroyed. The demonic sky young master has actually cultivated such a demonic battle technique. Far in the sky, He Tian couldn't help but be appalled at the sight. The 9 heavens 10 earth's demonic emperor fist could be said to be the killing technique of the demonic sky clan. If the sovereign demons were to execute it, he would be able to shatter the 9 heavens 10 earths with unparalleled power. Even though the demonic sky young master had yet to reach the severing Tao realm, this killing technique still displayed an invincible might when executed by him. At this moment, Gu Fei felt an immense pressure. A dangerous aura had already shrouded him. Facing such a killing technique, even he started to feel nervous. This human is dead meat. This is the supreme killing technique of the devil race's sovereign bloodline. The 9 heavens 10 earth's demonic emperor fist has reappeared. From afar, be it the immortals or demons, they were all stunned by the punch of the demonic sky young master. Some of the demons knew of the background of the demonic sky young master and did not think that the human could go against him. Even the attention of some of the old antiques was attracted over. Roar. Boundless pressure pressed down on him. The 5 elemental true power in Gu Fei's body surged as rays of 5-colored radiance rushed out of his body. The martial path true power was at its peak. He roared into the sky as the 5 elemental lesser worlds revolved rapidly around him. The 5 elemental powers intertwined, and the 5 elemental lesser worlds rapidly fused together. 5 elemental unity, invincible. Break. Gu Fei let out a furious roar. The power of the 5 elements merged into one in an instant and gathered towards his right fist in a frenzy. His right fist was like a 5-colored sun, emitting a blinding divine light. Boom! Gu Fei didn't hesitate and immediately punched out. The power of the 5 elements as one was extremely strong. Within the 5 elements' chi, blurry Tao patterns appeared. This punch of his had triggered a trace of the great Tao of heaven and earth. They were both domineering and powerful. Gu Fei's punch was not any weaker than the Devil Sky Young Master's 9 heavens 10 earths Devil Emperor fist. The power of the 5 elements shook heaven and earth. A vast expanse of the void shattered under Gu Fei's fist. The shattered void returned to its most primitive state, filled with vast and mighty chaotic chi. This was a battle between supreme battle skills. There was no room for tricks. Young Lord Demonic Sky had given it his all in a single punch. This punch was the embodiment of his supreme strength. It was the same for Gu Fei. With the 5 elements as one, the might of his flawless 5 elements fist was pushed to its peak. This punch was already the strongest punch he could unleash. Bang! It was as if 2 ancient mountains had collided together. Gu Fei's fist emitting a boundless 5-colored godly glow collided with young Lord Demonic Sky's domineering fist. 2 domineering forces collided head-on. It was a clash between 2 supreme physiques, or a different kind of battle between the supreme demon sky of the demons and the martial progenitor of the human race. The void within a radius of thousands of feet was instantly torn apart by the destructive power of the fist. A circle of transparent ripples, visible to the naked eye, spread out. Wherever the transparent ripples passed, the void was silently annihilated. Roar! Gu Fei's long hair danced wildly in the wind as he used his right fist to block young Master Evil Sky's fist. The sleeve on his right arm had already turned into ashes, while his entire arm was lacerated. with fresh blood oozing out from the wounds. Every drop of blood was emitting a crimson glow, containing the true force of the martial path. It was a type of precious blood that contained great vitality. Only the martial physiques of the human race possessed such a powerful blood. Gu Fei felt as if his entire arm was about to shatter. He could feel the bones in his arm cracking. If it weren't for the vague Dao runes on his bones, his entire arm would have turned into a bloody mist by now. Imprinting Dao runes on his bones to achieve immortality was the way to refine a supreme sacred physique on the martial path. It was the way to make a martial physique indestructible. So powerful, the supreme demon's bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Gu Fei was astonished by young Lord Demonic Sky's strength. It went without saying that almost no martial dominator of the same rank could resist his five elements fist. A martial physique was the strongest physique among all cultivators. Even the physiques of divine beasts of the same rank could not compare to it. Gu Fei did not expect the supreme demon's bloodline to possess a powerful demon physique that was comparable to a martial physique. Nice. The martial physique of the human race is indeed worthy of its reputation. Young Lord Demonic Sky's right fist collided with Gu Fei's right fist. Black demonic blood oozed out from his fist. This demonic blood was different from ordinary demonic blood. The demonic blood that oozed out from young Lord Demonic Sky's fist was surrounded by demonic chi. It was like a black demonic jade that contained a demonic power. This was a phenomenon that only occurred with the innate true demon bloodline. The supreme demon's bloodline could not be faked. Young Lord Demonic Sky's demonic blood contained the power inherited from the supreme demon's bloodline. This power was hidden within the bloodline and could be said to be the power of the bloodline. You're not too bad yourself. Gu Fei said. At this moment, with them as the epicenter, the void within a radius of 12 miles turned into chaos. Huge spatial cracks extended for hundreds of miles. Some immortals and demons who could not escape in time were directly devoured by the spatial cracks and destroyed in both body and soul. Humph! You're fated to die under my fist today. A cruel sneer appeared on young Lord Demonic Sky's handsome face. Then, as if something had awakened in his body, an even more powerful aura erupted from his body. What? Gu Fei was shocked. Young Lord Demonic Sky still had strength left? Could it be that he was only using the bloodline power that he inherited from the devil race's supreme emotion now? Bam! An unimaginably powerful force erupted from young Lord Demonic Sky's fist. It was unstoppable, and Gu Fei was sent flying more than 10 miles away by the force. A trace of blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. The human race martial physique is actually this powerful. Young Lord Demonic Sky was secretly shocked. He had already used the power of his bloodline, but it was still difficult to kill this human race martial physique. He could only injure him, but not kill him. Chapter 13:16. The young Lord of Demonic Sky was like a primordial demon that had descended. His black hair danced in the wind as demonic aura surged from his body. A faint demonic shadow was faintly discernible on his body. The illusory figure emitted a domineering demonic might. Although it was only an illusory figure, it exuded a terrifying aura that could shake the heavens. This is the immortals and demons that were fighting nearby stopped involuntarily. They felt an extremely dangerous aura, and their souls were trembling. The power of the bloodline. In the distant sky, Tian was equally shocked as he witnessed the scene. The young Lord of Demonic Sky was a descendant of the supreme demons and possessed the bloodline of the supreme demon. Not everyone could possess such a bloodline. The power of the demonic sky had been refined into his bloodline. Once this power was unleashed, it could display unimaginable strength. You Gu Fei was sent flying over 10 miles away as blood seeped out from the corner of his mouth. His emperor martial body had suffered a huge blow, and his right arm had almost turned into a mist of blood. His entire arm was filled with cracks from the unstoppable power that erupted from the fist of the young lord of demonic sky. Even his arm bones that were branded with vague Tao patterns had cracked like a spider's web. His flesh was torn apart, and his bones were injured. The power of the young lord of demonic sky's bloodline was so strong that even Gu Fei was affected, and his martial body was injured. The young lord of demonic sky closed in on Gu Fei step by step. The entire heaven and earth shook along with his footsteps, as if resonating with the great Tao and gathering supreme demonic power. This fluctuation was controlled by the young lord of demonic sky, and it surged towards Gu Fei as if it wanted to tear him apart. This was the vibration of the great Tao of heaven and earth, and it could kill a sage. Although the young lord of demonic sky had yet to sever his Tao, his current strength was enough to kill a Tao-severing almighty or even a half-sage. Not everyone could withstand the vibration of the great Tao. Gu Fei's body jerked, causing the void to tremble. A transparent ripple spread out from his body, blocking the terrifying shockwave. At the same time, his right arm was rapidly recovering. His injured body was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the cracks on his bones were also rapidly disappearing. In an instant, his arm had completely recovered, as if it had never been injured. It was as good as new and full of strength. Kill. Yi Fuqian's battle intent was like a rainbow as his qi and blood surged into the sky. He went straight for the young lord of the devil sky. Who cares about the sovereign bloodline or the invincible great demon? I'll just destroy him with a single punch. The five elemental true force surged, as both of Gu Fei's fists emitted a brilliant five-color divine radiance. The terrifying energy shook the heavens and earth as he charged forward and punched towards the young lord of the demonic sky. The entire heaven and earth was submerged by the five elemental true power. Gu Fei's entire body was covered with blurry Tao patterns, and traces of Tao energy were condensing in his body. However, he had still underestimated the supreme bloodline of the demons. The Demon Sky Young Master made his move as the Demon Sky Young Master unleashed a torrential demon chi that engulfed the heaven and earth. Boom! The boundless five elemental true power was dispersed, and Gu Fei was once again sent flying dozens of miles away. He seemed to be completely suppressed by the young lord of the demonic sky. To be more precise, he was suppressed by the supreme bloodline of the demons within the young lord of the demonic sky. This was an innate advantage that others could not compare to. The power contained within the bloodline was already present at birth, and it was the power of the sovereign demons. Gu Fei did not have such an advantage. He had to take things one step at a time and relied on his unremitting efforts to achieve his current cultivation and strength. Gu Fei spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He felt as if all the bones in his body were about to shatter. How is this possible? The power of his bloodline is even stronger than the sky demons? Gu Fei was truly shocked. The supreme bloodline of the demons was stronger than the sky demon's bloodline? One must know that the sky demon was also a Khanate great demon, and was one of the two demon ancestors of the demon race. The sky demon's bloodline should also be the supreme bloodline. However, the power of the supreme bloodline of the demons had exceeded Gu Fei's expectations. Human martial physique is only SOSO. Killing you is as easy as pinching an ant. The young lord of the demonic sky was extremely domineering. He took a step forward and was already in front of Gu Fei. The young lord of the demonic sky seemed to have struck out casually. Demonic runes appeared on his palm, drawing upon the power of the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was difficult to resist such power. Bam! Gu Fei raised his palm to meet the attack, but even with his full strength, he was still sent flying by the young lord of the demonic sky's palm strike. Cracks appeared on his emperor martial physique. Oh no! He Tian, who was far in the sky, was shocked to see this scene. His boss was completely suppressed by the young lord of the demonic sky. The young lord's battle strength was probably comparable to a half-saint. If even his boss was suppressed, he would only be sending himself to his death if he went up. He Tian had the intention to retreat. As long as there's life, there's hope. As long as he didn't die, it was still unknown who would have the last laugh. However, He Tian wasn't that worried because Gu Fei still had the strength to fight. Each of the 9 secrets of the immortal path possessed heaven-defying power. He should be able to fight against the demonic sky. Roar! Ascend to the heavens! Gu Fei bellowed. An extremely powerful energy burst out from his body, rapidly healing the wounds on his body. Rumble! The energy emitted from Gu Fei's body shook the heavens and earth. Transparent ripples appeared in the void around him, as if it couldn't contain his martial physique. This was an extremely tyrannical energy. Gu Fei's strength instantly rose to a level that shocked the young lord of the demonic sky. 5-colored qi and blood circled around his body like huge dragons. It was as if a supreme 5 elements martial saint had descended. The 9 secrets of the immortal path's ascension secret technique. The young lord of the demonic sky stopped in his tracks. Demonic light flickered in his demonic eyes. Blood-colored and black demonic light intertwined, forming an extremely strange state. Humph! It's still uncertain who's the ant. You want to kill me? Unless you've already severed your Tao. That might be possible. Gu Fei sneered. The young lord of the demonic sky was very arrogant. So what if it's the 9 secrets of the immortal path? I'll kill you all the same. Although the young lord of the demonic sky was shocked, he didn't show it. As he spoke, blood-colored demonic light and black demonic light intertwined in his demonic eyes. 2 beams of demonic light shot out from his eyes. This was a great technique of the demonic path, activated by the power of his bloodline. Tao power gathered in the demonic eyes of the young lord of the demonic sky. This was the power of the great Tao that could penetrate through everything. Swoosh! Gu Fei took a step forward. He completely ignored the 2 beams of demonic light that shot out from the young lord of the demonic sky's eyes and instantly appeared in front of the young lord. The 2 beams of demonic light, imbued with Tao power, struck Gu Fei's body. However, they were immediately dispersed by the invincible power that emanated from his body. This, Chapter 1317. The secret skill of ascension had caused Gu Fei's strength to soar. The strength of his emperor martial body had reached an unimaginable level. He was able to block young Lord Develsky's attack with his physical body, causing the latter to be moved. Swoosh! Young Lord Develsky was forced to retreat by Gu Fei. He left an afterimage on the spot, while his real body retreated over 10 miles away. His speed was so fast that not even his shadow could be seen. However, even though he was fast, Gu Fei was faster. The moment young Lord Develsky appeared a few miles away, Gu Fei's fist had already landed on his chest. Bam! Kacha! Gu Fei's punch sent young Lord Develsky flying. Young Lord Develsky's sternum was shattered, and a fist mark appeared on his chest. He spat out a mouthful of demonic blood. He was injured. He was actually injured by a human. Young Lord Develsky was infuriated. The demonic shadow that emerged from his body was almost dispersed. Roar! He stopped his retreat and roared into the sky. His black hair stood on end, and his demonic eyes shot out a terrifying demonic light. The demonic shadow that emerged from his body looked as though it was about to walk out from the void. A domineering aura was emitted from the demonic shadow. Young Lord Devilsky's bloodline power erupted, and his injured body recovered rapidly. The fist mark on his chest disappeared in an instant. His injured body was healed in an instant, and the demonic aura that he exuded was even stronger than before. The power of the Supreme Demon's bloodline was undeniable. There were not many people who could be called Supreme Demons even in ancient times. Young Lord Devilsky's bloodline power that he inherited from the Supreme Demon's bloodline erupted. The demonic shadow on his body emitted a terrifying aura that made everyone have the urge to kneel down. Some demons with weaker cultivation were already kneeling on the ground in fear. Their bodies were trembling as though they were worshiping their supreme demon. I'm going to extract your spiritual soul and suppress it for 10,000 years. I'll make you wish you were dead. Young Master Devilsky was truly enraged. How many years had it been? Even in the ancient times, no human had ever been able to hurt him. Although the human tribe had produced a few supreme saints, in ancient times, the human tribe was still a relatively weak race compared to the 10,000 tribes of the untainted land. Other than the supreme sages, there were not many true experts in the human race. However, it was different for the other races. The demons and the demon race all had peerless experts. In the eyes of the experts of the other races, other than the supreme sages, the rest of the human race were extremely weak and could not even withstand a single blow. In some savage places, the human race had even been reduced to become the blood food of the ferocious primeval races, and they were slaughtered at will and taken to be a type of food that was raised in captivity. The weakness of the human tribe could not be changed by the emergence of a few supreme saints. However, with the existence of a few supreme saints, the untainted land did not dare to provoke the human tribe. However, back in the ancient times, the young lord of the demonic sky was extremely respected. He was the descendant of the ancestor of the 1,000 demons and possessed the supreme bloodline of the demon race. Being injured by a human race expert was something that young Master Devilsky would never have dreamed of. Swoosh! Young Lord Devilsky stretched out his hand. Boundless demonic energy surged from his palm and formed a pitch-black demonic hand. It enveloped the entire heaven and earth in an instant and slammed down towards Gouffé. Rumble! Demonic runes appeared on the demonic hand. The void below the palm was destroyed, leaving nothing behind. Even the chaotic energy was released. Clang! Against the killer move, Gouffé's body vibrated. Then, 5 divine swords appeared around him. These were the divine swords formed by the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth. The crimson divine sword was the fire divine sword, the dazzling metal divine sword, the water divine sword, the earth divine sword, and the wood divine sword that was full of vitality. The 5 divine swords emitted a sky-piercing sword aura. The temperature of the void dropped rapidly due to the impact of the sword aura. The chilling sword aura made everyone's heart palpitate. Swoosh! Gouffé received the metal divine sword and slashed upwards. A dazzling golden sword radiance rushed out from Gouffé's hand. It soared tens of thousands of feet in an instant, splitting the black hand that was slapping down from the sky into 2. The void of heaven and earth seemed to be split into 2 by this sword. The metal divine sword aura was unstoppable. After splitting the demonic hand, it soared up tens of thousands of feet, illuminating the dark heaven and earth. This sword was too shocking. Everyone was stunned by the ripples of the sword aura. What young Lord Devilsky was shocked to see that Gouffé had broken through his demonic divine technique so easily. The secret technique of ascension was indeed extraordinary. It could allow a human race martial body to have the strength to fight against his sovereign bloodline. An existence with a sovereign bloodline would also have a sovereign physique. It was unbelievable that someone in the human race could fight against such a sovereign physique. If this human was a descendant of the martial ancestor and had the bloodline of the martial ancestor, it would make sense. After all, the martial ancestor was also a sovereign of the human race. Although he was a sovereign, the martial ancestor's bloodline still contained the power of the sovereign bloodline. The extreme Tao Saint's bloodline was extremely powerful and could be passed down to his descendants. This was the continuation of the extreme Tao Saint's life. Roar. Go to hell. Young Lord Devil Sky roared. He waved his hands, and a ball of black light appeared between his hands. There were demonic runes on the black light, and he shot it out. Gu Fei didn't care about such an attack at all. He pointed his finger, wanting to destroy the ball of black light. However, the ball of black light seemed to have a life of its own and dodged his attack. The ball of black light with demonic runes smashed towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei couldn't help but be stunned. He had never seen such an attack before. Just as Gu Fei was about to dodge, the ball of black light suddenly exploded with a loud bang. Destructive energy swept out in all directions and instantly enveloped Gu Fei. In the next moment, Gu Fei broke through the layers of destructive energy and rushed out. The 5 elements' magical swords vibrated in unison and emitted a monstrous sword chi wave, piercing towards the young Lord Devil Sky. The 5-colored sword light soared tens of thousands of feet. Everything in its path was destroyed, leaving behind a pitch-black spatial crack. It was extremely terrifying. The secret art of ascension can't last for long. As long as I persevere, I can still kill this human race martial physique. Young Lord Devil Sky thought to himself. Gu Fei was also aware of his own situation. He couldn't maintain the ascension state for long. If he couldn't kill the young Lord Devil Sky within the duration of the secret art of ascension, he would be in deep trouble. The dazzling sword light pierced through, and the terrifying sword chi caused the young Lord Devil Sky to feel danger. A demonic flag appeared in young Master Evil Sky's hand. As he waved the demonic flag, a powerful force of the Tao emanated from it, sweeping away the 5 elements' magical swords that had pierced through it. Demonic flag, Chapter 1318. Boom! A demonic flag was waved, and a powerful demonic power that seemed to be able to split the heavens spread out from the demonic flag. In an instant, the entire space turned into nothingness. The 5 dazzling sword lights were destroyed by this power. Heavenly demon flag. In the distant sky, Haitian immediately retreated. The destructive demonic power swept across the heavens and the earth. The earth was sinking and the stars in the sky were shaking. All lives within 100 miles were harvested in an instant. Immortals and demons who could not escape in time were turned into ashes and dissipated between heaven and earth. There was no other way to die more thoroughly than this. Destruction of body and soul. This was a phrase that would make any cultivator pale. This was the power of the demonic path. The demonic aura emitted from the heavenly demon flag was enough to crush the entire mountain range. Everyone's expression changed. I didn't expect the demonic sky young lord to bring the heavenly demon flag out. Someone murmured above the clouds in the distance. The power of the demonic path erupted and shook the heavens and earth. All living beings in the southern region of the heaven realm could feel this aura. The demonic weapon, the heavenly demon flag, has appeared. A powerful spiritual wave came from all the forbidden zones in the heaven realm. The existences in the forbidden zones were alarmed. Some supreme existences sent out their divine senses and scanned the southern region of the heaven realm. The heaven realm was a world that was ancient enough to be traced back to the Great Desolate Era. During the Great Desolate Era, someone discovered such a perfect world. At that time, The world had not changed. The experts of the 10,000 races of the heaven realm could enter and exit the heaven realm. However, during the later stages of the heaven realm, the world changed and the path to heaven disappeared. After countless years of evolution, the waters of the heaven realm became more and more complicated. Some people said that some of the saints did not leave and were hiding in the heaven realm. The various forbidden zones in the heaven realm were also guarded by supreme existences. As long as one barged in, even a half-saint might die inside. The appearance of the heavenly demon flag had alarmed some of the super antiques. Bang! Gu Fei was sent flying 100 miles away by the mighty demonic power of the heavenly demon flag. Even the secret art of ascension was not enough. His physical body was on the verge of collapsing. Terrifying cracks appeared all over his body, and the martial physique's divine blood, which contained endless vitality, flowed out. Damn it! In the face of the sky demon flag, Gu Fei felt powerless. This was an extreme Tao demonic weapon, the wisp of extreme Tao aura that emanated from it was not something that an ordinary person could withstand. Everyone was retreating. No one dared to get too close. If Gu Fei didn't have a martial body and didn't use the Ascension secret technique, he would have turned into ashes like everyone else. Under the extreme demonic might, his martial body was still cracking as if it could collapse in the void at any time. The extreme demonic power was too terrifying. Gu Fei felt the threat of death. Buzz. A tremor came from Gu Fei's dantian. Then, an aura so powerful that it could contend with the demonic flag surged out from Gu Fei's dantian. The demonic sky young master's expression changed when he sensed the aura from Gu Fei. It was an extreme Tao aura. Could this human also have an extreme Tao sacred weapon? At this moment, the shadow of an ancient cauldron emerged from Gu Fei's body, blocking the extreme demonic might that was surging in from all directions. Could it be the demonic sky young master's expression turned ugly as if he had thought of something? Gu Fei's injured body was recovering rapidly. The divine blood flowed back, and the cracks on his martial physique healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. I didn't expect it to be this. The demonic sky young master's demonic eyes flickered with a terrifying demonic light. He stared at Gu Fei with a murderous aura. He waved the sky demon flag and swept it towards Gu Fei. The terrifying demonic might filled the air, shocking the heavens. Even a powerful being with a sacred weapon would be shocked by such power. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Gu Fei drew out the power of the mountain and river cauldron, which was equivalent to becoming one with the cauldron. At this moment, he dared to throw a punch at a saint. With just one punch, the entire world seemed like it was going to collapse. This was a clash of extreme Tao powers. If these two powers were to collide, it would result in great destruction. Everyone started to run for their lives. The clash between the extreme Tao sacred weapon and the extreme Tao demonic weapon would probably sink the entire region. Even in the regions that were emitting saint powers, there were people who retreated far away, not daring to get too close. After all, this was the power of the extreme Tao sacred weapon. The extreme Tao sacred weapon was a supreme sacred weapon refined by an extreme Tao master. It was the strongest weapon in the world and had the power to destroy the world. No one could imagine what would happen if the two extreme Tao sacred weapons collided. Perhaps the billions of living beings in the southern region of the heaven realm would be wiped out. The entire Scarlet Plains that had existed for countless years would probably sink and cease to exist. Two lunatics. Everyone was running for their lives, wanting to leave this region as soon as possible. If they were to be affected by the extreme Tao sacred force, even a half-saint would die. Just as the power of the mountain and river cauldron and the heavenly demon flag were about to collide, a demonic figure appeared next to the young master of the demonic sky. He then stretched out his hand and snatched the heavenly demon flag from the young master's hand. At the same time, another figure appeared next to Gu Fei and suppressed the power of the mountain and river cauldron that erupted from his body. Swoosh! The heavenly demon flag unfurled and wrapped around the young master of the demonic sky. Then the demonic figure and the heavenly demon flag instantly disappeared into the void. The one who suppressed the power of the mountain and river cauldron within Gu Fei's body was the incarnation of the ancient wind god. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Even the mighty beings who were holding sacred weapons in the distance could relax. The clash between the extreme Tao sacred weapon and the extreme Tao demonic weapon was no joke. The two supreme existences took action and stopped this disaster. Senior, Gu Fei looked at the incarnation of the ancient wind god. The ancient wind god was a great saint king of the human clan. His cultivation was earth-shattering, and only the extreme Tao saints were able to suppress him. Why did the incarnation of the ancient wind god stop him? Gu Fei was at a loss. He did not know why the incarnation of the ancient wind god did this. After all, the demons were the greatest enemies of the human clan. The incarnation of the ancient wind god did not speak. After suppressing the power of the mountain and river cauldron, he then disappeared into the void. The existence was so powerful that it could suppress a wisp of the extreme Tao sacred force emitted by the mountain and river cauldron. Gu Fei was extremely shocked and felt that it was unbelievable. Boom! At that moment, an earth-shattering noise was heard. A part of the void in the distance suddenly shattered. Chaotic chi gushed out, and two extremely powerful sacred forces appeared between the heavens and the earth. Chapter 13:19. The clash between the sacred weapon and demonic weapon didn't actually happen. The crisis just vanished like that. Everyone felt as if it was a lifetime ago. If the two supreme weapons were to collide, it would definitely be a catastrophe. Among the people present, there wouldn't be many who could survive. But just as the crisis passed, the void suddenly shattered. Two terrifying figures broke through the void and fought from the primordial chaos. Two saint-level auras appeared between heaven and earth. How could there be such existences in this world? Saints. The appearance of these two silhouettes shocked everyone who saw this scene. They could not believe what they were seeing. The two figures exuded a saint-level aura. They looked down on the world and intimidated everyone, causing all the spirits in the world to tremble. This was a powerful pressure that reigned above all living beings. Saints had already surpassed the heavens and earth. They had condensed their own great Tao and coexisted with the Tao. In a sense, such existences were no longer bound by the heavens and earth, transcending everything high and mighty like a supreme god. This was what a saint was. Boom! The power of the immortal Tao erupted as the immortal Tao saint unleashed a supreme art of the immortal Tao, attacking an extremely terrifying blood fiend. Monstrous blood-colored demonic chi enveloped half the sky. These two saint-level existences were Gu Fei's avatar and the blood-colored demon. Gu Fei's avatar and the blood demon avatar broke through the void and rushed out from the primordial chaos. What's going on? The appearance of that immortal saint, the appearance of Gu Fei's avatar was exactly the same as his main body. Some people noticed the abnormality and were shocked once again. The blood demon avatar was extremely powerful. It could actually display the power of a saint level, just like the ancient wind god avatar. Gu Fei's avatar couldn't gain any advantage at all. Swish! With a flash of crimson light, the blood demon incarnation thrust the crimson demonic spear in its hand at Gu Fei's battle avatar. The crimson demonic light emitted from the demonic spear directly shattered the void. Swoosh! Just as the blood-colored demonic light pierced through, Gu Fei's doppelganger abruptly disappeared, along with all the aura belonging to Gu Fei. When the blood demon clone saw this, his heart trembled. He retreated without hesitation. However, at this moment, a huge hand pressed down on his head. Boom! The power of the immortal Tao erupted from the palm. The boundless power of the immortal Tao blasted the blood demon clone apart, sending crimson demonic blood splattering everywhere. The instant the blood demon incarnation was blasted apart, a figure appeared where the blood demon had been. This person was none other than Gu Fei's battle avatar clone. The blood-red demonic spear soared into the sky. Roar! An indignant spirit wave was emitted from the blood-red demonic spear. A blurry figure emerged from the demonic spear. The smashed flesh and blood soared into the sky and converged on the blood-red demonic spear. Fresh blood flowed in reverse as the blood demon incarnation condensed once again. In an instant, the blood demon incarnation reappeared in front of everyone. Such an existence was very difficult to truly kill. As long as a strand of spirit remained, it could condense a new demonic body that was almost indestructible. Gu Fei's clone used the anti-void secret technique. This was a type of void profundity. Once mastered, one's body could merge with the void and become one with the world. Even those who had cultivated the inner eye would find it difficult to detect. Using the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao with saint-level power, the combat strength displayed was terrifying. Even the ancient blood demon incarnation would be affected by this move. Swish! The blood demon incarnation's body emitted tens of thousands of beams of demonic light. Then, within the endless blood-red light, a blood-red figure manifested. The figures rushed from all directions and surged towards Gu Fei. The blood demon incarnation hid among the thousands of figures. Even Gu Fei's saint-level battle avatar could not sense the true location of the blood demon incarnation. Every blood-red figure exuded the aura of the blood demon. Gu Fei's saint-level clone was shocked. The blood demon incarnation was hiding in the void. The blood demon incarnation's aura was everywhere. He felt a great sense of danger. Humph! Gu Fei's clone sneered. His figure blurred, and he also entered the void, disappearing from the world. He used the void profundity to the fullest. Bam! Gu Fei's clone's fist collided with the blood demon's demonic spear. The thousands of blood-red figures immediately dissipated, and the blood demon incarnation condensed out of the void. He was struck out by Gu Fei from his state of merging with the void. At this moment, another blood-red figure silently appeared behind Gu Fei's clone. An extremely evil demonic spear pierced towards the back of Gu Fei's clone. Gu Fei's doppelganger instantly sensed the killing intent coming from behind. Without thinking, he dashed forward in an attempt to avoid the attack from behind. However, Gu Fei's clone was still too slow. He only felt a vibration on his shoulder. His entire shoulder felt like it was being torn apart. Gu Fei's clone was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Cracks appeared on his shoulder. It seemed like it could break at any time. The strength of the two was very close. It was really difficult to determine a winner. The blood demon incarnation did not continue fighting. He used a supreme demonic technique to force back Gu Fei's clone. Then, he rushed into the sky in an attempt to leave this chaotic region. By the time Gu Fei's clone rushed forward, the blood demon incarnation had already turned into a blood-red demonic light, like a divine blood-red rainbow. It streaked across the sky and disappeared in the blink of an eye. This speed was already comparable to the 8 desolation steps. Gu Fei did not chase after the blood demon incarnation. The saint-grade battle avatar displayed great combat strength. It jumped out like a saint and stunned everyone. Even an almighty with a holy weapon might not be a match for Gu Fei's saint-grade battle avatar. Rumble. Just as the blood demon incarnation retreated, a shocking sound suddenly came from the depths of this dusky region. An unimaginably powerful aura spread out. It seemed like something had awakened. Has the land of saints been opened? Everyone couldn't help but look towards the depths of this region. Hadn't they been fighting desperately to enter the land of saints? The human race, the demons, and the demon race had all sent supreme experts. Some had even come with holy weapons. The supreme experts of the human race were facing off against the great demons of the demons. The battle between the saint-grade experts hadn't happened, but the two sides were already at each other's throats. A battle between the saint-grade experts could erupt at any time. However, at this moment, everyone rushed into the sky and rushed towards the depths of this dusky region. They all wanted to enter the land of saints as soon as possible. Chapter 13:20. The land of saint burial was one of the great forbidden zones of life in the heaven realm. No one knew when such a forbidden zone had appeared. It was said that saints were buried in the land of saint burial. Some people had even seen the corpses of saints inside. It was a great tomb of a saint. The Scarlet Plains had long been in chaos. There were traces of attacks from holy weapons everywhere. The earth had sunk, and the cracks in space had yet to be repaired. Before Gu Fei and the others came out of the world created by the great saints of the ancient times, many great figures had already made a move. In particular, the experts who came with holy weapons could destroy the heavens and the earth. They could sink the earth, dry up rivers, and destroy a region. It was a display of supreme saintly might. The aura that suddenly erupted from the depths of the Scarlet Plains was definitely at the saint level. Even Gu Fei felt a tremor from the depths of his soul. Several powerful auras erupted from various parts of the Scarlet Plains. Some people with holy weapons soared into the sky and rushed into the depths of the Scarlet Plains. Everyone believed that this was a sign that the land of saint burial had opened. Gu Fei and He Tian walked together. Gu Fei already had the strength to compete with experts from all sides with his holy battle avatar. The land of saint burial had endless mysteries that were worth exploring. Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered the avatar. The avatar took on an appearance that was no different from him. Its body emitted a saintly aura that made no one dare to approach it. The power of a saint was too powerful. Gu Fei's avatar just stood quietly in the void, but it had an invisible might that could crush the world. Saints were high and mighty, overlooking the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Without reaching that level, it was impossible to know how powerful a saint was. What is in the land of saint burial? I'm really looking forward to it. He Tian was in favor of Gu Fei exploring the land of saint burial. As long as there were treasures, this guy was as excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood. His eyes shone brightly. Swoosh! Gu Fei's saint-grade clone used its immortal Tao divine ability to open a small world and put them inside. His primordial spirit entered the saint-grade clone, which was equivalent to Gu Fei's main body. The land of buried saints was said to be able to bury saints. It was definitely an extremely dangerous place. Gu Fei and He Tian did not want to gamble with their lives. This was the safest method. Gu Fei's primordial spirit of the immortal Tao fused perfectly with the battle avatar refined by an ancient great immortal, allowing him to unleash immortal arts with even greater ease. He retracted the saint-level aura on this clone and then disappeared into the void. It was as if he had escaped into the world and became one with it. This was one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao the anti-void secret art. It was the power of the void, allowing Gu Fei's clone to traverse the void at a speed no less than 8 steps, the appearance of the land of Saint Burial, and the supreme tomb that accompanied it caused the entire celestial realm to boil over. Even the appearance of the lost palace of the moon deities hadn't caused such a stir. This time, a few super antiques and the avatars left behind in the celestial realm appeared. This was definitely a sign that a great era was about to begin. Some people had already guessed that the opportunity to become a saint would appear in this era. No one who dared to enter the forbidden zone of life was weak. Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered the saint-grade battle avatar and used the anti-void secret art to head deeper into the Scarlet Plains. The Scarlet Plains was a barrier between the central plains and the southern regions of the celestial realm. Even in normal times, absolutely no one would be willing to enter such a place. But at this time, the entire Scarlet Plains had changed greatly. The blood-colored mist that had shrouded the sky all year round had dissipated. The sky had become incomparably dusky, as if the entire sky was about to fall down from the heavens. On the scarlet ground, bottomless cracks could be seen everywhere. An extremely terrifying aura spread out from these cracks. Gu Fei's primordial spirit entered the saint-grade battle avatar and could use the power of a saint. His speed was extremely fast. Soon, he saw a blood-colored light soaring into the sky in front of him. That's Gu Fei's heart trembled. A blood-colored door had appeared in the void in front of him. All the blood-colored light was emitted from that blood-colored door, and a terrifying aura of death was being emitted from it. Boom! At this time, someone made a move. A pitch-black demonic wheel descended from the sky, exuding a majestic demonic might that could shake the heavens. It moved towards a figure shrouded in immortal energy that resembled Emperor Xian of the 9 heavens. Bang! The figure with the aura of the immortal Tao pointed out with a finger, shattering the void. He wanted to collect the demonic wheel that was falling from the sky into the void of primal chaos. Saint-grade power, Gu Fei stopped in the distance. Those who could come to this place were either super antiques that had survived from the desolate world or giants of major powers with holy weapons. A great devil was attacking, wanting to kill a blurry immortal silhouette. It wasn't a true body, but an incarnation. The immortal energy resonated with the grand Tao, and the incarnation was drawing in Tao energy. Could it be another incarnation left behind by those monstrous characters from the ancient era? Gu Fei couldn't help but be shaken by this scene. The divine abilities of those monstrous characters from the ancient era had reached an unimaginable level. Even the incarnations left behind could display the power of a saint. The heavenly world wasn't as simple as it seemed on the surface. These existences weren't true saints, but they could display the power of a saint. In the current era, such power represented invincibility. An old man appeared nearby and said, "The land of Saint Burial has truly opened. That's the legendary gate of hell." Gu Fei recognized the old man. He was the arcane guru of the heaven world's arcane holy land. This old man was unfathomable. Although he was only a half-step saint, Gu Fei could sense that he was even more terrifying than a half-step saint. He was afraid that he had already touched the threshold. Over the endless years, many existences had been shackled to that threshold. Now that the opportunity to become a saint had appeared, it would be strange if they didn't jump out. It was unknown who would emerge victorious in the battle for the origin Tao fruit and become the first saint since the destruction of the desolate world. Gu Fei believed that the one who would obtain the origin Tao fruit in the end would be the old turtle. That was because the old turtle had the great sovereign seal of the great path. No one could contend against him, unless someone also used an extreme Tao sacred weapon. The gate of hell has appeared. We're not too late. While Gu Fei was thinking, two terrifying figures appeared in the nearby void. They were two middle-aged men who looked like gods and demons. One of them was dressed in white, while the other was dressed in black. Yin-Yang Duo. Chapter 1321. The Nethergate's appearance attracted a few peerless characters. Arcane Guru, a half-step sage from the profound sky's sacred ground, the incarnation of a supreme immortal Tao existence, and even the great devil with a sacred-grade devil weapon. Rumble. The world quaked. A battle was unavoidable. A demonic will exuded monstrous demonic energy and powerful fluctuations of the sacred grade as it shot toward the immortal Tao incarnation. The clone of the immortal Tao was also incredibly powerful. With a single point of his finger, he shattered a part of the void, wanting to collect the demonic wheel into the shattered void. This was a battle between sacred grade power, a battle between immortal and devil. At this moment, Gu Fei noticed two more figures appearing nearby. One of them was a middle-aged man dressed in white, and the other in black. The yin-yang venerates. Guru Tianxuan's expression changed when he saw the two middle-aged men. His murky eyes flickered with a frightening light as a powerful aura spread from his body. The yin-yang venerates. Who are they? Gu Fei was startled to see the guru's apprehension toward the two middle-aged men. He knew that the yin-yang venerates weren't simple if even such a character was alarmed. Arcane Guru, you're still alive? The yin-yang venerates also noticed the guru and Gu Fei. The white-robed, middle-aged man was glaring coldly at the guru. Humph, you two old ghosts aren't dead yet, so how could I possibly die? The guru sneered. Gu Fei calmly watched the scene unfold. He noticed that the two so-called yin-yang double venerables were emitting fluctuations of yin and yang energy. The white-robed, middle-aged man had an extreme yang energy hidden within his body. He resembled a sun, with wisps of yang energy curling around his body. Meanwhile, the black-robed, middle-aged man exuded a chilling aura. His entire body was as cold as ice, and his complexion was deathly pale. One yin and one yang, this was a rare physique. Yin and yang energy complemented each other. If these two were to join forces, they would be much more terrifying than either one of them. Big brother, let's clear the place. The black-clad middle-aged man's cold gaze swept over Arcanum Guru and Gu Fei, and a chilling, murderous aura surged from his body. How arrogant! Right at this moment, a voice suddenly sounded out. Following that, a figure shrouded in demonic aura appeared in the distance, and was rapidly approaching. Demonic chi spread for 30,000 miles. This was an extremely powerful expert of the demon race. He slowly walked over from afar, and the entire world trembled under his feet. Nanling Demon Tribe. Everyone was taken aback. In the purple demon chi, everyone could only see a tall figure faintly discernible. No one could clearly see the face of the demon race expert. The yin-yang double supremes seemed to be a little apprehensive about the newcomer and did not make a sound. Did you kill my good-for-nothing brother? Purple demonic chi surged, and two rays of divine light were emitted from the demonic chi, sweeping towards Gu Fei. Even the void was annihilated by these two rays of divine light. Wherever the divine light passed, two pitch-black spatial cracks were left. Gu Fei did not make any move and continued to stand quietly in the void. He did not dodge at all and allowed the two divine lights to sweep towards him. However, the two beams of light dispersed as soon as they reached Gu Fei. It was as if they had hit an invisible wall and dissipated in the void. Gu Fei's primordial spirit possessed a saint-grade battle avatar. With the protection of immortal energy, he could ignore most attacks. The incoming great demon wanted to test Gu Fei. Who are you? Who's your brother? Gu Fei's tone was incomparably calm. His face did not reveal any emotions. He had killed many great demons recently. Could this great demon be an expert from the heavenly demon tribe? The Heaven Realm's demon clan was not a monolithic block. There were two opposing forces within the demon clan. These two forces had been opposing each other since ancient times. The old tortoise had gone through life and death with Gu Fei. He would not harm Gu Fei. Only the heavenly demon tribe held a grudge against Gu Fei. Many experts from this tribe had died at the hands of Gu Fei. Humph, I'll let you die knowing. My brother's name is Yao Tiandu. A murderous voice came from the purple demon Qi. A terrifying murderous intent had already enveloped Gu Fei. The great demon in the demon Qi could attack Gu Fei at any time. The one who killed Yao Tiandu, is he? Could it be the unparalleled expert of the demon tribe, Yao Wuji? Yao Tiandu was a demonic half-saint. His death was definitely a huge matter. The news quickly spread throughout the cultivation world of the Heaven Realm. Almost everyone knew that a human named Gu Fei had killed Yao Tiandu. Arcane Guru and the Yin-Yang duo retreated far away. Once such an existence made a move, it would be earth-shattering. Although they were not afraid, they did not want to be affected. Moreover, the Yin-Yang duo had already set their eyes on Arcane Guru. Even before entering the land of Saint Burial, these peerless experts were already at each other's throats. Yao Tiandu? Gu Fei's expression was still calm. Now that he had the saint-grade battle avatar, he feared no one. He did not expect Yao Tiandu to have such a powerful elder brother. Bang! At this moment, a huge purple hand surrounded by monstrous demon Qi grabbed down from the sky. A strand of saintly might appeared between heaven and earth. Yao Wuji did not say anything else and immediately attacked Gu Fei. The gigantic purple hand enveloped the entire world, imprisoning the void. The mighty power of the gigantic hand crushed the void, and black spatial cracks spread out in all directions like black lightning. Gu Fei was as small as an ant under the cover of this huge hand. Swoosh! A ray of divine light instantly surged out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. Then an illusory sword shadow charged out from between his eyebrows and shot towards the giant hand that was grabbing down from the sky. He immediately used a secret technique of the immortal path and used the power of his primordial spirit to form a sword. It pierced through the void and broke the monstrous hand. What? A cry came from within the demon Qi. After breaking through the hand, Gu Fei's primordial spirit sword didn't slow down at all. It went straight for the figure within the demon Qi. Swoosh! Just as Gu Fei's primordial spirit Dao sword was about to pierce through the purple demonic clouds, a divine arrow suddenly broke through the demonic clouds and shot out to meet the faint and illusory sword shadow. Uft. Chapter 1322. What? Gu Fei was astonished to see that his opponent was able to block his primordial spirit Dao sword. It should be known that this Dao sword was executed with the power of a saint. His primordial spirit entered the saint-level battle avatar and could use the power of a saint. This was something that the true body couldn't compare to. If his opponent was able to block such an attack, could this guy be a demonic saint? Ever since the primordial era, the world had changed. The Tao of heaven and earth became unfathomable. Since then, no one could comprehend the Tao and become a saint. In order to become a saint, one must first comprehend one's own Tao. This was an insurmountable threshold. However, if one couldn't even touch the Tao of heaven and earth, how could one comprehend the Tao? Although the world had changed after the primordial era, there were still many outstanding geniuses. However, no matter how experienced they were or how heaven-defying their physiques were, they could only stop at the half-saint realm. No one could truly take that step. Die. Just as Gu Fei's thoughts were rapidly spinning, a cold voice rang out from within the torrential purple demonic chi. Following this, a glowing arrow streaked across the sky like a shooting star, shooting towards Gu Fei. Swish! The purple arrow light soared for thousands of meters, emitting a boundless demonic aura. It seemed like it was going to make a hole in the sky. Humph! I'm invulnerable. How are you going to kill me? Gu Fei soared into the sky. His body was shrouded in divine light. He was like a supreme saint of the immortal Tao. The aura of a saint spread out in all directions. He directly charged towards the incoming arrow light. Buzz! The moment Gu Fei collided with the arrow light, the entire sky shook violently. With a deafening sound, Gu Fei's figure disappeared. A black void appeared. Transparent ripples, formed by spatial fluctuations, were undulating. The shocking sword light entered the shaking void, as if it was shot into a bottomless abyss, vanishing without a trace. In the demonic clouds, the great demon was shocked. How could this be? What kind of great art was this? Was it the legendary supreme secret art of the immortal Tao? Swish! In the midst of Yao Wuji's shock, the arrow light that had disappeared reappeared once more. The resplendent arrow light emitted a boundless demonic glow that lit up the entire sky. The arrow light pierced through a transparent wave of water, shooting out from the void. The arrow light soared for tens of thousands of zhang, shattering the void and piercing the heaven and earth, shooting towards the figure in the demonic cloud. How is this possible? Yao Wuji, who was hidden in the demonic clouds, was shocked to the extreme. He simply could not believe what he was seeing. The arrow he shot actually shot back at him. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have imagined that there would be someone in this world who could reverse the direction of his divine arrow. It must be known that this was not an ordinary divine arrow. The arrow was extremely fast, instantly piercing through the layers of demonic clouds, heading straight for Yao Wuji. 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. This kind of supreme, immortal art that has been lost for countless years is actually cultivated by someone. Truly inconceivable. In the distance, the arcane guru, the yin-yang twin venerables, and the devil and immortal fighting had all noticed what was going on between Gu Fei and Yao Wuji. Yao Wuji's arrow of light contained the formidable power of a saint. Even old-timers like them would have a hard time dispelling this arrow, let alone reversing it. In this world, only the legendary 9 secrets of the immortal Tao could do such a thing. It was no wonder this person dared to say that he was untouchable by all arts. Cultivating this secret art truly meant that he was untouchable by all arts. Swish! Yao Wuji shot out another arrow, causing the light of the arrow to soar tens of thousands of feet into the sky. A strand of saintly might appeared between the heavens and earth as the 2 terrifying beams of light clashed together. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion shook the heavens. The 2 arrows of light contained saint-tier power, and when they collided like that, it would definitely be a disaster in the outside world. Rumble. The entire void was being destroyed as a destructive force spread out, instantly dispersing the towering demonic chi, causing Yao Wuji, who was within the demonic chi, to have nowhere to hide. Roar! Yao Wuji roared and quickly retreated. He moved 100 miles in a single step, but the destructive power forced him to retreat. Just at this time, the place where Gu Fei had vanished shook slightly. A figure silently appeared in the sky. Who else could it be other than Gu Fei? Gu Fei saw Yao Wuji's true body. This Yao Wuji was a burly middle-aged man. His burly body exuded a ferocious aura similar to that of an ancient beast. Even with his martial Tao heavenly eye, Gu Fei couldn't see the true body of this grand demon. There seemed to be an indescribable power concealing everything. The 2 beams of light collided with each other and canceled each other out. After that, they completely dissipated in the void. The vast destructive power that spread out was simply too terrifying. It destroyed a part of the world, and even the chaotic chi was blasted out. The blood-colored gate of hell that was fixed in the void was also affected and shook. The blood-colored light it emitted became even more resplendent and strange. Boom! At that moment, a loud rumble rang out in the distance. A black demonic will pressed down from the sky, and a figure surrounded by celestial light fell from the sky. The battle between the mysterious grand devil and the immortal Tao's incarnation had already been decided. The great devil true body descended with a saint-grade demonic weapon in his hand. His demonic might shook the area and suppressed the celestial Tao incarnation. However, the celestial Tao incarnation was also extremely strong. Although he was defeated, he wasn't killed. Swish! A demonic shadow swooped down from the sky and entered the demonic weapon. Then, the demonic wheel that emitted the countless demonic flags soared into the sky and rushed towards the blood-colored door in the sky. You want to enter the Saint Burial Land. The Yin-Yang Venerables and the arcane guru had no choice but to take action now. As human experts, they definitely didn't want to see a grand devil enter the Saint Burial Land. Boom, boom. Yin and Yang energy erupted from the Yin-Yang Venerables. The Yang Venerables' body blossomed with endless flames, seeming to transform into a divine sun. As for Lord Yin, the Yin and Yang on her body were boundless as a black Yin chi engulfed the entire world. An extremely cold Yin chi spread out, causing the entire void to seem as though it was about to freeze over. Buzz! The void trembled, and two masses of divine light revolved. The power of Yin and Yang interweaved, forming a Yin-Yang Tai Chi diagram. In an instant, it collided with the saint-level demonic wheel. Bang! The devil wheel was intercepted, while the Yin-Yang Venerables Tai Chi diagram was blown away. Yin and Yang merged into one, capable of contending against a sacred weapon. Swish! Just at this moment, a beam of divine light shot over from afar, striking the black demonic wheel. The boundless demonic chi was dispersed by this beam of divine light. Boom! The divine light broke through the layers of demonic chi and struck the demonic wheel. The enraged roar of the mysterious great devil rang out, his voice filled with unwillingness. He was just a single step away from entering the land of the saint burial. However, just this one step away was obstructed by someone. The divine light that shot over from afar had actually sent the saint-level demonic wheel flying hundreds of meters away. To be able to shake a saint-level demonic weapon, this kind of power was most likely also a saint-level power. Everyone looked in the direction of the divine light and saw a sage-like middle-aged Taoist priest in the distant sky. He was holding an ancient mirror and striding toward them. The grand pure half-saint, Guru Tianquan's pupils shrank. The grand pure Holy Land and the profound sky Holy Land were two great cultivation powers of the human race. However, the relationship between them wasn't that harmonious. The grand pure void mirror, the Taiji diagram dissipated, and the Yin and Yang energy receded like the tide. The Yin-Yang Venerables appeared in the sky, looking like they hadn't been affected at all by the Devil Path's sacred item. The power the Yin-Yang Venerables had displayed was terrifying. Where did this devil come from? How dare he target the Saint Burial Land? The grand pure half-saint's voice didn't contain the slightest emotion. His otherworldly temperament was something others couldn't compare to. Fellow Taoists, the devil is the public enemy of the world. How about we work together to kill this devil first? Asked Guru Tianxian. We have no objections. The Yin-Yang Venerables were the first to express their stance. They didn't have a good impression of this great devil. It would be best if they could work together to kill this devil. Humph! Yao Wuji stared at Gu Fei and sneered. He had a grudge against Gu Fei for killing his brother. His essence, qi, and spirit were all raised to the peak. He only had one target, Gu Fei. Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless in the face of such a powerful opponent. He didn't say anything. In the end, the Yin-Yang Venerables Guru Tianxian and the Grand Pure Half-Saint attacked the mysterious devil together. This was the power of a sacred. Even with a sacred weapon, the great devil wouldn't be able to resist it. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, the devil immediately fled. When a great demon with a sacred level demon weapon became ruthless, it was very frightening. The demon wheel shook, and a bright demon light shot out from the demon wheel. It created a path in the encirclement of the four experts and escaped. At this time, Gu Fei and Yao Wuji started fighting again. A strange power circulated around Gu Fei's body. The void around him rippled like water. No matter what demonic arts Yao Wuji used, they couldn't threaten him. Gu Fei managed to reverse all of Yao Wuji's attacks. This was the profundity of chaotic reversal, one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao. Each secret could be described as heaven-defying. I don't believe that you're invulnerable. Yao Wuji no longer used demonic arts. Instead, he sent a punch at Gu Fei. It was a simple and direct punch, but it contained a great amount of power. He had actually managed to strike the rippling space around Gu Fei. Furthermore, his attack had not been deflected by Gu Fei at all, causing Yao Wuji to be both surprised and delighted. Chapter 13:23. Bang! Gu Fei's fist and Yao Wuji's fist collided fiercely. The power of a saint exploded, piercing through the void. Gu Fei could only feel a great force coming from Yao Wuji's fist, causing him to involuntarily retreat hundreds of feet. Every time he took a step, the whole world trembled along with him. Gu Fei was shocked. His opponent had actually used his physical body to take on his attack. How was this possible? After all, his clone was a saint battle avatar. Yao Wuji's fist was extremely fierce. He didn't fall into a disadvantage against Gu Fei, but he was still sent flying several hundred meters away by the force of Gu Fei's punch. How is this possible? He was even more shocked than Gu Fei because he knew just how powerful his punch was. Even a half-step saint would die if they were hit by it. But not only did Gu Fei not die, he didn't even seem to be affected at all. Yao Wuji was dumbfounded. At this moment, Gu Fei sensed something strange about Yao Wuji. Saints were extinct in the current era, so this Yao Wuji was definitely not a demonic saint. However, the aura of a saint on Yao Wuji's body couldn't be deceived. This was an aura that only saints possessed. It could intimidate the heavens and make all life tremble. Gu Fei knew that if his Yuan spirit hadn't entered the saint battle avatar, his body definitely wouldn't have been able to endure this kind of pressure. Could it be? Gu Fei's expression changed when he thought of a certain possibility. I didn't expect you to use the demon race's trump card. Up in the sky, the arcane guru's eyes flickered with divine light. He seemed to have noticed something. Old geezer arcane, instead of wasting time here, why don't we put aside our grudges for now and enter the land of saints together? Yang Zun, who was dressed in white, said these words. The land of saints was extremely dangerous. No one could truly investigate the situation inside. Every time this land of danger appeared, countless lives would be lost. Over the endless years, many outstanding experts had fallen in the land of saint burial. Some people even said that they had seen sacred corpses inside. There were many legends about the land of buried saints, but no one could verify the veracity of these legends. No one knew if there were truly sacred corpses or peerless treasures inside. All right, let's work together this once. Sage to be grand pure, one also walked over. An ancient mirror floated above his head, and a mighty aura emanated from it. This was the Tai Ching godly virtual mirror. Everyone could sense a strong sense of oppression from this ancient mirror. It was as if they were facing a saint, and they had the urge to prostrate themselves in worship. A flawless saint artifact refined by a saint is indeed extraordinary. The arcane guru and the Yin-Yang venerables were both shaken. The saint weapon didn't emit its saintly might, but it was still intimidating. At their level of cultivation, there was no need to say anything else. Then, they entered the gate of hell in the sky that emitted boundless bloody light and disappeared inside. The appearance of the gates of hell had indeed alarmed many people, but not everyone could approach this strange and evil gate. There was a terrifying aura of death surging out from within the gate. This was a power that could destroy all life. Only Tao-severing experts could block this kind of death energy. Any immortal or god below that level would be in danger of having their life devoured as long as they approached the gate of hell. Boom! Gu Fei and Yao Wuji once more clashed. Yao Wuji's power had reached a peak. He had completely abandoned all the demonic arts he had cultivated and relied on his physical body to fight against Gu Fei. This isn't his power. Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. This Yao Wuji seemed to possess an indestructible demonic body. He was displaying a power that made even Gu Fei's heart shake. Heaven-covering hand. Gu Fei directly sent out a palm strike. A huge golden palm rushed out, and with a bang, it slammed into Yao Wuji's body. In the instant Yao Wuji was struck by the palm strike, ancient demon runes appeared on his body. Yao Wuji was knocked thousands of meters away by Gu Fei's palm strike, but he only paused for a moment before charging back at Gu Fei with a torrential purple aura. This is a saint-tier demonic body. Even though Gu Fei had already vaguely guessed it, he was still shocked when he confirmed it. Yao Wuji had actually entered the body of a saint-tier beast. No wonder Yao Wuji dared to challenge Gu Fei. He had come fully prepared. A saint-tier demonic body was as powerful as the indestructible martial body. Even a saint wouldn't be able to destroy such a demonic body. Yao Wuji was fearless. Even if he didn't use his demonic arts, he could still fight against Gu Fei, displaying his terrifying battle prowess. It was hard to imagine where Yao Wuji had found a perfect saint-tier demonic body. It had to be known that even in the ancient desolate era, demon saints were definitely one of the strongest existences in the world. Even if a demon saint died, it would be very difficult for them to leave behind a perfect saint-tier demonic body. Chaotic reversal. The space around Gu Fei fluctuated as translucent ripples spread from his body. He was using the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao to fight Yao Wuji. Swish! Yao Wuji's punch was channeled by the chaotic energy and blasted to the side, causing the space there to collapse as demonic might gushed out in all directions. At the same time, Gu Fei unleashed a perfect 5 elements fist. The 5 elements' true energy crazily gathered in Gu Fei's fists. A 5-colored astral energy shot out of his fists. Boom! It was like 5 minor worlds had appeared on Gu Fei's fist. The power of the 5 elements shook heaven and earth. Even Yao Wuji had no choice but to dodge. Gu Fei's fist had drawn on the power of the 5 elements. Divine runes of the immortal Tao appeared on his fist, and a trace of saintly might appeared in the world. The perfect 5 elements fist was a peerless battle skill created by the peerless martial ancestor. When Gu Fei used it, the profundities of the battle skill contained a trace of the grand Tao. Such a battle skill was a manifestation of the great Tao and possessed supreme power. However, it was still difficult for Gu Fei to unleash the true power of the battle skill with his current cultivation. Even so, the power of Gu Fei's fist was enough to shake the world. You really are the martial ancestor's successor? Yao Wuji was incomparably shocked. Although he had dodged Gu Fei's punch, the energy ripples emitted from Gu Fei's fist were unimaginably powerful, causing his heart to palpitate. However, the immortal Dao aura on Gu Fei's body was simply too thick. This caused Yao Wuji to be indescribably shocked. This was clearly a saint-grade immortal Dao saint physique. Chapter 1324. If a great sage of the human race and a great sage of the Yao race were to fight, it was still unknown who would emerge victorious. However, the battle avatar that Gu Fei had taken over was a battle tool refined by a great sage of the human race. What Yao Wuji had taken over was not a battle avatar, but the body of a saint of the Yao race. It could be said that this was the sacred body of a saint of the Yao race. It was unknown which era the saint of the Yao race had left this sacred body behind, but Gu Fei knew that this sacred body was extremely ancient. Time was the most merciless thing. Given enough time, apart from immortal materials and immortal spirits, everything else could be worn away by time. Sacred bodies, on the other hand, were branded with Dao patterns and condensed with Dao power. They could survive through the ages and exist forever. However, the power of the Yao race's sacred body was not that easy to unleash. Given Yao Wuji's cultivation and strength, it was impossible for him to unleash the true power of this Yao race's sacred body. But a sacred body was a sacred body after all. Just a wisp of saintly might that leaked out from a sacred body was not something that just anyone could withstand. Fortunately, Gu Fei had obtained this saint-grade battle avatar from a world created by a great sage of the ancient era. Otherwise, he would not have dared to have designs on the land of the buried saints. No one would go to their deaths if they knew that they would die. Gu Fei used one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Dao, the untouchable secret technique. Even if Yao Wuji did not use any of his killing techniques and used the power of his sacred body to fight Gu Fei would still be able to deflect his attacks. Untouchable secret technique. Yao Wuji's heart trembled. He was on the defensive all the time. His attacks were deflected and did not pose any threat to his opponent at all. On the other hand, his opponent's flawless 5 elements fists kept coming at him. The power of the 5 elements shook the heavens and the earth. Even though Yao Wuji had taken over the body of a saint, he still suffered a great impact. His spirit was almost shaken out of his martial body. As time went by, Gu Fei gradually gained the upper hand. Even if you have a holy body, you are still no match for me. Gu Fei pressed forward with an indomitable will, using the flawless 5 elements battle technique with the power of the immortal Dao, transforming the power of the immortal Dao into battle prowess. With every punch, the entire world trembled. Damn it! Damn it! Yao Wuji roared again and again. Initially, he thought that he would be able to kill that human cultivator named Gu Fei after using one of the Yao race's trump cards. Who didn't know that this human cultivator named Gu Fei was so powerful and terrifying? Not only did he fail to exact his revenge, he even placed himself in danger. Yao Wuji felt so stifled that he nearly vomited blood. Sky Demon slaughters saints. Kill, kill, kill. Yao Wuji's eyes turned red. He no longer had any scruples and displayed the celestial demon slaughtering saint art. A terrifying power erupted from his body. Rumble. Yao Wuji's hands seemed to have turned into 2 demonic blades, exuding a terrifying aura of destruction as they slashed at Gu Fei. A blurry phantom image appeared on his body. The phantom image emitted a terrifying ripple. This was the phenomenon produced when the supreme killing art created by the Sky Demon was activated. Wherever the saber light passed, everything was slashed back to its most primitive state. Void. Reversal. Gu Fei used one of the 9 esoteric arts of the immortal Dao, the Void Reversal secret art. a strange vibration erupted from his body, and his entire being became transparent. Whoosh! Two beams of destructive demonic light slashed down, and a shocking scene unfolded. Gu Fei's body turned into the void, and the two beams of demonic light slashed down on his body, which had already become faint and illusory. What? Yao Wuji's shock was no small matter. His opponent had merged with the void, and was one with heaven and earth. How was he supposed to fight? His opponent was now in an invincible position. Gu Fei's figure completely disappeared into the void, but Yao Wuji grew even more cautious. He couldn't catch his opponent's signal at all. Just as Yao Wuji opened his eyes and scanned the surroundings, a silhouette silently appeared behind him. This person was none other than Gu Fei. Boom! Without any hesitation, Gu Fei struck out with his strongest punch. His fist seemed to have 5 minor worlds revolving around it, and a powerful force of the 5 elements shot towards Yao Wuji. An attack like this was impossible to defend against. Only when Gu Fei punched out did Yao Wuji feel a dangerous aura coming from behind him. Yao Wuji rushed forward without hesitation, wanting to dodge Gu Fei's punch first. However, reality was very realistic. Gu Fei's fist followed him like a shadow. Bang! Kacha! Gu Fei's punch landed on Yao Wuji's body, and the sound of bones breaking came from his body. Yao Wuji opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Even a saint-level demon was injured. Gu Fei's body merged with the void, leaving no traces behind. He kept attacking Yao Wuji in this way, and Yao Wuji found it hard to defend. He was hit by Gu Fei's punches several times. In a battle between saint-level experts, victory and defeat were usually decided in an instant. Gu Fei beat Yao Wuji until he kept coughing blood and retreating. Even the 2 killing lights condensed from the celestial demon slaughtering saint art were destroyed and dissipated in the void. Roar! Yao Wuji let out a helpless roar. No wonder his younger brother was defeated by this person. Judging from the combat strength displayed by this person, he could even fight against a sage. Yao Qiandu was shockingly talented. He had cultivated to become a half-saint level expert, and was originally an overlord of the demon race. However, such a person with unlimited potential had died at the hands of Gu Fei. As the elder brother, Yao Wuji naturally wanted to cut Gu Fei into 1,000 pieces, chop out his spiritual soul, and suppress him for tens of thousands of years before he could vent his anger. However, the world was cruel. Gu Fei's combat strength was comparable to that of a sage, and he was actually able to suppress Yao Wuji. Swish! At this time, a purple-gold divine light suddenly shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows. The divine light instantly turned into a faint Dao sword. This was the primordial soul Dao sword. As soon as the primordial soul Dao sword appeared, sword chi rushed out, and the surrounding temperature dropped. The primordial soul Dao sword turned into a killing light of the great Dao, directly piercing Yao Wuji's head. This Dao sword, condensed from the power of the primordial soul, was specialized in attacking primordial souls. Yao Wuji knew how powerful it was. At the same time, his eyes also shot out 2 almost transparent beams of demonic light, silently meeting Gu Fei's primordial soul Dao sword. This was the celestial demon of forgetfulness / Yao Wuji was an expert of the celestial demon lineage. Gu Fei's primordial soul Dao sword clashed with Yao Wuji's celestial demon of forgetfulness / The 2 forces collided, canceled each other out, and then disappeared at the same time. Swish! Chapter 1325. Gu Fei suppressed Yao Wuji's saint-grade demon body and chased him away. Although Yao Wuji was powerful and even used the resources of his race, he was still chased away by Gu Fei. Even a true sage would have a headache dealing with the battle avatar refined by a great sage of the human race and Gu Fei's immortal path secret technique. At this time, many figures appeared in the vicinity. These people were all Dao-severing experts. Only Dao-severing experts could approach the gates of hell. High up in the sky, the gates of hell emitted a demonic blood-colored light. The deathly aura inside was vast and mighty. The inside of the gates of hell was like a kingdom of death. This was the legendary burial ground of saints. No one dared to enter it casually because those who entered would definitely die. Not many people would be able to come out alive. There were even half-sages who entered and never came out. No one knew what dangers lurked inside, and no one knew where the legendary, peerless divine treasury was. The ancient legend might just be a scam. Gu Fei was not in a hurry to enter the gates of hell. However, he stood outside the gates of hell. Others wanted to enter the gates of hell, but they dared not approach Gu Fei. The saint-grade aura made everyone feel uneasy. The power of a saint-grade expert was too strong. If Gu Fei were to attack these people, even a Dao-severing emperor would not be able to fight back. The powerful saint-grade aura made everyone feel a great pressure. Those with weaker cultivations had already retreated far away. Not everyone could withstand the aura of a saint-grade expert. Swoosh! At this moment, a terrifying demonic shadow appeared in the distant sky. A terrifying demonic aura spread from the demonic shadow. This is Gu Fei sensed the arrival of the demonic shadow. His eyes shot out two rays of divine light and scanned the demonic shadow. Undying demon saint. When Gu Fei sensed the familiar fluctuations on the demon figure, he could not help but change his expression. He never expected that the demon who was defeated by Old Tortoise's indestructible golden body would appear here. Gu Fei had personally witnessed the battle between the Old Tortoise's invincible golden body and the undying demon saint's incarnation. This demon was able to fight endlessly with the Old Tortoise's invincible golden body. It was extremely terrifying. It should be noted that the Old Tortoise's indestructible golden body was a genuine indestructible martial body of the human clan. The power contained in the martial body was definitely at the sacred level. Even so, the Old Tortoise was still unable to destroy the incarnation of the demon. The incarnation attached itself to the undying demon blade and escaped into the chaos. Swoosh! Without any words, the demonic shadow directly attacked Gu Fei. A pitch-black blade, light, slashed over from afar, tearing through the void and slashing down on Gu Fei's head. How dare he attack a sage? In the eyes of others, Gu Fei was a sage. Even though sages were extinct in this world, others had reason to believe that Gu Fei was a sage. Because the powerful aura of a sage could not be concealed, no one could see through Gu Fei's actual strength. Gu Fei used the 8 desolation steps, leaving behind an afterimage on the spot, and instantly dodged the attack. This saber light contained the power of the demonic Tao, and even a sage would be in danger of dying if struck by it. The undying demon, Saint, was a great sage among the ancient demons. He created the 9-death demon technique and died 9 times in 100 lives. He cultivated 9 lives and obtained the 9-life undying demon body. It seemed that Old Tortoise did not catch up to the incarnation of the undying demon saint and did not kill it to avoid future troubles. Seeing that Gu Fei had dodged the attack, the undying demon saint did not chase after him. Instead, he directly rushed towards the gates of hell in the sky. His goal was not to kill Gu Fei, but to get to the land of saint burial. Damn it! Gu Fei was shocked and angry at the same time. He fell from the sky and landed on the ground. Boom! The earth trembled. He created a huge pit on the ground, and dust rose high into the sky. Rumble! The moment Gu Fei's feet landed on the ground, 9 dragon silhouettes shot out from the ground. They looked like 9 gigantic dragons that charged towards the undying demon Saint ferociously. Gu Fei drew the essence of the earth and condensed them into 9 huge dragons. This was the embodiment of the power of heaven and earth. Even the undying demon Saint would be moved by such an attack. This was a killing technique contained in the 9-colored divine crystal that Gu Fei had obtained that day. That day, Gu Fei and Zi Huang fought in the floating cloud city of the eastern domain of the heaven realm. It was a terrifying battle that could destroy heaven and earth. The floating cloud city of the eastern domain was not an ordinary divine city. The mysterious dragon great sage had set up the 9 dragons killing technique outside the divine city. The mysterious dragon great sage had used the 9 dragons killing technique to suppress this divine city. During that battle, the floating cloud city was completely destroyed. Even the 500 celestial emperors' combat weapons of the primordial Emperor Xian were destroyed. The mysterious dragon great sage's 9 dragons killing technique had also collapsed. In that battle, Gu Fei was the biggest winner. He had obtained the mysterious dragon great sage's 9-colored divine crystal, which contained a flawless killing technique. At this moment, Gu Fei unleashed his killing art. 9 gigantic dragons burst out from the ground, soaring 10,000 zhang into the sky, exuding a boundless might. The flawless killing technique left behind by the mysterious dragon great sage had displayed its terrifying power. The 9 huge dragons intercepted the undying demon saint, who was so powerful that even Gu Fei had to be wary of him. A devil Dao's saber appeared in the undying demon saint's hand. Then he slashed at the 9 huge dragons. Swoosh! The saber light passed by, and the 9 huge dragons were directly cut down by the saber light of the undying demon saber. The undying demon saber was a peerless demonic saber refined by the great sage of demons. With a slash, the heaven and earth void could be split apart. It contained the destructive power of the devil Dao. Gu Fei knew that the 9 dragons killing technique could only stop the undying demon saint for a while. He did not think that the 9 dragons killing technique could kill this demon on the spot. His purpose was to stop the undying demon saint. Although the undying demon saint had only paused for a while, it was enough for Gu Fei. He used the 8 desolation steps and soared into the sky, charging towards the undying demon saint. Rumble, he activated the power of the earth, and the 9 huge dragons circled around him. The entire heaven and earth trembled under this power. He had increased the power of the 9 dragons killing technique to a terrifying level. Swoosh! The undying demon saint only had 1 slash. The power of the devil Dao was vast and mighty. The pitch-black saber light was terrifying. The saber light of the undying demon saber could destroy everything. A great sage demonic weapon was too terrifying. One should know that this was a divine weapon of the devil Dao, second only to the extreme path demonic weapon. It had the power to destroy heaven and earth. Buzz! Gu Fei sensed danger. An ancient cauldron rushed out from his dantian and floated above his head. At the same time, the undying demon saber light had already destroyed the 9 huge dragons around Gu Fei. Clang! The undying demon saber light emitted a terrifying wave and ruthlessly slashed at the ancient cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head. It let out an ear-piercing sound. Traces of blood seeped out from the ears of the mighty figures of the Dao-severing realm who were watching from afar. The undying demon saber light was repelled by the mighty wave from the mountain and river cauldron. It then dissipated into nothingness in the void. Even the undying demon saint was affected and took a few steps back. The mountain and river cauldron floating above Gu Fei's head shook continuously after being hit by the great sage demonic weapon. It almost fell from the sky. This was a battle between divine weapons. Logically speaking, a great sage weapon was no match for an extreme path divine weapon. Without any suspense, the undying demon saber light was repelled. This is the undying demon saint's body emitted a strong wave of divine thoughts. He seemed to have recognized the origin of the ancient cauldron floating above Gufei's head. In this world, the only thing that could withstand a blow from a great saint-level devil weapon, other than other great saint-level holy weapons, was an extreme holy weapon. A great sage divine weapon was rare even in the ancient untainted world, especially a great sage ancient cauldron. A great sage ancient cauldron could only be found in the cauldron of all medicines, which was refined by the medicine saint of the human tribe. This ancient cauldron was not the cauldron of all medicines, but the legendary extreme path divine weapon, the mountain and river cauldron. The extreme path divine weapon, the mountain and river cauldron, had disappeared for countless years. Even in the ancient untainted world, this ancient cauldron was nowhere to be found. Unexpectedly, after countless years, the mountain and river cauldron actually appeared in this world. Boom! The mountain and river cauldron displayed a terrifying power that could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The vast and mighty primordial chaos chi rushed towards the undying demon saint. The void below the ancient cauldron was annihilated. Even the undying demon saint's expression changed when faced with such an attack. He broke through the void immediately and rushed out from under the ancient cauldron. Even though he had the undying devil blade in his hand, he did not dare to go head-on against the mountain and river cauldron. One should know that the mountain and river cauldron was an extreme path divine weapon. The divine weapon had already nurtured a godly soul, which was a weapon soul that only an extreme path divine weapon could possess. The aura of the undying devil blade was too strong. If such a fluctuation could awaken the sleeping weapon soul within the extreme path divine weapon, it would definitely be a disaster for the demons. Once the weapon soul of the extreme path divine weapon was awakened, even if there was no one to control it, the weapon would still attack the enemy. Even if a strand of the godly aura of the extreme path divine weapon leaked out, it was enough to crush a mountain. If the extreme path divine weapon was fully awakened, it could even sink an entire region. The undying demon saint knew how powerful it was. All he could do was to keep retreating to prevent the undying devil blade from colliding with the mountain and river cauldron again. The undying demon saint did not want to awaken the weapon soul within the mountain and river cauldron. Kill! Gufei did not have any scruples. He attacked with all his might, driving the mountain and river cauldron towards the undying demon saint. The power of a martial sage spread out in all directions, freezing the space and affecting the undying demon saint's movement speed. Chapter 1326. Just as Gufei was hesitating whether he should enter the gate of hell or not, an incarnation of the undying demon saint suddenly appeared. A great battle was unavoidable. The incarnation of the undying demon saint was severely injured in the battle with the old tortoise. However, this demon seemed to have completely recovered. The undying demon blade displayed a great demonic power, forcing Gufei to use his trump card, the heaven and earth cauldron of mountains and rivers, to fight against it. Rumble, the cauldron of mountains and rivers, emitted boundless divine power and pressed down from the sky. Streams of primordial chaos chi fell from above like chaotic dragons, shaking the heavens and earth. The whole world was shaking, and the ground below was sinking. Even though it had not displayed its saint power, it had caused a great destruction in the void. Bang! The undying demon saint fell from the sky, and endless demonic chi was dissipating. Even with the great saint-level demon weapon, the undying demon blade, he could not withstand the power of the cauldron of mountains and rivers. Buzz! The cauldron of mountains and rivers shook, and transparent ripples spread out in all directions with the cauldron as the center, suppressing everything. An ancient cauldron became the only thing in the world. The terrifying pressure made everyone tremble from the depths of their souls, as if they were facing a supreme existence in the world. Could it be the legendary item? It can't be. Didn't that thing disappear in ancient times? Those who could come near the gate of hell were all emperors who had cut down their das. In normal times, such an existence would definitely be a hero. Moreover, there were many forces in the heaven realm that had existed for countless years, such as the Tao sect in the heaven realm and the Li clan that claimed to have the bloodline of the supreme Tao ancestor. The golden spiritual apes in the eastern land, the Tai Huang clan, and the Sky Demon clan, the Tianpeng clan, and so on. These were all forces that had existed for countless years. These ancient forces all had ancient books that recorded all kinds of great secrets of the world. Many people had already thought that this ancient cauldron that could suppress the undying demon blade might be the legendary item. If it really was that legendary thing, then it would be incredible. The entire heavenly realm would probably go crazy for it. Even if this thing was in the hands of a real sage, there would probably be people who would try to snatch it. Rumble, the cauldron of mountains and rivers descended from the sky, crushing everything in its path. Nothing was left behind. Everything was destroyed. Even the sky and earth were destroyed. The entire ground was sinking. This scene was too terrifying, and everyone was shocked. No one dared to go up, because no one wanted to die. Gu Fei stood on top of the mountain and river cauldron, stepping on the ancient cauldron. As the ancient cauldron descended from the sky, endless demonic chi was obliterated. The undying devil saint had already been suppressed into the ground. This demon was protected by the undying sky demon blade, so it would not be easy to kill him unless the mountain and river cauldron truly awakened and displayed its true extreme saint might. The undying devil saint was quite powerful. He directly shattered the void with the undying sky demon blade and escaped into the chaotic void once again. The undying devil saint cultivated the 9 deaths devil art. After 100 reincarnations, he experienced 9 births and 9 deaths and cultivated 9 devil lives. This was only one of the 9 lives. As long as the other lives existed, he would be able to return from the chaotic void. There was a subtle connection between the 9 lives of the undying devil saint. Because of this, the undying devil saint could freely enter and exit the chaotic void without getting lost. If it was someone else, they would definitely not dare to enter the chaotic void frequently. One should know that once one got lost in the chaotic void, even a sage would not be able to come out. They would be trapped there until they died. What a pity! The undying devil saint's chi completely disappeared. Gu Fei knew that the demon had already escaped. If he wanted to kill this demon, he would have to make the mountain and river cauldron display its true extreme saint might. The mountain and river cauldron could suppress the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Once the extreme saint might was released, everything in the world would be frozen. No one could escape by shattering the void. Under this saint might, everything could be killed. Unless it was an extreme saint, no one would be able to escape. Gu Fei put away the mountain and river cauldron. Without hesitation, he directly rushed into the gate of hell in the sky that emitted endless blood light and entered the legendary saint burial ground. Whoosh! As soon as Gu Fei entered the saint burial ground, a thick death chi immediately rushed towards him. It was not completely dark inside the gate of hell, but the sky was gloomy and the death chi was vast and mighty. There was not a single trace of life. On the ground, there were many hills. Each hill was like a huge mountain, and one could not see the end of it at a glance. Grave. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked at this scene. Could it be that these hills are all graves? Are there sages buried in these graves? If that was really the case, then it would truly be too shocking. How could there be so many sages in the world? This was absolutely impossible. Gu Fei directly punched a hill in front of him. With a bang, the entire hill was instantly shattered by the force of Gu Fei's punch. A skeleton fell from the dust. That's when Gu Fei saw the skeleton, he could not help but be shocked. It was an incomparably huge skeleton that still glowed with light. This was the skeleton of an unknown creature, and it was the size of a small hill. It was unknown how long this unknown creature had died. Its flesh and blood had already melted, but its bones were still as clear as divine jade. One could imagine that this creature was definitely a terrifying primordial beast when it was alive. Even if it was not a saint-level existence, it was definitely an almighty existence at the severing Tao level. Is this really a grave? Gu Fei could not help but feel his scalp go numb. Each hill was a grave, and he could not see the end of these graves at a glance. A thick death qi shrouded these graves. Someone had buried the corpses of countless powerful existences here. Someone wants to condense death qi. Could it be that they're refining corpses? Gu Fei could not help but think of the corpse refinement sect that had been annihilated by the alliance of the various ancient factions. This method seemed to really be nurturing corpses. Someone is nurturing sacred corpses. Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he thought of this. The so-called land of saint burial seemed to be an incomparably huge place for nurturing corpses. Such a large scale was truly unimaginable. Although he was shocked, Gu Fei did not stop. He directly flew towards the depths of this dusky world. He wanted to know what was in the depths of the land of saint burial. He was very cautious and was not in a hurry. It was impossible to be careless in a place like this. If he was not careful, he would most likely be buried here. White bones could be seen everywhere around the hills on the ground. Among these remains were bones that were almost rotten, and there were also bones that were as clear as divine jade. Some of these bones were very extraordinary and had blurry marks branded on them. This was a sign that one's cultivation had reached the peak of the Tao severing realm. The owner of these bones was most likely a half-step saint. Gu Fei did not find it strange at all that a half-step saint had fallen in this place. The power of the world in this part of the world had already been changed by someone, turning this part of the world into a land of death where death qi gathered. There was not a trace of life here. Swish! When Gu Fei was less than 100 miles into the land of saint burial, a black light that emitted an endless death qi suddenly shot out from a hill below and pierced towards Gu Fei. Gu Fei was shocked. This attack had come without any warning, causing his heart to skip a beat. He used the 8 desolation steps and left an afterimage, where he originally stood. In the next moment, he appeared more than 10 miles away. The black light of death flashed by and destroyed Gu Fei's afterimage. Roar! A roar rang out from one of the mountains below, causing the entire ground to tremble. A tall figure broke through the mountain and walked out. Boom! Endless death qi instantly spread out. It was a humanoid dead creature that looked like an evil spirit that had crawled out of hell. It was extremely terrifying. What is this thing? Gu Fei could not help but be shocked when he saw such an evil creature walk out from the hill. The death qi on this evil creature was too strong. This death qi was already comparable to the power of a Tao-severing almighty. This was a dead creature that was comparable to an almighty. It was truly inconceivable to Gu Fei. There were corpses in these graves that had gained sentience. Roar! The dead creature roared, and directly pounced towards Gu Fei. Gray death chi immediately engulfed the world and shrouded half the sky. Humph! Gu Fei sneered. He did not care about an inanimate creature of this level. He directly punched out, causing visible transparent ripples to appear. Buzz! The void shook violently, and the monstrous gray aura of death immediately dissipated into nothingness. The inanimate object in the aura of death was also shattered by Gu Fei's fist force. If an ordinary almighty encountered this dead creature, they might be in danger. However, this dead creature was nothing in front of Gu Fei. It was directly blown up by his punch. At this time, Gu Fei felt that it was necessary to invite He Tian out. It should be known that He Tian's attainments in formations were far beyond the formation grandmasters in the heaven realm. As soon as he thought of this, Gu Fei opened up a void, and a figure fell out from it. This is when that person fell out of the void and saw the surrounding scenery. His face immediately showed an extremely shocked expression. It was as if he had seen the most unbelievable thing in the world. This person was He Tian. At this time, Gu Fei's main body was still in the void and had no intention of coming out. It should be known that no one knew what dangers there were in the land of Saint Burial. The Saint-grade battle avatar had only just entered this place when it had already been attacked by a dead creature. There were definitely even more terrifying dangers waiting for Gu Fei ahead. Chapter 1327. The aura of death in the land of Saint Burial was so strong that it cut off all life. Nothing could survive in such a place. As soon as He Tian fell out of the void, he immediately felt his own life aura begin to leak out, frightening him out of his wits. His life was slipping away. This was his life. Without it, his life would come to an end. The land of Saint Burial was a place that devoured all life. He Tian hurriedly activated the divine weapon in his body. A sphere of astral light rose up from the top of his head, shining with resplendent astral light. The astral light cascaded downwards, enveloping He Tian within, isolating him from the terrifying death chi around him. With that, his life force was no longer lost. This place, when He Tian saw the surrounding landscape, he was shocked to the extreme. Under the dusky sky, he could see mountains towering over the land. He couldn't even see the end of them. This was a tomb. Gu Fei had already confirmed it. The land was filled with endless tombs. This scene left even someone as knowledgeable as He Tian dumbfounded. He couldn't speak for a long time. What do you see? Seeing He Tian's expression, Gu Fei knew that this was another heaven-defying place. Someone had laid out an unimaginable trap. Incredible! This place is no worse than the Great Tomb. Erebus was stunned for a long time before he recovered and said such words. His words caused Gu Fei's heart to tremble involuntarily. No worse than the Great Tomb? What did that mean? It had to be known that the Great Tomb had given birth to a Tao embryo, a complete Tao fruit. Whoever obtained this Tao fruit would have a chance of becoming a saint. Right now, everyone was fighting for the Tao fruit that had emerged from the great necropolis. Everyone wanted to become a saint. Even the old tortoise had used his ultimate demon weapon, the Grand Imperial Seal. But there seemed to be no result. At that time, Gu Fei had yet to obtain a saint-tier battle avatar, so he did not have the power to compete with those peerless figures for the hope of becoming a saint. He could only retreat. His eyes lit up when he heard He Tian's words. The land of Saint Burial was no less powerful than the peerless Great Tomb. Could it be that something heaven-defying had been nurtured inside as well? Death leads to life. Death leads to death. Endless death can give birth to a bit of life. If my guess is correct, someone wants to obtain a legendary heaven-defying item. He Tian's attainments in array formations were not to be underestimated. He observed the general situation of heaven and earth and seemed to have seen something. What heaven-defying thing? Gu Fei was very curious. The land of buried saints seemed to be like a peerless tomb. Someone had used a heaven-defying method to set up all of this. This kind of extravagance was too shocking. Perhaps only the existence of the extreme Tao would be able to do this. Ordinary saints would definitely not be able to do this. I haven't seen that thing yet, so I can't say for sure, said He Tian. His frivolous expression had already vanished, replaced with incomparable seriousness. Gu Fei had never seen He Tian so serious before. Then what are we waiting for? With that, Gu Fei flew into the depths of the dusky world. He didn't use his 8 steps, as he needed to be extremely careful in this kind of place. He Tian hastily followed. Endless mountains stretched into the depths of this world. As Gu Fei and He Tian went deeper, the surrounding aura of death grew stronger. They could even sense strands of death aura seeping out from the mountains and gathering in the depths of this world. Roar! Suddenly, a world-shaking roar came from the distance. The power of death was vast and mighty, causing the entire world to tremble. It was terrifying to the extreme. Then another wave of immortal aura came from that direction. This aura wasn't unfamiliar to Gu Fei. It belonged to the immortal incarnation. Although it had lost to the demon outside the gates of hell, it hadn't suffered any heavy injuries and still entered the land of buried saints. The incarnation fighting the mysterious great demon was incomparably powerful. Although it wasn't a true saint, it could still display the power of a saint. However, such a powerful incarnation seemed to have run into quite a bit of trouble while fighting the unknown creature of death. This shocked Gu Fei and the others. That unknown undead creature roared again and again. The immortal Tao incarnation seemed to be unable to suppress that undead creature at all and was fighting endlessly against it. At the same time, several powerful auras came from the depths of this world. Powerful figures who had entered this part of the world were taking action. Did those people find that heaven-defying thing? Asked He Tian in shock. Let's go. Gu Fei grabbed He Tian and was about to use the 8 steps of extreme, but at that moment a gigantic bone claw swiped at Gu Fei and He Tian from the dusky sky. What? Gu Fei and He Tian were both shocked. The bone claw enveloped the entire sky and exuded boundless power of death. It was like a death claw from hell. An unimaginably powerful aura of death descended from the sky. The star above He Tian's head dimmed, and the power of his divine weapon was suppressed. Swish! 9 rays of immortal light shot out from Gu Fei's body. The vast power of the immortal Tao repelled the descending aura of death and protected He Tian, a saint-grade battle avatar, refined by a great saint of the primordial era, was equivalent to a saint body of the immortal Tao. After Gu Fei's primordial spirit took over, he could use this saint-grade battle avatar to display all kinds of immortal Tao divine arts. Sword cleaving the heavens, Gu Fei roared. His long hair fluttered as a resplendent sword light rushed out from his dantian. It emitted boundless sword chi that soared into the sky. Clang! The startling sword rainbow collided with the skeletal hand that was grabbing down from the sky, producing an ear-piercing sound. The sword light that could cut through the heavens, and the earth actually failed to shatter the skeletal hand, only cutting off the middle finger of the hand. Roar! A furious roar resounded in the sky. A gigantic figure appeared in the dusky sky. It was a bone body the size of a mountain. Within the malevolent head, there was a radiant soul light like the sun. As soon as this undead creature appeared, Gu Fei and He Tian felt endless pressure. This was a terrifying existence that might be comparable to a saint. How can there be such a powerful undead creature here? Gu Fei and He Tian were aghast. The bone hand that came down from the sky belonged to this undead creature. The undead creature was enraged. These two ants actually cut off one of its fingers. It was infuriated. Bang! The gigantic bone hand slammed down from the sky again. This time, the entire sky was shattered. The power of death and destruction swept towards Gu Fei and He Tian. Chapter 1328. A terrifying undead creature suddenly appeared and launched a terrifying attack at Gu Fei. This level of attack was definitely at the saint rank. This was an undead creature comparable to a sage. Rumble, the giant skeletal hand, slammed down on Gu Fei. The void instantly crumbled like a piece of paper. The power of destruction and death converged into an extremely terrifying energy storm that engulfed everything. How can there be such an existence in the land of saint burial? Gu Fei was shocked. He had just approached the depths of the land of saint burial, and he had already encountered an undead creature of this level. This was something he had never expected, a saint-rank undead creature. It was no wonder that even Dao-severing experts were unable to return after entering this place. Killing such a terrifying creature was as easy as pinching an ant to death. He used the 8 desolation steps and moved like a bolt of lightning. With just one step, he had already rushed out of the encirclement of the skeletal hand with He Tian. This is too terrifying. The power of death here is too thick. I'm afraid it's even thicker than the Naraka realm. He Tian's voice trembled. An undead creature of this level was not something he could contend with. Bam! Gu Fei did not hesitate and immediately used an immortal divine technique. 9 dragons soared into the sky, shaking the heavens and the earth as they rushed towards the mountain-like undead creature in the sky. This was the 9 dragons killing technique that Gu Fei had obtained from the mysterious dragon great sage. It was a killing technique created by a great sage, and its power was unimaginable. The 9-colored divine crystal that he had obtained back then contained a flawless killing technique. This flawless killing technique was the 9 dragons killing technique created by the mysterious dragon great sage. Each dragon was like a real dragon that had descended from the 9 heavens. They emitted an endless draconic might as their huge bodies tore the void apart. Roar! The undead creature also felt the danger. Gu Fei's 9 dragons killing technique posed a threat to it, causing it to feel uneasy. Boom! The undead creature opened its mouth and spat out a gray, deathly aura. The deathly aura spread out in an instant and enveloped the entire world. The deathly aura then rushed towards the 9 dragon shadows. This deathly aura was terrifying to the extreme. It was unknown how long this undead creature had nurtured this aura. At this time, it spat out a mouthful of it, causing the sun and moon to lose their luster. The entire world seemed to be corroded by this deathly aura. Fortunately, there was no life in the land of saint burial. If the undead creature had spat out this deathly aura outside the land of saint burial, it would have instantly wiped out all life in an area and devoured countless creatures. The 9 dragons were enveloped by an endless deathly aura. The 9 dragon shadows disappeared within the deathly aura, and the 9 dragons killing technique was broken just like that. This made Gu Fei extremely shocked. This undead creature was much more terrifying than he had imagined. A monstrous deathly aura swept down from the sky, causing the void to be annihilated. This was the power of death of a saint. Anyone below the saint realm would undoubtedly die upon coming into contact with this deathly aura. Gu Fei's entire body flickered with divine light. 9 strands of immortal light revolved around him, forming a barrier of light that kept the surging power of death outside of his body. At the same time, it also protected my Tian. However, the deathly aura immediately dimmed the immortal light around his body. This deathly aura seemed to be able to corrode all energy. Buzz. Gu Fei formed a seal with both hands and activated the yin-yang seal of life and death. A large seal of yin and yang appeared in front of him. He then violently shook the seal, causing the power of yin and yang to spread out in all directions and disperse the deathly aura. The mountain-like, undead creature appeared high up in the sky. Swoosh! Gu Fei's killing technique was unleashed one after another. A ray of purple divine light shot out from between his eyebrows. The power of his primordial spirit surged out and turned into a sword, slashing at the undead creature. The Tao rhythm of the primordial spirit Tao sword flowed, capable of cutting through anything in the world. Its speed was extremely fast, and it immediately pierced through the skull of the undead creature, cutting the soul fire that was as dazzling as a divine sun in half. Roar! The undead creature roared. It seemed to be going crazy after being cut by the primordial spirit Tao sword. A large portion of the soul fire in its skull was instantly extinguished, causing its strength to plummet. The primordial spirit Tao sword was definitely the bane of this undead creature. This terrifying undead creature's strength was reduced from the saint realm to the celestial sovereign realm by Gu Fei. The power of an undead creature came from the soul power in its skull. If the soul power in its skull was destroyed, the undead creature's soul would be completely destroyed, and it would be killed again. If I had known this would happen, I would have used the primordial spirit Tao sword earlier. Gu Fei did not expect such an outcome. A single primordial spirit Tao sword was able to reduce the strength of this undead creature from the saint realm. The primordial spirit Tao sword is specialized in restraining the power of souls. He Tian also saw the profoundness behind this. With a large portion of its soul fire extinguished, the undead creature was no longer ferocious. Gu Fei soared into the sky and blasted a punch at this undead creature that was as huge as a mountain. Bam! A large portion of the skeleton was smashed by Gu Fei's punch. Countless bone fragments and ashes rained down from the sky. The crystal-clear skeleton that was like divine jade couldn't withstand a single punch from Gu Fei. There was no suspense in the following battle. Gu Fei took out the primordial spirit Tao sword again and extinguished a large portion of the undead creature's soul fire. This undead creature was completely powerless to fight back. In the end, even the small mountain-like skull was plucked off by Gu Fei. Gu Fei extracted the pure soul fire from the skull. It would be too much of a waste if this kind of soul fire were to be directly dispersed. Therefore, he directly dispersed the remnant divine, sense within the soul fire, and kept the soul fire. An undead creature could evolve to a level comparable to a saint. This made Gu Fei think of the undead creatures that came from the Naraka realm in his inner world. As Gu Fei's strength increased, he had almost forgotten about the undead creatures in his inner world. Now that he thought about it, there seemed to be a lot of room for them to evolve. After Gu Fei killed this saint-level undead creature, the energy waves from other regions grew stronger. Many people who entered the land of saints were in danger. Even with saint-level strength, the land of saints was not safe. It seems like there is more than one saint-level undead creature. Gu Fei and He Tian were extremely shocked. It was already amazing that one saint-level undead creature could be born. It was definitely unusual for so many saint-level undead creatures to appear in the land of saints. Chapter 1329. Saint-rank undead creatures appeared one after another, causing Gu Fei and He Tian to be extremely shocked. This was not a good sign. It must be known that a single saint-rank undead creature was already incredible, but there were so many of them here. This was beyond common sense. A mountain cannot hold two tigers. How could so many saint-rank undead creatures appear at the same place at the same time? Gu Fei and He Tian did not go to watch the battle. Many great figures who entered the land of Saint Burial encountered terrifying attacks. The saint-rank undead creatures seemed to be guarding something. Roar! A terrifying roar came from afar, shaking the heavens and earth. In that direction, the aura of death was overflowing. A powerful life force was dissipating. Some experts had been killed by the undead creatures. In another direction, the endless aura of death was scattered. A death aura, not weaker than a saint-rank one, was rapidly weakening. Another powerful saint-rank power was suppressing this death aura. Some saint-rank undead creatures were being suppressed and killed. All the big shots of the heavenly realm had come. Some of them came with holy weapons that could kill saint-rank undead creatures. Their holy power was vast and mighty, shocking the heavens. When such a character took action, it was like a hot knife cutting through butter. It was unstoppable. Let's go. Gu Fei and He Tian no longer hesitated. If they let others obtain the things inside the land of Saint Burial, they would have wasted all their efforts. Since they had already entered the land of Saint Burial, they might as well fight with those people. As Gu Fei and the others continued to go deeper, the huge hills gradually decreased. Moreover, the hills also became shorter. However, He Tian's brows furrowed even more. This is an incomparably ancient tomb. Someone has already set up all of this since the ancient era, or perhaps even the primordial era, Erebus said. Although the ancient tombs had become sparse, the aura of death here had become even stronger. Moreover, Gu Fei and the others noticed that some of the tombs had already collapsed and cracked. It seemed like something had drilled out from inside. What a terrifying land of death. How extravagant! The more Gu Fei looked at it, the more shocked he felt. This ancient tomb gave off a feeling of endless vicissitudes. This was the tomb of an ancient expert. Could it be that the saint-level undead creatures originated from here? Gu Fei and the rest walked very slowly. He Tian was carefully observing the forces of heaven and earth. He Tian's attainments in array formations were of great help to them. The land of absolute death was not as simple as it seemed on the surface. The power of the world here had already changed. The tombs were not simply standing on the ground. He Tian continued to deduce and stop from time to time. He managed to avoid many deadly traps, but the others were not as lucky as him. Someone in the nearby region had triggered a restriction, and the endless gray, deathly aura had completely submerged that region in an instant. Roar! Someone roared. The expert trapped in the deathly aura wanted to rush out as a divine light flashed in the midst of the deathly aura. However, the power of heaven and earth was in operation. There was no longer any suspense about the outcome of the expert who had rushed into the deathly aura. That person only struggled for a moment before he lost all signs of life. The gray, deathly aura was vast and mighty. This deathly aura was too powerful, and it was enough to obliterate an expert. Gu Fei and He Tian were watching this scene from afar. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. How could someone who could rush into this place be a weakling? Every one of them was an expert among experts. However, even such an existence had fallen. The land of Saint Burial could bury saints. This didn't seem to be a legend. This place could really obliterate saints. Gu Fei and He Tian continued to move forward. The deathly aura in front of them was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. It was a deathly gray world with terrifying figures moving about inside. Don't tell me there's also a terrifying existence from the palace of the moon deities here. Gu Fei and He Tian had to stop. When the palace of the moon deities appeared in the eastern land, countless people had died. Almost half of the saints had fallen there. There were also sacred corpses buried in the palace of the moon deities. Moreover, the inextinguishable evil thoughts of the sacred corpses had turned into an extremely evil corpse monster. A saint-level corpse monster was simply invincible. No one knew how many corpses were buried under the walls of the palace of the moon deities. An extremely evil and ferocious thing formed from the evil thoughts of the saints. Tian couldn't help but change his expression. Such an evil thing was like the descent of a saint. It was invincible. If such an evil thing appeared in the land of saint burial, it would definitely be a disaster. Bang! At this moment, a tremor came from afar. A mighty holy power came, causing Gu Fei and Tian to feel a tremor in their souls. Someone was attacking with a holy weapon. The deathly gray world in front of them immediately surged. The dense deathly aura was vast and mighty, and a terrifying roar came from within. A terrifying creature has really been born. When Gu Fei and Tian heard this terrifying roar, their expressions immediately changed. An extremely evil aura came from the front. Humph! A tall figure with an ancient seal floating above his head appeared. Rays of divine light fell from the ancient seal and protected him. He directly broke through the heavy deathly aura and rushed into the deathly gray world in front of them. That person was surrounded by divine light. He was like a god of war descending from the ninth heaven. He was fearless and directly killed his way into the terrifying death zone in front of them. One could imagine that all the deathly aura in the entire land of Saint Burial had gathered here. The power of this death energy was absolutely unimaginable. It was a god emperor, and he was coming with a holy weapon. Soon, a terrifying energy fluctuation came from the death zone in front of them. The god emperor was fighting with the terrifying existence in the death zone. The deathly aura in front of them was vast and mighty. Roars continuously sounded from all directions. Several saint-level death energy erupted, alarming the terrifying undead creatures. Gu Fei and Tian were incomparably shocked. It was hard to imagine that the land of Saint Burial was actually so terrifying. Inner world energy spread out from Gu Fei's Dantian and enveloped him and Tian, isolating all of their auras. In this death zone, Gu Fei and Tian's exuberant life force was like a bright lamp in the night, attracting the undead creatures. If they didn't isolate their exuberant life force, they would immediately be targeted by the terrifying saint-level undead creatures. Gu Fei and Tian weren't the only ones who had the ability to isolate their auras. Anyone who could enter the land of Saint Burial and make it this far was not a weakling. In the depths of the death zone, the god emperor fought with the unknown existence. Powerful holy might surged from the front, shaking the heavens. However, the god emperor's aura was quickly suppressed, and his holy might weakened. The unknown existence was actually able to contend against a holy weapon. Boom! In the end, there was a loud noise as an ancient seal broke through the void and rushed out from the death zone, instantly disappearing from Gu Fei and Tian's line of sight. The result of the battle was already clear. The god emperor who had come with a holy weapon had been defeated. Even his body seemed to have been destroyed by the unknown existence in the depths of the death zone. The holy weapon refined by an ancient saint had the power to destroy heaven and earth, but it still wasn't enough. This made Gu Fei and Tian's hearts palpitate. If even the god emperor who had come with a holy weapon had been defeated, then who would truly be able to enter the depths of the land of Saint Burial and seize the supreme divine treasury? What should we do? Asked Tian. The unknown existence in the death zone was terrifying, but Gu Fei had a holy weapon of extreme path. Holy weapons of extreme path were not ordinary holy weapons. There was simply no comparison between the two. Let's wait and see. Gu Fei wasn't in a hurry because he had already sensed several powerful auras appearing in the nearby area. Experts had arrived, and these experts all gave off saint-level energy waves. Although these powerhouses weren't sages, they were able to display the power of sages. Of course, such combat strength couldn't be compared to that of a true sage. Terrifying roars rose and fell in the dusky sky. Many terrifying undead creatures broke through the ground and rushed toward the several auras that were as exuberant as divine suns. Gu Fei and He Tian were hidden in the sky as they watched this scene. A golden figure stood in the void in front of them. His entire body was emitting a dazzling golden light that illuminated the entire world. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty between the heavens and the earth. That person was like a dazzling golden divine sun. This was a powerful semi-saint who cultivated in the path of divinity. The power of the metal element was monstrous. Roar! A terrifying undead creature appeared. A vast aura of death spread out, immediately suppressing the golden divine light and causing the entire world to darken. It was a dragon-shaped undead creature. Its dragon-shaped skeletal body was thousands of meters long. The soul fire in the dragon's head was as dazzling as a green divine sun. The dark green soul fire in the dragon's skull emitted an endless aura of death. Humph, you're courting death. The semi-saint made his move. A golden light rushed out from the top of his head and shone toward the skeletal dragon. The endless aura of death dissipated under the golden light. That's an ancient golden mirror hovered above the half-step saint's head, and the ray of divine light came from the ancient golden mirror. Buzz! The ancient mirror trembled, and ancient golden Tao patterns appeared on its surface. A powerful Tao energy condensed. This was a powerful sacred tool. Swish! The golden mirror flashed with extreme speed. The lower half of the skeletal dragon's body immediately dissipated under the golden light. The saint-level skeletal body was severely injured. The semi-saint wielded a sacred tool and displayed a formidable combat strength. Swish! The golden divine light flashed again. The upper half of the skeletal dragon's body instantly turned into nothingness under the golden divine light. Even the soul light was completely dispersed. Chapter 1330. The power of metal filled the sky and the earth. Endless golden light dispelled the heavy deathly chi. The metal saint wielding the holy weapon showed the terrifying strength of a saint. A sacred rank undead creature was instantly killed by the metal saint weapon. Just as the half-step saint weapon was about to kill the sacred rank undead creature, a terrifying roar came from the death zone ahead. The unknown terrifying existence was alarmed, but it didn't rush out from the death zone. However, the deathly aura coming from the death zone made people's hearts palpitate. At the same time, in other areas, there were also people taking action. Saint-level undead were killed one after another. The mighty saint aura came from the heavenly realm. Almost half of the heavenly realm's big shots had arrived. Moreover, these existences also brought their heritage. Several saint-level fluctuations came from different directions. Boom! The metal element semi-sage emitted a brilliant golden light, like an innate metal element deity. He strode directly in the void and walked into the zone of death ahead. The endless deathly chi was blocked by the bright golden light, unable to get close to the metal saint. The death zone was the central area of the land of saint burial. The deathly chi there was so dense that it almost condensed into a liquid state. The golden divine mirror floated above the metal saint's head like a golden sun. The vast and mighty saint power came out. Even the dense deathly chi was dispelled by the light of the mirror. Soon, the golden figure, which was hard to look at directly, disappeared in the deathly gray death chi. Roar. A terrifying roar came from the depths of the death zone ahead. Obviously, the metal saint had encountered the unknown existence in the depths of the death zone. Gu Fei and He Tian looked at this scene coldly from the sky. They were not in a hurry, because there would be someone to scout the way for them. A great battle broke out in the depths of the death zone. Two saint-level powers were colliding. From time to time, golden light would pierce through the void from the depths of the death zone and shoot out. This was the terrifying power of a saint level. The power of a half-step saint using a saint weapon was completely different from that of a Tao-severing emperor using a saint weapon. The terrifying power of a saint spread out from the depths of the death zone, shaking the whole world. True saintly might shook the heavens and the earth, causing all living beings to tremble. This was an existence that stood at the peak of all living beings. Will that person succeed? He Tian muttered to himself. Although the unknown existence in the depths of the death zone was powerful, the arrival of a half-saint with a saint weapon was equivalent to the arrival of a true saint. No one could guess who would be the winner. The land of saint burial was filled with danger and endless killing tribulations. None of those who could make it here were weak. The giants of the heaven realm were the strongest among the strong. After the metal saint entered the zone of death, a few others entered the zone of death in succession. In the depths of the land of death, an even more powerful saint-level aura emerged. There was a saint weapon fully awakening, releasing an extremely terrifying saint might. As the giants made their moves, the power of death was suppressed by the saint might that erupted. The full awakening of the saint weapon was equivalent to the arrival of a saint. Oh no, if those guys join forces, I'm afraid they can really fight their way into the place where the corpse of a saint is buried. He Tian couldn't help but feel a little nervous. Who didn't want to become a saint? He Tian was no exception. The land of saint burial probably gave birth to something that defied the heavens. There might be a little vitality in the endless chi of death, which was absolutely heaven-defying. Whoever could obtain the vitality born from the endless chi of death might be able to seize the fortune of heaven and earth, and then become a saint. Then let's make our move too. Gu Fei said. Not us. You'll have to make your move. He Tian shook his head. A battle of this level was definitely not something he could intervene in. With his current cultivation and strength, it was impossible for him to resist the power of a saint. Gu Fei didn't say much and directly put He Tian into the inner world in his Dan Tian. He then used the desolate steps and rushed into the land of death in front of him. The chi of death that had accumulated for who knew how many years emitted a terrifying aura of death. As soon as Gu Fei rushed in, he felt his own essence, chi, and spirit leaking out. The saint-level battle avatar's doppelganger dimmed a little. With 8 steps, Gu Fei was unparalleled in the world. He took a few steps and entered the depths of the land of death, quickly rushing in the direction of the battle. Roar! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out. Then, a large hand rushed out of the gray chi of death and slapped at Gu Fei. Buzz! The void trembled, and an ancient cauldron rushed out of Gu Fei's dantian, directly smashing at the large hand. Bang! The large hand that emitted the endless chi of death was smashed and shattered. Boom! Endless chi of death exploded in front of him. A tall figure appeared in Gu Fei's sight. It was a humanoid dead creature with long gray hair. When Gu Fei saw this dead creature, his pupils involuntarily shrank. This was a zombie. It was a corpse that had been buried under the earth for countless years. It had absorbed the chi of the earth and condensed its spirit again. This zombie was extremely terrifying. Just the death aura emitted from its body was enough to make Gu Fei feel a terrifying pressure. This undead creature was not the unknown creature that could fight a saint-level creature in the land of death. Bang! Gufei didn't say anything. He directly punched at the zombie that was approaching him step by step. The terrifying fist force rushed forward like a surging river. Roar! The long-haired zombie let out a roar, and all the gray hair on its body stood up. Sensing danger, it didn't dare to be careless, and threw out a punch as well. Bang! Kacha! Gufei's fist and the long-haired zombie corpse's fist collided fiercely. The long-haired zombie corpse's arm was directly broken, and the latter was sent flying hundreds of feet away. Whoosh! Gufei used the 8 desolation steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. He instantly caught up with the flying zombie and stomped on its head. Rumble, the sound of wind and thunder came from under his feet. The first step of the 8 kill steps triggered the power of destruction between the heaven and earth. The entire void under his feet was collapsing. The zombie with long hair was also amazing. At the critical moment, it avoided the attack on its head. Then, Gufei stomped on its chest. Boom! The zombie's entire body exploded. Not a single drop of blood splashed out. The zombie seemed to be a dried-up corpse. Its blood vessels had already dried up. The zombie had the power of a saint-level expert. However, it was not enough in front of Gufei. It should be known that a saint-level battle puppet was a holy weapon refined by a great saint of the human race. The power of such a holy weapon was second only to a holy weapon of extreme path. It was called a great holy weapon. Friend, you have such a powerful technique. A voice suddenly sounded nearby. A dark and thin old man silently walked out from the deathly energy. This person looked like a devil that crawled out from hell. His whole body was surrounded by deathly energy. Who are you? Gufei suddenly turned around. His eyes flickered as he looked at the dark and thin old man. His tone and expression were filled with hostility. I am from the Undying Mountain, the dark and thin old man said. The Undying Mountain. Gufei was shocked to hear this. He had never expected to meet someone from the Undying Mountain here. It should be known that the Undying Mountain was also a famous, ominous place in the heaven realm. People from the Undying Mountain were surrounded by deathly energy. They cultivated the power of death and were feared by everyone. Gufei hadn't spent much time in the heaven realm, but he had heard many secrets of the cultivation world. The Undying Mountain was also a forbidden zone in the heaven realm. Friend, how about we join forces? The dark and thin old man said. His squinted eyes flickered from time to time, as if they would open at any time. Join forces? Gufei was startled to hear this. However, he immediately thought of the reason. It seemed that no one had joined forces with this guy. He had been rejected by everyone. People from the Undying Mountain weren't welcomed. If you and I join forces, we might be able to open the Saint Burial Ground before everyone else and obtain the legendary peerless treasures. The dark and thin old man from the Undying Mountain tried to persuade Gufei. He had taken a fancy to Gufei's strength. This person could easily kill saint-rank undead creatures. This was an invincible killing blade that could be used by the old man. How could Gufei not know what this guy was planning? He smiled and said, I've always been a lone ranger and don't like to join forces with others. You should do as you please. The dark and thin old man thought for a moment and didn't say anything. He retreated into the surrounding deathly energy. If he couldn't persuade this person, then he shouldn't pester him. If he were to pester him and anger the other party, then it would bring about a fatal disaster. The dark and thin old man from the Undying Mountain was very shrewd. He didn't want to provoke Gufei. One must know that this was a ruthless person who could kill saint-rank undead creatures. The people from the Undying Mountain are here. Gu Fei looked in the direction where the dark and thin old man disappeared and muttered to himself. The people from the Undying Mountain usually didn't leave the mountain and were always cultivating on it. The emergence of the land of Saint Burial had even attracted the attention of such a sect. It was hard to imagine that the people of Undying Mountain were also interested in the things that had been bred in the depths of the land of Saint Burial. Gu Fei didn't think too much about it. He continued to move forward after killing the undead creature. Soon enough, he arrived near the area where the battle was taking place. A terrifying holy aura filled the sky and earth. Even though he was hundreds of miles away, he could still feel his soul trembling. That's Chapter 1331. The 10,000 feet tall giant dragon soared above the 9 heavens, stirring up endless death chi. The giant dragon claw reached down from the gray, cloud-shaped mist towards the golden figure below, shattering the void. This was a black giant dragon. The fluctuation of the death chi from its body was so strong that the whole heaven and earth trembled, as if it could be crushed by this giant figure at any time. This Gu Fei was hiding in the void with the anti-void secret technique. When he saw this scene, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded. He never thought that there would be such a terrifying existence in the depths of the death zone. There was a giant dragon in the depths of the death zone. This was too shocking. The giant dragon spewed out death chi, clashing with the golden figure. It was actually using its body to resist the sacred weapon. It was a saint-level dragon, and it possessed a saint-level body. The entire dragon was equivalent to an incomparably huge dragon-shaped saint weapon. Every strike it unleashed would shatter the void, and even the chaotic aura would be blasted out. One golden divine light burst out, and a golden, sun-like mirror shone with dazzling golden light. The power of the metal element was vast and mighty, dispersing the deathly aura that was surging from all directions. The golden light pierced through the heavens and earth, striking the body of the gigantic dragon. However, it actually failed to penetrate it. This caused Gu Fei to feel incredulous. One must know that that was a saint artifact, not an ordinary divine artifact. When the sacred weapon was fully awakened, it could release a terrifying power that was comparable to the full strength of a sage. Is this an innate divine dragon? Gu Fei was extremely shocked. The body of an innate divine beast was extremely strong. This giant dragon's body could resist the sacred weapon. It was probably an innate divine dragon. Even if such an existence died, its body would not decay like the indestructible golden body of the human race. It would still contain great power. The divine beasts that were born in the heaven and earth should have the most vigorous life force among all living things. Only when endless life force gathered in one place could life be born. In his mountain and river cauldron, there were also 2 dragon corpses. They were also saint-level divine dragons. The aura of the 2 divine dragons seemed to be inferior to this black giant dragon. Such an existence could fight a saint. Even if the metal element half-saint came with a saint weapon, he wouldn't be able to gain any advantage in front of this black dragon. It was no wonder that when the Emperor God came with a sacred weapon, he ended up fleeing. Even a real sage would have a headache dealing with this black dragon. However, very quickly, a few powerful auras that were not inferior to the metal element saints appeared in this deathly gray world. There were heaven realm great leaders holding holy weapons coming over. Boom! A resplendent beam of starlight suddenly descended from the sky. It was as resplendent as a mountain and emitted a boundless aura of destruction as it bombarded the black dragon. The power of the stars was vast and mighty, and the starlight connected the heavens and the earth. It was as if all the power of the stars in the entire starry sky had been drawn down. This was a powerful saint-level power. A half-step saint with a holy weapon made his move. Roar! The black dragon roared furiously towards the sky and spat out a black dragon pearl from its mouth. It smashed upwards, and an endless power of death surged out from the black dragon pearl. Bang! The black dragon pearl displayed great power. It was like a black sun that went against the sky and directly smashed the power of the stars descending from the sky. This black dragon had already developed spiritual wisdom and cultivated a death dragon pearl. This was definitely an extremely terrifying undead creature. The starlight was resplendent, and a figure shrouded in starlight walked over from afar. A divine blade that seemed to be completely condensed from the power of the stars was floating above his head. Metal element old ghost, how about you and I join hands? The figure approached and said. A saint-level fluctuation spread out from the divine blade above his head. Star constellation, old ghost, I didn't expect you to still be alive. Very well, let's join hands and take down this evil creature first. The metal element half-saint readily agreed. Buzz! The divine blade suspended above the star constellation half-saints had immediately emitted a buzzing sound and turned into a resplendent killing light of the stars. It directly chopped towards the black dragon's mountain-like head. The starlight of the blade split the heaven and earth. It was as if the entire world had been split into two halves. The star constellation half-saint used the power of the holy weapon to display the terrifying battle strength of a sage. The starlight of the blade rushed out, and the blade crushed everything in its path. The endless death chi was dispersed by the blade aura that swept out in all directions. At the same time, the metal element half-saint also attacked with all his strength. A 10,000 zhang tall golden figure appeared between the heaven and earth. He displayed the law of heaven and earth. An incomparably huge golden deity held an ancient golden mirror in his hand and shone it at the black dragon. The power of a sage erupted, and the void was directly annihilated by the light of the mirror. Boom! The 10,000 zhang tall black dragon was blasted away by the two saint-level powers. A ball of dragon pearl blossomed with endless black light. The land of death erupted and blocked the golden mirror light, and the starlight of the blade aura. Roar! The black dragon roared furiously and brought about a torrential death chi. The gray death chi enveloped the dragon's body. The terrifying death ripples were terrifying. Gu Fei was hidden at the side. When he saw this scene, he could not help but be speechless. This black dragon was too powerful. Even when two half-saints used their holy weapons, they still could not injure it severely. The 10,000 zhang tall golden giant took a step into the endless death chi and slapped down with his hand. The heavy death chi dissipated under the golden giant's hand and revealed the black dragon's figure. Bang! The black dragon sensed danger and immediately spat out the dragon pearl at the golden giant. The black dragon pearl exuded a terrifying power of death, and a large area of the void collapsed from the impact. This was the black dragon's life pearl. The power of the smash was not small. The law of heaven and earth was smashed in half and dissipated in the void. The huge dragon claw slammed down, and the metal element half-saint had no choice but to retreat. Clang! At the same time, the star constellation half-saint arrived on his saber. He used all his strength and slashed at the black dragon's head, chopping off one of the dragon's horns. The star constellation half-saint quickly retreated after the successful slash. However, he was still hit by the black dragon's claw and was sent flying thousands of zhang away. If it was not for the protection of the sacred saber, he would have been destroyed in both body and soul. So powerful, the star constellation half-saint's body emitted resplendent starlight. There seemed to be a starry sky floating around him. The vast power of the stars repelled the nearby death chi. Chapter 1332. Although the starstone was not an immortal divine material, it was still hard to find in the world. It was already amazing to obtain a piece the size of a fist. However, the star constellation semi-sage divine saber was completely refined from this rare divine material. The entire saber seemed to have stars revolving around it, blooming with dazzling starlight and emitting powerful fluctuations that could intimidate the heavens. The star saber was a very famous sacred weapon even in ancient times. It was a sacred saber refined by the star sage. The star sage wore saber protected himself, so the black dragon couldn't hurt him. Only the great sage wore saber could cut off one of the dragon's horns. Roar! That terrifying black dragon roared within the endless death chi. The entire world was shaking, and a black, sun-like death light was floating within. That was the black dragon's death dragon pearl. The black dragon was furious after having one of its horns cut off by the star sage, but he also knew that those two weren't easy to provoke. Furthermore, powerful auras were also coming from other directions. Many experts had already arrived, but they were just watching the show. No one had any intention of making a move. These guys, the star constellation semi-sage and the metal element semi-sage, knew what these people were thinking. These people wanted to reap the benefits without doing anything. They would only make a move when they and the black dragon were both injured. Bang! At this time, the dragon pearl rushed out of the deathly aura and emitted endless black light. The power of death erupted like a deathly storm, engulfing the world and surging towards the star constellation half-saint and the metal half-saint. This was a death dragon pearl that the black dragon had refined for countless years and gathered endless death chi. This dragon pearl was definitely comparable to a sacred weapon of a great sage. Buzz! The divine mirror of gold was shaking, and a bright golden divine light rushed out from the mirror, directly scattering the surging black chi, and hit the dragon pearl. Boom! The dragon pearl shook, and black gas filled the air. Although the dragon pearl was affected by the golden light, it still managed to block the golden divine light. Humph! At the same time, the star sage sneered and soared into the sky. The power of the stars around him surged, and the starry sky around him became clear. Eat my blade! The star constellation semi-saint roared. Then the power of the stars in his body frantically gathered towards the star saber in his hand. The fluctuation of the sage level spread in all directions. Swish! The star constellation semi-saint slashed out with his saber, and the dazzling saber radiance instantly soared up, destroying everything in its path, and fell on the black dragon in front of him. The boundless death chi was like snow under the sun, dissipating under the peerless saber light. Wherever the saber light passed, it left a pitch-black spatial crack in the void. Star constellation semi-sage attacked with all his strength. The mighty holy power on the star saber shook the entire world and deterred everyone. A trace of great sage divine power appeared between heaven and earth. The coercion of a great sage was incomparably terrifying. Even if it was just a wisp, it could almost crush the void between heaven and earth. Cracks appeared in the void, and a part of the void almost turned into chaos. The black dragon sensed danger and immediately retreated. The death dragon pearl emitted a terrifying death aura. The power of death spread out from the dragon pearl in an attempt to block the peerless saber light that was slashing towards it. However, the power of the great sage level was second only to the power of the extreme path. It could even kill a sage. The saber light of the star saber fell like breaking dry weeds and smashed rotten wood. It directly broke through the layers of black gas and slashed on the Dragon Ball. Kacha! A soft sound came from the Dragon Ball. The Star Saber cut a crack on the Dragon Ball, which contained endless death chi, but it was not destroyed. However, the Dragon Ball was seriously injured, and its light was dimmed by more than half. It was almost cut in half by the saber attack of the star constellation Semisage. The Star Sage Semisage was taken aback. He had already attacked with all his strength, and the Star Saber also showed a trace of great sage divine power. With such combat power, even a real sage would not dare to take this saber attack. He thought that this saber attack could break the Dragon Ball, but there was only a crack on the Dragon Ball. This result was unexpected. Roar! The black dragon roared and recalled the Dragon Ball. Then it turned into a ray of black light and rushed into the depths of the land of death. It actually did not dare to fight against the Star Sage and the Metal Sage. Chase. The Star Sage wielded the Star Saber and was the first to give chase. With the great Sage Battle Saber protecting him, he had no worries and directly rushed into the depths of the land of death. The Metal Sage also rushed in with the golden divine mirror as protection. After the two great experts disappeared, a few figures walked out from the darkness. Since these people were able to barge their way here, each one of them was not simple. Among them were the big shots of the heaven realm. Let's go in as well. Don't let the Star Sage and the Metal Sage obtain the legendary heaven-defying item. The leader said coldly. Then, these big shots, who were not weaker than the Star Sage and the Metal Sage, also walked into the core area of the land of Saint Burial. The core area of the land of Saint Burial was the most important place in the land of Saint Burial. The people who had set up this land of death had used a heaven-defying power to turn it into a land of death. Gu Fei didn't dare to charge in recklessly. He silently followed behind them from a distance. This way, he would be much safer. If he could avoid taking risks, he would. Roar! An abrupt roar sounded from the depths of the death zone ahead. Death energy surged violently. That place was in chaos, and roars of anger sounded one after another. Very quickly, some people couldn't hold on any longer and charged out of the depths of the land of death. There seemed to be something terrifying chasing them from behind. What was going on? Gu Fei remained hidden in the void and didn't reveal himself. He wasn't in a rush. He would first wait for the cannon fodder to come forward and then draw a safe path for them. Boom! Just at this moment, a huge explosion rang out. Death energy surged up ahead as all the saint weapons wielding half-saints attacked. Holy might filled the 9 heavens, and even that black dragon found it hard to resist. Several great holy weapons awakened, and the vast and mighty energy ripples turned a part of the world into soil. It was as if several saints had appeared in the saint burial ground at the same time. Even Gu Fei, who was protected by an extreme saint weapon, felt his soul tremble from the aura. It was too powerful. If it weren't for the saint weapons protecting him, he would have long since been unable to stand up from the pressure. However, just as the few saint weapons were awakening, an even more powerful aura of death appeared. The temperature of the entire world dropped under the impact of this aura of death. An undead creature, even more terrifying than the black dragon, had appeared. Chapter 1333. The aura of death was overwhelming. In the depths of the land of death, an extremely terrifying ripple appeared. An undead creature, even more terrifying than the black dragon, appeared. 4-8065 inch boom. The world shook and the void shattered. The battle was inevitable. Everyone had already entered the center of the land of Saint Burial and touched upon its secrets. No one knew what was inside this forbidden zone. This time, the giants of the heaven realm had come with their saint weapons. Perhaps they could enter the depths of this forbidden zone. Bang! A golden figure flew out from inside. An ancient mirror emitted boundless golden light and floated above the man's head, displaying the power of a saint. This is Gu Fei, who was hiding on the side, couldn't help but be startled when he saw this scene. The metal saint who came with his saint weapon was unexpectedly sent flying. Even the saint weapon's protection was useless. Buzz! The power of the stars was vast. A divine blade flew out from inside. The star saint also suffered a great loss. His star battle blade was sent flying, and he vomited blood. The terrifying undead creature in the depths of the land of death had yet to appear, but it had already repelled the two powerful saint weapons wielding saint weapons. This kind of battle power was truly shocking. Even Gu Fei was shocked. That awakened undead creature was too powerful. Even a saint rank expert couldn't suppress it. Could it be that this undead creature was a true saint rank existence? The other giants of the heaven realm also made their moves. Divine lights constantly pierced through the void. The power of a saint weapon was vast. It was as terrifying as the arrival of several saints at the same time. Roar! An earth-shattering roar came from the depths of the land of death. The entire world collapsed and turned into chaos. Although Gu Fei had taken control of the saint weapon, he still felt as if his soul was on the verge of collapse. He didn't hesitate and immediately retreated. The terrifying sound waves spread in all directions. The transparent void rippled like water. Several figures flew out from the chaotic area. The big shots of the heavenly realm ended up the same as Semi-Sage star constellation, and the others. They were also sent flying. So what if they had a saint weapon? In the face of absolute power, even a saint weapon's full recovery was not enough. What is that thing? How can it have such terrifying battle power? Gu Fei was truly stunned. Even the great leaders of the heaven realm were not a match for them. This made him feel that it was a little unreal. It should be known that these great leaders of the heaven realm were wielding their holy weapons. Even if a true saint were to descend, they might still be able to fight against them. TXT ebook Among the Giants, Gu Fei recognized the profound heaven holy land's half-sage, the profound heaven old man. He had never seen the others before. However, none of them were weak. Above Guru Tianquan's head was a primal chaos seal. Strands of primal chaos qi flowed down from it, protecting him. This was a saint-ranked ancient seal. The black ancient seal contained a powerful Hun chaos energy. This was a saint seal refined from a Hun chaos divine stone, and it was shrouded in chaotic energy. Even with the protection of the primal chaos seal, Guru Tianxian was in a sorry state. His clothes were torn, half of his white hair was pulled out, and half of his head was bloody. The other heaven realm giants weren't in a better state than Guru Tianxian. All of them were covered in dust as they suffered from different degrees of impact. How can there be such an existence? Is there really a saint corpse buried inside? A heaven realm giant said with a trembling voice. It's like the existence inside the palace of the moon deities. Guru Tianxian said. He was one of the participants when the palace of the moon deities appeared. A dead soul came out from the palace of the moon deities and killed almost everyone who entered the palace. Even a half-saint had almost perished there. What? Gu Fei, who was using the anti-void secret technique to hide himself, was startled after hearing Guru Tianquan's words. He had personally experienced the terror of the corpse fiend inside the palace of the moon deities. If it was the same as the corpse fiend inside the palace of the moon deities, then wouldn't the existence in the depths of the land of the dead be invincible, a fallen saint, and the corpse fiend condensed from an undying evil will? Perhaps no one here would be able to do anything against such an existence. Only a true saint would be able to eliminate such an existence. The thing I didn't want to see the most has happened. Gouffet muttered to himself. Legend has it that a saint was buried in the land of the dead. This legend has been verified. The appearance of the corpse fiend was an irrefutable proof. Only in the land of the dead could the corpse fiend condense the undying evil will and turn it into an evil corpse fiend. Once this corpse fiend was formed, it would have the strength equivalent to a saint. No wonder the giants of the heaven realm were sent flying even though they came with their holy weapons. Gouffet was still planning to wait and see what would happen next. Since these big shots had come with their saint weapons, they would definitely not retreat just like that. The divine treasury of a saint was an irresistible treasure to anyone. Now that the corpse fiend had appeared, it proved that a saint was indeed buried in the core of the land of the dead. Even if it wasn't a saint, it was definitely a saint-level existence comparable to a saint. The person who gathered the endless death chi and laid out this plan was definitely planning something heaven-defying. Since they were already here, no one would easily retreat. Roar! Starlight shone brightly as a starry sky floated. In the starry sky, a figure stepped on the void and walked over from afar. A divine saber emitting resplendent starlight danced around him. The star constellation Semi-Sage rushed over again. At the same time, the metal element Semi-Sage also came from afar. The giants of the heaven realm who were sent flying were also very unwilling. No one was willing to leave. There were 6 saint-level auras in the world. When such auras gathered together, the entire void was pressured to the point where cracks appeared from time to time. Fellow brothers, how about we join forces and fight? Someone made such a suggestion. The other 5 semi-sages did not say anything, but they all knew very well that if they joined forces, they might have a chance. If they did not join forces, there would be no chance at all. The palace of the moon deities had become a forbidden area for life in the eastern land. The corpse fiend of the dead had devoured all life within a radius of 10,000 miles. There was a deathly fog floating there all year round. Many talented people had tried to break into the palace of the moon deities, but without exception, all of them were trapped inside and became walking corpses in the palace of the moon deities. Among the major powers of the heaven realm, some had even used their holy weapons to attack the palace of the moon deities. After losing many people, they had no choice but to return in failure. The corpse fiend of the dead had become synonymous with invincibility in the eastern land. Now, they encountered another corpse fiend in the core area of the Saint Burial Ground. The giants of the heaven realm were having a headache. They were about to enter the core area, but they encountered such an obstacle. Let's join forces and gather the power of our holy weapons to completely refine that thing. Tianxian, Guru said. The others had no objections. This was the safest method. Roar. Terrifying roars reverberated from the land of chaos in front of them. The terrifying sound waves tore the sky and earth apart, causing the land of chaos to expand outwards, shattering the void with a single roar. This kind of existence was too terrifying. This kind of combat strength could already be said to be invincible, able to fight against a true saint. A huge shadow was hovering in the chaos ahead. It was the black dragon from before. A figure was standing on the mountain-like head of the black dragon. Using a giant dragon as a mount, the corpse fiend was very ostentatious. Boom! The ancient golden mirror shone brightly, illuminating the entire world and dispelling the endless death energy. It was like a golden sun rising from the head of the metal saint. The power of the metal element spread in all directions. The fluctuation of the saint level caused the world to tremble. Then, the Star Saint's star saber also flew up, displaying a dazzling saber light. The saber energy soared into the sky, causing the world to lose its brilliance under this saber light. Tianxian Guru's chaos seal. And the other three giants' holy weapons also flew up one after another. 6 saint-level powers appeared in the world. It was too shocking. The mighty power of the saints shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. The 6 half-saints exerted their full strength, displaying their supreme magic power and wielding their holy weapons. Gu Fei was hiding on the side with the anti-void secret technique. He was also a little dumbfounded when he saw this scene. The might of the saint weapons was too powerful. Even though Gu Fei's primordial spirit was in control of the saint-level puppet, he still felt endless pressure. The terrifying might of the saint weapons almost made him unable to stand up straight. It almost shook him out of the void. Gu Fei's heart trembled. He had no choice but to retreat again. The 6 saint weapons were awakening. 6 saint-level powers shook the heavens. Such power made the corpse fiend in the chaos very uneasy. Whoosh! The zombie stood on the dragon's head, then directly reached towards the 6 holy weapons in the sky. The illusory giant hand broke through the layers of chaos, stretching out from the chaos zone. The hand emitting a monstrous death energy shrouded the entire world. It really wanted to grab the 6 saint weapons in the sky. You're courting death. The 6 half-saints were furious. They shook their saint weapons at the same time. A destructive power spread out from the saint weapons and blocked the hand. Bang! The hand immediately exploded, and the 6 saint weapons began to shine with boundless light. 6 saint-tier energies condensed into one, then shot towards the figure standing on the dragon. Whoosh! The divine light was unstoppable. It flashed and directly pierced through the corpse fiend. This was an unimaginably powerful force. The power of 6 saint-level powers was unstoppable. The corpse fiend roared again and again. Endless death energy surged as it stepped on the dragon. It rushed out of the chaos and fiercely pounced towards Tianxian Guru's group. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1334. The power of the 6 saint weapons converged together. Perhaps even a true saint would be shocked. The terrifying power of a saint had been raised to the limit, and a single strike could even penetrate the primal chaos. Boom! The saint corpse devil was pierced by the divine light and suffered heavy injuries. However, the pierced chest of the saint corpse devil recovered in an instant. It raised a monstrous death energy as it stepped on a huge dragon and rushed out of the land of primal chaos. Rumble, the entire world was shaking, and the void between heaven and earth was almost crushed by the terrifying pressure emitted by the saint corpse fiend. Pitch-black spatial cracks spread in all directions. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Everyone used their saint weapons with all their might. The 6 saint weapons vibrated and emitted a boundless saintly might that annihilated the entire void. The destructive power spread out, and the saint corpse devil who was riding the huge dragon was the first to bear the brunt of it. The huge dragon under the corpse devil's feet let out an earth-shattering roar and opened its mouth to spit out the death dragon pearl. But this time, the death dragon pearl could no longer withstand the power of the 6 saint weapons. It was directly shattered by the surging power. The death dragon pearl's monstrous power was instantly obliterated. The 6 saint weapons combined were unstoppable and invincible. Even killing a saint didn't seem to be a difficult task. The saint corpse fiend sensed danger and soared up from the dragon's body. The combined power of the 6 saint weapons instantly blasted the black dragon. The black dragon let out a mournful roar as its giant body was blasted into more than a dozen pieces. Black dragon blood splattered in all directions. Every drop of blood contained boundless, deathly aura, and even the void was pierced. The black dragon, which was comparable to a saint, was destroyed in both body and soul. This kind of power was enough to destroy an entire region. However, the land of Saint Burial was very sturdy and was definitely branded with extreme Tao patterns. Although the combined power of the 6 saint weapons pierced through the world, it didn't cause a great destruction. It didn't affect the core of the land of Saint Burial. The core of the land of Saint Burial was the place with the densest, deathly aura. Someone wanted to use this extreme method to nurture a bit of life from the endless death. This method was stealing the fortune of heaven and earth. It was too shocking. The person who could use this method was definitely one of the most powerful existences in the world. Swoosh! The saint's corpse fiend charged towards the crowd like a phantom. A terrifying aura of death spread out in all directions, causing the heavens and earth to crack and the void space to almost collapse. This was its territory, and there was boundless death energy that it could use. Wanting to kill it was very difficult, because in this place, its power was boundless. Buzz! The 6 saint weapons trembled simultaneously. High up in the sky, there seemed to be a world evolving. The power radiating from the 6 saint weapons was sufficient to split apart the primal chaos. Boundless energy descended from the heavens, actually locking that illusory figure in the air. It's done. Hidden in the void, Gu Fei couldn't help being shaken by this scene. The so-called indestructible Saint Devil Corpse was about to be destroyed. Roar! The Saint Corpse Devil roared again, and again as it struggled desperately. The vast and mighty death energy was definitely of the saint rank. This corpse devil was too terrifying. Its strength was definitely of the great saint rank. However, the power of the 6 saint weapons gathered together was also unimaginably powerful. This might already be the peak power of the saint rank. As soon as the 6 saint weapons descended, the boundless death energy was instantly melted away. This part of the void was suddenly annihilated, and nothing existed anymore. The Saint Corpse Devil was actually directly scattered. The 6 saint weapons operated and obliterated everything. This was the peak power of the saint rank. Even if it was a great saint, his expression would change. Humph! What Saint Devil Corpse? It's just, said a middle-aged man in black, whose whole body was emitting purple and blue divine light. His tone was somewhat disdainful. The Saint Devil Corpse seemed to be too easy to kill. Brother Zhou, let's not be careless. It's always good to be careful, said a handsome young half-saint dressed in white. The Zhou clan of the Heaven Realm was an extremely ancient cultivation family. In ancient times, this clan once had a Renhuang, who left behind an emperor's sword. The half-saint of the Zhou clan did not bring the emperor's sword with him. Instead, he used a purple and blue wheel. As the wheel revolved, purple and blue chi surged out. Brotherly, if you are too careful and have too many concerns, you will often be a step slower than others. The purple and blue half-saint of the Zhou clan of the Heaven Realm said disapprovingly, Brothers, there's no point in talking too much. Since the Saint Devil Corpse has been killed, let's put away our saint weapons and kill our way in. Arcane Guru said, Of course. Everyone nodded, and then called back their saint weapons. Some directly put them into their bodies, while others floated above their heads. Then they rushed towards the core area of the land of Saint Burial. The Saint Devil Corpse was killed just like that. A figure silently appeared in the void. Gu Fei used the anti-void secret technique to merge his body with the void. Even the half-saints could not sense his existence. Gu Fei had a vague feeling that things were not as simple as they seemed. After all, the Saint Devil Corpse was formed from the Saint Devil Corpse. The source of the Saint Devil Corpse was the Saint Devil Corpse. Logically speaking, the Saint Devil Corpse would not be killed as long as the Saint Devil Corpse was not destroyed. Otherwise, the Saint Devil corpse in the moon deity's palace would have been killed a long time ago. After all, the appearance of the moon deity's palace back then shocked the entire world. Many old antiques jumped out, and some even used saint weapons, but they were not able to break into the moon deity's palace. Boom! At this moment, a sudden explosion rang out in front of them. Saintly might erupted, followed by shouts. The 6 half-saints seemed to have run into quite a bit of trouble. Gouffé was stunned. He then used the anti-void secret technique and merged with the world, disappearing on the spot. The 9 secrets of the immortal way were extremely powerful. Very soon, Gouffé arrived near the source of the explosion. His vision suddenly widened as he charged out of the dense aura of death. Gouffé was startled by the sudden widening of his vision. He didn't expect there to be no trace of death aura in the center of this place. Under the dusky sky, there was a huge, pitch-black city floating in the sky. Endless death chi gathered to form a huge, deathly gray dragon, descending from the sky into the huge city. The sight of the city absorbing the aura of death left Gouffé in awe. Not many people were capable of such a feat, even in the primeval era. The ancient city emitted a boundless aura of vicissitudes. It was unknown how many years it had existed for, but it was still floating in the sky. Below the city, there were piles of bones. It was a thick layer of bones, and there were a few towering bone mountains standing in the sea of bones. Countless ghostly flames floated above the sea of bones, creating an eerie atmosphere. Meanwhile, the arcane guru and the other half-saints were using their saint weapons to attack the ancient city in the sky. Loud explosions resounded in the sky. Please go to the arcane divine palace. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1335. The core of the land of Saint Burial was actually a vast space. The ground here was covered with bones. An ancient city was floating in the sky. Death energy was descending from the sky like a huge dragon. A dreadful existence was breathing death energy inside the city. The death energy emitted by the city was stronger than any other place. The entire city seemed to be made of death energy. The death city in the sky was like a huge mountain pressing down on everyone's heart. Even the leaders of the heaven realm, who came with their holy weapons, felt danger at this time. A dreadful power that could threaten even a saint was hiding in the city. What a heaven-defying method! Gouffé was stunned by everything he saw after entering this space. An endless amount of death energy was pouring into the city. There seemed to be a weak life force coming from the city. Although this trace of life force was weak, it was born from the land of extreme death. Life came from the extreme of death. This was originally a cycle of heaven and earth, but it was thought to have been created. This was simply stealing the fortune of the heaven and earth. The land of Saint Burial really gave birth to a heaven-defying Tao fruit. All the half-step saints were shocked when they sensed the faintly discernible life force coming from the city. This was the fortune of the heaven and earth. It was considered to be created. Such a Tao fruit was not inferior to the primordial Tao fruit bread in the peerless Great Tomb. As long as one could obtain it, they might not be able to become a saint immediately. However, becoming a saint was only a matter of time. The hope of becoming a saint was right in front of them. No one could sit still. 6 half-step saints acted at the same time. They took out their holy weapons and attacked the city in the sky. Buzz! A golden sun-like divine light soared into the sky. The golden splendor soared for thousands of zhang, illuminating the entire dusky heaven and earth. A dreadful fluctuation spread out, causing the sea of bones below the city to undulate. The power of a saint was vast and mighty. The metal element half-step saint attacked. Moreover, he went all out. He wanted to break the city in the sky and obtain the heaven-defying Tao fruit, the primal chaos seal, the star blade, the purple-blue divine wheel, and many others flew up one after another. Boundless saint power emitted a dreadful fluctuation that shook the heavens. Rumble, the entire heaven and earth trembled as dark spatial cracks appeared in the void. Primal chaos energy seeped out from these cracks. This place is actually so sturdy. Gu Fei could not help but feel shocked when he saw this from afar. The power of a saint weapon had reached an unimaginable level. A single strike from a saint weapon could directly pierce through space and sink an entire region, causing countless lives to be lost. But now, the 6 saint weapons had soared into the sky, but they had only caused pitch-black spatial cracks to appear in this part of the world. Even a saint weapon was unable to break through the void here. It was truly inconceivable. Gu Fei also discovered that even though he was using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal path, the anti-void secret art, it was very difficult for him to merge with the void. The art actually failed. Arcane Guru and the other half-saints were shocked when they sensed Gu Fei's presence. They didn't expect such a person to be following them. Saint-level aura. Could this person be a sage? When everyone sensed the aura emanating from Gu Fei's body, they were all shocked. The aura of a sage could only be possessed by a sage. It could not be imitated, and at this time, they were using their saint weapons with all their might and could no longer care about anything else. The ghost city in the sky began to tremble. The 6 saint weapons displayed their supreme might, shaking the heaven and earth. However, a scene that caused everyone to be dumbstruck appeared. Under the impact of the saint weapons, the originally motionless ghost city began to emit ancient runes. A layer of transparent light screen condensed in the void, enveloping the entire ghost town. The ancient runes triggered a powerful and terrifying power. When the 6 saint weapons struck the transparent barrier, they were all blocked. Not a single saint weapon was able to break through the barrier. What, Arcane Guru and the other half-saints were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. 6 saint weapons attacked at the same time. Even the legendary evil fiend was destroyed. Could it be that this was a supreme saint city of the extreme Tao? If that was the case, then even a true saint wouldn't be able to break through this city. They could only sense the existence of the peerless Tao fruit from the outside, but not obtain it. This feeling was enough to drive them crazy. There was no one in this world who didn't want to become a saint, but the current world didn't allow a saint to appear. Ever since the destruction of the desolate era, no one was able to become a saint. A heaven-defying Tao fruit could help one become a saint. Any cultivator would go crazy for such a supreme Tao fruit. Even a saint would be envious of it. How can this be? The Zhou clan's half-saint controlled the azure and violet divine wheel and smashed it towards the city of death. The azure and violet chi were vast and mighty, and the divine wheel was obliterating everything in its path. Even the void was cracking, but it was all in vain. More and more ancient runes appeared on the ghost city, and the barrier became brighter and brighter. Ancient runes were circulating on the barrier. This is the extreme Tao rune. All the half-saints were shocked. This ghost city was definitely a supreme saint city of the extreme Tao. Just like the lost palace of the moon deities, there were ancient extreme Tao runes imprinted on it. It was also because of the extreme Tao runes that the ghost city could exist for a long time and didn't disappear in the endless erosion of time. Time was the most merciless thing. As long as enough time passed, it could erase everything. Only the extreme Tao runes could make this ghost city eternal. Can I only stop here? I really can't accept this. The Zhou clan's half-saint retracted the wheel and roared towards the sky. This result made him go crazy. How could an ordinary saint weapon break the extreme Tao grand formation. Even a great saint weapon wouldn't have such power unless someone came with an extreme saint weapon. However, the extreme saint weapon was a supreme saint weapon in the legends. It contained a flawless Tao rune and gave birth to a weapon soul. It was the strongest weapon in the world. In the entire heaven realm, it seemed like only the demon race's crown prince possessed the crown prince's seal. As for the other extreme saint weapons, no one knew where they were. Of course, the crown prince's extreme saint weapon wasn't the only one in the heaven realm. During the fight for the primordial Tao fruit nurtured by the peerless tomb, the aura of the extreme Tao had appeared. Extreme Tao rune? Upon seeing this, Gu Fei immediately retreated. He had an extreme holy weapon on him, but with so many people present, if he were to break the grand formation that enveloped the ghost town, a great battle would be unavoidable. It would be better to wait for these people to retreat before he could do it. To see the first advertisement, please go to, please share, target equals, _blank. Chapter 1336. The holy weapon could break the city of death, but Gu Fei didn't go forward. Instead, he retreated into the endless aura of death outside. The 6 half-saints thought that he was retreating because of the difficulty. ? However, no one expected that Gu Fei didn't want to make a move for the time being. He could only wait for them to retreat and then make a move. How could he share the peerless Tao fruit with others? The city of death floated in the sky. 9 dragon-like aura of death fell from the sky and landed inside the city of death. There were 9 frightening death energies lurking inside. Terrifying undead creatures were sleeping inside the city of death. No one knew what was swallowing the endless aura of death, but they were certain that it was definitely not a good creature. The person who set up this heaven-defying plan must have a backup plan. The city of death definitely had unimaginable dangers. So, Gu Fei didn't dare to be careless. He had seen a lot of such city of death. Back when he was still at the Taishan sect, he entered the virtual sky world and tried to break through the eternal ominous city inside. His mountain and river cauldron was obtained from that eternal ominous city inside the virtual sky world. The mountain and river cauldron gave birth to a chaotic origin embryo, which allowed him to form his own inner world. In the eternal ominous city inside the virtual sky world, Gu Fei and the old tortoise narrowly escaped death and almost got trapped inside. It was easy to imagine that this ancient city was definitely not a good place. Boom! Bang! Loud explosions kept ringing out from up ahead. Gu Fei was using one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the anti-emptiness secret art. His body had merged with the void, so he was extremely sensitive to the fluctuations that shook the world. The 6 half-saints didn't want to retreat. Each of them used their holy weapons to attack the city of death in the sky. Terrifying holy might spread throughout the world, and destructive divine lights tore through the void. However, the city of death in the sky was like an immortal demonic mountain. It towered in the sky and was shrouded by a layer of divine light with flowing Tao patterns. No matter how powerful the 6 holy weapons were, they couldn't break through the divine light shrouding the city of death. They simply couldn't shake the city of death in the sky. Using the holy weapons consumed a large amount of vitality. Soon, the 6 half-saints had no choice but to stop. They realized that this couldn't go on. I'll go get the Emperor Sword. The Zhou clan's half-sage decisively retreated and went to ask for the Sovereign Emperor Sword, the supreme holy weapon of the Zhou clan. Although the Sovereign Emperor Sword was not an extreme holy weapon, it was an Emperor Sword refined by an ancient human sovereign. Its might was infinitely close to an extreme holy weapon. In ancient times, the Zhou clan of the Heaven Realm had produced a Renhuang. Renhuang, the Emperor of Men. Those who could have such a title were all supreme figures of the human clan. Although the human sovereign was not an extreme grade saint, he was still a supreme figure. He was invincible below the extreme grade. Even a great accomplishment, saint might not be a match for the human sovereign. If Zhou clan's half-sage were to invite the number one holy weapon under the extreme Tao, they might really be able to break the ghost town's seal. The other half-sages were shaken. I'll also go and invite the clan's trump card. The Heavenly World's Li clan's half-step saint also left. The Heavenly World's Li clan was the original clan of the legendary supreme Tao ancestor. Therefore, the Li clan was regarded as the descendant of the supreme Tao ancestor. The Heavenly World's Li clan possessed the bloodline of an extreme grade saint. This bloodline was extremely powerful and contained the power of the supreme Tao ancestor. Once the bloodline power was activated, they might be able to borrow the power of the Tao ancestor. In the entire heavenly world, no one dared to look down on the Li clan. No one knew how deep the Li clan's foundation was. Some said that the Li clan had a supreme, holy weapon left behind by the Tao ancestor. However, no one had ever seen the Li clan use a supreme, holy weapon. There was even a time when the Li clan encountered an unprecedented crisis. The entire Li clan was almost massacred, but no one saw the Li clan use a supreme holy weapon to kill the enemy. The other half-sages were very curious about the Li clan's trump card. The Zhou clan and the Li clan left to invite their clan's trump card. However, Arcane Guru, Star Constellation Half-Step Saint, and the others didn't leave. There was an energy sealing the ghost town. On the barrier that enveloped the ghost town, a supreme Tao rune was faintly discernible. The power of the supreme Tao was condensing. Let's try again. Star Constellation, Half-Step Saint's star power surged violently. His body emitted boundless starlight that illuminated the entire dusky world. The power of the stars was vast and mighty. Buzz. The star saber floated in front of the star constellation Semi-Sage, emitting a terrifying sound that shook the heavens. The divine saber emitted an unprecedentedly powerful star power. On the blade, there seemed to be 9 big stars shining. Roar. Let's go all out. Star Constellation, Half-Step Saint didn't hold back. The vast star power crazily surged towards the star saber. The 9 big stars that appeared on the blade emitted dazzling starlight. An extremely terrifying fluctuation spread out from the star saber. It was as if a terrifying, desolate heavenly beast had awakened inside the divine saber. This is the aura of a great sage. Arcane Guru and the others were alarmed. Even with the protection of a holy weapon, they still felt a great threat at this time. Even their souls were trembling. The star saber was the weapon of the ancient star sage. This star constellation, Half-Step Saint, might be the descendant of the star sage's bloodline. One should know that this star constellation Half-Step Saint had almost completely revived this great sage weapon. Fellow Arcane Guru, fellow Jean, fellow Chu, come and lend me a hand. Star constellation, Half-Step Saint's body was emitting starlight. Endless star essence was continuously drawn towards him. At this time, it was impossible for him to back down. In just a short while, Star Constellation Half-Step Saint felt a sense of exhaustion. Just a little bit more, just a little bit more. And the star saber would be completely awakened. No one knew how powerful the awakened great sage weapon would be. The Zhou and Li family's Half-Step Saints had invited their foundation. The situation would be difficult to control at that time. Arcane Guru and the others looked at each other and then flashed behind Star Constellation, Half-Step Saint. They stretched out their right hands and slapped on Star Constellation, Half-Step Saint's back. Rumble, the entire world shook. The combined power of 4 great half-saint experts had finally awakened the star saber. The aura of a great sage spread out from the star saber. It seemed as if the sky was about to collapse. This aura was so powerful that even Gu Fei, who was hidden in the surrounding deathly energy, felt a great pressure. Even his soul was trembling. After the star saber devoured the endless star essence, it turned into 9 balls of starlight and soared into the sky. It was as if 9 big stars had appeared in the sky. A starry sky appeared in front of everyone. This is the power of a great sage. 9 stars shone in the sky. Powerful fluctuations came down from the sky. The 4 half-step saints couldn't even straighten their backs. They were shocked to the extreme. To see the first advertisement, please go to, please share, target equals, _blank. Chapter 1337. 4 half-step saints join forces to fully awaken the great sage weapon, the star blade, and displayed the terrifying power of a great sage. 9 balls of starlight soared into the sky, and a part of the starry sky appeared in the dusky world. This was the power of the stars. The entire world seemed to be crushed by the endless power of the stars coming from the 9 great stars. Pitch-black spatial cracks appeared in the void. Too scary, the power of great sage realms spread out mightily. The entire world was shaking. Even the ghost city in the sky was shaking. This shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. Even though it was a saint-level battle puppet, he still felt that his spirit was trembling. The deterrent force that came from a great saint weapon made him tremble from the depths of his soul. A great sage was only 1 step away from attaining the extreme Tao fruit. Such an existence was absolutely invincible under the extreme Tao, and was a supreme-level character. Rumble, the star blade turned into 9 big stars that illuminated the sky. The entire starry sky was faintly discernible, and the power of the stars reached the extreme. The 9 stars tore the sky and the earth apart, and struck the layer of divine light outside the ghost town. It was as if 2 worlds were colliding. The starry sky was vanishing, and the 9 big stars exploded. The entire divine light was shaking, and the extreme Tao runes appeared. The Tao pattern of the extreme Tao was condensing the power of the extreme Tao. This was a power that was more powerful than the power of the great saint level. The vast power of the stars formed a terrifying power that could destroy heaven and earth. It shook that layer of seal. When the starry sky dissipated, the layer of divine light outside the ghost town was torn apart, and a 10-feet-long crack appeared. Although the crack was small, it was barely big enough for people to pass through. Haha, it's a success. Star Constellation Saint, and the others were pleasantly surprised. The power of a great sage was able to tear apart the layer of the seal. This was beyond their expectations, and their joy was indescribable. However, a terrifying aura leaked out from the crack on the layer of divine light. It was a dreadful and powerful aura that made even half-step saints palpitate, even with the protection of their holy weapons, Tianxian Guru, and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. I can sense the aura of a sage. The star constellation semi-sage was extremely shocked. It seemed like a sage was buried in the ghost city. One should know that a sage was the strongest existence in the world. Even if they had fallen, their corpses were not something that anyone could approach. This aura, with the protection of my saint weapon, I can barely withstand it. The 4 half-step saints chatted for a short while and wanted to enter the ghost city to seize the heaven-defying Tao fruit. However, an illusory figure suddenly appeared in front of the crack. This is Elder Tianxian, and the others immediately stopped because they recognized this figure. They were all dumbstruck and couldn't believe their eyes. How could this thing appear here? Evil Saint Gu Fei, who was hidden in the deathly aura at the periphery of this world, was not surprised to see this scene. It should be known that the evil spirits of the sage could not be destroyed so easily. This kind of extremely evil and ferocious creature was born from the body of the holy corpse after the holy corpse had fallen. As long as the holy corpse was not destroyed, this evil spirit would exist forever. How is this possible? Didn't we destroy this evil spirit? The Chu clan's half-step saint's voice trembled. One should know that this evil spirit was the most difficult existence to deal with in the world. Even the 6 saint weapons couldn't destroy it. Moreover, it was no longer 6 half-step saints. The Zhou and Li clans' half-step saints had already left to invite their clans to break the formation. What should we do? Elder Tianxian asked. At this time, on the layer of divine light outside the ghost town, the crack that was torn by the stellar blade was gradually becoming smaller. The power of the seal was repairing that crack. There must be a saint buried in the city. This is not something we can deal with, the metal semi-sage said. Even if they came with saint weapons, they wouldn't be able to deal with the evil spirit. How could they enter the ghost city? But we are already here. The star constellation semi-sage was unwilling to accept this. He had spent a lot of effort only to find out that it was all in vain. This feeling was truly infuriating. Swish! The evil spirit attacked. For terrifying black lights shot out from the evil spirit's hand and pierced through the 4 half-step saints. The void was torn apart wherever the black lights passed. This was the power of a saint without a doubt. One should know that this world was extremely stable. How could an ordinary power tear apart the void here? Buzz! An ancient golden mirror hovering above the metal semi-sage's head trembled. A dazzling golden light shot out from the mirror and dispersed the black light shooting towards him. Elder Tianxian, the Chu clan's half-step saint, and the star constellation semi-sage all took action to block the black light. With the protection of their saint weapons, it wouldn't be easy for the evil spirit to injure them. The evil spirit soared into the sky and stirred up a boundless death energy. It pounced towards everyone with a terrifying aura that caused their hearts to palpitate. Swish! Wherever the saber light passed, the star constellation quasi-sage's lightning-fast saber cut through the void, destroying the heavy death chi and chopping the evil spirit charging over into 2. However, the evil spirit did not have a physical body and instantly recovered. Boom! A boundless death energy erupted and engulfed the world. This death energy devoured all essence energy, causing the 4 half-step saints to lose their essence. Bam! Primal energy surged as a huge seal descended from the sky and smashed the evil spirit into a ball of black energy. The seal displayed its powerful divine might. However, the ball of black energy was still surging. Then, a figure appeared inside it. The evil spirit was known to be indestructible, and it was proven once again in front of everyone. The 4 half-step saints took action and fought against the evil spirit. At the same time, the crack on the barrier of light outside the ghost town started to shrink. Although Old Man Darkheaven and the others were burning with anxiety, the fiend managed to block their path. The fiend had locked onto them and was constantly attacking them. The 4 half-step saints roared in anger. They wanted to kill this evil spirit so that they could enter the ghost town. However, the evil spirit was extremely ferocious and blocked their path. Gu Fei was hiding in the death energy surrounding the ghost town. He wasn't in a hurry to take action or enter the ghost town to seize the heaven-defying Tao fruit. Since the evil spirit had appeared, who knew what kind of evil monster would jump out from the ghost town? Damn it! The evil spirit seemed to possess boundless power. Not only did it stop the 4 half-step saints, but it also put them in a dangerous situation. If it weren't for the protection of their saint weapons, they would have been killed countless times by this evil spirit. To see the first advertisement, please go to the Please Share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1338. Roar. The four half-step saints roared in anger. They activated their saint weapons with all their might, wanting to kill the most ferocious and terrifying existence in the world. Question mark. Buzz. The golden divine mirror emitted a blinding divine light like a golden sun. Rays of golden light pierced through the void, pierced through the heaven and earth, and even pierced through the evil spirit. However, it still couldn't kill the evil spirit. The evil spirit's body emitted a boundless deathly aura, and the power of death burst out. Its shattered body recovered once again, as if it had never been injured. Everyone was shocked. This evil spirit was too powerful, as if it possessed boundless power. In this place, this evil spirit was simply invincible. Clang! A dazzling saber light soared into the sky, and instantly slashed the evil spirit that had just recovered into two halves. The one who unleashed such a shocking attack was the Star Saint, who was on the verge of collapsing. The Star Saber was a great saint weapon, and not an ordinary saint weapon. The saber chi was vast and mighty, and the Star Saber light completely destroyed the evil spirit, leaving nothing behind. It was as if the evil spirit had been killed by the saber. Quick, go in! Everyone was surprised and happy at the same time. They saw that the crack on the layer of divine light outside the ghost town had shrunk to less than 3 meters. If they hesitated any longer, the crack would disappear. Swoosh! 4 divine lights soared into the sky and rushed towards the crack. The 4 half-step saints used their saint weapons to protect themselves and ignored the saint chi leaking out from the crack and rushed into the ghost town. Right at the instant that the 4 half-saints charged into the city, the space where the evil spirit had been annihilated had suddenly started to tremble. After that, threads of black energy converged over from all directions, and then an ethereal figure appeared in midair. This is Gu Fei, who was hiding nearby, couldn't help but take a deep breath after seeing this scene. The evil spirit was truly indestructible, and it was still fine after receiving an attack from a great saint weapon. Roar! The evil spirit of the saint reformed its body and roared at the sky. Death chi filled the sky and earth, causing the entire world to tremble. Its ferocious might was unparalleled, causing one's heart to palpitate. Gu Fei did not enter the void in front of him. He had been hiding in the death chi on the periphery of this part of the void, sensing the fluctuations coming from the void in front of him. This area was surrounded by endless death chi. It had a circumference of 100 miles. The ghost town was the center of this area. It was in the sky above this area. 9 dragon-like death, aura, fell down from the sky into the ghost town. Inside the ghost town, there were 9 places that emitted a terrifying aura, as if there were supreme existences in deep slumber. When the 4 half-saints charged into the city with their saint weapons, the crack on the layer of light behind them disappeared. It could be said to be a matter of life and death. Someone immediately took out a godly medicine and consumed it, recovering the vitality that he had expended. Just a moment ago, the 4 semi-sage realm experts had joined forces to drive the Star Saber to unleash a powerful attack, and they had successfully torn apart the layer of divine light seal outside the ghost city and entered the ghost city. The 4 half-saints had consumed a large amount of vitality, the vitality needed to drive a great sage weapon that had been refined by a great sage was simply too huge. Even a half-saint expert would find it difficult to completely awaken a great sage weapon, and it would be equivalent to a great sage's all-out attack. One could well imagine how powerful this great sage weapon was. The crack on the divine light seal disappeared, and the evil spirit was blocked outside. However, a scene that left Gu Fei dumbstruck appeared. The evil spirit had disappeared in the void, and the monstrous death chi had also disappeared along with it. It was as if the evil spirit had never appeared. This Gu Fei felt uneasy. This evil spirit was too evil. Such an existence was a great threat to him. If this evil spirit were to pounce on him, he might not be able to protect his saint-level battle puppet. Just when the evil spirit had disappeared, a terrifying figure appeared in the ghost town. The evil spirit that had disappeared had unexpectedly appeared in the ghost town. How did it enter the ghost town? Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. He couldn't see how the evil spirit managed to enter the ghost town, and how did it pass through the divine light seal so easily? One had to know that the arcane guru and the others had expended a great deal of effort just to tear a hole in the divine light seal with their great saint armament, the astral saber. Dazzling light rushed out of the ghost town. The 4 half-saints that had entered the ghost town had encountered a great danger, and the aura of their saint weapons was vast and mighty. Roar, roar, roar. Several terrifying roars resounded from every corner of the ghost town. Afterward, a terrifying death chi spread out from the ghost town, and a terrifying silhouette appeared. How did they come back to life? Heavens, what am I seeing? Cries of surprise came from the ghost town. Arcane Guru and the others seemed to have encountered an inconceivable existence. The fluctuations of their saint weapons were actually showing signs of being suppressed. Rumble, the saint-level power, was vast and mighty in the ghost town, causing the entire ghost town to shake. However, even with the use of saint weapons, the ghost town still didn't show any signs of damage. Swish! Gu Fei's silhouette appeared in front of the divine light seal. He opened his martial heavenly eyes and scanned the ghost town inside the seal. Amidst the heavy aura of death, there were countless figures moving about. Such a scene shocked Gu Fei to the extreme. This scene was very similar to the scene he encountered in the ominous city of eternity in the virtual sky world back then. Could it be that this ghost town had some connection with the ominous eternity city in the virtual sky world? Even with his martial heavenly eyes, it was still difficult for him to clearly see the scenery inside the ghost town. Gu Fei could only see a vague scene. It seemed that there were immortal corpses constantly standing up from the ground and staggering towards the location of the 4 half-saints. That saint evil spirit was nowhere to be found. Just as Gu Fei was about to use the cauldron of mountain and river to dissolve the divine light seal in front of him, a few powerful auras appeared in the distance. There were experts traversing through the deathly aura and were rapidly approaching this part of the void. Humph! Gu Fei sneered and immediately left, once again hiding in the surrounding death chi. The deathly gray mist was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. He used the anti-void secret technique to merge with the void. Perhaps even a true saint wouldn't be able to sense his existence. Swish, swish. A few beams of divine light broke through the death chi and rushed out of it, entering this part of the void. The power of the saint level instantly spread out in a vast and mighty manner. It's them. When Gu Fei saw those people, his pupils couldn't help but contract. Primordial era Emperor Xian, the son of the heavenly demon? When Gu Fei saw who it was, his pupils couldn't help but contract. These people were his great enemies, Eastern Earth Emperor Xian, Primordial Era, and one of the heavenly demons, Mu Qingtian. In addition to these two, there was also a tall old man with white hair and beard standing side by side with them. Obviously, this old man's status was not lower than that of Primordial Era Emperor Xian and Mu Qingtian. This is a half-saint. Gu Fei noticed the old man. He sensed a trace of a saint's aura from the old man. Only a half-step saint would possess the aura of a saint. In this world where saints were extinct, only a half-step saint would possess the aura of a saint. How did the 3 of them get together? Gu Fei was very surprised. After all, although humans and demons weren't mortal enemies, They rarely interacted with each other, especially at this level. Oh, someone actually entered. Primordial era Emperor Xian, and the others sensed the strangeness of the ghost town, and were startled. They felt that it was inconceivable. With the existence of the extreme Tao seal, how could someone enter? Could it be that these people had extreme Tao sacred weapons, primordial era Emperor Xian, and the others were bewildered? In order to enter this place, they had already prepared for a long time. They even joined hands with the demon race to invite the young master of the heavenly demon lineage, Mu Qingtian. The ghost town isn't that easy to enter. Let's go. Mu Qingtian's face revealed a trace of disdain. He was the son of the heavenly demon, so he knew many great secrets of this world. This was also the reason why primordial era Emperor Xian wanted to find him. Joining hands with the heavenly demon lineage was not a bad thing. Eastern Earth Emperor Xian also needed a powerful ally because he felt great pressure from all sides. Eastern Earth Emperor Xian had exterminated the Eastern Earth's third greatest power, the mysterious dark sect, causing the entire Eastern Earth to be in turmoil. All the big shots of the heavenly realm were eyeing the Eastern Earth covetously. Joining hands with the heavenly demon lineage would cause the big shots of the heavenly realm to have some misgivings. It must be known that the strength of the heavenly demon lineage was not to be underestimated. The heavenly demon was in existence on par with the Supreme Grand Emperor. Together with the Supreme Grand Emperor, they were known as the two great demon ancestors of the demon race. They were the extreme Tao great demons of this world. Did you bring the item? Primordial era Emperor Xian asked. Here. After Mu Qingtian said that a purple divine light rushed out from the top of his head. Within the divine light, a purple withered branch rose from the top of his head. This withered branch didn't emit any fluctuations. There seemed to be small holes on it. It seemed to be an ordinary branch of a purple tree. Seeing this branch, primordial era Emperor Xian, and the old man couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment. They didn't expect that Mu Qingtian would bring such an item. You don't need to be confused. This branch was cut from my father's main body, the holy tree. It can break the ghost city's seal. Mu Qingtian said. When primordial era Emperor Xian and the old man heard this, they immediately laughed. This withered branch was truly extraordinary. It was like a real withered tree, but since it was cut from the heavenly demon's main body, it must have endless uses. The heavenly demon's main body, the holy tree, Gu Fei was incomparably shocked. If that was the case, then it would be terrible. The divine light seal outside the ghost city shouldn't be able to stop these guys. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1339. The primordial Emperor Xian and the sky demon's son, Mu Qingtian, had joined forces. Gu Fei, who was hidden in the void, was extremely shocked. He had never imagined that the primordial Emperor Xian would join forces with the sky demon lineage. If this matter were to spread out, it would definitely be a major event. It would cause the expressions of the various powerhouses who were eyeing the Eastern Territory to change. Although the sky demon lineage did not reveal itself, it was extremely terrifying. The terror of the sky demon lineage was not something that ordinary people could imagine. During the Great Desolate Era, even the Supreme Grand Emperor was wary of the sky demon. As the ancestors of the demon race, the sky demon could not compete with the Grand Emperor and could only endure. The demon race had been divided into two camps since the Great Demon Race. During that era, there were countless great demons who followed the Grand Emperor, but there were also many demon race experts who followed the sky demon. For countless years, the Grand Emperor and the Sky Demon race had been fighting openly and covertly. This battle did not stop because of the disappearance of the Grand Emperor and the Sky Demon. However, over the long years, the Grand Emperor's power had always been dominant among the demon race, suppressing the Sky Demon race. However, in the current era, the Sky Demon race had gradually become stronger. There was more than one half-saint in this race, and the legendary Sky Demon's son had also awakened from his deep slumber. When the Sky Demon race was about to gain the upper hand in the battle, the Grand Emperor's son suddenly appeared out of nowhere and brought back the Extreme Path Grand Emperor's saint weapon. The Sky Demon race had just emerged when they were ruthlessly suppressed. The experts of the Sky Demon race were naturally unwilling to give up and were still restless. At this time, the Sky Demon's son took out a withered branch. It was an ordinary withered branch with nothing special about it. This is the branch that was cut from the sacred tree, the body of the supreme Sky Demon. Both the primordial Emperor Xian and the old man were bewildered because this withered branch was too ordinary. There was no powerful aura coming from it. Was this withered branch that no one would take a second look at if it was thrown on the ground? Was it really a part of the body left behind by the legendary Supreme Sky Demon? How could the body of an extreme path expert look like this? It should be noted that even the corpses left behind by sages were immortal. The aura that emanated from the corpses was not something that ordinary people could withstand. The body of an extreme path saint should be even more terrifying. Just a trace of his aura would be enough to crush the entire world. Is it really the Sky Demon's true form? Gu Fei didn't believe it either, but the words coming from the son of Sky Demon couldn't be false. After all, he was the son of Sky Demon. Get out of the way. Watch how I break the ghost town seal. The son of the Sky Demon was very confident. He didn't seem to use any demonic energy, but the branch in his hand flew up and struck the seal outside the ghost town. Yuan, Gu Emperor Xian, and the old man didn't dare to be negligent and quickly retreated. Everyone nervously stared at that withered branch. That withered branch flew up and struck the layer of divine light seal outside the ghost town. After that, an unbelievable scene appeared. Under everyone's attentive gazes, that withered branch actually fused into the layer of divine light seal outside the ghost town. Then, with a boom, a purple demonic light burst forth, and an extremely powerful aura spread out. The entire world was shaking. This was a wisp of extreme path fluctuation that shook the 9 heavens and 10 earths. Even Gu Fei was affected by it and had no choice but to retreat. Extreme Path's aura. Yuan, Gu Emperor Xian, and the old man felt a shiver from the depths of their souls. Under this aura, they almost knelt down. Fortunately, this aura only flashed for a moment and immediately disappeared as if it had never appeared. The divine light seal outside the ghost town was collapsing. Although the divine light seal was engraved with Extreme Path's Tao runes, they were also shattered by the mighty power. Countless Tao runes dissipated in the void. The divine light seal outside the ghost town was blasted open by the sudden burst of supreme demonic energy, creating a large hole with a radius of several li swish. The son of the Sky Demon, Mu Qingtian, waved his hand and retrieved the branch. Then he held it in his hand. It was this branch that actually broke the seal outside the ghost city. Is it really a branch that was cut off from the heavenly demon's body? Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. No one could have imagined that an ordinary withered branch could actually possess such terrifying might. A casual strike from it was actually several times stronger than a great saint weapon. Gu Fei was even more shocked. He had personally witnessed how Arcane Guru and the others used their great saint weapon, the Star Blade, to break the ghost town's seal. Even the saint weapon, refined by a great saint and fully awakened, only managed to tear a 10-meter-long hole in the divine light seal of the ghost city. The heavenly demon's body was truly too terrifying. A branch could already suppress a great saint weapon. Perhaps that branch could even contend against an extreme path saint weapon. Only the power of an extreme path saint weapon could break the ghost town's seal. But now, the heavenly demon's son, Mu Qingtian, had done the same. He broke the ghost town's seal. Rumble, 9 powerful saint auras surged out from the broken divine light seal. The entire heaven and earth trembled under the influence of these 9 saint auras. Everyone was extremely shocked. Immortal Emperor Yuangu and the old man hurriedly used their saint weapons. A divine sword rushed out from Immortal Emperor Yuangu's body and hovered above his head. A ray of divine light rushed out from the top of the elder's head. A large bronze bell rose up and floated above the elder's head, protecting him. The aura of a saint was incomparably powerful. Just one aura was enough to shake the world, not to mention the auras of 9 saints. This was absolutely heaven-defying. Boom! Just when everyone was overwhelmed with shock, a loud sound rang out from within the ghost city. After that, 4 rays of divine light pierced through the void and created a path within the ghost city. 4 figures rushed out from the ghost city in an extremely sorry state. This was the power of a saint. The 4 saint weapons were displaying their terrifying might. They opened up a path of survival in the ghost city and escaped from the ghost city. Arcane Guru? Immortal Emperor Yuangu immediately recognized the arcane guru who came out of the ghost city. The emperor's eyes lit up because the enmity between him and the guru wasn't small. Bzzz. The sword hovering above Celestial Emperor Yuangu's head emitted a deafening hum and turned into a dazzling ray of sword light that slashed at Arcanist Guru Arcana, who was still in a state of shock. Please go to _blank, chapter 1340. The 4 half-step saints who had entered the ghost city earlier came out in a sorry state. Every single one of them was covered in blood. It was their own blood. It was hard to imagine what kind of danger Arcane Guru and the others had encountered in the ghost town. At this time, their faces were as pale as a sheet of white paper. While the 4 of them were still in a state of shock, a dazzling sword light emitted terrifying sword energy fluctuations and arrived in front of them at an extremely fast speed. Humph! The star constellation, Semi-Sage sneered. He held the star saber in his hand and slashed forward. The star saber light instantly cut through the void and soared thousands of feet, slashing down on Yuangu Immortal Emperor's head. This was an incomparably tyrannical slash. What Emperor Xian was startled. He had never imagined that there would be such a powerful character among the opponents who could recover from the shock in an instant and counterattack. He was originally aiming for Arcane Guru, but now he had to fight against Star Constellation Sage to be. The saint-level sword light and the saber light collided. Buzz! Immortal Emperor Yuangu's sacred sword was trembling. The flying immortal sword light was actually collapsing. The opponent's blade light was incomparably powerful and displayed an indomitable might. Swoosh! Emperor Xian had no choice but to turn into an immortal light and evade the attack. He rushed out of the dazzling saber light that fell from the sky and escaped Star Constellation Sage to Be's attack. A great saint weapon. Emperor Xian's figure appeared a few dozen miles away in the next moment. A strange expression flashed on his face. A sacred weapon refined by a great saint was definitely an emperor among sacred weapons. Emperor Xian felt that his flying immortal sword light was no match for the opponent's divine saber. This made him very depressed, but there was nothing he could do because his flying immortal sword light wasn't a great saint weapon. Yuan-gu. At this time, Arcane Guru and the others who rushed out of the ghost town also saw the surrounding environment. Arcane Guru even recognized Eastern Land Emperor Xian, Yuan-gu, stabbing people in the back. The star constellation Semi-Sage pointed his saber at Primordial Emperor Xian as he spoke. He had already locked onto Primordial Emperor Xian, and the star saber in his hand was ready to strike at any time. Star saber? Who is the great star sage to you? The sky demon's son, Mu Qingtian, couldn't help changing his expression when he saw the divine saber in the star constellation Half-Saint's hand. He recognized the origin of the divine saber and asked, in ancient times, the great star sage was a ruthless person in the great desolate era. No one knew how many enemies he had killed with his star blade. Moreover, a great saint was a supreme existence second only to an extreme path saint. A great saint weapon could be said to be an invincible saint weapon below an extreme path saint weapon. Who are you? When Star Constellation Sage-to-be heard this, he immediately became vigilant. The other party dared to call Star Sage by his name. Could it be that he was from the same generation as Star Sage? Mu Qingtian sneered. He didn't say anything, but stared coldly at Star Constellation Sage-to-be. Old Star Constellation, don't be presumptuous. This is the son of the demon ancestor. The white-haired old man stepped forward and said to Star Constellation Sage-to-be, the son of the demon ancestor. Star Constellation Sage-to-be was shocked when he heard this. There were only 2 demon ancestors in the world. Could this guy be the son of the Tai Emperor or the son of the Sky Demon? The return of the Tai Emperor's son to the demon clan had caused a sensation in the heaven realm. Even a hermit like Star Constellation Sage-to-be knew about the return of the Tai Emperor's son. In recent years, there were also rumors that the Sky Demon's son had awakened from his deep slumber. The return of the Tai Emperor's son had caused a change in the attitude of those who supported Mu Qingtian in the demon clan. Would element demon power? You must be the legendary Sky Demon's son. The metal element Sage-to-be suddenly said. He cultivated the power of the metal element and was very sensitive to the other 4 elements. Why don't you get lost if you know? Mu Qingtian was very conceited. He had brought a withered branch from his father's body. It could be said that no one present was a match for him. You, Star Constellation Sage-to-be, and the others were furious when they heard this. However, they had to be cautious because of the other party's identity. The Sky Demon lineage was not to be trifled with. Moreover, no one knew if the demon ancestor Sky Demon had left his extreme path demon weapon to his son. If the Sky Demon's son had the extreme path demon weapon, they would be in real danger. If you have the ability, go and break into this ghost town. Why are you showing off in front of us? The Chu clan Sage-to-be said coldly. Although the Sky Demon lineage was powerful, the 4 of them represented the 4 major factions of the heaven realm. Among the 4 major factions, none of them could be underestimated. Even the entire demon clan of the heaven realm was wary of the profound heaven holy land, the Chu clan, the Star Great Sage's lineage, and the Golden Sacred Clan. Furthermore, the Sky Demon lineage did not represent the entire demon clan of the heaven realm. You're courting death. Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and swept it towards the metal Sage-to-be. The withered branch did not emit any energy fluctuation, but the metal Sage-to-be suffered a great impact. His body instantly collapsed. The golden divine blood that flickered with a brilliant golden light scattered in all directions. Even someone as powerful as a metal element semi-sage had his physical body shattered under the protection of a saint weapon. How powerful was this force? The son of the sky demon, Mu Qingtian's domineering attack immediately stunned everyone present. Buzz! The golden light divine mirror trembled, and rays of golden light fell down. The exploded muscles, bones, blood, and flesh flowed back. The metal element semi-sage was reassembling his body. Golden light flashed, and the power of metal was vast. In just an instant, the metal element semi-sage reappeared in front of everyone. Roar! Do you really want to be the enemy of the 4 major clans? The metal sage-to-be roared angrily. Mu Qingtian was too hateful. He destroyed his body in one move. Although his body had been reconstructed, he was still seriously injured. If you speak again, I will really destroy you. Mu Qingtian did not seem to care about the metal sage-to-be at all. However, he did not dare to harm the metal sage-to-be's life. The Gold Sacred Clan in the Heaven Realm was an extremely powerful clan. It was said that this clan was the descendants of the metal element divine being. Golden divine blood flowed in their bodies. The Gold Sacred Clan was extremely powerful. Even the Sky Demon lineage did not want to offend this clan. The metal sage-to-be's eyes turned red. When had he ever been looked down upon like this? However, Mu Qingtian's strength was extremely powerful. He was not someone he could deal with. You have gone too far. At this time, the star constellation sage-to-be spoke. He looked coldly at Mu Qingtian. This sky demon's son was too arrogant. The atmosphere between the two sides immediately became tense. The primordial Emperor Xian and the old man walked out from behind Mu Qingtian and confronted the mysterious sky sage-to-be and the others. Please go to the mysterious sky sage-to-be. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1341. Mu Qingtian, the son of the sky demon, had the right to be arrogant. He was confident that he could ignore a half-step saint, even if he was facing a half-step saint with a holy weapon. The atmosphere was extremely tense. The primordial Emperor Xian and the old man also approached Guru Tianxian and the others. They were ready to fight at any time. You've gone too far. Star Constellation Semi-Sage held the star blade in his hand and stared coldly at Mu Qingtian. Although they had just escaped from the ghost city, they still had the strength to fight. So what if I've gone too far? Get lost. Mu Qingtian looked down on Star Constellation Semi-Sage and the others. He was still extremely domineering. He didn't care even if he offended the 4 major powers. Good. Star Constellation Semi-Sage laughed angrily and said, "Good," 3 times in a row. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and a cold, murderous aura emanated from his body. Humph! You want to kill me? You? Mu Qingtian laughed. He had an extreme path saint weapon in his hand. Even the star blade of a great saint was nothing to him. He wasn't afraid of anyone, let alone these 4 guys in front of him. Then let me experience the supreme divine ability of the sky demon lineage. Star Constellation Sage-to-be said, as he slashed at Mu Qingtian with his saber. 9 stars appeared on the star saber. The dazzling saber light tore through the void and soared tens of thousands of feet towards Mu Qingtian's head. Good. Gu Fei, who was hiding at the side, couldn't help but secretly applaud when he saw this scene. It would be best if these people fought and both sides were injured, so he could reap the benefits. However, Mu Qingtian only sneered in the face of this earth-shattering blade attack. Then, he directly attacked with the withered branch. There were no energy fluctuations emanating from the withered branch, but the star constellation Sage-to-be's extremely sharp blade had been neutralized. The 10,000 feet long blade light silently collapsed and was neutralized by a strange force. Bang! Star constellation Semisage was directly sent flying thousands of feet away. A trace of blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. He was extremely shocked that the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand had such terrifying power. What arcane Guru Tianxian and the others were dumbfounded when they saw this scene. They were already in disbelief when the sky demon's son destroyed the metal half-saint's physical body. Now, the withered branch was able to withstand a sacred weapon. After all, the star saber in the semi-god star sage's hand was not an ordinary holy weapon. It was a great sage weapon refined by the ancient star sage using star stones. What is this? Everyone truly found this hard to believe. How could the most ordinary withered branch possess such terrifying power? It didn't reveal anything, yet it made one's heart tremble. With the branch in Mu Qingtian's hand, even if the 4 half-saints joined forces, they would still be defeated. This shocked and angered arcane guru and the others. Could it be that the withered branch in his hand is an extreme divine artifact? The Chu family's half-saint from the heaven realm stared at the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand and said they had just escaped from the ghost town, so they didn't know that the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand had an enormous origin. It was a branch that was cut from the legendary supreme Fei ancestor, Heavenly Fei's main body, the holy tree. The sky demon's body was a spiritual root of heaven and earth that was born between heaven and earth. It cultivated to become an unparalleled great demon, and eventually became an extreme demonic saint. Swish! Mu Qingtian didn't stop there. He swept the withered branch at arcane Guru Tianxian, the metal half-saint, and the Chu family's half-saint. The 3 half-saints were scared out of their wits. Without any suspense, arcane Guru Tianxian and the other 2 half-saints were swept away by Mu Qingtian's withered branch. The 3 half-saints suffered a great impact, and a trace of blood seeped out of the corner of their mouths. The 4 half-saints were no match for Mu Qingtian. Immortal Emperor Yuan Gu and the old man glanced at each other and were secretly delighted. Among the 4 half-sages, there were their enemies. They couldn't wait for Mu Qingtian to kill the 3 half-sages. Mu Qingtian didn't plan to stop. He continued to press forward. His demonic energy was vast and mighty. Purple demonic energy lingered around him. He was still suppressing the 4 half-saints with ease. To think that this guy has become so powerful in such a short period of time. How is this possible? Gu Fei, who was hiding within the deathly aura at the periphery of the void, was shocked when he saw this scene. He had fought with the sky demon's son, Mu Qingtian, before. He knew his strength very well. The battle strength Mu Qingtian displayed now was incomparable to that day. Did the extreme Tao Saint artifact increase his battle strength? That seemed to be the only possibility. If Mu Qingtian had used this withered branch when he fought with him, he wouldn't have been able to suppress him even if he had an extreme Tao Saint artifact. Gu Fei thought of many things in an instant. This withered branch was definitely one of the trump cards of the sky demon's lineage. Just thinking about the body of the sky demon shocked him. Just as Mu Qingtian was moving towards star constellation half-saint, and the others, the seal of the ghost town that was broken by Mu Qingtian was silently repairing itself. Outside the ghost town, that huge hole with a radius of several miles was shrinking. Moreover, a silhouette silently walked out of the ghost town. The power of death was vast and mighty. The aura of 9 saints filled the air. It seemed like 9 saints were buried in the ghost town. 9 dragon-like death chi descended from the sky. Inside the ghost town, there were undead saints swallowing the monstrous death chi. In the ghost town, there was a vast death chi. Inside the gray fog, there seemed to be many figures moving around. They couldn't be seen clearly. There was a strange power enveloping the whole city. Someone used a great power to disturb the heaven's secret of the ghost town. Even if the legendary divine diviner came, he wouldn't be able to divine anything. The change in the ghost city was immediately noticed by everyone. That terrifying silhouette walked out from the ghost city. His entire body was surging with death energy. He looked like a death god that had just walked out from hell. Even the sky demon's son, Mu Qingtian, who was rushing towards Arcane Guru's group, stopped and looked at the figure shrouded in death chi. A terrifying existence born from the undying Saint Evil Will. Mu Qingtian's eyes flickered. He was born with divine eyes and could see through the Saint Evil Will. He knew what kind of terrifying existence he had encountered. Star constellation half-saint, and the others glanced at each other. Then they used their saint weapons to protect themselves and retreated, allowing the Saint Evil Will to deal with Mu Qingtian's group. Buzz. The divine sword vibrated and created a spatial ripple that looked like transparent water. Then Celestial Emperor Yuan Gu used the flying immortal sword and slashed at the terrifying figure's waist. This was a saint sword. The power of a saint sword was extremely powerful, but even so, it couldn't truly injure the Saint Evil Will. The flying immortal sword was extremely fast. Primordial Emperor Xian's saint sword flashed through the void and cut the Saint Evil Will in half. Then the sword light flew back. This death chi surged as the Saint Evil Will's body that was cut in half surged. The black light of death flashed, and the two halves of the Saint Evil Will's body connected together. It had completely recovered. Swish! Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and swept it towards the terrifying figure. The evil spirit saint was severely injured, and its body was scattered in the air. However, the Saint Evil Will originated from the undying Saint Evil Will. As long as the Saint Evil Will's body was not destroyed, the Saint Evil Will would always exist. After scattering the Saint Evil Will, Mu Qingtian didn't feel happy. As the descendant of the supreme demon ancestor, the heavenly demon, he naturally knew many secrets of the world. Just when everyone was bewildered, a roar suddenly came from the ghost town. The whole ghost town shook, and the 9 dragon-like death chi that descended from the sky was almost cut off by this sound wave. That is, everyone's expression changed. The Saint Evil Will that was scattered by Mu Qingtian appeared again in the ghost town. The Saint Evil Will was not destroyed. They were in big trouble. The expressions of Primordial Emperor Xian and the old man became somewhat ugly. They never thought that the ghost town would actually give birth to such an existence. A blurry figure walked out of the ghost town. Swish! Mu Qingtian attacked once more. Once again, he defeated the figure. Boundless death energy swept out in all directions, causing the entire world to shake. However, the Saint Evil Spirit was indestructible. Mu Qingtian continued to attack and scatter the evil spirit's body. Then, the evil spirit immediately condensed again in the ghost city and walked out of the ghost city. Damn it! Mu Qingtian knew that this level of attack would definitely not be able to destroy the Saint Evil Will. However, he also couldn't let the Saint Evil Will get close to him. One must know that once the Saint Evil Will pounce on him, he would definitely die. Everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. Just as Mu Qingtian dispersed the saint's baleful aura, once again, a few powerful and evil auras appeared in the distance. Soon, the owners of these auras appeared. Swish! A few figures broke through the layers of death chi and rushed in from the outside. An evil and powerful aura immediately appeared in this part of the world. Demon When everyone saw who it was, they were all shocked. They saw that the person in the lead was a young devil cultivator, while the other two were completely wrapped in black clothes, and no one could see through their depths. It's him. When Gu-Fei saw who it was, he was also shocked. The person was none other than the sovereign bloodline of the 100,000 mountain range, the young master of the demonic sky. Behind the young master of the demonic sky were two old demons with wrinkles all over their faces. They were so old that their hair and teeth had all fallen off. These two old demons were extremely powerful. The aura they emitted was actually at the half-saint realm. This young master of the demonic sky was really extravagant. He actually had 2 half-saints as his Tao protectors. No one would believe this. Half-saints were all arrogant and lofty figures. Why would they run over to be someone else's servant? To see the first advertisement, please go to, please share, target equals, _blank. Chapter 1342. The sudden arrival of the young lord of demonic sky shocked everyone. The supreme heavenly demon was a supreme existence that was said to be on par with supreme saints and invincible demon ancestors. This seemingly young demon had actually lived for countless years. His appearance hadn't changed at all, and his Tao protectors were 2 terrifying half-step saint-level demons. A vile spawn of the demonic sky, the sky demon's son. Mu Qingtian's eyes lit up the moment he saw the young lord of the demonic sky. A terrifying battle intent surged from his body. In ancient times, the battle between demons and demons was extremely intense. As the son of one of the 2 great demon ancestors, Mu Qingtian had naturally seen the young lord of demonic sky before. A remnant of sky demon? The moment young Master Devil Sky caught sight of Mu Qingtian, a terrifying killing intent burst forth from his body as he struck out at Mu Qingtian. A demonic beam of light pierced through the void and shot towards Mu Qingtian. Swoosh! Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and dispersed the demonic light. He then swept the branch towards the young lord of demonic sky. The 2 demons beside the young lord were shocked. "Be careful, young lord!" The 2 demons stood in front of the young lord in a flash. Then, the 2 old demons were sent flying with demonic blood spurting from their mouths. Their bodies were almost shattered. Even though the 2 demons were protected by demonic weapons, they were still heavily injured. The young lord of demonic sky was shocked. He then opened his mouth and spat out a demonic flag that was filled with demonic chi. The demonic flag quickly enlarged and was grasped in his hand. Boom! The demonic flag danced, and the heavens and earth shook. Boundless demonic power spread from the demonic flag, shaking the entire heaven and earth. An extremely terrifying demonic aura appeared between the heavens and earth. Heavenly demon flag. When Mu Qingtian saw this, he was shocked. A saint-level demonic aura emanated from the demonic flag, and a terrifying demonic power rushed towards him. He had an extreme saint weapon in his hand and was not afraid of any saint weapon. He could even disregard a great saint weapon. An ordinary withered branch could suppress any saint weapon below the extreme saint weapon level. Mu Qingtian held the withered branch in his hand and swept it forward. The surging demonic power immediately dissipated, and the withered branch hit the sky demon flag. Bam! The entire heaven and earth seemed to have collapsed. The withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand displayed an unbelievable power. There were no energy fluctuations, but it sent young Master Devil Sky and the heavenly devil flag flying. That was the sky demon flag. In the hands of young Master Motian, it could display the terrifying demonic might of a saint. However, it was nothing compared to the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand. Young Lord Devilsky could only feel his hands trembling and the demonic blood in his body churning. His wrists were ruptured, and the heavenly devil flag in his hands almost flew out of his hands. It's too powerful. Could it be that the branch is actually an extreme path saint artifact? Young Master Develsky's knowledge was extraordinary. He had already guessed that the withered branch in Mu Qingtian's hand was an extreme Tao saint item. Only such an item could suppress a saint weapon. It was not a saint weapon of the extreme path, but it could suppress all saint weapons below the extreme path. Only the legendary saint weapons of the extreme path had such power. Young Master, the two old demons couldn't help but turn pale when they saw young Master Develsky being sent flying. As the protectors of young Master Develsky, they wouldn't be able to live if anything happened to young Master Develsky. The two old demons wanted to charge forward, but they had just been heavily injured by Mu Qingtian, and their vitality was already injured. Even if they charged forward, they would only end up dead. Humph! The descendant of the Supreme Demon Sky is only SOSO. Mu Qingtian's words were filled with disdain. In a certain sense, the battle between him and young Master Develsky could be considered a battle between Heaven Demon and Demonic Sky. Judging from the current situation, the son of Heaven Demon had suppressed the descendant of the Demonic Sky. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the void, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. Ever since Mu Qingtian obtained that withered branch, he was already invincible among those of the same level. Only by using the saint weapon of the extreme path could he fight Mu Qingtian. However, Gu Fei didn't want to use the saint weapon of the extreme path unless it was a matter of life and death. Mu Qingtian was unforgiving. He strode in the void, approaching young Master Develsky step by step. He had no intention of letting young Master Develsky go. The demon race and demons had been fighting for countless years. They were already irreconcilable enemies. Mu Qingtian could use this opportunity to kill young Master Develsky. If he could really kill the demonic sky young master, Mu Qingtian's reputation in the demon clan would definitely increase greatly with such a battle result. However, young Master Develsky belonged to the paragon bloodline of the demons. It wouldn't be an easy task to kill him. Swish! Mu Qingtian held the branch in his hand and swept it towards the young master of the evil sky. There was no monstrous wave of demonic power, nor was there any invincible aura. However, the young master of the evil sky was sent flying once again. Demon blood splattered everywhere. Young Master Develsky suffered a terrifying impact. Even his heavenly demon flag was almost sent flying. If it wasn't for the heavenly demon flag's protection, he would have been killed in both body and soul. He felt a great danger. At this moment, Mu Qingtian definitely had the ability to kill him. He couldn't help but be moved. This kind of power seemed to be a type of great Tao energy. Young master, leave quickly. The two half-saint great demons struggled to rush forward. Their demonic bodies were shattered, and they suffered a great impact. Their origin was already injured. Young Master Develsky didn't say anything and turned to leave. Ha! Even the dignified young Master Develsky wants to escape. Mu Qingtian laughed loudly. He waved the withered branch in his hand and activated the great Tao energy towards the two old demons. Uffed. The two old demons didn't even have the strength to fight back. They were instantly turned into a mist of blood. Even their primordial spirits couldn't escape and were completely destroyed. These were two half-saint great demons who had cultivated for countless years. Yet they were so easily killed by Mu Qingtian. Everyone who witnessed this scene couldn't help but feel their hearts palpitate. Even a powerful half-saint was no different than an ant in front of Mu Qingtian. The two old devils managed to buy some time for young Lord Devil Sky. Young Lord Devil Sky immediately turned into a beam of devil light and executed his devil Tao escape technique. In an instant, he rushed into the boundless, deathly aura in the periphery of the void, while Mu Qingtian and young Master Devil Sky were fighting. The terrifying figure that walked out from the ghost town had already started fighting with primordial Emperor Xian and the old man. Even with saint weapons, primordial Emperor Xian and the old man were in great danger. There were a few times when they were almost attacked by the extremely evil figure. Is this thing really indestructible? After Mu Qingtian scared away the young Master Devil Sky, he once again faced the evil saint evil spirit. This evil saint evil spirit made him feel helpless. This thing was simply a terrifying existence with an indestructible body. To see the first advertisement, please go to please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1343. The demonic sky young master was actually scared away, and the two half-step sage demons were also killed by Mu Qingtian. Mu Qingtian was simply invincible with the extreme Tao Saint artifact. However, even with the extreme Tao Saint artifact, he still couldn't destroy the evil saint evil spirit. As long as the saint corpse was still around, the saint evil spirit would not be destroyed. Unless the saint corpse was destroyed, the saint evil spirit would completely disappear from this world. The saint evil spirit was born from the saint corpse. If the saint corpse was destroyed, the saint evil spirit would lose its source of power and would quickly dissipate. You guys hold this thing back. I will enter the ghost city to obtain the legendary heaven-defying Tao fruit. Mu Qingtian didn't hesitate any longer. He turned into a divine light and rushed into the ghost city. Boom! The instant Mu Qingtian entered the ghost city, a loud sound came from within. 9 streams of deathly aura descended from the sky and turned into 9 dragons. They bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they charged at Mu Qingtian. The terrifying power of the saint grade was vast and mighty, causing the entire ghost city to shake. Blood-chilling roars came from all over the ghost city. One after another, terrifying figures walked out of the ghost town. Humph, just a bunch of dead things. How dare you block my path? Mu Qingtian sneered. At this moment, the withered branch in his hand emitted a hazy purple light that enveloped him. The power of death that surged in from all directions was blocked by this purple light. Mu Qingtian held the branch in his hand and struck upwards. The 9 dragons that were descending from the sky were immediately dispersed, and a monstrous death energy exploded outwards. Rumble, the entire ghost city shook violently. Although the vast and mighty power was powerful, it couldn't damage a single brick or tile in the ghost city. The ghost city gathered an endless amount of death chi. This power was definitely comparable to the power of the extreme Tao. Even Mu Qingtian had to be careful. Only the supreme characters of the extreme Tao would be able to create such a heaven-defying formation in the saint burial ground. An ordinary saint would not be able to create such a formation. After dispersing the 9 dragons, Mu Qingtian held the withered branch and walked towards the tallest palace in the center of the ghost city. An extremely weak fluctuation of life was emitted from that palace. A little bit of life was derived from the endless death. It was in that ancient palace. It was a heaven-defying Tao fruit that seized the fortune of the heaven and earth. If one could obtain it, becoming a saint would not be a problem. The son of the sky demon, Mu Qingtian, was once a demon saint like Old Tortoise. However, their cultivation levels had fallen from the saint tier. In this world where it was impossible to become a saint, only such a heaven-defying fruit of the way could give them hope of recovering their former cultivation and strength. Gu Fei used the anti-void mystic art to hide in the void, watching the scene nervously. Who would not be envious of such a heaven-defying Tao fruit? He was no exception. However, the ghost city was filled with endless dangers. He was not willing to take the risk. Outside the ghost city, the ancient Emperor Xian and the old man joined hands to block the Saint Fiend. The flying immortal sword light swept across the heaven and earth, tearing apart the void. It slashed the fiend into several pieces. However, even if the fiend was slashed by the saint weapon, it would recover in an instant. It was as if it had never suffered any attack. The old man was also amazing. His saint weapon was also a divine sword. However, this divine sword was different from the others. It was an invisible divine sword. The sword light was invisible. It came and went without a trace. It was impossible to guard against. Even the fluctuation of the sword chi could not be felt. This was the first time Gu Fei had seen such a sword-controlling technique. At this time, the ghost city changed again. When Mu Qingtian arrived in front of the palace in the center of the ghost city, several terrifying figures appeared around him without a sound. They had faint and illusory bodies and a heart-palpitating death aura. These were 8 terrifying existences that seemed to have crawled out from hell. This is being surrounded by these 8 evil figures. Even Mu Qingtian's expression couldn't help changing. These 8 figures weren't ordinary creatures of death. 8 saint fiends? How is this possible? When Mu Qingtian saw these 8 figures, he felt his scalp go numb. Could it be that there were actually 9 saints buried in this ghost city? After all, only a saint-level existence after their death. Their resentment would not be extinguished. Only then would they be able to give birth to this kind of extremely evil and evil saint evil spirit. After the 8 figures appeared, the boundless death energy in the ghost city immediately converged towards them in a frenzy. The 8 illusory figures immediately solidified. It was as if the 8 fallen saints were about to come back to life. Very quickly, the 8 ancient people emitting the aura of saint-level experts appeared in front of Mu Qingtian. It was as if 8 real saints had descended. This Mu Qingtian's heart trembled. These 8 saint fiends were too terrifying. They had actually reached this level. Could it be that these 8 ancient people had really been revived using this method? How could a fallen person be reborn? Especially when a saint died. Even if their physical bodies could be preserved, their souls would definitely have been destroyed. Perhaps this was a different kind of rebirth. Although Mu Qingtian was surrounded, he didn't panic. His expression was incomparably solemn. The 8 ancient people had surrounded him and could attack him at any time. Boom! The void trembled. A tall and thin old man standing in front of Mu Qingtian made a move. He extended his hand, and a terrifying destructive energy spread out from that hand, obliterating Gu Fei. Black and white energy revolved in the palm of that hand, forming a Taiji yin-yang diagram. The 2 Taiji eyes were like 2 bottomless pits, emitting a heaven-devouring power that wanted to devour Mu Qingtian. World-exterminating samsara palm. Mu Qingtian was startled. He recognized this move. The world-exterminating samsara hand was very famous in the ancient era. It was a killer move created by a human race saint. Once the world-exterminating samsara palm was unleashed, even a sage would fall into the cycle of reincarnation and be completely obliterated, unable to even become a ghost. Mu Qingtian didn't think too much about it. He soared into the sky and dodged the old man's move. But at the same time, the other 7 ancient men attacked as well. All kinds of terrifying life and death great technique were unleashed by these people. Terrifying holy level power spread out, causing the entire world to tremble. How is this possible? Mu Qingtian was truly shocked. These 8 fiends were too terrifying. They could actually use all kinds of great life-killing techniques from when they were still alive, as if they had truly been reborn. This was too strange and terrifying. Mu Qingtian was in a dangerous situation. To see the first ad free, please go to please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1344. The ghost town actually gave birth to 9 sage fiends. This is absolutely heaven-defying. How could a single place give birth to so many fiends? The method of the person who set up this heaven-shaking scheme is too terrifying. Could it be that this person actually killed 9 sages and buried their corpses in the ghost town? Only a place where sages have fallen and their corpses are not destroyed can give birth to sage fiends. Because only sage corpses can give birth to this kind of extremely vicious and evil thing. A fiend was entangled by the primordial Emperor Xian and the old man outside the ghost town. However, when Mu Qingtian approached the palace at the center of the ghost town, 8 terrifying silhouettes silently appeared. Endless death energy condensed into 9 dragon-like chi pillars. They dropped down from the sky and entered the ghost town in 9 different directions. There, supreme death creatures were swallowing death energy. The figures of the 9 fiends became solid. Finally, the 9 fiends revealed their appearance when they were alive. They were 9 sage rank existences. Bam! Outside the ghost town, the fiend blasted out with his palm, causing the void to collapse. He directly sent the flying immortal sword of the primordial Emperor Xian flying. This was the power of a sage rank existence. The fiend revealed its appearance when it was alive. It was a middle-aged man with the demeanor of a transcendent being. This middle-aged man should have cultivated the immortal Tao when he was alive. Even the immortal sword of the primordial Emperor Xian was sent flying. This caused the immortal sword of the primordial era to be shocked. When the middle-aged man sent the immortal sword of the primordial Emperor Xian flying, an invisible sword light silently streaked across the void and chopped off one of the middle-aged man's arms. However, although the fiend revealed its appearance when it was alive, it was not the sage from the primordial era. The middle-aged man did not feel anything when his arm was chopped off and directly attacked the old man. Buzz! The middle-aged man extended his other hand, and 5 rays of black light shot out from his hand, transforming into 5 swords of death that pierced towards the old man. The death sword, condensed from boundless death energy, emitted sword chi ripples that tore through the void, displaying a terrifying might. The old man hurriedly used the formless sword to protect himself. This was a clash between swords. The formless sword blocked 3 of the death sword lights, but it was sent flying by the 4th death sword light. Swoosh! The 5th deathly sword beam pierced through the old man's left shoulder, sending him flying over 10,000 feet away. Black blood gushed out from the wound. This was a type of corpse poison. The death sword light contained the corpse poison of a saint's evil fiend. This corpse poison was extremely terrifying, and even the old man's blood had turned black. A layer of black air appeared on the elder's face as well. He quickly consumed the spiritual medicine and sat in the air with his legs crossed. Using the invisible sword to protect himself, he used his spiritual energy to expel the poison. Saint-level corpse poison was not something that ordinary corpse poisons could compare to. As long as one came into contact with this corpse poison, even a saint-level being would be in danger. The flesh around the old man's wounds could rot, and even his bones could be seen. Roar! The old man desperately used his spiritual energy to prevent the corpse poison from spreading in his body. However, nothing came out even after doing so. His vitality was rapidly being corroded by the corpse poison. Gu Fei, who was hiding in the void, couldn't help but be shocked when he saw this scene. A saint-level corpse poison was too terrifying. Even a half-step saint couldn't withstand it. Elder Long, what happened to you? Immortal Emperor Yuan-gu's entire body shone with immortal light. 9 beams of immortal light danced around his body like divine rainbows. Each beam of immortal light emitted powerful fluctuations that blocked the middle-aged man who was rushing over, not allowing him to get close to him. What a terrifying corpse poison! The old man called Elder Long could no longer remain calm. The corpse poison in his body uncontrollably spread throughout his body, and his vitality was being corroded. Roar! He let out a loud roar. His postnatal head split open, and a small person wrapped in a divine light rushed out from his cracked skull. This was Elder Long's primordial spirit. The corpse poison of a saint was extremely terrifying. The old man's body had already been corroded by the corpse poison. He could only use this method to survive by abandoning his body. Bang! The moment the old man's primordial spirit rushed out of his body turned into a black mist and dissipated in the void. In just a moment, the corpse poison of a half-step saint turned into a black mist. Not even his bones were left behind. Everything was corroded by the corpse poison. Dao friend Yuan-gu, I'll be leaving first. The old man's primordial spirit sent out a divine sense fluctuation and then soared into the sky, flying back the way he came. With only his primordial spirit left, the old man could no longer compete for the Dao fruit in the ghost town. The primordial ancient Emperor Xian was both startled and angry. The corpse poison of the evil fiend was extremely terrifying. One of his allies actually withdrew just like that, causing him to lose a capable helper. Buzz! The soaring immortal sword vibrated, and a powerful sword energy spread out, tearing apart the void. It continuously collided with the 10 deathly sword lights that rushed out from the middle-aged man's hands. The middle-aged saint seemed to have come back to life. He could actually display the divine abilities of a saint and fight endlessly against the primordial ancient Emperor Xian. The powerful aura of a saint spread out from the middle-aged man's body, pressuring the primordial ancient Emperor Xian to the point of suffocation. This was the true power of a saint. Even a half-step saint like him would not be able to withstand it without the protection of a saint weapon. The old man's withdrawal put the primordial ancient Emperor Xian in danger. He was forced to retreat step by the middle-aged saint, and could be pierced by the deathly sword lights at any time. At this time, Elder Long's primordial spirit had already rushed into the deathly aura at the periphery of this space. The invisible divine sword was also a saint weapon, and it protected Elder Long's primordial spirit as it quickly escaped. Although his physical body had been completely corroded by the corpse poison and had been completely destroyed, at Elder Long's level of cultivation, he would not truly die as long as his primordial spirit was not destroyed. Although Elder Long had lost his physical body, he only needed to find a cultivator with an excellent physique and seize their body. There was a chance that he would be able to completely recover. However, there was someone who had no intention of letting Elder Long go. Humph, you're just unlucky to be standing with the primordial ancient Emperor Xian. I can only kill you. Gu Fei's body merged with the void as he silently chased after Elder Long. The enemy's ally was also his enemy. Gu Fei wanted to take advantage of Elder Long's predicament to eliminate this powerful enemy so that he would not become a threat in the future. Soon, Gu Fei caught up to Elder Long. Bang! He stretched out his hand, and a huge hand that emitted endless divine light broke through the deathly aura. It descended from the sky and grabbed at the escaping light below. Who is it? Elder Long roared in rage. His face turned pale with fright. Never in his wildest dreams did he expect that someone would actually attack him. The terrifying power of the immortal Tao descended from the gigantic hand in the sky. The gigantic hand enveloped the entire area, locking down the entire space. There was no way for him to escape. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1345. Boom. Boundless fist, intent burst forth, and a terrifying aura spread out, shaking the entire world, causing pitch-black cracks to appear in the space due to the terrifying power. Boom. Gu Fei punched out, causing the heaven and earth to lose color and the earth to tremble. This kind of power seemed to be able to pierce through the heaven and earth. Gu Fei's fist energy was unparalleled. His golden fist blossomed with endless divine light as he struck out the metal element fist. The power of the metal element surged violently, displaying an invincible fist intent that pressed forward with indomitable will. Roar. Elder Long's primordial spirit roared. The invisible divine sword emitted a transparent sword light that tore through the void and met Gu Fei's fist. This was a shocking scene. Thousands of dark spatial cracks converged towards Gu Fei. Break for me. Gu Fei's fist became the only thing between heaven and earth. It shattered the thousands of dark spatial cracks and collapsed the void under Gu Fei's fist. The golden fist shattered the layers of invisible sword chi and sent Elder Long's primordial spirit flying. Cracks appeared on Elder Long's primordial spirit. This fist contained Tao power and displayed an invincible fist intent. It almost blew up Elder Long's primordial spirit, which shocked Elder Long too strong. What kind of cultivation method is this? Could it be it's the legendary ancient martial arts? Elder Long's primordial spirit thought quickly. His opponent's cultivation and strength were too terrifying. Elder Long had lived for countless years and was an old antique in the heaven realm. He had long since stopped caring about worldly affairs. This time, he was invited by the primordial Emperor Xian. Sometimes living for a long time was also a kind of capital. Elder Long knew that he had met a lifetime enemy. He had not met many opponents like this in his long life. This young cultivator exuded the aura of a saint. However, this person was definitely not a saint. If this person was a saint, he would have been killed in a second. A half-saint with a holy weapon could display the power of a saint. However, it was a different matter when a true saint used the power of a saint. Without becoming a sage, one would never know how terrifying a sage was. Only by reaching that height would one know what a sage was. Who the hell are you? Elder Long's primordial spirit was truly afraid. The battle prowess that the other party had displayed was incomparably powerful. Even if he were at his peak condition, he would probably not be a match for the other party, let alone now that he was only left with his primordial spirit. Humph. Those who are about to die don't need to know who I am. Gu Fei sneered. He used the 8 desolate steps and displayed the extreme speed of 8 steps. His speed was extremely fast, and he instantly appeared in front of Elder Long's primordial spirit. Buzz. Elder Long was terrified. The formless divine sword trembled, and his primordial spirit fused with the divine sword. Then it turned into a streak of formless and transparent sword light. It rushed into the sky, wanting to escape. Where do you think you're going? A beam of purple light appeared between Gu Fei's eyebrows again. It was as if another eye had opened up. The power of his soul shot out from the beam of light and turned into a sword of the way. It slashed towards the invisible sword light that rose into the sky. The formless sword light had nowhere to hide from his martial arts' heavenly eye. Clang! The primordial sword of the way arrived first, even though it was launched later. It fiercely slashed the invisible sword light, slashing out Elder Long's primordial spirit, who had fused with the divine sword. Then, the sword of the way twisted upwards, directly killing Elder Long's primordial spirit. With his primordial spirit destroyed, Elder Long's body and soul were both destroyed. A divine sword condensed in the void. It was a divine sword that was as transparent as crystal. The saint weapon, shadowless sword. When Gu Fei saw the divine sword, his eyes lit up. After Elder Long's primordial spirit was destroyed, the divine sword floated in the void. It did not fly away. It even made a sound from time to time, as if it was wailing. It was filled with spirituality. There was no reason to let go of such a saint weapon. Gu Fei extended his hand, wanting to grab the invisible divine sword. However, at this moment, the invisible divine sword emitted a terrifying wave of sword chi. Gu Fei's heart trembled. This was the saint weapon's resistance. It would take a lot of effort to subdue such a saint weapon. It would not succeed in a short period of time. Buzz. A circle of sword wave that was visible to the naked eye spread out from the invisible divine sword. Gu Fei only felt a stinging pain from his palm, as if it was cut by countless sharp blades. Even the sovereign martial body could feel the pain. The sword chi emitted by the saint weapon was too sharp and powerful. If it was an ordinary sovereign martial body, they would have already been pierced by the sword chi. Even a half-saint would find it hard to withstand this sword wave. However, Gu Fei was not a half-saint. He did not use his own body to resist the sword wave that was spreading out. His primordial spirit entered the saint-tier battle puppet. His divine sense covered the entire body of the battle puppet. He could still feel the pain. This was a feeling that originated from the spiritual level. Immortal doubt patterns appeared on Gu Fei's body. He drew upon the power of the great Tao, and his right hand was also covered in Tao patterns. In the end, he still grabbed the invisible divine sword in his hand. Buzz. The invisible divine sword struggled in Gu Fei's hand like a spirit snake. It emitted an invisible sword chi that cut the void. Countless black threads, as thin as hair, seemed to extend from Gu Fei's hand. They were the cracks in the space that were torn by the invisible sword light. All right. Gu Fei used his Tao power to suppress the saint weapon. However, he found that there was an unyielding will coming from the saint weapon. He knew that this was the imprint left by the original owner of the saint weapon. Only by erasing the imprint in the saint weapon could he refine the saint weapon for his own use. However, at this time, Gu Fei did not have time to refine the saint weapon. He tried and knew that it would not work. So he took out the mountain and river cauldron and threw the invisible divine sword into it. The mountain and river cauldron was enough to suppress the invisible divine sword. He did not need to worry that the divine sword would be taken away by others when it was inside the mountain and river cauldron. No one could take away the invisible divine sword when it was suppressed by the divine weapon. Even the first owner of the invisible divine sword was absolutely powerless. Gu Fei's harvest was not small after killing the half-step sage Elder Long and taking away the invisible divine sword. It should be known that the invisible divine sword was a saint sword. Yuan Gu, don't die so quickly. Gu Fei did not hesitate. He directly flew in the direction of the ghost city. He was not optimistic about the chances of Yuan Gu Emperor Xian and the sky demon's son Mu Qingtian. It should be known that there were 9 sage evil spirits in the ghost city. The strength of each evil spirit was infinitely close to that of a sage. Even if they were not sages, they were terrifying existences at the quasi-sage realm. Even if Mu Qingtian had an extreme Tao saint artifact, he might not be able to deal with 9 quasi-sage existences. Please go to the ghost city. Please share. Target equals _blank. Chapter 1346. The heavenly demon flag displayed supreme demonic might in heavenly venerate Mo's hand. Even a demonic quasi-sage would be sent flying by it. If a quasi-sage were to be swept by the heavenly demon flag, his body and soul would be destroyed on the spot. However, all the quasi-sages present had holy weapons, so it was not easy to kill them. Mu Qingtian, had already chased away the leaders of the heavenly realm. The remaining 5 or 6 people were all incomparably powerful. Even Mu Qingtian had to be careful when facing such existences. The profound Heaven Holy Lands arcane guru and the star constellation quasi-sage couldn't compare to these existences. Some of these people had already become famous in the late period of the Great Desolate Era. Boom! A childlike expert blasted out a punch. The entire world shook. He was clad in a layer of pitch-black armor, only his head exposed. Although his divine material was small, it was much more powerful than anyone else's. He had unexpectedly clashed head-on with the heavenly demon flag. The heavenly devil flag danced, and the power of devil path surged out. The black-armored boy was sent flying. Although the boy was sent flying, he wasn't seriously injured. Ancient divine runes appeared on the black armor on his body, repelling all the demonic power that surged towards him, making it difficult for it to harm him. Is that a great saint-level divine armor? Everyone was shocked. The boy was incomparably powerful. He was wearing a great saint-level divine armor, yet he didn't seem to be affected by the heavenly demon flag. 9th Nether Child? Someone recognized the origin of this black-armored, childlike expert. When everyone heard this, they were shocked again. This 9th Nether Child's origin was not simple. A quasi-sage of the Undying Mountain, Mu Qingtian was also shocked. Although he had an extreme life form, he still felt extremely strained when facing such an existence. Heavenly Venerate Mo, 9th Nether Child. Why did these old fogies come out? Although the primordial Emperor Xian was a supreme, his cultivation and strength were nothing compared to these old fogies. Buzz! The flying celestial sword vibrated and released beams of resplendent flying celestial sword light. They pierced through the void and slashed towards Heavenly Lord. Mo sword energy rushed into the sky. However, Heavenly Venerate Mo merely slapped out with his palm and shattered the thousands of sword lights from the flying celestial swords. The power of the demon path surged like a great river toward Yuan ancient Emperor Xian, sending him flying thousands of feet away. Wow! Yuan Gu Emperor Xian stabilized his body. His face flushed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. This was the blood essence of a half-step saint. Each drop contained a great amount of immortal Tao power. A drop of blood from a half-step saint could kill an immortal. The cultivation and strength of a quasi-sage was so strong that it was almost at the level of a sage. Although heavenly venerable, Mo wasn't a sage. Every single move he made contained great sacred arts. Even a half-step saint with a saint weapon is no match for him. Gu Fei, who was hiding to the side, couldn't help feeling apprehensive. The terror of a quasi-sage wasn't something he could imagine. The arrival of a quasi-sage had changed the course of the battle in the City of Death. This kind of existence had lived for countless years and cultivated their entire lives in order to become a sage. The hope of becoming a sage could drive them crazy. Even if they had to slaughter their way through millions of miles, they still had to obtain it. The City of Death was floating in the sky. Only 6 of the 9 sage fiends remained. In other words, 3 of the 9 sage corpses had been destroyed. Who had done this? Was it Mu Qingtian? Or was it Heavenly Venerable Mo, who wielded the heavenly devil flag? Was the heaven-defying Tao fruit nurtured in the City of Death already taken by someone? Gu Fei weighed the current situation. The grand momentum of this world had already been broken, and the power comparable to the extreme Tao had been weakened. At this time, Gu Fei could use one of the 9 secrets of the immortal Tao, the Void Reversal Secret Art. His body merged with the void, avoiding everyone's eyes and ears as he flew toward the City of Death in the sky. The originally perfectly fine City of Death was now in ruins. However, 6 locations within the City of Death were still emitting terrifying fluctuations of the sage realm. Even though Gu Fei had entered the Saint-Tier battle avatar, he still felt his soul trembling. This was an oppressive sage might. Even if a sage had fallen, their corpses still couldn't be profaned. Ordinary people simply couldn't endure the sage aura coming from their corpses. The palace at the center of the City of Death had disappeared. The heaven-defying Tao fruit nurtured by the City of Death had been taken by someone. This shocked Gu Fei to the core. The heaven-defying life force had disappeared. A tiny bit of life had been born from the endless death. This was the fortune of heaven and earth. That tiny bit of life had boundless miraculous uses. It contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth and could help a person become a sage. Demon Sky Sovereign, quickly hand over that heaven-defying Tao fruit. A golden-haired, middle-aged man roared. He held a golden, holy sword in his hand as he arrived before Demon Sky Sovereign and directly slashed at his head. Another quasi-sage, a terrifying Saint-Tier power erupted from the golden divine sword. The golden sword light soared for tens of thousands of meters, as if it could split the heaven and earth in half. The heaven-defying Tao fruit was taken by that devil. Gu Fei was startled upon hearing this. That devil had the ultimate devil weapon, the heavenly devil flag. It seemed like only he could break into the City of Death and seize the Tao fruit. Bam! Without any suspense, that golden-haired quasi-sage was sent flying by Demon Sky Sovereign. The golden sword light shattered, and the power of the heavenly devil flag engulfed the heaven and earth. Rumble! The entire heaven and earth was shaken by the unimaginable power of the heavenly devil flag. The skies seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. The heavenly devil flag didn't display the ultimate devil might, but it wasn't something ordinary holy weapons could compare to. Let's go! Mu Qingtian held the purple branch in his hand and attacked. Although he wasn't a half-saint or a half-saint, he could fight with them. The reason why he had such combat strength was because of the purple branch in his hand. It was a branch that had been cut off from the heavenly demon's main body, the holy tree. Swoosh! Mu Qingtian held the purple branch in his hand and attacked Sky Lord Demon. There were no energy fluctuations coming from the branch, but there were traces of the great Tao circulating around it. It was as if the great Tao of heaven and earth was evolving on the branch. This was a kind of Tao law, and it was this kind of great Tao God law that made Sky Lord Mo's expression turn serious. The Tao law that shot out from the withered branch swept through everything, breaking through the layers of demonic energy, and hitting the heavenly demon flag. Boom! The void was annihilated, and the purple, withered branch collided with the heavenly demon flag. This was a confrontation of the great path divine laws, and it resulted in terrifying consequences. The entire world was annihilated, turning into a chaotic void. Mu Qingtian and Demon Sky Sovereign were both sent flying backwards. Neither of them had gained the upper hand in this exchange. To see the first ad free, please go to please share target equals _blank. Chapter 1347. Extreme Tao Saint Artifact. Heavenly Venerable Mo's heart trembled. The withered branch in his opponent's hand was actually able to withstand the heavenly devil flag without breaking. This was simply a miracle. One had to know that the heavenly devil flag was an extreme Tao devil weapon. A withered branch that looked like it could break at any time and was covered in insect bites was actually able to contend against an extreme Tao devil weapon. This caused everyone to be indescribably shocked. Is it really an extreme Tao Saint artifact? Everyone couldn't help but move away from Mu Qingtian. If that withered branch was truly an extreme Tao Saint artifact, wouldn't their lives be in danger if they were hit by it? An extreme Tao Saint artifact wasn't an extreme Tao saint weapon. They were two different things. A saint artifact wouldn't give birth to a weapon soul, but the Tao laws contained within it were no small matter. Those were the Tao laws of extreme Tao. Even if an extreme Tao saint artifact didn't have a weapon soul, it could still contend against extreme Tao saint weapons. The power of Tao laws could sweep through everything. Everyone looked at Mu Qingtian in a different light. This guy didn't reveal anything before, but he was actually a ferocious person. Everyone had misjudged him. The heavenly demon lineage's techniques were unique. No one could see through Mu Qingtian's depth, but since he was able to fight against everyone treated him as a quasi-saint. A quasi-saint holding an extreme Tao saint artifact. Just the thought of it was enough to make one's heart palpitate. The Tao fruit nurtured in the ghost town is on this devil's body. Gu Fei already knew the origin of the withered branch, so he wasn't that shocked. He only cared about the heaven-defying Tao fruit nurtured in the ghost town. Ha, you guys can't stop me. Not long from now, my demonic lineage will have a devil saint. Heavenly Venerable Mo waved the heavenly devil flag and rushed out. Bang! Boom! Two quasi-saints attacked with their saint weapons, unleashing saint-grade Tao laws. They activated the power of the great Tao and shattered the void, wanting to stop Heavenly Venerable Mo. In the hands of a quasi-saint, a saint weapon could definitely display around 80% of its power, equivalent to 80% of a saint's power. Even in this sealed void, it could still pierce through heaven and earth. However, this terrifying saint-level power was unable to stop Emperor Mo. He used the heavenly demon flag to protect himself as he directly passed through the destructive power. The demonic flag released a vast and mighty fluctuation which broke through the layers of energy turbulence and rushed out. Swoosh! The heavenly devil flag waved, sweeping away the two saint weapons. The two quasi-sages coughed up blood as they retreated. Although they attacked with all their might, they were unable to stop Heavenly Sovereign Mo. Nine Nether Samsara. A small figure appeared before the Heavenly Lord Demon, before displaying an unparalleled technique. The entire world suddenly darkened, as though a nine hells had appeared in the world. Rumble. 9 black holes appeared in front of 9 nether child, spewing out 9 nether essence chi. Each black hole produced a heaven-devouring power that swallowed Heavenly Sovereign Mo. These 9 black holes seemed to be connected to the real netherworld realm, and the cries of ghosts that would make one's scalp go numb were transmitted from them. Everyone retreated. Netherworld Child was a famous expert. When he attacked with his full strength, it was no small matter. The 9 black holes seemed to be able to swallow the entire world. The people from the Undying Mountain are really terrifying. Legend has it that the Undying Mountain is the cultivation ground of the ancient underworld sages. This netherworld child should be a descendant of the underworld sages. Someone whispered, the Undying Mountain lineage was not the strongest among the many forces in the heaven realm, but it was not the weakest either. The netherworld child had appeared in this lineage, shocking all the other giants. In an era where sages did not appear, quasi-sages were the strongest existences in the world. If a force had a quasi-sage, that force would definitely become one of the top forces in the entire heaven realm. Netherworld Old Ghost, you are courting death. Heavenly Sovereign Mo roared as he activated the demonic flag. He did not hesitate to consume a large amount of essence chi, causing the demonic flag to erupt with unimaginably powerful demonic Tao power. This demonic Tao power destroyed everything in its path, directly shattering the 9 black holes. Then it struck the netherworld child, who was behind the 9 black holes. Bang! The black armor on netherworld child's body collapsed under this power, and a burst of bone-cracking sound came from his body. The quasi-sage of the undying mountain, netherworld child, was sent flying hundreds of miles away by the power that erupted from the demonic flag. The black armor on his body was cracked. The great sage level armor was cracked, which shocked everyone to the extreme. The power that erupted from the demonic flag was not the extreme power, but it could already crack the great sage level armor. If such a force were to strike a quasi-sage, that quasi-sage would definitely be destroyed in both body and soul, turning into a mist of blood. Netherworld child had the protection of the great sage level armor, but his bones and tendons were still broken, and his body was seriously injured. Kill. When the others saw that Netherworld child was defeated, they knew that they had no choice but to join forces. The 5 powerhouses seemed to have a tacit understanding, and almost at the same time, they activated their saint weapons. 5 divine lights tore through the void of heaven and earth, piercing through the blue dome of heaven and earth. A power that could destroy heaven and earth was released to its heart's content, causing the entire prison to shake. On the ground and in the void, the extreme Tao runes appeared, drawing upon the extreme power of the great Tao and stabilizing this part of the void. The broken ghost town in the sky was almost blown away by the power of the 5 saint weapons, and the extreme Tao runes also appeared on the ghost town. Boom! Boundless, deathly aura burst out from the ghost town. Overflowing deathly aura rushed out from 6 directions of the ghost town. 6 terrifying silhouettes appeared within the deathly aura. The sage fiends appeared again. Previously, these 6 fiends, which were comparable to quasi-sages, were heavily injured by Heavenly Venerable Devil's demonic flag. Then, these 6 fiends retreated into the ghost town in the sky. 6 terrifying fiends, which were comparable to quasi-sages, rushed out of the ghost town, and all 6 sage-level fiends rushed towards Heavenly Venerable Devil. The heaven-defying Tao nurtured in the ghost town is really on Heavenly Venerable Devil's body. When Gu Fei saw this scene, he vaguely guessed that the hope of becoming a sage born in the ghost town had been snatched away by this old devil. However, at this time, everyone crazily attacked Heavenly Venerable Devil. The 6 sage fiends were extremely ferocious and directly attacked Heavenly Venerable Devil. This caused Heavenly Venerable Devil to be in big trouble. Unless the sage corpses were destroyed, these 6 fiends would not disappear. Ho! A gale suddenly rose, and the devil energy was vast and mighty. Heavenly Venerable Devil brandished the demonic flag, blocking the 6 sage fiends. Swish! At the same time, a purple divine light shot out from between Gu Fei's eyebrows, shooting towards Heavenly Venerable Devil's head. In the end, he still made his move. To see the first episode without advertisements, please go to Please Share. Target equals _blank.
Capítulo 1563, Espada y bastón. Luo Yu estaba tratando de resistir los ataques de las espinas de cristal y seguía cortando el cactus de cristal con su espada. Golpeó el cactus de cristal fácilmente cada vez. Ya había cubierto toda la superficie del cactus a golpes, pero no dejó más que marcas blancas de arañazos en su superficie. Ansen negó con la cabeza. El mejor aspecto del poder de Foulsefage Sky es que golpea a su objetivo cada vez, e incluso puede eludir las defensas y causar daño dentro del cuerpo. En este caso, sin embargo, Luo Yu no tiene suficiente poder para dañar el cuerpo del cactus de cristal. Aunque pueda golpearlo, no podrá romperlo. Luo Wu y Hyasidao estaban aterrorizados al ver que Luo Yu no podía romper el cactus. Luo Yu luchó contra el cactus de cristal, pero no pudo hacerle ningún daño al cactus de cristal, mientras que el cactus de cristal tampoco pudo lastimarlo. Luo Yu luchó por un tiempo, luego de repente se retiró, dejando el rango de ataque del cactus de cristal. Su cuerpo es demasiado resistente. Luo Wu, eres nuestra única oportunidad ahora, dijo Luo Yu, mirando a Luo Wu. Tal vez mi Geno Core Truth Spear pueda dañarlo, pero no tengo una armadura Geno Core, así que no puedo acercarme a él, dijo Luo Wu. A diferencia de Luo Yu, el primer núcleo genético propio de Luo Wu fue una lanza, y era un núcleo increíblemente destructivo y de super nivel. No te preocupes. Te protegeré de las espinas de cristal y podrás matarlas, dijo Luo Yu. Bueno. Luo Yu asintió. Corrieron hacia adelante y Luo Yu los defendió contra las espinas mientras Luo Yu avanzaba hacia el cactus de cristal más cercano. Luo Yu inmediatamente convocó una lanza brillante hecha de cristal dorado. Perforó el cactus de cristal y la mitad de la punta entró. Definitivamente podemos matarlo fácilmente. Luo Yu estaba entusiasmado. Él y Luo Yu se movieron entre los cactus de cristal, dejándoles cada vez más heridas. Jia Sidao y los demás también estaban encantados. Liu Che dijo, ese cactus de cristal es impresionante. Es una suerte que tengamos tanto a Luo Yu como a Luo Yu. De lo contrario, no tendríamos ninguna posibilidad de matarlos. Jia Sidao también asintió y dijo emocionado, finalmente podemos obtener una esencia genética de vida, por lo que este viaje no habrá sido en vano. Después de casi 3 horas, Luo Yu finalmente rompió el cactus de cristal con su lanza de la verdad y vieron cómo el cactus de cristal se disipaba. Sin embargo, no quedó ninguna esencia genética de vida. Luo Yu y Luo Yu habían usado demasiada energía, por lo que tuvieron que retirarse. ¿Lo que está sucediendo? ¿Dónde está la esencia genética de la vida? Preguntó Jia Sidao, confundido. Luo Yu frunció el ceño. Es tan extraño. Aunque matamos ese cactus de cristal, no escuchamos ninguna notificación de que lo mataron. ¿Ninguna notificación? ¿Cómo es eso posible? Jia Sidao no podía creerlo. Hay algo extraño en ese cactus de cristal, dijo Luo Yu. Si en realidad es una supercriatura, debería haber dejado una esencia genética de vida. Jia Sidao pensó que tenía sentido. Aunque ascendió al 4º santuario de Dios antes de que matar supercriaturas se volviera común en los santuarios anteriores, la esencia genética de vida ya no era un secreto, y sabía que todas las supercriaturas ordinarias tenían una esencia genética de vida. Sin embargo, este cactus no tenía uno, así que definitivamente algo andaba mal. Hemos perdido demasiada energía. Descansemos un rato y luego podremos matar otro cactus de cristal y ver, dijo Luo Yu, luego miró a An Senador. Ya has visto los cactus de cristal y sus poderes. ¿No quieres ir a matar uno? Bueno. Ansen no se negó esta vez. Ansen había observado atentamente mientras Luo Yu y Luo Yu peleaban. Estos cactus de cristal no eran muy diferentes de los cactus ordinarios, aparte de un mayor poder para arrojar espinas y cuerpos más resistentes. Luo Yu y los demás vieron a Ansen irse y no pudieron evitar fruncir el ceño. No sabían que tenía a Ansen que le permitiría defenderse del cactus y matarlo al mismo tiempo. Jia Sidao miró sorprendido a An Senador. Le sorprendió que Ansen se atreviera a atacarlo después de ver las impresionantes habilidades de los cactus de cristal. Luo Li no se sorprendió en absoluto. Observó a Ansen, curiosa por lo poderoso que se había vuelto. Ansen dejó atrás a Little Silver y caminó hacia un cactus con forma de pilar de 3,5 metros de altura. El cactus se activó y comenzó a disparar espinas de cristal hacia él. Fueron extremadamente rápidos y no le dieron la oportunidad de esquivarlo. Ansen no tenía intención de esquivarlos, en cambio, invocó su escudo dominante, que era exactamente del tamaño correcto para protegerlo contra las espinas, y luego siguió caminando con el escudo en la mano. Las espinas golpearon el escudo con un ruido metálico. Luo Yu y Jia Sidao abrieron mucho los ojos cuando vieron que las espinas de cristal no lograban atravesar el escudo de An Senador. Sin embargo, lo que sucedió a continuación los sorprendió profundamente. No solo el escudo salió ileso, sino que las espinas rebotaron en el escudo con tanta fuerza que se enterraron nuevamente en el cactus. Aunque no hicieron mucho daño, fue bastante increíble. ¿Qué clase de alma de bestia es esa? Está desviando todos los ataques de la supercriatura. Dijo Luo Yu, sorprendido. Es solo el alma de una bestia. No significa nada. Esa es solo su herramienta, no el poder que realmente tiene, dijo fríamente Luo Yu. Ansen continuó caminando hacia el cactus de cristal. Convocó su núcleo genético Splitblade y cortó el cactus como si estuviera cortando una tina de agua. El cactus que a Luo Hui le tomó más de 2 horas romper fue cortado por la mitad por Ansem con solo un golpe, y ni siquiera necesitó golpearlo por segunda vez. ¿Cómo es eso posible? Luo Yu ya no pudo mantener la calma. Miró con incredulidad cómo el cactus de cristal se desvanecía y Ansem se paraba frente a él. Jia Sidao y los demás estaban completamente desconcertados. Habían pensado que Luo Yu y Luo Hui eran muy poderosos, pero esos dos ni siquiera podían compararse con Ansenador. A Luo Yu y Luo Hui les tomó horas matar un cactus de cristal, pero Ansem mató uno con un solo golpe. La brecha entre ellos era tan grande que ni siquiera estaban en la misma liga. Luo Li también se sorprendió. Sabía que Ansem era fuerte, pero esto iba más allá de lo que ella había imaginado. No hay ninguna notificación después de matar a uno. ¿Son estos cactus de cristal realmente criaturas? Ansem frunció el ceño. Tal como había dicho Luo Hui, no sonó ninguna notificación cuando el cactus desapareció. Justo cuando Ansem miraba confundido a su alrededor, todos los cactus de cristal comenzaron a moverse. Cuando todos se dieron cuenta de lo que estaba sucediendo, los cactus de cristal los habían rodeado, para horror de todos. Capítulo 1564. Ostentación. Jia Sidao y los demás parecían completamente horrorizados cuando los cactus de cristal los rodeaban como un bosque. Luo Yu y Luo Hui también parecían asustados. Luo Yu tenía la armadura, por lo que no le tenía miedo a las espinas de los cactus de cristal. Sin embargo, Luo Hui no tenía ninguna armadura para protegerlo. Si esos cactus de cristal lo atacaran desde todas direcciones al mismo tiempo, no había forma de que sobreviviera. Luo Yu no estaría mucho mejor. Aunque tenía una armadura para protegerlo, esos cactus de cristal ya lo habían rodeado como una jaula. No importa cuán fuerte fuera su armadura, aún moriría si no pudiera liberarse. Justo cuando todos empezaban a entrar en pánico, los cactus de cristal se separaron y abrieron un camino en dirección a un valle montañoso. Dos criaturas que parecían idénticas caminaban a ambos lados del camino. Las dos criaturas parecían jade y sus formas se parecían a las legendarias bestias blancas. Luo Li se sorprendió cuando vio salir dos criaturas mutantes. Ella gritó: «Esas son super criaturas llamadas bestias blancas. Vi uno una vez cuando seguía a Luoitang». Sin embargo, dijo que las bestias blancas son criaturas extremadamente raras y les resulta difícil procrear. Pensó que podría haber solo una bestia blanca en todo el cuarto santuario de Dios. Quería domesticar a la bestia blanca que vimos, pero logró escapar. Es extremadamente poderoso. Ahora dos bestias blancas aparecieron al mismo tiempo. ¿Qué es este lugar? Tanto Luo Yu como Luo Hui parecían enfermos después de escuchar lo que dijo Luo Li. Un aterrador bosque de cactus y dos supercriaturas que incluso su patriarca elogió. Ahora tenían incluso menos posibilidades de sobrevivir. Las dos bestias blancas caminaron por el sendero. Se hicieron a un lado sin atacar a Ansem ni a los demás. Después de que las bestias blancas se hicieron a un lado, el grupo vio otra criatura caminando detrás de las bestias blancas. Esa criatura era un toro negro con cuernos de cabra, y había una niebla blanca rodeando sus pezuñas como si estuviera pisando las nubes. Bestia sagrada de la nube del cielo. Luo Li estaba horrorizado. Aunque Luo Li no dijo nada sobre la bestia sagrada de la nube celestial, el nombre en sí ya había desesperado a Luo Yu y Luo Hui. Jia Sidao no sabía que era una bestia sagrada de la nube del cielo, pero podía decir por Luo Yu y Luo Hui que era incluso más aterradora que una bestia blanca. La bestia nube celestial siguió caminando hacia ellos. Aunque no dejó salir su poder, hizo que Luo Yu sintiera una sensación de presión indefinible. El sudor cubría sus palmas. Si no fuera por los cactus de cristal que bloqueaban su camino, habrían huido muy lejos en lugar de quedarse allí mirando a la bestia sagrada nube celestial. Luo Yu y Luo Hui habían oído hablar de Sky Cloud Sacred Beasts antes. Eran super criaturas enloquecidas y algunas de las criaturas más poderosas del cuarto santuario de Dios. No importa cuán arrogantes y orgullosos fueran Luo Yu y Luo Hui, no serían tan ingenuos como para pensar que en realidad podrían rivalizar con una supercriatura enloquecida. Ya se estaban hundiendo en la desesperanza cuando la bestia sagrada nube celestial caminó hacia ellos. No vieron ninguna posibilidad de sobrevivir. La bestia sagrada de la nube del cielo entró en el cerco. Ni siquiera miró a Luo Yu y los demás, en cambio, avanzó directamente hacia Ansenador. ¿Eres Sky Sword Ansen? La bestia sagrada de la nube del cielo miró a Ansen con sus ojos que parecían campanas de bronce. Soy Ansen, pero no me llamaré Sky Sword. ¿Quién eres? Ansen estaba un poco aturdido. Ya se había preparado para tener una gran batalla. Había estado planeando usar la técnica que aprendió en la ruina de Dios y convocar su torre del destino para salir de allí. No esperaba que la aterradora criatura gritara su nombre. Luo Wu y Luo Yu miraron entre la bestia sagrada nube celestial y Ansen, confundidos, ya que no sabían lo que estaba pasando. Claramente, Ansen no sabía que era una bestia sagrada de la nube del cielo, sin embargo, había llamado el nombre de Ansen, por lo que aparentemente venía por él. De hecho es Sky Sword, Alteza. Mi joven maestro quiere conocerte, así que ven al refugio y salúdalo. La bestia sagrada de la nube del cielo asintió a la bestia blanca a su lado. Una de las bestias blancas se movió para acostarse frente a Ansenador. Parecía que quería que Ansen la montara. Luo Yu y los demás estaban todos desconcertados. Incluso si Luo Tang hubiera venido aquí solo, no habría tenido tanta bienvenida. Después de todo, Luo Tang era tan feroz que muchas criaturas y espíritus lo odiaban. Si la bestia sagrada de la nube del cielo lo hubiera conocido, podría haber habido una gran batalla en lugar de una cálida bienvenida como esta. Además, la bestia sagrada nube celestial había dicho que tenía un maestro. Este ser era lo suficientemente aterrador como para controlar una bestia sagrada nube celestial, y acababa de invitar a Ansen a su refugio con una presentación tan ostentosa. Ni siquiera podían imaginar lo que estaba pasando. Lo siento, ¿puedo preguntar quién es tu joven maestro? Ansen no podía pensar en nadie que conociera que pudiera permitirse algo tan grandioso. Lo sabrás cuando lo conozcas. Sky Cloud Sacred Beast no respondió la pregunta directamente. Ansen vio que la bestia sagrada nube celestial no significaba nada hostil, además, realmente no tenía otra opción. En lugar de hacer más preguntas, simplemente se sentó sobre la bestia blanca. La bestia sagrada de la nube del cielo se dio la vuelta y comenzó a caminar profundamente hacia la duna mientras la bestia blanca que llevaba a Ansen la seguía. Little Silver yacía sobre la cabeza de Ansenador. Entrecerró los ojos y miró a la bestia sagrada nube celestial frente a él. Bar estaba montando el pequeño Ice Horse detrás de Ansen, y Little Star también lo siguió rápidamente. ¿Qué debemos hacer?, preguntó Luo Wu con ansiedad. Todavía estaban rodeados por los cactus de cristal y no podían salir. Es el hijo de la hermana Lan. Será misericordioso. Luego, Luo Li siguió a Ansen, mirándolo montando la bestia blanca con una expresión complicada. Luo Yu apretó los dientes y le pidió a Luo Wu y a los demás que lo siguieran. Jia Sidao no tuvo otra opción. Estaba nervioso, pero todo aquello también parecía un poco increíble. No sabía lo que estaba pasando ni en qué se estaba metiendo. Bajo la guía de la bestia sagrada nube celestial, todos llegaron al área más profunda de la duna. Vieron un refugio que parecía una montaña de bronce y era espectacular. Había un espíritu esperando frente al refugio. Cuando Luo Yu y los demás vieron el espíritu, parecieron más molestos. Luo Tang era muy conocido en este refugio. Era respetado, pero también se había ganado muchos enemigos. Por lo general, los enemigos de Luo Tang eran todos seres horribles. Luo Yu y Luo Wu reconocieron el espíritu cuando lo vieron parado frente al refugio de montaña de bronce. Ese espíritu era descendiente de uno de los enemigos de Luo Tang y tenía una gran reputación en el santuario. Si ese espíritu supiera que eran descendientes de Luo Tang, podrían estar condenados. Capítulo 1565. Skisboard es mi maestra. Los rostros de Luo Yu y Luo Wu estaban un poco pálidos. Mientras todavía estaban inquietos nerviosamente, apareció el espíritu. Maestro Skisboard, finalmente estás aquí. Te esperé durante mucho tiempo. El espíritu caminó frente a Ansen y se inclinó seriamente. Habló con mucha emoción. Luo Yu, Luo Wu y Luo Li quedaron congelados. Jia Sidao no tenía idea de quién era el espíritu. Luo Yu sabía sobre el espíritu y vio cómo el espíritu se inclinaba hacia Ansenador. Era algo inimaginable, e inicialmente creyeron que estaban soñando. El hijo del emperador Horno era Sumi, y él y su madre eran emperadores de segunda generación. Se había inclinado ante un humano y nunca pensaron que algo así sucedería. Después de todo, ¿desde cuándo la humanidad había alcanzado tal reputación? ¿Y desde cuándo se habían ganado el derecho a tal respeto? Incluso Luo Aitang, a pesar de volverse tan famoso, nunca se había ganado el respeto y el privilegio que tenía Ansenador. Pero ahora vieron a Sumi inclinarse ante Ansen y darle la bienvenida al refugio. El nivel de prestigio y respeto que se había ganado no era una broma. Ansen le había prometido a Sumi que le enseñaría una habilidad con la espada, pero nunca esperó encontrarse con el espíritu aquí. Con mucha sorpresa, Ansen dijo, ¿el refugio Fernis está aquí? Sumi sonrió. Maestro, Fernis Shelter tiene la capacidad de teletransportarse. Nos mudamos aquí recientemente, pero no esperábamos conocerte. Esto es muy fortuito. Después de entrar en Fernis Shelter, Sumi llevó a Ansen a un pasillo. Luo Yu y los demás vieron a Bar y Little estar siguiéndolos, y comenzaron a seguirlos también. Sin embargo, fueron detenidos. Espera aquí. Si no fuera por el señor Skisbord, todos ustedes, los humanos de Godslayer Shelter, habrían sido asesinados. Las bestias blancas tararearon. Estaban vigilando los lados izquierdo y derecho de la entrada al salón. Luo Yu no sabía a dónde podían ir. No querían caminar por Fernis Shelter, así que simplemente esperaron afuera. Estaban bastante nerviosos, pero aún así se alegraban de que Ansen estuviera allí. De lo contrario, podrían haber sido asesinados. Por supuesto, si Sumi supiera sobre el rencor entre Luo Aitang y Fernis Emperor, todavía estarían en la tabla de cortar. ¿Qué hizo él? ¿Por qué los espíritus como Sumi le obedecen? Ni siquiera Big Luo recibe un trato así. Luo Li miró hacia el pasillo con una expresión complicada. Sin embargo, el camino hacia el interior estaba cerrado ahora, por lo que no podía ver qué estaba haciendo Ansen allí. Sumi, ¿es este el maestro que solicitaste? Dentro del salón, el emperador Horno, que parecía un dios, miró a Ansen y frunció el ceño. Sumi había hecho que pareciera importante cuando solicitó que Skicloud Beast trajera de vuelta a Ansenador. Fernis Emperor pensó que Sumi iba a conseguir un maestro muy poderoso. No esperaba que fuera solo un humano, uno que ni siquiera era Súper, además. ¿Qué puedes enseñarle a mi hijo? Fernis Emperor no estaba contento con la decisión de Sumi, pero no fue tan descarado como para echar a Ansen en ese mismo momento. Sumi quiere aprender una habilidad con la espada de mí, así que es una habilidad con la espada que le enseñaré, respondió Ansenador. Sumi rápidamente intervino para decir, «Padre». Las habilidades con la espada del maestro son fuertes, e incluso Sixpads dijo que su talento es tan alto como el cielo. Por eso se llama Skisbord. Fernis Emperor escuchó eso y quedó realmente convencido. Para ganarse los elogios de Sixpads, Ansen tenía que haber sido realmente poderoso. Pero Fernis Emperor no podía decir que tenía de especial Ansen, por lo que dijo, si te has ganado el nombre Skisbord y te has ganado el aprecio del Sixpads Emperor, tus habilidades con la espada deben ser buenas. Mi jardín tiene una marca de espada. Fue entregado por el emperador de la espada sagrada durante su ascensión al quinto santuario. Puedes echarle un vistazo. Quizás puedas aprender algo. El emperador de la espada sagrada que mencionó era un emperador que era bueno con la espada. Era poderoso en el cuarto santuario de Dios, hace unos 500.000 años. Su talento más impresionante fue su habilidad con la espada. Cuando subió de nivel, rompió la dimensión con su espada. La réplica se estrelló contra una montaña, dejando una hendidura en el paisaje que nunca desapareció. La montaña pertenecía al emperador Horno, y la hizo trasladar a los jardines para que estuviera cerca de Sumi. Fue más fácil para Sumi aprender las habilidades con la espada al tenerlo allí. Las habilidades con la espada del emperador de la espada sagrada eran especiales. Muchas élites espadachines habían peregrinado para visitar esa cicatriz, pero la mayoría de las veces no aprendieron nada. Sin embargo, Algunos quedaron muy seducidos por ello y algunos incluso estuvieron a punto de perder el corazón de espada. El emperador Horno deseaba dejar que Ansem echara un vistazo para poder probar la fortaleza de la mente humana. Si la cicatriz reclamara el corazón de Ansem y fuera seducido por la mente espada, no importa lo buena que la gente dijera que era, no sería un maestro lo suficientemente bueno para Sumi. Sumi sabía que este era el juego del emperador Fernis, pero no creía que Ansem terminaría siendo seducido por la mente espada. Entonces dijo: «Maestro, déjame llevarte a la marca de la espada». Ansem y Fernis Emperer no tenían mucho de qué hablar. Hablar con el espíritu, que estaba sentado altivamente en su trono, era aburrido. Entonces, estaba feliz de irse con Sumi. Ansem llevó a Bauer con él al jardín. Y aunque se llamaba jardín, era enorme. La montaña de 1000 metros de altura solo ocupaba una quinta parte del espacio allí. Ansem miró la montaña. Había una marca de espada allí que casi había cortado la montaña en dos. Sumi explicó: el emperador de la espada sagrada rompió el vacío con su espada y creó un camino que lo llevó al quinto santuario. Las ondas de espada aterrizaron en esta montaña y dejaron atrás una mente de espada. Muchas élites espadachines se han enfrentado a esto pero se han quedado sin nada. Vengo aquí para intentar aprender de la marca, pero ni siquiera yo puedo aprender nada. Si lo dejó un emperador espada, deberías haber podido aprender algo, dijo Ansem, confundido. De pie en la puerta, Ansem sintió una presencia increíblemente aterradora derivada de la marca de la espada. La mente de la espada era fuerte. El solo hecho de estar cerca debería haber permitido algún tipo de aprendizaje. Tal como decía la gente, si lees 300 poemas y aún no puedes escribir el tuyo, al menos podrás leer. No puedes irte sin absolutamente nada. Maestro, usted no entiende. La mente de espada del emperador de la espada sagrada es especial. Muchas élites de clase emperador visitan aquí y ninguno de ellos aprende nada. Muchos de ellos se dejan seducir y casi se pierden por completo, explicó Sumi mientras llevaba a Ansem por el jardín. En el Salón de los Espíritus, el emperador Horno y un espíritu femenino observaron a través de un viejo espejo mientras Ansem entraba al jardín. Si ese humano no se deja seducir por la marca de la espada, ¿realmente dejarás que Sumi se convierta en su alumno? El espíritu femenino frunció el ceño mientras miraba el vídeo. Si no se deja seducir por la mente espada, y con lo que el emperador de los 6 caminos ha dicho sobre él, solo puedo suponer que está calificado, dijo el emperador Fernis. El espíritu femenino negó con la cabeza. El maestro de mi hijo debería ser el espadachín más fuerte del mundo. Estar calificado no es suficiente para mí. Capítulo 1566. Mente de la espada sagrada. Ansem entró al jardín y sintió la influencia de la mente espada emerger de la hendidura. La mente de la espada era extraña. La mayoría de los espadachines darían a la gente una sensación aguda o una fuerte sensación de intimidación. Pero esta mente espada en particular era diferente. Se movía de un lado a otro como olas, sin cesar. No parecía intimidante per se, pero era duro y duro. Al principio se sentía como si la mente de la espada no fuera fuerte, y todos tuvieran la oportunidad de luchar contra ella por su propia voluntad. Sin embargo, no era una tarea reservada únicamente a las capacidades de los super seres. Aquellos que fueron piedras preciosas también lo afrontan. No había desventajas por tener un cuerpo más débil. Pero la mente de espada, a pesar de no sentirse muy fuerte, dejaría perplejos a la mayoría de los espadachines y los dejaría sin saber cómo proceder. Ni siquiera las superélites habían logrado domesticarlo y, a menudo, se veían afectados negativamente por él. Cuando la gente lo ve por primera vez, no están seguros de si realmente es la marca de la espada del emperador de la espada sagrada. Tienen que pasar un tiempo sintiéndolo antes de reconocer lo aterrador que puede ser. Esta mente de espada es como un río sin fin. La presión que exuda aumenta con el tiempo, y cuanto más presión se acumula, más fuerte se vuelve. Las criaturas de clase piedras preciosas pueden observarlo durante unos días y sin verse afectadas. Las superélites apenas pueden llegar a 10. Se ven afectados después de un tiempo e incluso pueden sufrir lesiones. En algunos casos, su fe puede romperse y su propia mente dañada, dijo Sumi. Ansem asintió. Practicaba sus habilidades con la espada y, aunque no era lo mejor, tenía su propia mente con la espada. Especialmente después de ver Heartsword de Six Paths. Desde entonces, sus habilidades con la espada se habían desarrollado hasta convertirse en algo especial. Si fuera afectado por la mente de espada del emperador de la espada sagrada, sería una gran pérdida. Sumi continuó diciendo, no intentes usar tu propia mente de espada contra la mente de espada del emperador de la espada sagrada. Su mente de espada es como el agua. Si usas tu mente de espada en su contra, será como intentar ir contra la corriente. Cuanta más fuerza uses, más presión ejercerán contra ti. Si no vas en contra, al menos podrías aguantar unos días. Si voluntariamente te opones, me temo que no durarías ni un día. En solo unas pocas horas, tu mente espada podría sufrir daños irreparables. Parece manso, pero en realidad es autoritario, dijo Ansenador. Bueno, vino de un emperador de la generación de la espada, dijo Sumi. Ansem sintió la avalancha de la mente espada y la comparó con una marea menguante. Pensó para sí mismo, he practicado Heartsword. Mis habilidades con la espada son difíciles. Puedo desafiar el agua, sin rendirme nunca. Ir en contra de la mente del emperador de la espada sagrada es una oportunidad perfecta para fortalecer mi Heartsword. Ansem sabía que Fernis Emperor le había pedido que fuera allí para ver la marca como una forma de prueba. Ansem realmente no quería enseñarle a Sumi, así que no importaba que tuviera que tomar este desvío. No tenía mucha prisa por darle a Fernis Emperor una demostración impresionante. Ansem usó su mente de espada, y luego la mente de espada de la marca, que antes era mansa, de repente comenzó a hincharse. Cuanto más fuerte empujaba Ansem su mente espada, más presión ejercía sobre él la otra mente espada. Fue tal como lo había explicado Sumi. Sumi vio a Ansem usar su mente de espada contra la mente de espada del emperador de la espada sagrada, y se emocionó mucho mientras los veía pelear. Su mente de espada se parece a Heartsword. Sin embargo, definitivamente hay una pequeña diferencia entre su variante y la de Six Paths. El emperador Horno observó a Ansem usar su mente de espada. Podía verlo todo. El emperador Horno había luchado contra los 6 caminos una vez. Perdió, pero la experiencia lo familiarizó mucho con las habilidades con la espada de Six Paths. La madre de Sumi, la emperatriz del fuego, frunció el ceño. Sumi le dijo lo que sabe sobre la mente de espada del emperador de la espada sagrada, y aún así usa su propia mente de espada para ir en contra de ella. Es valiente, pero demasiado arrogante. No es apto para ser el maestro de Sumi. El emperador Horno negó con la cabeza. No estés tan seguro. Aunque el emperador de los 6 caminos no es tan bueno como el emperador de la espada sagrada, no están demasiado separados. Se autodestruyó y volvió a ser emperador, empezando desde cero. Reiniciar así significa que ahora podría no ser peor que el emperador de la espada sagrada. Si Ansem realmente practicara Heartsword, incluso si solo lograra clavar el 70% de ella, definitivamente podrá resistir el poder de esta espada sin causarse daño a sí mismo. Si solo sabe el 70%, ¿por qué no pedirle a Six Paths que se convierta en su maestro? Dijo la emperatriz del fuego. No es tan fácil contratar Six Paths. Si no tomara a Sumi en serio, entonces pagarle sería inútil. Horno negó con la cabeza. Sumi tiene nuestros grandes genes. Los talentos que tiene seguramente deben ser mejores que los de Six Paths. Si Sumi no es lo suficientemente bueno para ser su alumno, no creo que nadie en el cuarto santuario de Dios sea lo suficientemente bueno para él. La emperatriz del fuego abrió mucho los ojos. Sin embargo, ella era como cualquier madre y pensaba que su hijo era el mejor. La presión sobre Ansem se estaba volviendo grande. Cuando usó su mente de espada, la marca de espada que antes estaba tranquila de repente comenzó a enfurecerse. Ansem sintió como si lo hubieran arrojado a un río rápido. La otra mente espada estaba luchando contra sus habilidades con la espada, y sentía como si fuera aplastado en cualquier segundo. Una mente espada no se trataba solo de poder puro. La mente espada se preocupó por la sensación de la espada. Era algo que solo podía sentir y no describir. Tampoco se podía tocar porque no era sólido. Pero si tu mente de espada resultó dañada, las cosas podrían resultar peores que si sufrieras una lesión física. Cuando te infligieron daño físico, puedes consultar a un médico y usar su medicina para curarte. Pero si fue tu corazón el que resultó herido, nada podrá remediarlo. Tendrías que usar tu propia voluntad para solucionarlo. Hansen sintió como si su mente de espada fuera como acero, pero se estaba derribando. Su voluntad se estaba agotando rápidamente. Si hubiera sido una persona con una voluntad débil, ya se habría vuelto loco. Incluso un espadachín con una fuerte voluntad no habría durado tanto tiempo bajo este tipo de oposición. Pero Hansen era diferente. Su Heartsword le dio una fuerte mente de espada, y su voluntad fue reforzada por los cristalizadores. Esa aterradora mente espada no pudo quebrar su voluntad. No importa cuánto la mente espada intentó romper su voluntad, Hansen no se inmutó. En cambio, permitió que su voluntad se fortaleciera. Pasó el tiempo y hasta el momento había pasado 1 hora. No es de extrañar que él sea el maestro. Ha luchado con la mente de espada del emperador de la espada sagrada durante 1 hora, todo sin moverse. Es mejor que esos super espadachines. Lo felicitó Sumi. Él es bueno, dijo Fernis Emperor. La emperatriz del fuego dijo fríamente, solo ha pasado 1 hora. Si puede aguantar 12 años y su mente con la espada todavía está bien, entonces puede ser el maestro de Sumi. Capítulo 1567, marca de espada, 12 horas. Dudo que fuera humano si lograra eso. De todos los super espadachines que lo han intentado, solo uno ha logrado aguantar 12 horas. Y esa persona no es mucho más débil que Sixpads. ¿De verdad crees que Hansen tiene alguna posibilidad? El emperador Horno tenía una sonrisa irónica. Pero necesitamos a alguien que tenga logros. De lo contrario, ¿cómo podemos estar contentos con nuestra selección del maestro de Sumi? Dijo la emperatriz del fuego con certeza. El emperador Horno simplemente sacudió la cabeza y no habló. Él creía que élites poderosas como esa no enseñarían a otros. Pensó que Hansen estaba bien, ya que tenía la fuerza y había aprendido la espada del corazón de los 6 caminos. Sería una buena elección para el maestro de Sumi. Pero Fernis Emperor no haría nada que Fire Empress no aprobara, por lo que, en última instancia, la decisión dependía de ella. Hansen permaneció inmóvil mientras luchaba contra la mente de espada del emperador de la espada sagrada. La mente de la espada era como una muela, pero no podía disminuir la mente de Hansenador. En cambio, parecía más bien la piedra de afilar de una herrería. Los bordes duros barrieron a Hansen, haciéndolo más agudo a medida que pasaba el tiempo. Si la mente de espada de Hansen era comparable al acero, el proceso de pulido la hacía brillar como una joya bien tallada. Pasó el tiempo y, después de 6 horas, al ver que estaba bien, Sumi parecía extasiado y feliz. Fernis Emperor tuvo que hacer otro cumplido y dijo, «Este niño no es malo. Sumi tiene gusto». Con una voluntad tan fuerte y habilidades con la espada, Sumi seguramente aprenderá un par de cosas al aceptar a este tipo como su maestro. La emperatriz del fuego, al ver a Hansen actuar sin problemas ni nada, se sintió medio convencida, en realidad. Pero ella todavía se abstuvo y dijo, «Solo hemos llegado a la mitad del camino. Todavía es demasiado pronto para que podamos decir algo». Pasaron otras 2 horas. Fernis Emperor estaba muy convencido en este punto y dijo, «Este niño todavía no se ha movido en absoluto. Su voluntad es severa. Encontrar otra persona así sería difícil». La emperatriz del fuego también estaba más convencida, pero dijo en voz baja, «Aún quedan 4 horas. Veamos si puede lograrlo primero». Pasaron otras 2 horas y Hansen no se había movido en absoluto, al igual que no lo había hecho en las últimas 10 horas. El emperador Horno y la emperatriz del fuego estaban en shock. Incluso ahora, Hansen no mostraba signos de moverse. Casi parecía como si no estuviera afectado por la mente espada. Ahora pensaban que Hansen podría llegar con seguridad a la marca de las 12 horas. «Mi hijo tiene buen ojo. Encontrar un maestro como este será de gran ayuda y beneficio para él». Cada vez que Fernis Emperor hablaba de Hansen, su tono era diferente. Había pasado de la simple observación al acuerdo y ahora estaba lleno de admiración. Había cambiado mucho de opinión. La emperatriz del fuego tampoco parecía tan arrogante ahora. Miró la corriente en estado de shock y dijo, este humano es realmente diferente. Está calificado para ser el maestro de Sumi. Los dos emperadores pensaron que Ansem podría llegar fácilmente a las 12 horas, y sus opiniones sobre él comenzaron a ser las mismas. Pasó más tiempo y después de 12 horas, Sumi no pudo evitar soltar cumplidos. Maestro, eres súper especial. A lo largo de todos estos años, solo una persona ha logrado aguantar 12 horas contra la mente espada. Eres el segundo en lograrlo. Sin embargo, Ansem no escuchó lo que dijo. Su atención se centró únicamente en la mente de espada. La mente de espada se movía contra su voluntad, y durante todo ese tiempo, la propia mente de espada de Ansem se había vuelto más fuerte. Pero después de un tiempo, Ansem comenzó a creer que algo andaba mal con la mente espada. Ya no podía pulir su propia mente de espada, y Ansem caminó hacia la marca de la espada sin darse cuenta. Quería acercarse a él para poder sentirlo más fuerte. ¿Qué está haciendo? La emperatriz del fuego observó a Ansem acercarse a la marca. La mente de espada del emperador de la espada sagrada siempre parecía mansa, pero las cosas eran muy diferentes cuando Ansem se acercaba. El emperador de la espada sagrada blandió su espada y abandonó la montaña con su mente de espada. Y había durado desde su partida. Esta mente de espada era extrema. Cuanto más te acercabas a la marca de la espada, más intensamente podías sentir la voluntad del emperador de la espada sagrada. Era la fe que había usado para romper la dimensión. Era una mente de espada eterna. En aquel entonces, muchas élites vinieron a ver ascender al emperador de la espada sagrada. Muchos de ellos quisieron reclamar la montaña para sí mismos después, pero al final, fue el emperador Horno quien la poseyó. Y eso se debía a que la gente normal no se atrevería a tocar la montaña y no podían moverla como él podía. Dentro de la mente de la espada, no importaba si eras o no un emperador que se centraba exclusivamente en las habilidades con la espada, si simplemente tocas la marca de la espada, serás atacado por la voluntad necesaria para romper el vacío. Su voluntad quedaría gravemente dañada. La razón por la que las élites no pudieron tomar la montaña marcada con la espada fue porque solo Fernis Emperor cumplió con el requisito de teletransportación a través de Fernis Shelter. Teletransportó a Fernis Shelter alrededor de la base de la montaña. Luego, pudo llevárselo. Ahora que Ansem había estado luchando contra la mente espada durante 12 horas, su propia voluntad había demostrado ser demasiado efectiva. No se había roto, por lo que se atrevió a aventurarse más cerca de la marca de la espada. Esto fue demasiado impactante para el emperador Horno y la emperatriz del fuego. La voluntad de este joven es fuerte. Es como la mejor élite que existe. Fernis Emperor habló con una mirada de seriedad. La emperatriz del fuego no dijo nada, pero la forma en que miró a Ansem lo dijo todo. Ya no hubo desdén, solo sorpresa. Ansem se acercó a la marca de la espada y sintió que la mente de la espada se hacía más fuerte. Su mente de espada se volvió aún más aguda y su voluntad se hizo más fuerte. Estaba a 100 metros de la marca de la espada cuando redujo la velocidad. Pero cada paso fue tan seguro que no hubo vacilación acompañando a ninguno de ellos. Todo el cuerpo de Ansem parecía como si se hubiera convertido en una espada afilada. Era como si estuviera rompiendo el agua mientras avanzaba hacia la grieta. Finalmente, Ansem subió a la montaña y tocó la marca. Auge. La mente de espada interminable llegó a Ansem como la descarga incesante de un río infinito. Fue como poner la mente de espada de Ansem en un río de tiempo para que permanezca lavada para siempre. Los rostros del emperador Horno y la emperatriz del fuego cambiaron. No esperaban que Ansem se acercara a la montaña y usara su mano para tocar físicamente la marca de la espada. Esa marca había sido dejada por una élite que estaba a la mitad del proceso de convertirse en Dios. Estaba ascendiendo al quinto santuario cuando esto sucedió, e incluso la voluntad de un emperador resultaría dañada si lo tocasen. La voluntad de Ansem era fuerte, pero existía la posibilidad de que incluso él resultara dañado al tocarlo. Si lo hiciera mal, su voluntad se rompería y nunca regresaría. ¡Oh, no! El estómago del emperador Horno cayó. Estaba muy satisfecho con la habilidad de Ansem y sería una pena que el humano fuera destruido allí mismo. No fue fácil para Sumi encontrar un maestro tan consumado. La emperatriz del fuego suspiró. Estuvo de acuerdo en que Ansem tenía suficiente poder, pero nunca pensó que sería tan imprudente como para tocar la marca. Seguramente eso dolería. La emperatriz del fuego simplemente esperaba que no sufriera demasiado daño para enseñarle a Sumi. Capítulo 1568. Mente de espada rota. La interminablemente espada siguió corriendo contra la voluntad de Ansem, e incluso a Ansem le resultó difícil resistir. Sintió como si estuviera cayendo en un abismo, donde la esperanza y la fuerza vital habían desaparecido para siempre. Si otros estuvieran en su lugar, su voluntad se habría quebrantado. Se habrían rendido. Pero Ansem no sabía lo que significaba rendirse. Bajo esa presión, su mente seguía tan dura como el acero pulido y se aferró a la poca fe que tenía. En un momento como este, el éxito no se lograba mediante la fuerza. Tampoco se trataba de talento. Todo estaba determinado por la personalidad de una persona y las experiencias previas que la habían moldeado. Si sus personalidades eran débiles, no importaba cuán refinadas fueran sus habilidades, su voluntad se desmoronaría. Esto fue cierto incluso para las superélites. Incluso con una mente realmente fuerte, era difícil sobrevivir a este tipo de fuerza. Ansem era una persona con una voluntad poderosa y había adoptado la personalidad obstinada que definía a sus padres. Pero aún así, bajo la presión de la mente espada, su agarre y voluntad comenzaban a disminuir. El emperador Horno y la emperatriz del fuego vieron cambiar la expresión de Ansem y comenzaron a sudar frío. Sabían que esto era una mala noticia. Es posible que Ansem no pueda resistir la fuerza constante por mucho más tiempo, y su mente y voluntad pronto podrían doblarse y romperse. El emperador Horno y la emperatriz del fuego se teletransportaron al jardín. Planeaban sacar a Ansem de la marca de la espada. Pero antes de que pudieran intentarlo, la mente de espada de Ansem surgió como un volcán en erupción. La fuerza salió de la mente de espada de Ansem para suprimir la mente de espada de la montaña misma. ¿Cómo es esto posible? La emperatriz del fuego y el emperador Horno quedaron congelados en estado de shock. No podían creer lo que sus ojos presenciaban. Un humano que ni siquiera parecía de superclase tenía una mente de espada capaz de suprimir la mente de espada del emperador de la espada sagrada. Sintieron como si el mundo estuviera cambiando justo debajo de sus pies. Se quedaron inmóviles, sin saber exactamente qué estaban haciendo. Sumi estaba muy emocionado en este punto y dijo: «La mente de espada del maestro es tan poderosa. No creo que pueda encontrar a nadie con una mente de espada más fuerte que la suya». Ni siquiera el emperador de los 6 caminos pudo seguir el ritmo de esta actuación. Sin embargo, Ansem se sintió terrible. Cuando su mente de espada casi se rompió, la armadura de cristal negro dormida de repente desató una porción adicional de voluntad directamente en su mente de espada para reforzarla. Fue entonces cuando la mente de espada de Ansem estalló como loca, sin ningún control. Le permitió eliminar la mente de espada del emperador de la espada sagrada. Incluso fue capaz de suprimir la mente de espada de toda la montaña. Pero la voluntad que provenía de la armadura de cristal negro era demasiado fuerte, y cuando entró en la mente de espada de Ansem, casi no pudo aceptarlo todo. Afortunadamente, Ansem tenía una personalidad y una voluntad fuertes. Tomó la mejor decisión que pudo en el poco tiempo que tenía para decidir. Usó su mente de espada para reforzar esa voluntad. Aunque fue difícil, principalmente debido al hecho de que la mente de espada de Ansem era débil y la voluntad impulsora era fuerte, la propia voluntad de Ansem también era fuerte. La voluntad de refuerzo lo aceptaría, por lo que pudo asimilarse con la mente de espada de Ansem y permitir un aumento continuo de fuerza. Cuando esa voluntad adicional se refinó dentro de la mente de espada de Ansem, se volvió más fuerte. Auge. Bajo el poderoso impacto de la mente espada, la montaña quedó dividida. Fue cortado por la mitad y abierto de par en par. La mente del emperador de la espada sagrada se estaba desvaneciendo, y todo lo que quedaba era la de Ansem. El emperador Horno y la emperatriz del fuego sintieron que se quedaban boquiabiertos. Pero no dijeron nada, simplemente se quedaron paralizados como si se hubieran petrificado. Ansem había roto la mente del emperador de la espada sagrada. Era difícil de creer. Luoyu, Luoui, Luoli y Hyasidao habían estado esperando en la plaza durante 2 días. Pero Hansen aún no había regresado. Luohui se quejó: Hansen es demasiado arrogante. Somos sus mayores, entonces, ¿por qué nos dejaría aquí? Este no es Godslayer Shelter, y tampoco es su territorio. Él no puede controlar nada aquí. Espera un poco más, dijo Luoli. Sí, tenemos suerte de que todavía estemos respirando. Espera un momento, dijo Hyasidao. Luoyu comenzó a decir algo, pero antes de que pudiera, las puertas se abrieron. Las 2 bestias blancas se hicieron a cada lado cuando alguien salió. ¿Finalmente saldrá? El grupo de ellos echó un vistazo. De hecho, fue Hansen quien salió a grandes zancadas. Luoli quería gritar el nombre de Hansen, pero cerró la boca cuando vio a la gente a su alrededor. Los rostros de Luoyu y Luohui cambiaron. Las personas que caminaron junto a Hansen fueron el emperador Horno y la emperatriz del fuego. Estaban a su lado, con Sumi siguiéndolos por detrás. Maestro An, por favor enséñele bien a Sumi. Golpéalo si es necesario. Trátalo y piensa en él como lo harías con tu propio hijo, dijo la emperatriz del fuego. Sí, maestro An. Háganos saber si hay algo que necesite. Intentaremos satisfacer sus necesidades en todo lo que podamos. El emperador Horno habló con sincera pasión. Luoli, Luoyu y Luohui quedaron congelados por el shock. No podían creer lo que les decían sus ojos. El emperador Horno y la emperatriz del fuego eran espíritus de primer nivel del 4º santuario de Dios, y sin embargo, eran amigables y muy respetuosos con Hansenador. Era difícil imaginar cómo un humano podía conseguir que personas como el emperador Horno y la emperatriz del fuego los trataran de esa manera. Ni siquiera Luo Aitang pudo lograr eso. No te preocupes, yo le enseñaré. Pero cuanto aprende depende de su talento y esfuerzo, dijo Hansenador. Tiene razón, maestro An. Si Sumi solo puede aprender un poco de usted, puede considerarnos satisfechos, dijo Fernis Emperer. La emperatriz del fuego dijo: depende de Sumi cuánto puede aprender de ti. Incluso si solo aprende un poco de ti, es suficiente para él. Hyasidao y los demás estaban todos congelados. Los 2 espíritus poderosos no parecían emperadores en absoluto. No como los humanos habían imaginado. Parecían padres adecuados que simplemente intentaban atacar a un buen maestro para sus hijos. ¿Es realmente tan fuerte? Luoli estaba confundido. Sabía que Hansen era fuerte, pero le costaba creer que fuera tan fuerte. Incluso los emperadores le hablaban amablemente. Esperaba que algún día su propio hijo pudiera estudiar bajo su protección. Los cerebros de Luohui y Luoyu estaban simplemente vacíos. No pudieron reaccionar. Cuando salieron de Fernis Shelter con Hansen, todavía se sentían como si estuvieran en un sueño y nada de eso era real. Capítulo 1569. El regalo de la familia Luo. Sumi siguió a Hansen fuera de Fernis Shelter. Iba a viajar con él como estudiante. Hansen no era muy bueno enseñando, pero incluso si solo se tomara el tiempo para enseñarle a Sumi algunas habilidades de la alianza, sería suficiente. En comparación con la educación humana, lo que recibían los espíritus era prácticamente basura. Los espíritus podían vivir para siempre, por lo que podían aprender lo que querían cuando quisieran. No había necesidad de eficiencia ni de calendarios adecuados. Los humanos no eran así, por supuesto. En la antigüedad, se decía que era raro que los humanos alcanzaran los 70 años. Esa se consideraba una edad muy avanzada, pero de todos modos las capacidades de aprendizaje de un ser humano disminuyeron después de los 30 años. Por lo tanto, un principio fundamental para la humanidad era la necesidad de estudiar de manera eficaz y oportuna. Los humanos siempre intentaron encontrar las mejores formas de aprender y absorber conocimientos en el menor tiempo posible. Había muchas formas diferentes de estudiar, pero todas estaban muy organizadas. Esto había sido muy importante en la antigüedad. No importaba si alguien iba a una escuela pública o iba a un salón marcial privado, la educación que recibieron había sido refinada durante milenios. Fue mucho mejor que cualquier cosa que los espíritus hayan recibido jamás. Hansen no pensó que sería difícil enseñarle a Sumi. También le pidió a la IA que formulara un plan y un curso de educación para Sumi. Había humanos en Fernishelter, pero nadie los escuchó. Sumi ciertamente no lo haría, especialmente porque era clase emperador. Nunca se había tomado el tiempo para aprender cómo estudiaban los humanos. Lo que Hansen le presentó era completamente nuevo. Le fascinaba y se esforzaba mucho en estudiar lo más que podía. Luoli, Luoyu y Luohui parecían desconcertados. Pensaron que el método de enseñanza de Hansen era tan aburrido y normal. Esperaban que le enseñara a Sumi algo grandioso y poderoso. Después de ver esto, se preguntaron por qué Sumi le tendría tanto respeto. Tampoco podían entender por qué el emperador Horno y la emperatriz del fuego habían tratado tan bien a Hansenador. Pero aún así, se guardaron sus pensamientos para sí mismos. Le tenían un poco de miedo a Hansen y no querían criticarlo. Hansen, ¿por qué no vienes con nosotros al refugio Gothlayer? Después de que abandonaron el Valle de Arena, Luoli invitó a Hansen a regresar con ellos. Voy a volver a mi propio refugio. Cuidarse. Hansen no era fanático de la familia Luo, por lo que no quería quedarse con ellos por mucho tiempo. Trajo al zorro plateado, Sumi, y al resto para que se fueran con él. Jia Sidao sabía que la relación de la familia Luo con Hansen era tensa. No dijo nada al respecto, pero pensó para sí mismo, es difícil discernir las complejidades de los genes. Me temo que la familia Luo caerá y, cuando lo haga, la familia Han surgirá para reemplazarlos. Quizás Hansen algún día sea mejor que el propio Luoitang. Parece que el salón marcial del puño de hierro necesitará transformarse para adaptarse al cambio que se avecina. Hansen llevó a Sumi a su refugio. Su nuevo invitado era un super espíritu de segunda generación, por lo que ninguna criatura o espíritu les causó problemas en el viaje de regreso. Hansen no regresó a la ruina de Dios, y de todos modos, Sumi les dijo que el lugar ya estaba cerrado. Pasarían muchas décadas antes de que volviera a abrir. El pequeño rey león había regresado a la montaña del león, por lo que tampoco tenía sentido volver allí. ¿Qué son esos cactus de cristal en el Valle de Arena? Hansen le preguntó a Sumi. Sumi sonrió y dijo, es una super criatura. Sin embargo, no es normal y en realidad se llama cactus needle. Mis padres pasaron mucho tiempo tratando de reclamarlo para que pudiera hacer guardia y proteger el refugio. La rama de cactus de cristal que rompiste al principio fue solo una ilusión. No afectó a la criatura real. A menos que encuentres su cuerpo real y lo mates, puedes seguir invocando ilusiones como esa. Todas las ilusiones son fuertes, al igual que las supercriaturas también. Es un aliado poderoso. Esa es una supercriatura muy poderosa, de hecho. En realidad, no suena más débil que una supercriatura enloquecida, lo elogió Hansenador. Sí. Si no fuera así, no creo que mis padres hubieran hecho tanto esfuerzo como lo hicieron cuando lo reclamaron. Sumi habló de esto con orgullo. Regresaron a Shadow Shelter en poco tiempo, y Hansen instaló a Sumi allí. Luego, Hansen llamó a Chips Chip y Green Cow para que le dieran un informe sobre el refugio, para que pudiera saber cómo habían sido las cosas y si se había desarrollado algún evento importante en su ausencia. Bossman, con nosotros aquí, el refugio ha estado funcionando bien. Chips Chip continuó felicitándose y diciéndole a Hansen lo bien que se había desempeñado. Y realmente lo había hecho bien. Hizo un gran trabajo mientras Hansen estaba fuera y mantuvo todo operativo. Hansen estaba satisfecho. Red Pony todavía estaba en el jardín, pero Ninelife Cat ya no estaba. Hansen no tenía ni idea de a dónde fue, pero nunca regresó. Heu Qingcheng y Elysian Mon permanecieron cómodamente en el refugio, y parecía como si no les interesara la idea de irse. Heu Qingcheng rara vez abandonaba el refugio, pero Elysian Mon lo hacía con frecuencia. Regresaba de vez en cuando, pero nunca se comunicaba con Hansenador. Siempre regresaba y regresaba al lado de Heu Qingcheng. Hansen quería hacerle algunas preguntas a Heu Qingcheng y ver si ella era la número 4 mencionada en el diario, pero después de pensarlo por un momento, decidió regresar primero a la Alianza. Quería ver a su familia y a su hijo. Hansen se había ido durante mucho tiempo y los extrañaba bastante. Es una pena que Little Flover sea demasiado joven y no pueda ir al refugio. Y no tengo suficiente poder para garantizar que He Yan Ran pueda convertirse en un semidios de manera segura. Toda la familia podría cazar criaturas juntas si estuviéramos todos aquí y nos veríamos mucho más. Hansen suspiró. Sin embargo, cuando regresó a casa, Hansen pensó que algo en la atmósfera se había agriado. Luolan y Ji-Yanran ya estaban allí esperándolo, y cuando lo vieron, lo miraron como si fuera un criminal. ¿Ha pasado algo?, preguntó rápidamente Hansenador. No ha pasado nada, pero tienes un gran problema. Luolan miró a Hansen como si fuera un juez y habló con alarmante seriedad. ¿Qué problema tengo? Hansen no entendió. ¿Fuiste al refugio Gosslayer?, preguntó Luolan. Hansen asintió. Estaba en camino. Por un acuerdo comercial tuve que irme. Pero no te preocupes, no he establecido ningún vínculo con ellos. Está hecho. Luciendo muy enojado, Luolan señaló la caja de regalos sobre la mesa. Ella dijo, si no pasó nada, entonces, ¿por qué la vieja terquedad envió estas cosas aquí? ¿Vieja terquedad? ¿Te refieres a Luo Tang? ¿Qué envió aquí? ¿Quiere volver a enseñarle a Anyan alguna habilidad horrible? Te lo digo, ella no debería aprender esas cosas. Dañará su esperanza de vida, dijo Hansen rápidamente. Luolan sacudió la cabeza y dijo, estos eran mis bocadillos favoritos. Después de todos estos años, todavía lo recuerda. Será mejor que me digas qué hiciste con él. No hay forma de que Old Tavernis me conceda y le pida a Luoli que le entregue estas cosas. Luoli lo trajo, pero había algunos artículos allí que ella no conocía. Debe haber sido idea suya. Luolan dijo que nunca volvería a ver a la familia Luo nuevamente, pero cuando Luo Tang le envió esas cosas, la hizo sentir rara. Estaba conmovida y confundida al mismo tiempo. Después de tantos años, Luo Tang finalmente lo entendió. No vino, pero los artículos que había incluido obviamente significaban mucho. Luolan no creía que alguien con la personalidad de Luo Tang haría esto. Pero a Luolan le preocupaba que Hansen hubiera sacrificado algo, lo que provocó el gesto. Capítulo 1570, número 4. El propio Hansen estaba sorprendido. Aunque había visto a Luo Tang en Gosslayer Shelter, no había aceptado ninguna de las solicitudes del hombre ni le había dado nada. Entonces, ¿por qué el viejo enviaría un regalo? Parecía como si realmente quisiera restablecer una conexión con Luolan. Pero dada la personalidad de Luolan, Hansen sabía cómo podría haber sido Luo Tang. Habían pasado muchos años desde que la vio y, mientras tanto, no había habido ningún mensaje de texto ni ninguna forma de comunicación. Si realmente hubiera querido enviarle algo, habría tenido mucho tiempo para hacerlo. No habría tenido que ser ese día, de todos los días. Ahora que había enviado algo, obviamente tenía algo que ver con que acababa de conocer a Hansenador. Mamá, no hice nada por él. No estuve de acuerdo con nada. Hansen continuó contando la historia de cómo encontró a Luo Tang. ¿Esquivaste su palma? Luolan miró a Hansen con los ojos muy abiertos. Parecía como si estuviera en shock. Tampoco aprendí el sutra del cielo falsificado. Pero sabes que lo sabía y qué esperar. ¿Hay algo malo en el hecho de que logré esquivarlo? Hansen no pensó que hubiera ningún problema. No, no pasa nada. Hiciste un gran trabajo. Luolan estaba muy feliz de escuchar esto. Puso sus dedos en la mejilla de Hansen y la frotó. Mi buen hijo, realmente hiciste un gran trabajo. ¿Qué significa eso? Hansen parecía confundido, no del todo seguro de lo que acababa de suceder. Pocas veces la había visto tan feliz. Nada. Es simplemente bueno, eso es todo. Luolan sonrió y se fue, sin responder realmente a la pregunta de Hansenador. Hansen descansó en casa otros 2 días antes de regresar al santuario. Cuando regresó, fue directamente a la habitación de Heu Qingcheng. Justo cuando estaba a punto de llamar a la puerta de su habitación, escuchó la voz de Heu Qingcheng decir, «Entra, la puerta no está cerrada». Hansen empujó ligeramente la puerta para abrirla. Heu Qingcheng estaba frente a una mesa, dibujando con un bolígrafo viejo. Hansen aprendió lo que estaba haciendo en una lección de historia, era caligrafía. Estaba usando un pincel, una herramienta ideada por los antiguos humanos para escribir. Realmente ya no se usaban. Los pocos que aún existían eran utilizados por los artistas para algunas tareas extrañas. No esperaba que Heu Qingcheng fuera del tipo que los amara tanto. Ansen no era muy bueno con el arte, pero se dio cuenta de que ella debía haber tenido mucha práctica para dibujar con el nivel de talento que tenía. Heu Qingcheng bajó su bolígrafo. Se tomó un momento para admirar su propia obra de arte antes de preguntar, ¿por qué me buscabas? Ansen sonrió y luego dijo, conocí a alguien que me contó algunas cosas raras sobre ti. No sé si era un mentiroso, por eso me gustaría pedirte la verdad sobre estas cosas que dijo sobre ti. ¿Oh? ¿Qué dijo sobre mí? Heu Qingcheng miró a Ansen como si hubiera despertado su curiosidad. Ansen ya había establecido mentalmente cómo abordaría esta conversación. Ahora sonrió y dijo que mataste a Cruel Chi, ¿es eso cierto o falso? Heu Qingcheng frunció el ceño y dijo, quizás. No lo recuerdo. He matado a muchas criaturas en mi vida. Cruel Chi era una famosa super criatura semidios. Si hubieras matado a uno así, no lo habrías olvidado, ¿verdad? Ansen no le creyó. Realmente lo olvidé. ¿Por qué mentiría sobre esto? Dijo Heu Qingcheng, con los labios levantados. Ansen pensó que si Heu Qingcheng quisiera mentir, simplemente habría dicho un simple sí o no. No podía decirlo del todo por la respuesta que le dieron. Está bien si no recuerdas eso. Dijo muchas otras cosas. Dijo que bebiste la orina de una bestia de jade para evitar morir de sed en el desierto. Ansen iba a decir algunas declaraciones similares, pero antes de que pudiera terminar de decir la primera, la cara de Heu Qingcheng cambió. Imposible. Nadie sabía sobre eso. ¿Cómo sabrías? Heu Qingcheng miró a Ansen como si hubiera visto un fantasma. ¿Realmente hiciste esto? Entonces te escondiste dentro del huevo de Hunting Sky Beast y terminaste siendo sentado por Hunting Sky Beast durante un mes entero? Preguntó Ansenador. Imposible. Nadie debería saber sobre esto. ¿De quién lo escuchaste? El rostro de Heu Qingcheng cambió. Ella corrió delante de él y lo agarró por las mangas. Dije que conocía a alguien, ¿no? Me dijo estas cosas, diciendo que te vio cometer estos actos. Pensé que estaba mintiendo. No tenía idea de que me estaba diciendo la verdad. Ansen estaba sorprendido y feliz al mismo tiempo. Ahora estaba seguro de que Heu Qingcheng era el número 4 en el diario. Imposible. Cuando hice estas cosas, los humanos ni siquiera sabían que era un barco de vapor. ¿Quién podría haberme visto? Heu Qingcheng parecía molesto. Ansen se quedó paralizado. Sus ojos se abrieron mucho mientras la miraba y dijo, ¿vapor? Eso es algo de la antigüedad. ¿Estuviste en el santuario en aquel entonces? Ansen no podía creer lo que estaba escuchando, pero Heu Qingcheng, sin saberlo, había demostrado lo que deseaba saber. Heu Qingcheng frunció el ceño mientras ella lo miraba fijamente. Ella dijo, tienes razón. Yo soy de esa época. Estuve en el santuario incluso en la antigüedad. Dime quién te dijo estas cosas. Cuando hice estas cosas, los humanos no podían aparecer en los santuarios. No deberían haber podido verme. De ninguna manera. En aquel entonces no había teletransportadores. Ni siquiera había generadores. ¿Cómo pudiste entrar al santuario? ¿Estás bromeando, no? Ansen escuchó cada palabra, pero le resultó difícil de creer. ¿Parece que estoy bromeando? Dijo Heu Qingcheng con frialdad. Pero eso no está bien. Incluso si hubieras entrado al refugio, eso habría sido hace al menos 10.000 años. Incluso como semidios, tu esperanza de vida de unos pocos cientos de años debería haber terminado hace mucho tiempo. ¿Cómo has vivido durante tanto tiempo? Heu Qingcheng había admitido algo bastante extraño. Él no lo creyó. No me importa si lo crees o no. Solo quiero que me digas quién te dijo estas cosas. El rostro de Heu Qingcheng parecía oscuro. Un escalofrío le recorrió la espalda. Las cosas que ella había hecho eran algo que ningún otro humano podría haber visto. Las cosas de las que habló Ansen fueron eventos que ella creía que nadie más sabría. Los espíritus y las criaturas tampoco podrían haberlo sabido. Ahora que Ansen había dicho esto, la asustó bastante. Si alguien sabía sobre estas cosas, entonces significaba que alguien la había estado observando en la antigüedad e incluso hasta ahora. Fue algo bastante aterrador aprenderlo. ¿Hay alguna manera de que puedas demostrarme que provienes de la antigüedad? Hansen vio que en realidad no estaba bromeando. Tenía varias preguntas diferentes que deseaba hacerle. Comentarios. 9. Excalibur Umbra primero cara sonriente Sanfref noveno Banikman mira esto. Me acabo de regalar el cuento. Globo ver todos los CMNTDE se califica este capítulo vota con Power Stone enviar regalos capítulo 1571. Lanzador de higón no importa si puedo o no. Si no me crees, finge que no lo hago. Pero dime quién te dijo estas cosas. Heu Qingchen conocía a Hansen y sabía que no podría haber sido Hansen quien vio esos eventos. Alguien debió habérselo dicho. Entonces, Heu Qingchen no tenía motivos para sospechar de lo que le había dicho. No estoy seguro. Conocí a alguien, pero no sé nada sobre él. Después de eso, no volví a verlo nunca más. Hansen no sabía quién era la persona, así que no podía decírselo. Heu Qingchen frunció el ceño y miró a Hansenador. Ella no creyó lo que dijo. Después de todo, ¿por qué un extraño al azar le contaría esas historias? Hansen siguió hablando de cosas que no importaban y ahora quería escabullirse. Al menos había confirmado que Heu Qingchen era el esquivo número 4. Pero si Heu Qingchen era un humano que había estado en los santuarios en la antigüedad, como ella acababa de decirle, ¿cómo entró? ¿Y cómo seguía viva después de todo ese tiempo? Algo más también confundió a Hansenador. Si el número 4 era un número que el observador acababa de escribir, ¿significaba eso que los otros números también eran humanos? Si fueran humanos, ¿cómo se decidieron los números? Si los números se daban por orden de entrada a los santuarios, entonces eso significaba que ya habían llegado 3 antes que ella. Por supuesto, todo esto fueron solo conjeturas. Es posible que los números ni siquiera hubieran representado a los humanos. Puedes irte, pero primero debes explicarme las cosas. Heu Qingchen corrió hacia la puerta y bloqueó la salida, prohibiendo a Hansen salir. Hansen miró a Heu Qingchen. Pensó que lo que ella dijo era bastante creíble. Cuando la conoció por primera vez, pensó que era extraña. De todos modos, nunca pensó que ella encajara en este mundo. El nombre Heu Qingchen en sí era algo bastante pasado de moda. No era en absoluto un nombre humano moderno. Y parte de su comportamiento hizo que Hansen se sintiera extraño. Era a la vez misteriosa e inquietantemente hermosa, y eso en sí mismo era extraño. Entonces, que ella fuera diferente podría haber sido algo de esperar. Ahora que lo pensaba, Heu Qingchen tampoco parecía un humano moderno. Puedo decirte lo que quieres saber, pero primero necesito que me digas quién eres, dijo Hansen en voz baja. Ya te dije. Tú eres quien decidió no creerme, dijo Heu Qingchen. Incluso si creyera que eres un humano antiguo, deberías tener una identidad histórica. En aquel entonces, los humanos estaban separados por países. ¿De qué país eres oriundo? ¿Qué hiciste antes? Lo que Hansen más quería saber era cómo había logrado entrar al santuario. Tenía miedo de que al preguntarle directamente no recibiría respuesta. Primero, tuvo que tantear el terreno. Heu Qingchen miró a Hansen con extraña duda, pero respondió, soy del estado Chu. Soy un lanzador de higón. ¿Lanzador de higón? ¿A qué facción pertenecías? Preguntó cortésmente Hansenador. Eso no es asunto tuyo, respondió Heu Qingchen. ¿Cómo entraste al santuario? Preguntó Hansenador. Si respondo esta pregunta, tendrás que decirme quién te dijo todas esas cosas. Heu Qingchen miró directamente a Hansen cuando dijo esto. Está bien, es un trato. Estuvo de acuerdo Hansenador. Sin dudarlo, Heu Qingchen dijo, soy del estado de Chu, pero practiqué en el mar. Una vez, cuando regresaba a aterrizar en mi bote, apareció un extraño vórtice. Caí en él, y cuando recobré el conocimiento estaba en el santuario. ¿En qué planeta estaba el vórtice? ¿Y dónde? Preguntó Hansenador. Esa es información inútil. Salí del santuario muchas veces para buscar el vórtice, pero no aprendí nada. Incluso he utilizado submarinos potentes para buscar bajo el agua. Todo lo que he encontrado son mares ordinarios y nada más especial, dijo Heu Qingchen. Hansen asintió. Según lo que has dicho, si eres del estado de Chu, Han pasado decenas de miles de años. ¿Cómo has logrado vivir tanto tiempo? Te dije. He respondido a tu pregunta original y ahora es tu turno de responder la mía. Responder a mi pregunta, ¿quién te dijo estas cosas? Dijo Heu Kingen. Hansen sacó un libro y se lo mostró. Sin embargo, no fue el diario que encontró en la sala de control. Era una copia que él había hecho. Las secciones número 4 estaban allí, mientras que él había dejado la original en casa. Por eso Hansen no fue a verla de inmediato. Heu Qingcheng tomó el libro y lo abrió confundido. Después de verlo, su rostro cambió. Hojeó el libro muy rápido y pronto pareció enferma. ¿Quién es esta persona? Heu Qingcheng cerró el libro y miró fijamente a Hansen. Parecía muy enojada y se le puso la piel de gallina de arriba a abajo. Piel después de haber leído todas las quejas. Por lo que preguntó, parecía como si algo que nunca pensó que se sabría ahora hubiera quedado expuesto para que todos lo vieran. Se sintió desnuda. No conozco al escritor, pero lo copié de un libro que encontré en Ghost Ruin. Hansen continuó contándole lo sucedido. Sin embargo, Heu Qingcheng no estaba muy convencido con la historia. Ella lo miró fijamente durante un buen rato. Quería encontrar la verdad en su rostro, pero estaba decepcionada. Si lo que dices es cierto, debe haber más números. Tiene que haber otros 3, al menos, dijo pensativamente Heu Qingcheng. Sí, pero no hay mucho sobre ellos. Solo 2 frases. Fuiste el foco del disco. Hansen sonrió. Déjame ver las otras partes. Heu Qingcheng extendió su mano. Está bien, pero tienes que decirme cómo has logrado vivir todo este tiempo. Hansen parpadeó. Heu Qingcheng no dudó y parecía como si acabara de pensar en algo. Tuvo que confirmar sus pensamientos y dijo, había estado aquí durante una docena de años cuando exploré la ruina de Dios. Entré a un lugar extraño y quedé atrapado allí. Pareció poco tiempo, tal vez unos meses. Pero cuando salí, los teletransportadores en los refugios que antes no estaban disponibles para su uso, ahora estaban funcionales. Usé uno de ellos para salir del santuario y luego supe que habían pasado decenas de miles de años. Al decir esto, Heu Qingcheng pensó en algo bastante perturbador. Miró sombríamente a Hansen y dijo, no mucho después de regresar a la Alianza, conocí a tu mentiroso. Conocí a tu bisabuelo. Hansen podía imaginar lo que sucedería si una persona desplazada del pasado antiguo se encontrara con un mentiroso. ¿El lugar al que fuiste, había muchas máquinas de cristal? Preguntó Hansen. Capítulo 1571, lanzador de higón. No importa si puedo o no. Si no me crees, finge que no lo hago. Pero dime quién te dijo estas cosas. Heu Qingcheng conocía a Hansen y sabía que no podría haber sido Hansen quien vio esos eventos. Alguien debió habérselo dicho. Entonces, Heu Qingcheng no tenía motivos para sospechar de lo que le había dicho. No estoy seguro. Conocí a alguien, pero no sé nada sobre él. Después de eso, no volví a verlo nunca más. Hansen no sabía quién era la persona, así que no podía decírselo. Heu Qingcheng frunció el ceño y miró a Hansen. Ella no creyó lo que dijo. Después de todo, ¿por qué un extraño al azar le contaría esas historias? Hansen siguió hablando de cosas que no importaban y ahora quería escabullirse. Al menos había confirmado que Heu Qingcheng era el esquivo número 4. Pero si Heu Qingcheng era un humano que había estado en los santuarios en la antigüedad, como ella acababa de decirle, ¿cómo entró? ¿Y cómo seguía viva después de todo ese tiempo? Algo más también confundió a Hansen. Si el número 4 era un número que el observador acababa de escribir, ¿significaba eso que los otros números también eran humanos? Si fueran humanos, ¿cómo se decidieron los números? Si los números se daban por orden de entrada a los santuarios, entonces eso significaba que ya habían llegado 3 antes que ella. Por supuesto, todo esto fueron solo conjeturas. Es posible que los números ni siquiera hubieran representado a los humanos. Puedes irte, pero primero debes explicarme las cosas. Heu Qingcheng corrió hacia la puerta y bloqueó la salida, prohibiendo a Hansen salir. Hansen miró a Heu Qingcheng. Pensó que lo que ella dijo era bastante creíble. Cuando la conoció por primera vez, pensó que era extraña. De todos modos, nunca pensó que ella encajara en este mundo. El nombre Heu Qingcheng en sí era algo bastante pasado de moda. No era en absoluto un nombre humano moderno. Y parte de su comportamiento hizo que Hansen se sintiera extraño. Era a la vez misteriosa e inquietantemente hermosa, y eso en sí mismo era extraño. Entonces, que ella fuera diferente podría haber sido algo de esperar. Ahora que lo pensaba, Heu Qingcheng tampoco parecía un humano moderno. Puedo decirte lo que quieres saber, pero primero necesito que me digas quién eres, dijo Hansen en voz baja. Ya te dije. Tú eres quien decidió no creerme, dijo Heu Qingcheng. Incluso si creyera que eres un humano antiguo, deberías tener una identidad histórica. En aquel entonces, los humanos estaban separados por países. ¿De qué país eres oriundo? ¿Qué hiciste antes? Lo que Hansen más quería saber era cómo había logrado entrar al santuario. Tenía miedo de que al preguntarle directamente no recibiría respuesta. Primero, tuvo que tantear el terreno. Heu Qingcheng miró a Hansen con extraña duda, pero respondió, soy del estado Chu. Soy un lanzador de higón. ¿Lanzador de higón? ¿A qué facción pertenecías? Preguntó cortésmente al senador. Eso no es asunto tuyo, respondió Heu Qingcheng. ¿Cómo entraste al santuario? Preguntó al senador. Si respondo esta pregunta, tendrás que decirme quién te dijo todas esas cosas. Heu Qingcheng miró directamente a Hansen cuando dijo esto. Está bien, es un trato. Estuvo de acuerdo al senador. Sin dudarlo, Heu Qingcheng dijo, soy del estado de Chu, pero practiqué en el mar. Una vez, cuando regresaba a aterrizar en mi bote, apareció un extraño vórtice. Caí en él, y cuando recobré el conocimiento estaba en el santuario. ¿En qué planeta estaba el vórtice? ¿Y dónde? Preguntó al senador. Esa es información inútil. Salí del santuario muchas veces para buscar el vórtice, pero no aprendí nada. Incluso he utilizado submarinos potentes para buscar bajo el agua. Todo lo que he encontrado son mares ordinarios y nada más especial, dijo Heu Qingcheng. Hansen asintió. Según lo que has dicho, si eres del estado de Chu, han pasado decenas de miles de años. ¿Cómo has logrado vivir tanto tiempo? Te dije. He respondido a tu pregunta original y ahora es tu turno de responder la mía. Responder a mi pregunta, ¿quién te dijo estas cosas? Dijo Heu Qingcheng. Hansen sacó un libro y se lo mostró. Sin embargo, no fue el diario que encontró en la sala de control. Era una copia que él había hecho. Las secciones número 4 estaban allí, mientras que él había dejado la original en casa. Por eso Hansen no fue a verla de inmediato. Heu Qingcheng tomó el libro y lo abrió confundido. Después de verlo, su rostro cambió. Hojeó el libro muy rápido y pronto pareció enferma. ¿Quién es esta persona? Heu Qingcheng cerró el libro y miró fijamente a An senador. Parecía muy enojada y se le puso la piel de gallina después de haber leído todas las quejas. Por lo que preguntó, parecía como si algo que nunca pensó que se sabría ahora hubiera quedado expuesto para que todos lo vieran. Se sintió desnuda. No conozco al escritor, pero lo copié de un libro que encontré en Ghost Ruin. Hansen continuó contándole lo sucedido. Sin embargo, Heu Qingcheng no estaba muy convencido con la historia. Ella lo miró fijamente durante un buen rato. Quería encontrar la verdad en su rostro, pero estaba decepcionada. Si lo que dices es cierto, debe haber más números. Tiene que haber otros 3, al menos, dijo pensativamente Heu Qingcheng. Sí, pero no hay mucho sobre ellos. Solo 2 frases. Fuiste el foco del disco. Hansen sonrió. Déjame ver las otras partes. Heu Qingcheng extendió su mano. Está bien, pero tienes que decirme cómo has logrado vivir todo este tiempo. Hansen parpadeó. Heu Qingcheng no dudó y parecía como si acabara de pensar en algo. Tuvo que confirmar sus pensamientos y dijo, había estado aquí durante una docena de años cuando exploré la ruina de Dios. Entré a un lugar extraño y quedé atrapado allí. Pareció poco tiempo, tal vez unos meses. Pero cuando salí, los teletransportadores en los refugios que antes no estaban disponibles para su uso, ahora estaban funcionales. Usé uno de ellos para salir del santuario y luego supe que habían pasado decenas de miles de años. Al decir esto, Heu Qingcheng pensó en algo bastante perturbador. Miró sombríamente a Hansen y dijo, no mucho después de regresar a la alianza, conocí a tu mentiroso. Conocí a tu bisabuelo. Hansen podía imaginar lo que sucedería si una persona desplazada del pasado antiguo se encontrara con un mentiroso. ¿El lugar al que fuiste, había muchas máquinas de cristal? Preguntó Hansenador. Capítulo 1572, Socio cooperativo. Heu Qingcheng asintió. Tienes razón. Las habitaciones a las que tú y yo fuimos eran similares. Sin embargo, hubo algunas diferencias. Supongo que debían haber sido elementos cristalizadores, pero no lo sabía en ese momento. Y cuando regresé de allí, no pude encontrar la entrada que había usado originalmente. Hansen pensó que los santuarios definitivamente ahora tenían alguna asociación con los cristalizadores. Cuando entró en la sala de control principal, él mismo había sido llevado 10 años al futuro. No tenía motivos para dudar de lo que ella le estaba diciendo. Pero Hansen todavía creía que algo andaba mal. Miró a Heu Qingcheng y dijo, recuerdo algo, ¿no eras miembro del séptimo equipo? Estabas con Anjinzi al principio y es un hecho bien conocido que los humanos no podían ingresar a los santuarios en ese momento. Los teletransportadores eran solo para pruebas. ¿Saliste a través de uno de esos dispositivos? Heu Qingcheng negó con la cabeza. Los teletransportadores no son la única forma de salir de los santuarios. Cuando me teletransporté, me encontré parado frente a un altar situado en una antigua construcción en un planeta habitado por humanos. Era mi punto de salida, pero no había forma de volver a entrar desde allí. Cuando finalmente regresé a los santuarios, utilicé teletransportadores construidos por humanos para ir y venir. Hansen preguntó, cuando entraste al santuario con Anjinzi, ¿qué viste? He respondido suficiente por ahora. Ahora es tu turno. Dame el resto del libro. Heu Qingcheng simplemente extendió las manos. Responde mi última pregunta, ¿qué pasó allí? Hansen insistió en una respuesta para esto. No sé qué pasó. Conocimos a un ser llamado Dios. Dijo que podía cumplir nuestros mayores deseos, pero que solo recibiríamos uno cada uno. Anjinzi me dijo que no pidiera ningún deseo, así que me fui con Nin. Nin tampoco pidió ningún deseo. Después de eso, no estoy seguro de qué pasó, dijo Heu Qingcheng. ¿Ya eras un semidios en ese momento? ¿Creías que era Dios mismo o simplemente una criatura fuerte y todopoderosa? Preguntó Hansenador. No sé. Sin embargo, supongo que ese lugar era el esquivo quinto santuario. El Dios que conocimos podría haber sido simplemente una criatura de clase divina, dijo Heu Qingcheng, y luego volvió a extender las manos. Ella dijo, he respondido todo lo que querías escuchar. Ahora dame lo que me deben. Dejé la versión original en casa. Tendré que ir a buscarlo. No había nada más que Hansen pudiera pedir, así que obedeció y fue a buscar el diario para ella. Podía leer textos antiguos mejor que Hansen, por lo que avanzó por el contenido del diario a un ritmo mucho más rápido. Extraño. Eso es muy extraño. Heu Qingcheng hablaba sola mientras examinaba el contenido del libro. ¿Qué es extraño? Preguntó rápidamente Hansenador. Las criaturas mencionadas son del cuarto santuario de Dios. Vi algunos después de convertirme en semidios, pero cuando los humanos de la Alianza entraron, todos desaparecieron. Estas personas que están numeradas parecen individuos que podrían ser fáciles de encontrar. No creo que sean el mismo tipo de humanos que encontrarías en la Alianza, dijo Heu Qingcheng. Tal vez sean como tú. Quizás eran personas que podían entrar antes que todos los humanos naturalmente, sugirió Hansenador. A juzgar por los valores numéricos, parece que podría haber unos miles de personas así. Sin embargo, nunca los conocí durante mi estancia en los santuarios, dijo Heu Qingcheng. Los santuarios son lugares grandes. ¿Unos pocos miles esparcidos por mundos tan vastos? Yo diría que no es demasiado fuera de lo común que no hayas encontrado ninguno, dijo Hansenador. Heu Qingcheng negó con la cabeza y dijo, imposible. Se dice que algunas personas mencionadas aquí mataron a famosas super criaturas semidioses. Es imposible que no me hubiera enterado de que se lograron algunas de estas hazañas. Eso es raro. Entonces, ¿tal vez los números no sean todos humanos? Hansen señaló la última parte y preguntó. ¿Puedes explicar la última parte? Parece como si no te hubieran visto en mucho tiempo. ¿A dónde fuiste? ¿Es porque entré a ese lugar extraño y no pudieron verme? Dijo King después de pensarlo un poco. Eso es posible. Pero eso también significa que estas observaciones comenzaron recientemente. Sin embargo, esos humanos numerados son humanos viejos, no humanos modernos, dijo Hansen, después de tomarse un momento para pensar. Parece que los cristalizadores tienen bastante conexión con los santuarios, pero la historia dice que fueron destruidos hace mucho tiempo. Hay muchos datos que reunir y descubrir aquí. King le devolvió la lechería a Hansen y luego continuó diciendo, si quieres llegar al fondo de todo esto, podemos cooperar. Si haces más descubrimientos, ¿qué tal si compartes conmigo lo que sabes? Podemos investigar esto juntos. ¿Qué opinas? Puedo aceptar eso, sí. Hansen luego preguntó, ¿qué pasa con Ellis y Anmon, por cierto? ¿Por qué ambos lucen idénticos? Ella es un espíritu. Ese es un tema de discusión que no es de tu incumbencia. El temperamento de King se enfrió. Estamos cooperando, ¿no? Lo mejor es que los socios se conozcan un poco mejor. Hansen sonrió. Esto está fuera del alcance de nuestra cooperación. Luego, King empujó rápidamente a Hansen fuera de su habitación y cerró la puerta de golpe. Hansen se tocó la nariz y se fue. No se desanimó, simplemente volvería a preguntar la próxima vez. Es hora de mostrar mis habilidades. Hansen fue al almacenamiento del núcleo genético. Quería llevar todos sus núcleos genéticos al primer lugar antes de pasar a la clase oro. Los genes de Hansen habían subido de nivel muy rápidamente, pero a sus núcleos genéticos no se les había dado la oportunidad de ponerse al día. Ahora quería dedicar algo de tiempo a mejorar sus núcleos genéticos. Sería difícil alcanzar la superclase, pero alcanzar la piedra preciosa debería ser bastante fácil. Hansen usó cristal core como llave de entrada. Este núcleo genético ya estaba en primer lugar, por lo que muchos deseaban desafiarlo y destronarlo. Entonces Hansen vio un nombre familiar. Era Ojo Fantasma. Estaba entre los 10 primeros en la clasificación del núcleo genético de plata. Hansen no estaba seguro de si Ghost Eye se había abierto camino en los rangos o si simplemente había comprado su camino. Hansen recordó haber hecho un trato con él una vez, uno que Ghost Eye rápidamente traicionó. Aunque Ghost Eye finalmente falló, Hansen todavía estaba molesto por lo que había ocurrido. Este tipo tiene agallas para desafiarme. Si quiere morir, supongo que no me importa ayudarlo. Hansen apretó los puños y aceptó el desafío de Ghost Eye. Luego, entró en el campo de batalla del núcleo genético. Hansen encontró a la pantera de 3 ojos esperando en el campo de batalla. De hecho, era el mentiroso asterisco imbécil Ghost Eye. Tienes valor para mostrarme tu cara. Hansen movió su cuerpo y se teletransportó directamente frente al astuto felino. Jefe, espera, tengo un gran secreto del que deseo informarte. Ghost Eye gritó mientras intentaba correr. Capítulo 1573. Soplar sangre, tú y tu secreto pueden irse al infierno. Hansen no estaba dispuesto a aceptar nada de eso. Usando la armadura fantasma que le dio Ghost Eye, corrió frente a la criatura e intentó golpearle la cabeza. Tengo un núcleo genético de emperador, te lo iba a dar, por favor tómalo. Ghost Eye gritó al ver que no podría esquivar el puño maníaco. Cuando Hansen escuchó esto, se detuvo. Dejó su puño flotando sobre el tercer ojo de la pantera y dijo, tienes 3 segundos. Si no veo un núcleo genético de emperador dentro del tiempo asignado, irás directo al infierno. 1. Ghost Eye apretó los dientes y sacó un objeto que parecía una garra. Lo colocó frente a Hansenador. Luego dijo, jefe. Eso es todo. Sé que me equivoqué al hacer lo que hice la última vez, pero ahora estoy siendo sincero de todo corazón. En primer lugar, estoy dispuesto a darles este núcleo genético de emperador. Por favor, créanme una vez más. Hansen tomó el objeto de Ghost Eye, con la otra mano todavía flotando sobre la cabeza de la criatura. Él dijo, ¿este es un núcleo genético de emperador? Hansen no le creyó a Gostai. Si tuviera un núcleo genético de emperador, ¿por qué lo tiraría a la basura para obtener el primer lugar con un núcleo genético plateado? Ni siquiera el primer puesto en la clasificación de piedras preciosas valdría tanto, pensó. Era un núcleo genético extraño. En el almacenamiento del núcleo de geno, un núcleo de geno estaba sellado y era inutilizable si no era el núcleo de geno propio utilizado como llave de entrada. Pero ese núcleo genético no parecía haber sido sellado recientemente por el almacenamiento del núcleo genético. Parecía gris y oscuro, como acero oxidado. Fue raro. Parecía una flauta, sin los agujeros. Era como una tubería hecha de piedra. Gostai sonrió y dijo, «Eres inteligente. De hecho, este es un núcleo genético de emperador, pero solo tiene el problema de estar sellado. Pero con tu fuerza, ciertamente podrás abrirlo y convertirte en el mejor en el cuarto santuario de Dios. Si hubieras podido abrirlo, no me lo habrías dado, ¿verdad?» Hansen lo miró con desdén. Gostai parecía incómodo y, con una sonrisa, dijo, «No pude abrirlo porque estaba débil. Tú, sin embargo, eres muy fuerte. Ciertamente debes poder hacerlo. Estoy tomando el artículo como castigo por romper el trato la última vez. Si quieres ganar el primer lugar esta vez, ve y tráeme algo aún mejor. No me traigas nada más como esto», dijo Hansen, y sin darle a la criatura la oportunidad de objetar, le dio un puñetazo en la cara. Gostai cortó la sangre. Había resultado herido, pero se le permitió ceder y salir del campo de batalla genético. «Mierda. Él es peor que yo. Se llevó mis cosas y no me dio nada». Gostai se sentía bastante desanimado. Había engañado a Hansen una vez, pero nunca esperó que volviera a alcanzar el primer lugar. Ahora que había sacrificado el núcleo genético del emperador y había sido golpeado sin obtener el primer lugar como deseaba, estaba consternado. «Parece que tendré que esperar hasta que él alcance la categoría oro antes de poder alcanzar el primer lugar. Desperdicié mi núcleo genético de clase emperador». Gostai se sentía muy molesto y expresó su dolor en voz alta. Gostai le había dado a Hansen un núcleo genético de emperador. Era bastante infame en el cuarto santuario de Dios, pero también lo era su sello. Nadie había podido nunca abrirlo. El emperador que solía poseerlo se llamaba Drink Blood Emperor. Era un espíritu muy infame y este núcleo genético le pertenecía. Se llamaba golpe de sangre. Lo triste fue que Drink Blood Emperor provocó la ira de cierta criatura y fue asesinado por ella. El resultado de esta circunstancia dejó a Blood sellado. Después de eso, el núcleo genético de Blood había pasado por las manos de muchas élites diferentes. Lamentablemente, nadie había descubierto nunca cómo abrirlo. Su renombre aumentó, pero también la creencia de que no valía nada. Después de todo, no importa cuán fuerte fueras, un núcleo genético sellado era inútil. Gostai había logrado conseguirlo recientemente y deseaba hablar con Hansen y ofrecérselo a cambio del primer lugar. Pero Hansen quería matarlo de inmediato y, rápidamente, Gostai tuvo que jugar sus cartas y revelar Blood. De hecho, también había planeado engañarlo nuevamente después del intercambio. Pero ahora que habían tomado Blood y no había obtenido el primer lugar, Gostai estaba bastante molesto. Afortunadamente, el valor de Blood era solo el equivalente a un núcleo genético de piedras preciosas hoy en día. Por lo tanto, no fue tan caro perder. Estaría mucho más molesto si perdiera algo de valor aún mayor. Hansen, al ver Gostai, no tenía prisa por subir de nivel su Crystal Core ahora. Quería estafar a la pantera y sacarle lo que pudiera antes de pasar a la clase de oro. Hansen abandonó el almacenamiento del núcleo genético con la intención de estudiar su nuevo núcleo genético. Quería ver si era él quien podía abrir el objeto. Sin embargo, Hansen nunca había oído hablar del núcleo genético de Blood. No sabía de dónde venía, y una parte de él incluso pensó que en realidad no era un núcleo genético de emperador. Hansen convocó su núcleo genético Real Blood de clase dorada y lo adjuntó al núcleo genético Blood. Quería ver si eso permitiría su uso. Real Blood aterrizó en la tubería gris. No se derritió, pero tampoco se deslizó hacia abajo. Parecía absorbente. Hansen observó el proceso. cerca de la posición de Real Blood, se estaba generando una línea roja como un trozo de seda. Parecía como si Real Blood estuviera empapando el núcleo genético. Hansen estaba encantado y pensó, parece que Real Blood está ayudando con el sello. A este ritmo, podrían pasar algunos días. Si Gostai supiera que Blood se puede abrir, definitivamente estaría más enojado. Hansen todavía no sabía si se trataba o no de un núcleo genético de emperador, pero el sello era muy poderoso. No tenía ninguna duda al respecto. De cualquier manera, era un núcleo genético de clase alta. Definitivamente fue genial, como mínimo. Mientras Hansen continuaba su investigación, Heu Qingcheng y Elysian Mon de repente entraron al pasillo. Elysian Mon no había sido vista por un tiempo. Esta vez, ella había regresado con un aspecto terrible. Estaba cubierta de heridas. Su rostro estaba pálido y ensangrentado. Hay una criatura enojada cerca. Es una super criatura y lastimó a Elysian Mon. Voy a ir a matarlo. ¿Te gustaría venir conmigo? Heu Qingcheng le preguntó directamente a An Senador. ¿Cómo vas a dividir las ganancias? Preguntó An Senador. Puedes quedarte con el botín. Solo quiero vengarla, dijo Heu Qingcheng. Ella no vendría a buscarme si fuera así de fácil. Debe haber algo malo con la criatura. Hansen no pensó que Heu Qingcheng se acercaría a Hansen para asignarle una tarea fácil. Capítulo 1574. Una vez hubo un genocore invencible, el lobo destructor en el rango 139 en la clasificación de núcleo supergenético no será tan fácil de matar, dijo Heu Qingcheng. ¿Puedo preguntar cuál es su rango en la tabla de clasificación del núcleo supergenético? Preguntó Hansen, por genuina curiosidad. Soy 17º, dijo Heu Qingcheng descuidadamente. ¿Estás tan drogado? Eres 17º y no puedes derrotar a este lobo destructor que solo tiene 139? Hansen estaba sorprendido. No puede vencerme en fuerza bruta, pero tiene la capacidad de consumir espacio. No podré atraparlo, y es por eso que te necesitaré a ti y a Nightmare, dijo Heu Qingcheng. Para mí, parece como si todo lo que realmente necesitas es la ayuda de Little Red. ¿Por qué no le preguntas de inmediato? No puedo obligarlo a venir. Hansen negó con la cabeza. Él no aceptará mi invitación, pero serás tan útil como él. Puedes venir a ayudar, dijo Heu Qingcheng. Bueno. Y solo para confirmar lo que me dijiste, recibiré los artículos una vez que esté muerto, ¿no? Hansen sonrió. Si realmente puedes ayudar, claro. ¿Planearías llevarte el botín incluso si no hicieras ningún esfuerzo? Ku Qingcheng no era muy educado cuando se trataba de este tipo de asuntos. Ya veremos, pero se sabe que saco tanto como pongo. Hansen no discutió y simplemente la siguió. Quería ver qué tan fuerte era Heu Qingcheng si realmente ocupaba el puesto 17 en la clasificación del núcleo supergenético. Hansen siguió a Heu Qingcheng y Elysian Mon fuera del refugio. El viaje fue aburrido para Hansen y se aburrió. Entonces, preguntó, ¿quién ocupa el primer lugar en la clasificación del núcleo supergenético? Heu Qingcheng estaba igualmente aburrido. Ella dijo, el que actualmente está en primer lugar es el que dirige Sacred. Afirma ser hijo de Dios, pero hay otros que tienen el mismo poder que él. La persona que ocupa el primer lugar cambia de vez en cuando. ¿Por qué la persona que ocupa el primer lugar cambia con frecuencia? Preguntó Hansen, sorprendido por esto. ¿Qué tiene eso de extraño? Hay muchos núcleos genéticos poderosos allí, de clase emperador y clase enloquecida. Todos son buenos en algo. Nadie es absolutamente el más fuerte. Dicho esto, cuando me convertí en semidios por primera vez, escuché que había un núcleo genético que ocupó el primer lugar durante mucho tiempo. No había perdido ni una sola vez. Pero esa es la única vez en la historia en la que el primer lugar en la clasificación del núcleo supergenético parecía fijo. Hoy en día, el titular del primer puesto cambia con frecuencia, dijo Heu Qingcheng. ¿Cómo se llamaba ese núcleo genético? Sigue en la clasificación. Hansen preguntó con curiosidad. Si todavía estuviera en la clasificación, las clasificaciones no seguirían cambiando. Aunque solo he oído hablar de ello de oídas. Cuando llegué aquí por primera vez, ya había desaparecido. Supongo que ahora se podría decir que es más bien un mito. Su nombre, sin embargo, era Torre del Destino. Solo puedo suponer que partió hacia el quinto santuario junto con su maestro, dijo Heu Qingcheng. Cuando Hansen escuchó a Heu Qingcheng decir esto, su corazón dio un vuelco. Si ese núcleo genético estelar era realmente la Torre del Destino, probablemente significaba el que descansaba en su mar del alma. Mierda, ¿la Torre del Destino es tan fuerte? Hansen se aferró a su emoción y fingió que el nombre no le sonaba. Luego preguntó, ¿quién era el maestro de la Torre del Destino? No lo sé, y no creo que nadie lo sepa. Es un viejo mito y es algo de lo que solo he oído hablar una vez, dijo Heu Qingcheng. Hansen hizo algunas preguntas más, pero ella no sabía mucho. Dijo que el maestro de la Torre del Destino era extraño. Los rumores decían que cuando apareció por primera vez en la clasificación de Genocore, lo hizo en un rango bajo. Al parecer, estaba en los 10.000. Nadie lo había visto en los primeros rangos, pero de repente logró alcanzar el número 1. Nadie sabía si eso era algo bueno o malo. Por supuesto, esto era solo parte del mito. Heu Qingcheng solo había oído hablar de estos eventos. Ella no los había presenciado de primera mano. Hansen se sumió en sus pensamientos. ¿Es esta Torre del Destino la misma que está en mi mar del alma? Si es tan bueno, y su amo también, ¿por qué no pasaron al quinto santuario? ¿Y quién era ese ser con armadura que residía en la chimenea negra? ¿Por qué era enemigo del maestro de la Torre del Destino? Todas estas preguntas ahora resonaban en la cabeza de Hansen, pero pensando que ahora realmente era dueño de esa torre, casi perdió el control y se rió a carcajadas. Papá, ¿por qué estás tan feliz? Bar estaba en los brazos de Hansenador. Ella lo miró directamente mientras hablaba. Oh, es solo porque estás a mi lado. Por eso estoy feliz, dijo rápidamente Hansenador. Le preocupaba que Heu Qingcheng pudiera haber sospechado. Cuando Bauer escuchó esto, quedó encantada. Besó a Hansen en la mejilla y dijo, yo también soy feliz cuando estás cerca de mí. Él y Xian Mon no podía soportar verlo. Ella se resistió. Uf, ustedes dos son tan asquerosos. Simplemente estás celoso. Podrías ser como yo si también tuvieras una hija hermosa. Hansen abrazó a Bauer y se rió de ella. Él y Xian Mon se puso triste y miró hacia otro lado. Sin embargo, Hansen se sintió raro por eso. No estaba seguro de que dijo que pudiera haberla molestado. Lo que dijo no debería haberla molestado como lo hizo. Heu Qingcheng luego cambió de tema. Cuando veas Destroyer Wolf, ten cuidado. Puede consumir espacio y también puede saltar hacia ti desde las lágrimas de la dimensión, atacándote desde cualquier ángulo. Si cae en una grieta espacial, síganme. Eso suena molesto, ¿cómo planeas matarlo? Hansen frunció el ceño y preguntó. Hansen tenía suficiente poder para luchar contra supercriaturas, pero esta era una supercriatura enloquecida con poderes espaciales. Sería una pelea dura. Eso era, a menos que usara su Torre del Destino. Pero eso cuesta mucha energía y no sería prudente mostrarlo en público. Si otros reconocieran que era la Torre del Destino y que estaba en manos de un humano, todos los emperadores y supercriaturas se abalanzarían sobre él para acabar con él. Quizás deberíamos echar un vistazo primero. Hay muchas posibilidades de que no lleguemos a él, dijo Heu Qingcheng. ¿Qué quieres decir? Hansen se sorprendió. Ese lobo destructor ofendió a algunas personas. Por alguna razón, muchas criaturas y espíritus ahora lo persiguen. Simplemente vamos a probar suerte y ver si podemos conseguirlo. Quizás ni siquiera podamos encontrarlo, dijo Heu Qingcheng. ¿Por qué no me dijiste nada de esto antes? Hansen frunció el ceño. Al escucharla decir esto, Hansen supo que esta tarea no sería tan simple como había supuesto inicialmente. Capítulo 1575. El huevo sagrado fue robado. Caminaron menos de 2 días y había seres aterradores por todas partes. A veces, Hansen podía incluso detectar poderosas auras recorriendo el cielo. Sin embargo, las criaturas parecían moverse caóticamente. Se sentía menos como si estuvieran persiguiendo algo y más como si estuvieran buscando. Deben estar buscando a ese lobo destructor, dijo él y Xian Mon. Justo cuando Hansen estaba a punto de responder, Sumi corrió hacia él y le dijo: «Maestro, algo importante está sucediendo». «¿Lo que está sucediendo?», preguntó Hansen, mirando a Sumi. Había enviado a Sumi antes a entrenar. Sumi dijo emocionado: «El lobo destructor robó a un descendiente del maestro del refugio sagrado. Ahora ha venido hacia nosotros y muchas supercriaturas poderosas lo están persiguiendo». ¿Un hijo del maestro del refugio sagrado? ¿Una criatura como la diosa? Hansen de repente imaginó a una diosa saliendo de un huevo, lo cual era un pensamiento extraño. Sí. Escuché que es el hijo del maestro de Sacred y una supercriatura enloquecida, pero la supercriatura enloquecida no vivía en el refugio de Sacred, que fue la forma en que Destroyer Wolf logró robar el huevo. Ahora, muchos refugios poderosos como Sacred y Outer Sky están cazando a ese lobo destructor, dijo Sumi. ¿Sacred es lo suficientemente poderoso como para reunir todos esos refugios para ayudarlo?, preguntó Hansen, asombrado. No. Todos están buscando el huevo. Es descendiente de dos supercriaturas enloquecidas, por lo que sus genes deben ser extraordinarios. El huevo será muy beneficioso para cualquier ser que lo coma. Si es una hembra, la conservarán y la harán procrear con otros para mejorar aún más los genes. Sumi no podría estar más emocionado. Bajó la voz y le dijo a Hansen: «Maestro, ¿deberíamos ir a buscarlo también? Si tenemos suerte, tal vez podamos encontrar el huevo. Entonces intentemos encontrarlo antes de que otros lo hagan». Hansen no tenía muchas esperanzas al respecto. Muchos refugios de primer nivel enviaron a sus criaturas más poderosas a buscar al lobo destructor y ese huevo. A ese lobo destructor se le había dado mucho tiempo para esconderse. Hansen no pensó que ellos solos podrían encontrarlo. E incluso si pudiera encontrarlo, no sería fácil robarle el huevo a tantos seres aterradores. Muchas criaturas poderosas cruzaron el cielo sobre ellos. Después de solo medio día, Hansen detectó 20 criaturas diferentes volando sobre él, y esas eran solo las que estaban lo suficientemente cerca como para que él las notara. Sin embargo, todavía estaban buscando caóticamente. Parecía que todavía no habían encontrado al lobo destructor. «Mon, ¿dónde conociste al lobo destructor?», Hansen le preguntó. «Cerca del lago Rolling Dragon», dijo Mon, señalando en una dirección. Hansen estaba bastante familiarizado con el área a su alrededor, ya que no estaba lejos de su refugio. Rolling Dragon Lake era un lago gigante entre las montañas, y recibió su nombre debido a las criaturas parecidas a dragones en el lago. Hansen había oído que había un lago cerca, pero nunca había estado allí. Aunque Rolling Dragon Lake estaba entre las montañas, era muy grande, más de 100 millas cuadradas. Sin embargo, el agua del lago estaba oscura y emitía una luz oscura como el gas. Parecía denso, por lo que nadie podía ver nada que estuviera ni siquiera a una pulgada debajo de la superficie del agua. Nadie podría decir con certeza si una criatura realmente podría vivir en el agua o no. Cuando Hansen y los demás llegaron al lago, encontraron a la diosa ya allí. La diosa se veía un poco diferente antes. Su fuerza vital se había vuelto aterradora, pero también estaba oscurecida y era difícil de leer. Parecía que había alcanzado un nivel superior. Justo cuando Hansen observó a la diosa, ella también notó a Hansen y sus ojos se volvieron distantes. Sin embargo, al ver a Heu Qingcheng junto a Hansen, la diosa frunció el ceño y comenzó a caminar hacia Hansen con algunas criaturas de su refugio a su lado. Había 4 criaturas al lado de la diosa, y todas estaban lívidas. Aparentemente, ya eran supercriaturas y todos eran poderosos. Sin embargo, la diosa no habló con Hansenador. En cambio, se acercó a Heu Qingcheng y le preguntó: «Maestro de Elysium, ¿esta persona está relacionada con usted? ¿Cómo es eso asunto tuyo, de una forma u otra?», preguntó Heu Qingcheng suavemente. «Este hombre es un enemigo mortal mío. Si él no tiene nada que ver contigo, me vengaré ahora». Heu Qingcheng miró a Hansen, entrecerró los ojos y dijo: «¿Qué piensas?». Hansen lo escuchó y dijo: «Por supuesto que hay una conexión entre nosotros. Somos socios que trabajan juntos». «¿Escuchaste eso, verdad?», dijo Heu Qingcheng, mirando a la diosa. «Por supuesto. Lo dejaré ir esta vez por tu bien. La diosa agitó sus manos y se fue con esas 4 supercriaturas. Te llevas bastante bien aquí. Ansen le dio el visto bueno a Heu Qingcheng. Me debes una, dijo Heu Qingcheng. Está bien, no hay problema, pero todavía estoy un poco confundido. ¿Por qué te llamó maestro del Elysium? Eres un humano. ¿Cómo te convertiste en el líder de la raza Elysium? Ansen sentía curiosidad por eso. Eso no tiene nada que ver contigo. Heu Qingcheng lo fulminó con la mirada, luego tomó a Elysian y caminó hacia el lago. Ansen miró en la dirección en la que la diosa había desaparecido, luego siguió a Heu Qingcheng y Elysian. De hecho, había alguna evidencia de una pelea que había ocurrido junto al lago, y había algunos desgarros residuales en la estructura del espacio. Estaban débiles, pero aún no se habían curado del todo. La diosa y sus compañeros también estaban mirando esos desgarros en el espacio. Se dieron cuenta de que las lágrimas las había dejado Destroyer Wolf. Ansen también usó su aura Dongshuan para observar la evidencia restante del lobo. Solo quedaban unas pocas moléculas, y probablemente fue porque el destructor Wolf se escapó a través de la falla espacial, por lo que no dejó ninguna molécula en su camino. Heu Qingcheng solo lo miró por un momento, pero no pudo encontrar ninguna pista. Ella frunció el ceño y dijo, definitivamente alguien estaba persiguiendo al lobo destructor, y así fue como Elysian tuvo la suerte de escapar. El lobo destructor también escapó por las grietas del espacio. Es posible que no podamos encontrar ningún rastro aquí. Simplemente caminemos y miremos. Quizás tengamos la suerte de encontrar algunas pistas. Ansen echó un vistazo al Rolling Dragon Lake y caminó hacia el otro lado. El lobo destructor realmente no había dejado mucho rastro, pero Ansen pudo ver que al menos había dejado algunas moléculas. Luego caminó hacia el otro lado del lago brillante y encontró más rastros de algún tipo de criatura. Ansen no sabía a qué criatura pertenecían estas moléculas, pero podía decir que esas moléculas habían sido dejadas allí al mismo tiempo que las moléculas dejadas por Destroyer Wolf. Eso indicó que otra criatura había estado en el área al mismo tiempo que Destroyer Wolf. Ansen quería encontrar esa criatura primero para ver qué podía aprender de ella. Capítulo 1576. Pista: el destructor Wolf se escapó a través de una grieta espacial. ¿Qué pista crees que puedes encontrar aquí? Dijo Elysian, frunciendo el ceño. Miremos a nuestro alrededor. Quizás podamos encontrar algunas pistas, dijo Ansen mientras caminaba. Entonces puedes probar suerte aquí. No creemos que encontremos nada, dijo Elysian mientras señalaba en otra dirección. No hay nada que encontrar aquí. Podemos seguir en secreto a los grupos de Sacred y Outer Sky. Mejor eso que perder el tiempo aquí, dijo Heu Qingcheng. Entonces vamos a separarnos en 2 equipos. Puedes seguirlos y seguiré buscando aquí. Ansen no tenía prisa. Había demasiados seres poderosos de Sacred y Outer Sky, y todos estaban en alerta máxima, por lo que el grupo de Ansen sería fácilmente detectado. Ansen planeó caminar para comprobar si quedaban moléculas. Quería ver qué tipo de criaturas había con el lobo destructor. Bueno. Te dejaré algunas marcas para indicar dónde hemos ido. Elysian ya se estaba alejando, por lo que Heu Qingcheng le dejó una marca a Ansen y corrió tras ella. Sumi también quería seguirlos, pero como Ansen no iba, tuvo que seguir a Ansenador. Maestro, ese destructor lobo ha huido a través de la falla espacial. ¿Por qué seguimos buscando pistas aquí? Será mejor que sigamos al grupo de la diosa. Sucederán algunas cosas interesantes más adelante, dijo Sumi. No pensó que sería capaz de apoderarse del huevo, solo quería ver a esos poderosos seres luchar entre sí. Ansen sonrió y dijo, seguiré buscando aquí. Puedes seguir a esos 2 si realmente quieres ir. Sumi pensó por un minuto y dijo, prefiero seguirte, maestra. Ansen no dijo nada más. En cambio, siguió las moléculas a lo largo del lago. Solo quedaban unas pocas moléculas. Había pasado bastante tiempo, por lo que solo quedaban algunas moléculas de olor y no eran continuas. A Ansen le tomaría mucho tiempo seguir un rastro tan débil. Sumi vio a Ansen caminar alrededor del lago, mirando a todos lados. Caminó lentamente, pero no sabía que estaba mirando a Ansenador. Solo podía seguir detrás de Ansenador. Ansen caminó alrededor de la mayor parte del lago y, en algún momento, el sendero desapareció. Caminó hacia adelante, pero no pudo encontrar más moléculas. Extraño. ¿Dónde están? Ansen regresó al último lugar donde había visto las moléculas y observó el lugar con atención. Estaba muy cerca de la orilla del lago y había algunas manchas de agua negra en la orilla. ¿Este lago crecerá en algún momento? ¿La criatura que dejó el olor entró al lago? ¿Por qué caminó tanto tiempo en lugar de entrar al lago inmediatamente? ¿Hay algo especial en este lugar? Ansen frunció el ceño mientras pensaba. Observó el lago, pero no pudo ver nada especial. El lago aquí era exactamente como otras áreas de Rolling Dragon Lake. Estaba oscuro como la tinta y no podía ver nada dentro. La superficie del agua también estaba tranquila y no había ondas. Ansen no pudo encontrar ningún ser vivo en el lago usando su aura Dongshuan. ¿Qué estás mirando, maestro? Sumi se paró junto a Ansen y miró el lago, pero tampoco pudo ver nada. Estoy buscando pistas, dijo Ansen con una sonrisa. ¿Pistas? ¿Qué pistas? No puedo ver nada. Sumi tenía curiosidad. Observó nuevamente el lago, pero todavía no podía ver nada allí. ¿Para qué me necesitarías si pudieras verlo todo? Dijo Ansen condescendientemente. Sumi dijo, no es de extrañar que seas profesora. Ni siquiera puedo compararme contigo. Por favor, maestro, enséñeme algo. ¿Qué tipo de pistas hay en este lago? Mi discípulo, solo aprenderás verdaderamente si encuentras las respuestas por ti mismo. Tienes que usar más tu cerebro y pensarlo detenidamente. Así es como realmente aprendes cosas. Ansen señaló el lago y dijo, solo observa aquí. Iré a otras áreas para ver si puedo encontrar otras pistas. Está bien, maestra. No te decepcionaré. Sumi siguió mirando el lago, tratando de encontrar las pistas a las que aludía su maestro. Ansen siguió caminando alrededor del lago, cargando a Baor. Caminó alrededor del lago y luego comenzó a caminar por el bosque cercano, con la esperanza de encontrar las moléculas aromáticas nuevamente. Sumi miró fijamente el lago durante mucho tiempo, pero todavía no pudo encontrar ninguna pista. El maestro es realmente sabio y misterioso, y yo no estoy al mismo nivel que él. ¿Qué encontró el maestro aquí? Sumi miró el lago con más atención. En realidad, Ansen no encontró ninguna pista por sí mismo. Simplemente sintió que no era una coincidencia que encontrara algunas moléculas aromáticas allí, por lo que le pidió a Sumi que se quedara allí para ver si podía encontrar algo. Si Ansen estaba en lo cierto, la criatura debe haberse sumergido nuevamente en el lago cuando las mareas subieron en Rolling Dragon Lake. Luego, Ansen decidió caminar alrededor del lago Rolling Dragon y regresar cuando la marea volvió a subir. Quizás podría encontrar algo después de eso. Ansen caminó por el bosque cercano por un tiempo y no encontró el rastro que buscaba, pero sí encontró un olor familiar. Ojo fantasma, ¿por qué está aquí? Es tan débil. ¿Es ser suicida? Ansen lo revisó cuidadosamente y encontró otros rastros de moléculas que se parecían a los de Ghost Eye. Había otros dos tipos de moléculas, pero no estaba seguro de a qué criaturas pertenecían y tampoco podía determinar el poder de esas criaturas. Recorrió el bosque y sintió varias fuerzas poderosas recorriendo el cielo, pero ninguna de ellas permaneció cerca. Después de un rato, todos se habían ido. No encontró nada nuevo y cada vez estaba más oscuro. Ansen se dirigió hacia Rolling Dragon Lake. Maestro, he encontrado algo. Ansen estaba un poco aturdido. Solo le pidió a Sumi que se quedara allí por si acaso sucediera algo, pero no esperaba que el espíritu hiciera un descubrimiento. Sumi señaló el lugar donde Ansen le pidió que se quedara a mirar. El lugar donde estaban antes Ansen y Sumi ya estaba cubierto por el agua del lago Negro, pero no había nada especial allí. Sin embargo, después de que el agua del lago subió, una pequeña sección del agua del lago se veía diferente. En ese lugar cerca de la orilla, el agua del lago que originalmente era negra se volvió transparente como el agua de un lago normal. Sin embargo, ya estaba oscuro y era solo un área pequeña. Si no la hubieran mirado con atención, no habrían notado el agua clara en absoluto. Maestro, usted realmente tiene una gran perspicacia. No pude ver nada especial antes, pero solo vi la diferencia de esa parte del lago después de que oscureció. Sumi miró a Hansen con asombro. Capítulo 1577. Lobo destructor. Hansen voló sobre la pequeña sección de agua clara y trató de ver si había alguna diferencia en el agua. Esa sección del lago parecía un pozo. Estaba claro de arriba a abajo, pero toda el agua a su alrededor estaba oscura. El agua oscura y el agua clara no se integraron en absoluto. Sin embargo, ya era después del atardecer y el agua era muy profunda, por lo que incluso si miraban directamente hacia el agua clara, solo podían ver oscuridad. No tenían idea de lo profundo que era. A diferencia del lago oscuro que lo rodeaba, había burbujas que surgían del agua clara, como si hubiera muchos peces debajo. Maestro, ¿qué le pasa al agua aquí? Sumi le preguntó a Hansen, de pie a su lado. Hansen pensó, ¿cómo podría saber algo al respecto? No soy un dios que lo sabe todo. Por supuesto, Hansen no dijo eso en voz alta. Le sonrió a Sumi y dijo, espera aquí por ahora. Iré allí y lo comprobaré. No entres al agua hasta que yo salga. Hansen saltó al agua clara con Bao, sumergiéndose profundamente. Había practicado sus habilidades de natación antes. Aunque no se podía comparar con criaturas marinas reales, aún podía participar en peleas ordinarias. Hansen fue cauteloso. Mientras nadaba, invocó su escudo dorado grabado y lo sostuvo frente a él para defenderse de criaturas feroces. El lago era sorprendentemente profundo. Hansen se había sumergido más de 3000 pies, pero todavía no podía ver el fondo. Todo a su alrededor todavía estaba oscuro y el agua parecía tinta. Hansen siguió buceando y, mientras nadaba hacia abajo, de repente sintió una sensación de vacío debajo de él y luego cayó hacia adelante. Cuando Hansen se recuperó rápidamente, descubrió que estaba parado en una enorme cueva subterránea. Había muchos huesos esparcidos por la cueva y había un fuerte hedor en el aire. En medio de la cueva había un manantial negro que arrojaba agua como gas. Dos criaturas yacían junto a la boca del pozo. El de la izquierda parecía un dragón y sus escamas brillaban con una luz negra como si estuvieran hechas de carbón. Los dientes de dragón en su boca parecían cuchillos. Medía unos 25 metros de largo y parecía beligerante. La criatura de la derecha era un lobo blanco gigante, y era tan grande como el dragón negro que estaba al lado. Su pelaje era blanco como la nieve, pero sus ojos eran negros como la tinta. Ondas y distorsiones en el espacio mismo parecían oscilar a través del pelaje del lobo. Las dos feroces bestias miraron a Hansen al mismo tiempo, mirándolo como un trozo de carne fresca que acababan de dejar caer en la puerta de su casa. ¿Lobo destructor? Hansen se sorprendió. Originalmente estaba buscando el rastro de la criatura que había sentido en la costa, pero no esperaba encontrar al lobo destructor aquí. Heu Qingcheng le describió la apariencia del lobo destructor a Hansen antes, y este lobo blanco gigante se veía tal como ella lo había descrito. Y con esa fuerza aterradora proveniente de él, tenía que ser el lobo destructor. En cuanto al dragón negro, probablemente sería el legendario dragón rodante. Sin embargo, ninguno de ellos parecía ser la criatura que Hansen estaba buscando. Aparte del Rolling Dragon y el Destroyer Wolf, no había otras criaturas en toda la cueva subterránea. Dentro del resorte negro, un objeto del tamaño de una pelota de baloncesto rodaba. Antes de que Hansen pudiera ver qué era exactamente ese objeto, escuchó el rugido del dragón rodante, después de lo cual arrojó un rayo de luz negra hacia él. Hansen no podía ver claramente qué era esa luz negra, por lo que ni siquiera pudo esquivarla. Levantó el escudo dorado grabado para protegerlo. ¡Maldita sea! Hansen sintió una fuerza gigante transmitiéndose a través del escudo grabado dorado, y no pudo evitar dar un paso atrás. Su espalda chocó contra una pared de roca en la cueva. La roca era tan dura que solo tenía algunas grietas leves después de ser golpeada por el cuerpo de Hansen, pero los huesos de Hansen casi estaban dislocados. Esa corriente de luz negra también rebotó después de golpear el escudo dorado grabado. La luz negra se disparó hacia el Rolling Dragon y salpicó su cola. En lugar de ser herido por el poder, la cola del dragón captó la luz negra. Entonces Hansen vio claramente que la luz negra disparada por el dragón rodante era un tridente, que era tan oscuro como la tinta. Había grabados de dragones en el mango y 3 cabezas de dragón formaban la parte superior del tridente. El ataque del Rolling Dragon no mató a Hansen, lo que lo sorprendió un poco. El lobo destructor miró fijamente a Hansen y dijo: ¿Quién te envió aquí, refugio sagrado o refugio del cielo exterior? Nadie me envió. Yo mismo vine aquí. Muchos pensamientos inundaron la mente de Hansenador. El dragón rodante y el lobo destructor no parecían ser enemigos, además, ambas criaturas emanaban fuerzas vitales horribles. Ambos eran seres increíblemente poderosos. El poder de Hansen aún no había alcanzado el nivel superior, por lo que no estaba seguro de poder luchar contra 2 seres de ese nivel. Debería haber traído a Heu Qingchen conmigo. Hansen suspiró. No esperaba encontrar al lobo destructor tan fácilmente. Hansen había pensado que el lobo destructor se uniría al dragón rodante para luchar contra él. En cambio, el lobo destructor entrecerró los ojos y miró a Hansen por un momento, luego hizo una sugerencia sorprendente. Ya que no fuiste enviado por Sacred y estás solo, ¿por qué no te quedas aquí y compartes el huevo Sacred con nosotros? ¿Cómo podría hacer eso? A Hansen le costaba creer que el lobo destructor fuera tan amable. Había arriesgado todo para robar ese huevo. ¿Por qué lo compartiría con algún humano al azar? El lobo destructor sonrió, pero esa sonrisa asustó a Hansenador. Ver la sonrisa de un lobo gigante era algo realmente inquietante. Déjame decirlo de esta manera, dijo el lobo destructor, sonando sincero. No queremos compartir el huevo sagrado con otros. Desde mi perspectiva, eres bastante poderoso y no será fácil para nosotros matarte. Si huyes y atraes a otras criaturas poderosas aquí, será un gran problema para ambos. Si estás dispuesto, los 3 podemos compartir este huevo. ¿Qué opinas? Aunque lo que dijo el lobo destructor tenía mucho sentido para Hansen, todavía sentía algo raro. Sin embargo, Hansen estaba seguro de una cosa: si se negaba, las 2 criaturas inmediatamente se unirían e intentarían matarlo para proteger su secreto. Bueno. Ya que eres así de sincero, lo aceptaré. Hansen pensó para sí mismo: usaré mi torre del destino si realmente quieres atacarme. Quizás incluso pueda encontrar una oportunidad de conseguir ese óvulo. Entonces puedes bajar ahora, amigo mío. El huevo sagrado está listo para comer. ¿Hay alguien más aparte de ti que sepa que estamos aquí? Preguntó el lobo destructor, sonriendo. No. Hansen avanzó hacia ellos lentamente. Sin embargo, mantuvo su distancia con ellos. Miró el objeto blanco dentro del pozo negro y preguntó: ¿Es ese el huevo sagrado? Capítulo 1578, huevo sagrado, correcto, ese es el huevo sagrado. Sin embargo, su caparazón es demasiado sólido. Hemos intentado todo lo que se nos ocurrió, pero nada pudo romper la cáscara del huevo. Luego recurrimos al uso del agua del estanque negro para erosionar la cáscara del huevo sagrado. Viniste aquí en el momento adecuado. Después de otras 40 o 50 horas, la cáscara del huevo estará completamente erosionada, después de lo cual podremos disfrutar de este huevo sagrado, dijo el lobo destructor. El dragón rodante se limitó a mirar a Hansen con frialdad, como una escultura hecha de hierro. Hansen no estaba seguro si era porque no podía entender el lenguaje humano o porque no quería hablar con él. Hansen vio que ni el lobo destructor ni el dragón rodante tenían la intención de atacarlo, lo que lo sorprendió un poco. Hansen pensó que el lobo destructor solo quería asegurarse de que no hubiera nadie alrededor antes de atacarlo, pero el lobo destructor no parecía tener ninguna intención de atacarlo. Parecía que había decidido compartir el huevo sagrado. Hansen todavía era cauteloso porque no estaba seguro de lo que quería el lobo destructor. Mantuvo su distancia del lobo destructor y el dragón rodante, y también vigiló el huevo sagrado, esperando a que se erosionara por completo. Aunque se llamaba huevo sagrado, su apariencia no tenía nada de especial. Parecía un huevo normal con un tamaño extra. Era difícil imaginar que un gran ser como el lobo destructor no pudiera romper la cáscara del huevo. El agua fluía y el huevo sagrado flotaba sobre ella. Hansen lo miró con atención y descubrió que había muchos pequeños grabados negros en el caparazón. Parecía que el agua del estanque negro estaba sorbiendo. ¿Cómo debería llamarte, amigo? El lobo destructor tampoco quería acercarse a Ansenador. En cambio, observó a Ansen desde la distancia, sonriendo. Ansen, respondió Ansenador. Eres tan poderoso que debes venir de algún lugar famoso. ¿Qué es lo que no había oído hablar de ti antes? Preguntó de nuevo el lobo destructor. En ningún lugar famoso. Tuve la suerte de obtener algunos núcleos genéticos y almas de bestias poderosos, dijo Ansenador. Cuanto más hablaba Ansen, menos se atrevía el lobo destructor a menospreciarlo. Siguió hablando con Ansen, pero no mostró ninguna señal de atacarlo. Parecía que en realidad estaba esperando a que se rompiera la cáscara del huevo para poder compartirla con Ansenador. ¿Es esa cáscara de huevo realmente tan sólida que ni siquiera tú puedes romperla? Ansen volvió a preguntar, ya que todavía lo encontraba increíble. Según las reglas del cuarto santuario de Dios, incluso el descendiente de una supercriatura enloquecida solo estaba en el nivel bronce cuando recién nació. El lobo destructor se tumbó junto al estanque negro y sonrió. Si realmente pudiera romperlo, no habría corrido cargándolo y siendo perseguido por tantas criaturas poderosas. El lobo destructor hizo una pausa y se rió. El maestro de lo sagrado dedicó mucho esfuerzo a ganarse la confianza de la emperatriz destructora y a convencerla de que diera a luz a su hijo. Ha dedicado mucho tiempo y esfuerzo a ese huevo, por lo que debería ser especial. Ansen echó un vistazo a ese huevo sagrado, pero todavía no podía ver nada especial en él. Aún más confuso, Ansen todavía no pudo encontrar ningún rastro de la criatura que había estado buscando anteriormente. Si esa criatura fuera solo algo de comida que el lobo destructor y el dragón rodante trajeron aquí y comieron, Ansen aún debería poder encontrar su olor. Al igual que los huesos que quedaron en la cueva, los tres estaban dejando moléculas atrás. Sin embargo, Ansen no vio ninguna molécula restante de esa criatura. Ansen temía que las moléculas de la cueva fueran demasiado caóticas para poder comprobarlas con atención. Los volvió a revisar varias veces, pero aún no pudo encontrar ningún rastro de la criatura que había notado antes. ¿Quizás esa criatura no entró al lago? Entonces, ¿dónde está? Ansen frunció el ceño mientras pensaba, pero no podía entender nada. El lobo destructor a veces hablaba con Ansen, era gentil y parecía inofensivo. Por el contrario, Rolling Dragon no dijo una palabra. Simplemente yacía junto al estanque negro, mirando el huevo sagrado flotante como si ese huevo fuera lo único que podía ver. No mostraron ninguna intención de atacar a Ansen, lo que lo confundió. Bauer a veces miraba el huevo sagrado como si fuera una especie de juguete nuevo. Pasó el tiempo y cada vez aparecían más fisuras negras en la cáscara del huevo. Tal como dijo el lobo destructor, la cáscara del huevo parecía estar casi completamente erosionada. ¡Cachá! Después de más de 50 horas de espera, Ansen, Destroyer Wolf y Rolling Dragon escucharon una explosión que sonó como una cáscara de huevo rompiéndose después de ser hervida. Apareció una grieta negra en la cáscara blanca del huevo. ¡Está hecho! El lobo destructor estaba eufórico, y el dragón rodante lo estaba aún más. Su cola llevaba el tridente e inmediatamente arrojó el tridente hacia el huevo. El huevo ya estaba cubierto de pequeñas grietas, y Ansen pensó que el tridente del dragón rodante lo atravesaría por completo. Sin embargo, cuando la punta del tridente golpeó una de las grietas, solo hubo algunas chispas en el huevo y el huevo estaba perfectamente seguro. La grieta no se agrandó en absoluto. Ansen estaba aterrorizado. El lobo destructor le había dicho lo resistente que era el huevo sagrado, pero no lo había creído hasta ahora. Había experimentado el poder del tridente, y definitivamente estaba en el nivel más alto en el cuarto santuario de Dios. A pesar de eso, no pudo dañar el caparazón en absoluto. El lobo destructor se humedeció los labios e impidió que el dragón rodante atacara de nuevo. Miró el huevo sagrado y dijo: supongo que tengo que esperar más. Hemos esperado mucho tiempo, así que no hay necesidad de apresurarse. El Rolling Dragon se retiró al lugar original y se acostó. Ansen miró fijamente el huevo sagrado, pero algo todavía le parecía extraño. No había nada vivo en el huevo sagrado. Después de que la cáscara del huevo se rompió, Ansen finalmente logró detectar algo de energía proveniente del huevo. Sin embargo, no era una fuerza vital proveniente del huevo, sino una fuerza que se parecía a la muerte. ¿Por qué este poder se siente como la muerte? ¿Este huevo sagrado tiene el poder de un espíritu muerto? Eso no debería estar bien. He visto el poder de la diosa y su poder no se parece en nada a esto. Si ambos son descendientes del maestro de Sakrid, no deberían ser tan diferentes, pensó Ansenador. Mientras pensaba, Ansen frunció el ceño y dirigió su atención a un rincón de la cueva. Había algunas moléculas familiares flotando allí, las mismas moléculas que vio en la orilla. Extraño. Ya revisé la cueva varias veces, pero no pude encontrar ninguna de las moléculas de esa criatura. ¿Por qué han aparecido algunos aquí ahora? Ansen frunció el ceño preocupado. Capítulo 1579, luchando por el huevo sagrado. ¿Hay alguna criatura aquí que ni siquiera el lobo destructor y el dragón rodante conocen? Quizás lo sepan, pero por alguna razón están dejando que la criatura se esconda aquí. Ansen frunció el ceño. Ansen tenía mucha confianza en su aura Dongshuan. Estaba seguro de que las moléculas pertenecían a la criatura que había estado buscando antes. Además, estas moléculas eran muy recientes. Solo había una posibilidad: la criatura mutante estaba en la cueva, pero de alguna manera ocultaba su presencia. Ansen especuló que cuando la cáscara del huevo sagrado se rompió y el dragón rodante golpeó, la criatura pensó que era hora de hacer un movimiento y accidentalmente dejó algunas moléculas en su excitación. ¿No se verterá el agua del estanque negro en la cáscara del huevo y contaminará la yema del interior? Dijo Ansen al azar. Observó al lobo destructor con indiferencia, pero su aura Dongshuan estaba intensamente concentrada en la esquina con las moléculas. Sin embargo, nada extraño parecía estar sucediendo. Todo estaba en paz y no salían más moléculas aleatorias. Eso tiene sentido. Saquemos el huevo ahora. Hay tantas grietas en el huevo en este punto, por lo que existe la posibilidad de que podamos succionar la yema directamente, dijo el lobo destructor al dragón rodante que estaba al lado. A Ansen le resultó extraño que Destroyer Wolf estuviera pidiendo la ayuda de Rolling Dragon. Parte del huevo estaba sobre el agua negra, por lo que si el lobo destructor tenía miedo del agua del estanque negro, podía recuperar el huevo sin exponerse al agua. Normalmente, la gente no confiaría un objeto valioso como este a otros, en cambio, lo harían solos. El dragón rodante escuchó lo que dijo el lobo destructor. Giró su cola, usando su tridente como una cuchara para sacar el huevo sagrado del estanque. Sacó el huevo sagrado y lo puso en el suelo junto al manantial. En ese momento, fisuras negras cubrían el huevo como una telaraña, y muchas de las fisuras negras se habían hundido profundamente en el huevo. El lobo destructor caminó hacia el huevo y miró las grietas. La grieta todavía no es lo suficientemente grande y ni siquiera podemos ver lo que hay dentro. No hay nada que se escape, por lo que es necesario erosionarlo aún más, dijo el lobo destructor. Luego, agarró el huevo sagrado con sus patas y se puso de pie como un ser humano. Luego levantó el huevo sagrado para arrojarlo nuevamente al estanque negro. Sin embargo, justo cuando se dio la vuelta, el dragón rodante agitó su cola y el tridente atravesó el cuerpo del lobo destructor, haciendo un agujero en el pecho del lobo. La sangre brotó, tiñendo de rojo el pelaje blanco. El lobo destructor dejó caer el huevo y extrañas ondas comenzaron a torcer el espacio alrededor del cuerpo del lobo. Desaparecieron por un segundo, y cuando aparecieron nuevamente, Destroyer Wolf estaba justo detrás del Rolling Dragon. Los dientes del lobo se desgarraron hacia abajo, mordiendo el cuello del dragón rodante. ¡Au! Sin embargo, antes de que el lobo destructor pudiera morder el cuello del dragón rodante, una flecha transparente atravesó la cabeza del lobo. La flecha le atravesó la nuca, le atravesó el cerebro y salió entre las cejas. La sangre goteaba de la punta de la flecha. Destroyer Wolf cayó al suelo sin siquiera tener la oportunidad de luchar. Yacía en el suelo, completamente sin vida. Ansen estaba completamente desconcertado. No podía creer que el poderoso lobo destructor hubiera muerto tan fácilmente. Luego miró hacia la esquina de la cueva y vio una criatura parada allí. La parte superior de su cuerpo era la de un ser humano, mientras que la parte inferior parecía una serpiente. Se quedó allí, burlándose con su rostro apático. La criatura sostenía un arco y el color del arco se parecía al color de los cuernos de su cabeza. Buen trabajo, dragón negro. La criatura con forma mitad humana se movió hacia el lado del dragón rodante y le dio unas palmaditas en la cabeza. El horrible dragón rodante de repente se volvió manso y sumiso y, aparentemente, disfrutó de los elogios de la criatura con forma mitad humana. ¿Quién eres?, preguntó Ansén, alarmado. Ahora era evidente que el ser con forma mitad humana y el dragón rodante estaban en el mismo equipo. El lobo destructor originalmente quería tomar prestado el estanque negro, por lo que acordó compartir el huevo sagrado con el dragón rodante. No se esperaba que el dragón rodante tuviera otro compañero, que quisiera matar al lobo destructor y quedarse con el huevo sagrado para él solo. Rolling Dragon King, el rey del Rolling Dragon Lake. La criatura con forma mitad humana miró a Ansén con desdén. Ansén estaba aturdido. Ahora sabía que la criatura legendaria en Rolling Dragon Lake era esta extraña criatura frente a él, no el dragón negro. Rolling Dragon King caminó hacia el lado del estanque negro. Cogió el huevo sagrado y lo sostuvo en sus palmas. «Mátalo», dijo suavemente Rolling Dragon King, mirando el huevo sagrado. El dragón negro rugió de repente y luego corrió hacia Ansén con el tridente en la cola. Sus garras, dientes de dragón y tridente eran armas aterradoras. Ansén resistió las oleadas de ataques con su escudo dorado grabado. Sin embargo, Ansén siguió retrocediendo bajo esa fuerza agresiva. La luz roja en el cuerpo de Ansén surgió cuando un par de alas de mariposa se abrieron en la espalda de Ansén y, al mismo tiempo, entró en modo sediento de sangre. El poder de Ansén aumentó. Luchó contra el dragón negro durante mucho tiempo, pero fue un punto muerto. Ninguno pudo derrotar al otro. El rey dragón rodante aparentemente no tenía la intención de ayudar al dragón negro a luchar contra Ansenador. Sacó su flecha del lobo destructor y limpió la sangre en el pelaje del lobo. Luego, apuñaló la flecha hacia el huevo roto. La flecha atravesó el huevo 2 veces, pero no pudo penetrar la grieta del huevo sagrado. El rey dragón rodante frunció el ceño y luego su cuerpo emitió una extraña luz negra. La luz negra infundió la flecha y volvió a apuñalarla hacia el huevo. ¡Cachá! La flecha finalmente atravesó el huevo. Tanto la punta como parte del eje entraron. El rey dragón rodante estaba eufórico. Agarró la flecha y trató de sacarla. Pero en el segundo siguiente, el rey dragón rodante se horrorizó. No pudo sacar la flecha del huevo. En cambio, todo su cuerpo temblaba como si estuviera electrificado. La luz negra estaba siendo extraída rápidamente de su cuerpo, a lo largo de la flecha y hacia el huevo. Rolling Dragon King, ¿de verdad pensaste que no sabía que eras el verdadero maestro de Rolling Dragon Lake? El lobo destructor que se suponía muerto se arrastró gradualmente desde el suelo, lo cual era inconcebible. Los agujeros en su pecho y cabeza se estaban curando tan rápido que las heridas se estaban reduciendo visiblemente. Miró a Rolling Dragon King con sus ojos de lobo y tenía una extraña sonrisa en su rostro. Tú, el rey dragón rodante, estaba aterrorizado al darse cuenta de que había sido engañado por el lobo destructor. Sin embargo, ya era demasiado tarde para arrepentirse. Su cuerpo estaba siendo arrastrado ineludiblemente hacia el huevo sagrado. Su poder seguía inundando el huevo, debilitándolo cada vez más. El dragón negro rugió. Abandonó a Ansén y corrió hacia el rey dragón rodante. Apuñaló el huevo sagrado con el tridente en su cola, tratando de separar el huevo sagrado del rey dragón rodante. Capítulo 1580. Lucha contra el lobo destructor. Estás siendo suicida. El lobo destructor se burló, mirando desde un lado. No estaba tratando de detener al dragón negro en absoluto. El tridente del dragón negro se estrelló contra el huevo sagrado, pero inmediatamente se pegó al huevo y el huevo comenzó a absorber su poder. Terminó como el Rolling Dragon King. Las dos aterradoras super criaturas, que posiblemente eran super criaturas enloquecidas, parecían completamente incapaces de escapar del huevo sagrado. Tanto el rey dragón rodante como el dragón negro quedaron conmocionados hasta la médula. Ansén estaba petrificado. Había visto muchos descendientes de 2 super seres antes, y Sumi era hijo de 2 emperadores. Sin embargo, nunca había visto un descendiente así. Aún no había nacido, pero ya era capaz de destrozar a 2 super seres. Rolling Dragon King y el dragón negro estaban siendo succionados hasta dejarlos secos, y fue algo impresionante de presenciar. El rey dragón rodante parecía haber envejecido 1000 años y las escamas de su cola de serpiente se estaban volviendo amarillentas. La parte superior de su cuerpo parecía vieja y no era tan contundente como antes. Parecía un anciano tan delgado que sus huesos eran visibles. En cuanto al dragón negro, no le estaba yendo mejor. Su cuerpo envejecía rápidamente a medida que la esencia dentro de su cuerpo era succionada. El lobo destructor miró al fulminante rey dragón rodante y dijo: «Todos los demás piensan que el dragón negro es el maestro de Rolling Dragon Lake, pero yo soy excepcional. ¿De verdad crees que puedes engañarme? ¿De verdad crees que vine a Rolling Dragon Lake porque no pude romper el huevo sagrado? ¿Qué tan ingenuo eres?». Mientras hablaba, el lobo destructor entrecerró los ojos y un rastro de luz brilló. «Vine aquí por el poder de la muerte en el estanque negro. Sin ese poder de la muerte, no hay manera de que el huevo sagrado se hubiera incubado tan pronto». «¿Es un descendiente del refugio sagrado que tiene que ver con el poder de la muerte?», preguntó Rolling Dragon King con los dientes apretados. El lobo destructor se burló. «¿Eres un idiota? ¿No sabes que su madre es la emperatriz destructora? Su poder es el poder de la muerte. El poder que heredó el huevo sagrado no es solo el poder del maestro desagrado, sino también el poder de destrucción de la emperatriz destructora. El poder de Rolling Dragon Lake es la mejor manera de nutrirlo». «¿De qué te servirá? Déjanos ir y te daremos lo que quieras», dijo el rey dragón rodante. El huevo sagrado casi lo había dejado seco. Solo había una capa de piel que cubría su hueso y parecía más horrendo que una calavera. «Estúpido. ¿Qué crees que puedes ofrecerme? Incluso si ambos me dieran sus propios núcleos genéticos, ni siquiera pueden comenzar a compararse con este huevo sagrado». Los ojos de Destroyer Wolf brillaban. El descendiente del maestro de Sacred y la emperatriz destructora tendrán ambas ventajas de sus genes. Desde que fue incubado, ha sido nutrido por los fluidos divinos del maestro de Sacred, y con tu poder de muerte, la criatura a punto de nacer será más perfecta que cualquier otra super criatura enloquecida. Una vez que nazca, fusionaré sus genes con los míos y luego me convertiré en la criatura más poderosa del cuarto santuario de Dios. No cuentes con eso. Incluso yo y el dragón negro no somos rival para él. ¿Cómo crees que lograrás fusionarte con él? Los huesos del emperador dragón rodante estaban empezando a degradarse. Cayó al suelo junto al dragón negro. «Tengo mis métodos y no necesitas preocuparte por eso. Solo espera tu muerte». Después de que el lobo destructor terminó, dejó de dar *MN sobre el rey dragón rodante y el dragón negro. «En cuanto a ti, realmente no quiero perder el tiempo matándote, pero me llevará un tiempo fusionarme con el huevo. Si Sacred Shelter y Outer Sky se enteran, será un dolor de cabeza». «Deberías morir», dijo Destroyer Wolf mientras daba un paso adelante y su cuerpo entraba en una falla espacial. Apareció una grieta al lado de Ansem, y una cabeza de lobo se extendió, surgiendo hacia el cuello de Ansem con sus dientes blancos. Ansem usó el escudo dorado grabado en su hombro para protegerse y defenderse de la mordedura del lobo destructor. «Rascaape». Los dientes de Destroyer Wolf y el escudo chocaron entre sí, y se produjo un sonido molesto. Los dientes del lobo destructor arrancaron una parte del escudo dorado grabado y los grabados dorados en el escudo se estaban atenuando. No tenía el poder de reflejar el ataque. Ansem estaba aterrorizado. Nunca había visto una fuerza contra la que el escudo grabado en oro no pudiera defenderse. El lobo destructor cayó hacia Ansenador. Miró a Ansem con frialdad. «Mi poder es tragarme el espacio y ya controlo este espacio por completo». «¿De dónde crees que proviene el poder reflectante de tu escudo? Tu escudo no es nada contra mí». El cuerpo del destructor Wolf se fue oscureciendo mientras viajaba a través de la falla espacial. Cada vez, dejaba cortes rojos en el cuerpo de Ansenador. Ansem no pudo alcanzar al lobo que desaparecía y reaparecía rápidamente, y su cuerpo no podía defenderse de los poderes espaciales del lobo. Las heridas parecían extrañas, como si trozos de carne de Ansem simplemente estuvieran desapareciendo. Afortunadamente, el escudo grabado en oro defendió gran parte de los ataques. De lo contrario, Hansen habría sido devorado vivo. Hansen estaba frunciendo el ceño. El poder devorador de espacio del lobo destructor era realmente aterrador, y Hansen no pudo soportar sus ataques. No podía ver cómo se movía su cuerpo entre las fallas, ni podía adivinar cómo funcionaba el poder. No pudo aprovechar ninguna de sus ventajas y Destroyer Wolf lo reprimió por completo. Hansen apretó los dientes y una brillante luz sagrada salió de su cuerpo. Su cabello inmediatamente se hizo más largo y una luz brillante fluyó de sus ojos. Entró en el modo espíritu de Super Rey. El espíritu del Super Rey era diferente del poder habitual de Hansenador. El cuerpo de un humano no se hacía más fuerte cuando su propio núcleo genético subía de nivel, pero las criaturas y los espíritus estaban más estrechamente conectados con sus núcleos. El modo espíritu Super Rey convirtió a Hansen en una criatura o espíritu. Su cuerpo se volvió más poderoso a medida que sus núcleos genéticos mejoraban. Hasta el momento, el núcleo genético de Coin no se había actualizado, por lo que el poder otorgado por el modo espíritu Super Rey no era muy fuerte. Sin embargo, Hansen no entró en el modo espíritu de Super Rey para mejorar su poder. Después de entrar en el modo Super Espíritu, Hansen corrió hacia el huevo sagrado. Golpeó el huevo sagrado con la palma de la mano en un intento de alejar el huevo sagrado del rey dragón rodante y del dragón negro. No quería salvarlos. Destroyer Wolf quería que el huevo sagrado absorbiera poder, pero sin una conexión con el rey dragón rodante y el dragón negro, el huevo sagrado no sería incubado. Por eso Hansen salvó a Rolling Dragon King y al dragón negro. No importa lo que hicieran, el lobo destructor tendría que lidiar con ellos primero. Así que esta era la oportunidad de Hansenador. Destroyer Wolf vio a Hansen golpeando el huevo sagrado y se burló. ¿Quieres tocar el huevo sagrado? Estás siendo suicida. Sin embargo, el lobo destructor no dejó de atacar. Por el contrario, apareció detrás de Hansen y le agarró el cuello con su poder de tragar espacio. Capítulo 1581, Huevo sagrado incubado. Hansen no dio media vuelta. Movió el escudo gravemente dañado para cubrir su espalda y, al mismo tiempo, golpeó el huevo sagrado con su mano izquierda. Dos ruidos resonaron al mismo tiempo. El lobo destructor dejó 3 profundas cicatrices en el escudo con sus garras, atravesando casi todo el escudo. Sin embargo, a diferencia de lo que Hansen había esperado, ese huevo sagrado no ejerció ninguna fuerza magnética sobre él, pero tampoco se separó del rey dragón rodante y del dragón negro. En cambio, el huevo sagrado, el rey dragón rodante y el dragón negro se alejaron al mismo tiempo. Los 3 cayeron al estanque negro. Se hundieron, salpicando el agua oscura por todas partes. El lobo destructor se sorprendió cuando vio que Hansen no se sentía atraído hacia el huevo sagrado. Luego rugió y corrió hacia Hansen nuevamente. Hansen lo esquivó mientras intentaba pensar en un método para defenderse del lobo destructor, pero no se le ocurrió nada. Tengo que recurrir a la Torre del Destino ahora. Hansen sabía que si seguía haciendo esto, lo matarían en poco tiempo. La mejor oportunidad para que él sobreviviera era usar su técnica Blood Legion y su Destiny's Tower antes de que se consumiera demasiada energía. Antes de que Hansen pudiera activar la técnica, el agua en el estanque negro repentinamente subió. Una fuerza aterradora salió corriendo del estanque negro. El lobo destructor y Hansen se alejaron del agua negra del estanque. Al mismo tiempo, miraron el estanque negro, tratando de descubrir qué estaba pasando. Una corriente de luz negra se elevó desde el estanque negro como el sol escapando de un eclipse, y luego la luz flotó sobre el agua. Esa fuerza aterradora provino de la corriente de luz negra, y toda la cueva quedó cubierta por la sensación de muerte. La luz negra se retiró gradualmente, pero la fuerza de la muerte se hizo cada vez más fuerte. Después de que la luz se apagó, Hansen perdió un latido después de ver lo que emergió. Una hermosa mujer salió del estanque negro. Llevaba una armadura negra y un largo arco negro. Tenía un par de alas negras como las de un cuervo, su cabello era oscuro como la tinta y sus ojos eran profundos como un abismo. Todo su cuerpo emanaba una fuerza hermosa pero feroz, como si fuera un ángel descendiendo al infierno. Finalmente se ha incubado. Los ojos del lobo destructor brillaban como locos. Dejó de luchar contra Hansen y corrió hacia la hembra que acababa de salir del huevo sagrado. Hansen no se acercó al huevo. No era porque tuviera miedo de no poder derrotar a Destroyer Wolf, sino que la fuerza de la muerte proveniente de esa mujer era demasiado horrible. Para Hansen, la mujer era más aterradora que Destroyer Wolf. Quizás el lobo destructor ya se había preparado lo suficiente como para pensar que podría obtener algo de la mujer, pero en cuanto a Hansen, no creía que pudiera obtener ningún poder de ella. Esa mujer flotaba sobre el estanque negro. Aunque tenía los ojos abiertos, parecían huecos, como si no tuviera alma. El lobo destructor abrió mucho la boca y mordió el cuello de la mujer con sus colmillos en forma de púas. Esos dientes blancos en realidad estaban huecos por dentro. Mientras mordían el cuello de la mujer, la sangre llenó los dientes del lobo, teñiéndolos de negro. La sangre de la mujer era en realidad negra, lo que excitó aún más a Destroyer Wolf. Mordió más profundamente y con más fuerza en su cuello para poder absorber el poder más rápido. La mujer parecía haber sentido el dolor. Ella frunció el ceño y algún tipo de pensamiento finalmente pareció cruzar por sus ojos oscuros. Más, quiero los genes más perfectos y más poderosos. El lobo destructor chupó mientras rugía locamente. El cuerpo de la mujer parecía muy robusto. Los dientes del lobo solo podían profundizar un poco más, y cuanto más fuerte mordía, más difícil era. Sin embargo, la sangre negra seguía inundando los colmillos de Destroyer Wolf, y al mismo tiempo, humo negro salía de su pelaje de lobo blanco. Su cuerpo parecía estar pasando por algunos cambios. Hansen estaba sorprendido. Los humanos, las criaturas o incluso los espíritus podrían evolucionar comiendo la carne y la sangre de las criaturas. Sin embargo, si bien comer carne de criatura podría fortalecer los genes del cuerpo original siempre serían la base. Los cambios que estaba experimentando Destroyer Wolf fueron un poco diferentes. Su cuerpo parecía haber aceptado los genes extraños por completo y estaba pasando por algunos cambios que no deberían haber ocurrido. El humo negro del lobo destructor se hacía cada vez más denso, y su pelaje originalmente blanco se había vuelto completamente oscuro. La carne de su espalda estaba torcida como si algo estuviera a punto de extenderse desde su columna. Hansen no sabía qué hacer. Pensó que un ser aterrador como esa mujer habría luchado hasta la muerte contra el lobo destructor, pero ella no reaccionaba en absoluto. En cambio, ella simplemente estaba parada allí, dejando que el lobo destructor le chupara la sangre. Cuando el lobo destructor bebió su sangre, su poder se hizo mucho más fuerte. Aunque la expresión facial de la mujer cambió un poco, todavía estaba flotando allí sin ninguna reacción real. Después de tanto tiempo, su sangre debió haber sido drenada casi por completo, y ahora era demasiado tarde para reaccionar. Aunque parece una diosa, después de todo es solo una recién nacida. Puede que no tenga suficiente inteligencia para saber lo que está pasando, pensó Hansenador. Después de un rato, la carne de la espalda de Destroyer Wolf explotó y la sangre salpicó por todas partes. Un par de alas ensangrentadas se extendieron. Las alas parecían en carne viva y ensangrentadas, ya que todavía les crecía pelo. Sin embargo, las alas crecieron rápidamente y se oscurecieron hasta parecerse a las alas de la mujer. ¿Poder? ¿Poder fuerte? Fascinante, Destroyer Wolf era codicioso y siguió chupando hasta drenar toda la sangre de la mujer. Después de eso, se sacó los dientes y rugió al cielo. Su cuerpo estaba cubierto de fuego negro que emanaba la fuerza de la muerte, y sus alas estaban extendidas detrás de él. Mientras rugía, sus alas negras también emitían una sensación de muerte. En cuanto a la mujer que había sido succionada, cayó al suelo de la cueva como una marioneta sin vida. Sus ojos todavía estaban abiertos como agujeros negros, pero no había fuerza vital en ellos. Quizás ya estuviera muerta. Hansen suspiró y corrió hacia el agua en la cima de la cueva. Ya había perdido por completo su oportunidad. Destroyer Wolf había terminado de fusionarse y era más poderoso que nunca. Incluso su poder anterior había sido aterrador. La técnica de la legión de sangre de Hansen solo podía durar un tiempo, por lo que no quería arriesgar nada antes de estar seguro de poder derrotar a Destroyer Wolf en un corto periodo de tiempo. ¿Quieres ir? Destroyer Wolf se burló, agitó sus alas y disparó hacia Hansen con su aterradora fuerza de muerte. Capítulo 1582. Soplar sangre. Hansen frunció el ceño y en sus manos apareció un tubo de 1 metro de largo que parecía hecho de piedra gris. Esa tubería de piedra era un núcleo genético llamado Blood que Hansen había obtenido de Ghost Eye. Había estado usando su núcleo genético real Blood para romper sus restricciones, por lo que ambos núcleos genéticos habían estado sin usar en su mar del alma. Hansen casi lo olvidó, hasta que escuchó una voz en su cabeza. Obtuve el núcleo geno del emperador Blood. Luego, Hansen descubrió que Real Blood había eliminado las restricciones sobre Blood y que el núcleo del emperador se había activado para que Hansen pudiera usarlo en cualquier momento. Hansen necesitaba usar la técnica Blood Legión para convocar la Torre del Destino, por lo que no podría usar ese núcleo por mucho tiempo. Ahora que tenía otro núcleo genético de emperador, era hora de que Hansen viera lo útil que sería. Entonces Ghost Eye no estaba mintiendo. De hecho, es un núcleo genético de emperador, susurró Hansen, levantando Blood en sus manos. El hecho de que la pantera hubiera dicho la verdad fue bastante sorprendente. Vio a Destroyer Wolf acercándose a él, por lo que ya no tuvo mucho tiempo para pensar. Hansen infundió su poder en Blood y lo usó como un cuchillo. Corrió hacia Destroyer Wolf con él. ¡Maldita sea! Una fuerza aterradora golpeó a Blood y Hansen perdió el control del núcleo genético. Se le escapó de las manos. Hansen también golpeó la montaña detrás de él, escupiendo sangre. ¡Maldita sea! ¿Es realmente un núcleo genético de emperador? ¿Por qué es completamente inútil? Hansen estaba profundamente molesto. El núcleo genético no parecía estarle haciendo ningún bien. Aparte de ser tan sólido que ni siquiera los dientes del lobo destructor podían romperlo, no ejercía ningún poder excepcional e incluso era inferior a la espada tallada de Hansenador. El lobo destructor no le dio a Hansen la oportunidad de pensar. Corrió hacia Hansen en un instante. Con sus poderes de muerte y espacio, alcanzó el pecho de Hansenador. Buen. Hansen convocó su Torre del Destino. Después de un sonido impactante, Blood voló del suelo y se disparó hacia Hansen como una flecha. El lobo destructor sintió que algo volaba hacia él con una energía increíble. Dejó de atacar a Hansen y trató de esquivarlo. Blood cayó en la palma de Hansenador. Blood estaba ondeando con poder. Hansen lo agarró con las manos, pero no sabía cómo usarlo. Ese golpe demostró que Blood no debería usarse como una espada o espada ordinaria, por lo que Hansen no pudo descubrir cómo usarlo instantáneamente. ¿Qué? ¿Por qué está en tus manos el núcleo genético de Blood Emperor? ¿Y por qué se activa? Cuando Destroyer Wolf identificó a Blood, pareció sorprendido. Blood Emperor había sido muy famoso y Blood había sido uno de los 10 principales núcleos genéticos del santuario. Destroyer Wolf no era ajeno a esto, en cambio, la criatura se sintió un poco intimidada por ello. Sin embargo, solo tuvo miedo por un corto tiempo. Después de un instante, Destroyer Wolf descartó su propio miedo y se volvió hostil y beligerante nuevamente. Decía fríamente, puede que ayer me hubiera intimidado esto, pero ya no. Me he fusionado con los genes más perfectos y poderosos, y ese núcleo genético no es nada para mí. Incluso si Blood Emperor viene aquí él mismo, se arrepentirá. Destroyer Wolf corrió hacia Hansen con sus furiosos poderes del espacio y la muerte. La criatura era incluso más feroz que la última vez. Justo cuando Hansen estaba pensando en cómo usar Blood, el núcleo genético comenzó a moverse sin su control. Un extremo del tubo de piedra tocó los labios de Hansen, mientras que el otro extremo apuntaba directamente a Destroyer Wolf. ¿Es como una flauta? ¿Debería simplemente arruinarlo? Hansen intentó arruinarlo. Después de eso, el aire y la sangre dentro del cuerpo de Hansen se sintieron como si estuvieran cayendo, y la sangre de su corazón inundó su boca y entró en ese tubo de piedra. Una flecha ensangrentada salió disparada del tubo de piedra y voló directamente hacia las patas del lobo destructor mientras corría hacia Hansenador. El lobo destructor no pudo esquivarla. Pensilvania. La flecha ensangrentada cortó una parte de la pata del lobo destructor, interrumpiendo sus poderes de espacio y muerte. ¡Guau! No es de extrañar que se llame núcleo genético de Blood. De hecho, puedo volarme la sangre con esta cosa. Hansen estaba sorprendido pero entusiasmado. El poder de Blob era asombroso y, de hecho, era un núcleo genético de emperador. Un chorro de sangre podría atravesar la pata del lobo destructor evolucionado. Solo le preocupaba el hecho de que estaba consumiendo su propia sangre, ya que no tenía mucha sangre que perder. El destructor Wolf rugió furiosamente y entró en una falla espacial. Luego apareció detrás de Hansen, tratando de destrozarlo. Entonces Hansen vio algo sorprendente. Cuando el lobo destructor se movió, Blob también se movió. El extremo de la tubería apuntaba directamente al destroyer Wolf cuando emergió. Hansen no dudó en absoluto y volvió a soltar sangre. Aunque destroyer Wolf era muy rápido, la flecha ensangrentada aún golpeó sus piernas y le provocó una herida espantosa. La sangre brotó. Hansen apretó los dientes y sopló su sangre una y otra vez sin prestar atención a lo que alcanzó a destroyer Wolf y lo que no. Luego, saltó de nuevo al lago y se alejó nadando de la cueva subterránea. Destroyer Wolf no se atrevió a luchar directamente contra las flechas ensangrentadas. Después de esquivar los ataques, salió corriendo para perseguir a Hansenador. Ninguno de los dos se dio cuenta de que una de las flechas sangrientas que disparó Hansen alcanzó a la mujer cuya sangre había sido succionada y la sangre se sorbió en su cuerpo. Después de que esa flecha sangrienta entró en su cuerpo, su rostro recuperó el color y gradualmente se volvió más y más animada. La sangre inundó el cuerpo de la mujer, fluyendo por sus venas, haciéndola cada vez más dinámica como si su cuerpo se estuviera recuperando poco a poco. Sus ojos originalmente hundidos se volvieron más dinámicos, perdiendo el embotamiento que los había perseguido desde que nació. Todas las flechas ensangrentadas que Hansen desató cayeron al suelo y la sangre rodó hacia la mujer como si fuera atraída por un imán. Gotas de sangre se hundieron a través de su piel y se deslizaron por sus venas, y se volvió cada vez más animada y su rostro se puso cada vez más rojo. Ahora finalmente parecía una criatura viviente real. La mujer estaba llena de un poder mortal, pero perdió esa habilidad después de absorber la sangre de Hansenador. En cambio, ahora estaba emitiendo un poder extraño. Tenía el silencio de la muerte, pero también se sentía bastante diferente. Incluso si Hansen estuviera allí, no habría podido decir exactamente en qué se diferenciaba. Solo podía sentir que algo había cambiado. Hansen y el lobo destructor no tenían idea de qué tipo de alteraciones extrañas le estaban sucediendo a la mujer. Un humano y un lobo salieron disparados de Rolling Dragon Lake, y el lobo persiguió al humano hacia el cielo. Capítulo 1583. Fusionar líneas de sangre. El linaje del huevo sagrado vino tanto del maestro de Sacred como de la emperatriz destructora, pero después de absorber el poder de la muerte del rey dragón rodante y el dragón negro y nacer del estanque negro, tenía demasiado poder mortal. Sus habilidades hereditarias de Destroyer Empress se activaron por completo y suprimieron su herencia del maestro de Sacred. Había demasiado poder mortal acumulándose en su cuerpo, lo cual era muy malo para un bebé recién nacido. Si el bebé recién nacido seguía absorbiendo el poder de la muerte, se volvería exactamente igual que la emperatriz destructora, y no habría nada especial en ella. Destroyer Wolf drenó la sangre de la recién nacida y, al mismo tiempo, también le quitó el excesivo poder mortal dentro de ella. Eso significaba que el lobo destructor en realidad no fusionó todos los genes del recién nacido, en cambio, solo obtuvo los genes de sus habilidades de destrucción. La sangre y los genes de la recién nacida finalmente estaban equilibrados, ya que todo su cuerpo ahora estaba creciendo en lugar de solo la parte que pertenecía a Destroyer Empress. Sin embargo, no solo perdió el poder que había estado reprimido en su interior. También perdió sangre, lo que la llevó a entrar en coma. Cuando la sangre de Hansen cayó sobre su cuerpo y la empapó, se recuperó rápidamente. Cuando el recién nacido absorbió la sangre de Hansen, obtuvo algunos de sus genes, y sus propios genes también cambiaron ligeramente debido a la sangre que absorbió. La sangre de Hansen era como una solución genética, que fusionaba las dos líneas de sangre diferentes del recién nacido y creaba un nuevo poder único que ninguno de los poderes originales poseía. Hansen no esperaba que su sangre fuera tan útil. En ese momento, estaba escupiendo sangre imprudentemente. La sangre seguía brotando del tubo de piedra y, aunque no golpeaba al lobo destructor, el enorme poder fue suficiente para destruir una montaña entera. Después de que Hansen disparara 4 o 5 flechas ensangrentadas, las montañas a su alrededor ya estaban en ruinas. Ghost Eye caminaba con 2 supercriaturas, buscando cualquier oportunidad que pudiera surgir en su camino. Mientras caminaban, vieron explotar las montañas cercanas, y luego Hansen y el lobo destructor volaron frente a ellos. Hansen disparó contra el lobo destructor con Blood. La luz de sangre brilló y el lobo destructor lo esquivó. La montaña detrás del lobo no tuvo tanta suerte. El rastro de luz sangrienta devastó la montaña, y ese poder era fascinante. ¿Ese es Blood? De ninguna manera. Ghost Eye abrió mucho los ojos y la boca, y parecía como si acabara de comerse una mosca. Se había mantenido en Blood durante mucho tiempo, por lo que conocía perfectamente el núcleo genético. Podría identificar fácilmente el arma en las manos de Hansen. Trató de consolarse pensando que Hansen podría estar empuñando algún otro núcleo genético. Después de un rato, Ghost Eye vio el poder de Blood tal como se describe en las leyendas, y la criatura ya no pudo mentirse a sí misma. Maldita sea. Eso es golpe de sangre. ¿Ese bastardo es el maestro del núcleo genético? ¿Cómo lo activó? Ghost Eye estaba tan molesto que empezó a verse rojo. Se le abrieron los ojos y vio a Hansen luchar contra Destroyer Wolf en el cielo. Pequeño maestro, ese parece ser Destroyer Wolf, ¿lo que le sucedió? Preguntó una supercriatura mientras miraba al lobo destructor. ¿Es ese el lobo destructor? Los rumores dicen que es un lobo gigante y que es blanco. Dijo Ghost Eye, mirando al lobo en el cielo. Yo, no estoy seguro de si es eso o no, la supercriatura vaciló. El lobo destructor ahora se veía completamente diferente de lo que era antes, y las características de su poder también habían cambiado drásticamente. Incluso aquellos que lo habían visto antes no podían estar seguros de si realmente era así. Hansen luego gritó en voz alta, «El lobo destructor está aquí, se ha comido el huevo sagrado». La voz de Hansen no era fuerte, pero era poderosa y su voz se extendió ampliamente. Aquellos como diosa, que ya se sentían atraídos por las ondas de poder, se sintieron profundamente molestos al escuchar lo que dijo Hansen. Volaron por el cielo y corrieron hacia Destroyer Wolf. «Mereces morir, lobo destructor». El rostro de la diosa palideció de rabia. También vio el poder de destrucción proveniente del lobo destructor, por lo que ya no tuvo dudas. Corrió hacia allí con la supercriatura siguiéndola. Ya obtuve los genes más perfectos y poderosos. Definitivamente gobernaré el mundo en el futuro. Si quieres convertirte en mi enemigo, eres tú quien merece morir. El lobo destructor no podría ser más arrogante, y ahora miraba con desdén a los del refugio sagrado. Sus poderes del espacio y la muerte enloquecida se combinaron en su cuerpo, y quería luchar contra los 5 enemigos a la vez y matarlos a todos. En lugar de luchar contra Destroyer Wolf, Hansen escapó rápidamente del campo de batalla. Aterrizó en una montaña a lo lejos para observar la pelea. Todas las poderosas criaturas cercanas corrieron hacia la pelea después de escuchar lo que había sucedido. Todos se reunieron para ver la pelea entre Destroyer Wolf y el grupo de Goudis. Las 4 supercriaturas junto a la diosa eran seres de renombre que tenían una reputación impresionante en el refugio sagrado, pero ahora, todas fueron reprimidas simultáneamente por el lobo destructor. Tuvieron que retirarse una y otra vez, y parecía que no eran rival para el lobo destructor. Sumi se había quedado junto a Rolling Dragon Lake todo el tiempo y se negó a irse. Vio al lobo destructor y a una extraña criatura salir corriendo del lago, pero no vio a Hansen. Estaba un poco preocupado. Justo cuando quería entrar al agua para ver si Hansen había corrido algún peligro, vio a Bauer salir del agua y saltar a la orilla. «Bauer, ¿dónde está mi maestra?», le preguntó Sumi a Bauer. «Mi padre todavía tiene algo que hacer allí abajo. Me dijo que te dijera que no necesitas preocuparte por él y que no te metas al agua», dijo Ba, parpadeando. Sumi se sintió aliviado y se volvió para observar la pelea en el cielo. «Cualquiera que me ayude a matar al lobo destructor será recompensado enormemente con el refugio sagrado», gritó la diosa. Había 5 de ellos luchando contra un lobo destructor, pero todavía no eran rival para él. El cuerpo de una de las supercriaturas fue destrozado por el lobo destructor y su sangre salpicó el cielo. «No te preocupes, diosa. Iré a ayudarte. Yu Miao corrió hacia ellos con algunos espíritus. Nadie sabía lo que estaba pensando mientras ayudaba a la diosa. No solo Yu Miao, sino muchos grandes seres corrieron hacia el lobo destructor. De repente, fuerzas vitales aterradoras fluyeron por todas partes. Después de consumir la sangre del recién nacido, el lobo destructor fue realmente increíble. Estaba luchando contra tantas criaturas por sí solo, pero nadie podía hacerle nada. ¿Te atreves a enfadarme? Los mataré a todos hoy. Destroyer Wolf gritó al cielo y un aterrador poder mortal brotó de la criatura. Hansen observó a lo lejos durante un rato, pero esos grandes seres fueron aplastados por Destroyer Wolf. Sus intentos de atraparlos fueron inútiles contra un enemigo que podía viajar por el espacio. Capítulo 1584. Suprimir al rey lobo. Ese lobo destructor será un gran problema si no lo mato. Hansen frunció el ceño mientras observaba al lobo destructor deambular por donde quisiera. Destroyer Wolf lo había visto convertirse en un espíritu super rey, y el lobo definitivamente era un enemigo ahora. Hansen ciertamente quería matarlo, pero los poderes de muerte y espacio del lobo destructor eran una combinación difícil de manejar. Podría viajar fácilmente entre fallas espaciales, por lo que sería difícil matarlo. Había al menos 30 super criaturas rodeándolo ahora, pero ninguna de ellas podía hacerle nada. En cambio, muchos de ellos resultaron gravemente heridos. También había muchas super criaturas observando la pelea, y algunas de ellas eran increíblemente poderosas. Hansen vio que Heu Qingcheng también estaba observando la pelea desde la distancia. No estaba segura de poder matar al lobo destructor, por lo que solo podía ver la pelea sin hacer nada. Hansen observó durante un rato mientras pensaba. Hay tantas criaturas poderosas aquí, así que tal vez mi núcleo genético Coin finalmente pueda usarse. Aunque el núcleo genético de Coin tenía un nivel bajo, la naturaleza de su poder aún podría ser útil. Normalmente era bastante inútil, pero ahora, rodeado de tantas criaturas poderosas, las cosas eran diferentes. Las supercriaturas aquí eran todas como multimillonarios. Si el núcleo genético pudiera absorber un poco de poder de cada uno de ellos, el poder dentro de la moneda sería inconcebible. El único problema ahora es, ¿cómo puedo golpear el cuerpo de ese lobo destructor con una moneda? Hansen miró al lobo destructor que parpadeaba entre ubicaciones, tratando de encontrar una oportunidad para golpearlo con el núcleo genético. El lobo destructor se movía rápidamente y la sangre sagrada salpicaba por todas partes. Fue poderoso más allá de la imaginación. Sumi llevó a Bauer a Heu Qingcheng. Heu Qingcheng miró a Bauer y preguntó, ¿dónde está Hansen? El maestro tenía algo importante que hacer, así que aún no ha regresado. Sumi miró la pelea en el cielo y preguntó, Hermana Heu, ¿crees que pueden derrotar a ese lobo destructor? Eso será difícil. El poder de ese lobo destructor ha aumentado y nadie puede detener su poder de ataque. Pero ese ni siquiera es el problema. Su poder para tragar espacio es simplemente increíble. Su capacidad para viajar entre fallas espaciales hace que sea demasiado difícil matarlo. Si el grupo de Sacred no decide irse, hoy habrá muchas bajas aquí, dijo Heu Qingcheng suavemente. Sumi negó con la cabeza y dijo, es posible que Destroyer Wolf no pueda hacer eso. Aunque es realmente poderoso, todavía no se puede comparar con los emperadores del cuarto santuario de Dios. Si realmente se vuelve imprudente hoy, ya no podrá permanecer en este santuario. Mientras Sumi hablaba, Destroyer Wolf destrozó un espíritu de Outer Sky y no mostró ninguna señal de detenerse. Parecía que necesitaba matar a todos los presentes para saciar su sed de sangre. Se ha vuelto loco. Sumi sonrió. Heu Qingcheng dijo, de repente adquirió un poder tan increíble, por lo que es normal que sea arrogante e imprudente. Probablemente sea lo suficientemente poderoso como para rivalizar con algunos de los emperadores más fuertes de la actualidad. Diosa, vámonos. Destroyer Wolf es demasiado poderoso y no hay nada que podamos hacer al respecto, gritó una super criatura siguiendo a Goudis. Otro espíritu también estaba tratando de persuadir a Yu Miao para que se retirara. Algunos de los espíritus y criaturas mutantes que observaban la pelea también huyeron del área. ¿Quieres ir? No tan fácilmente. Los mataré a todos hoy y nadie sobrevivirá. El lobo destructor fue imprudente. Agarró una supercriatura que parecía un elefante y le rompió el cuello. Le dio un mordisco y luego rugió al cielo. De repente, un rastro de luz dorada rompió el cielo y voló hacia él. Justo cuando Destroyer Wolf había alcanzado su punto máximo, la luz dorada golpeó el cuello del Destroyer Wolf y se pegó a él. Todos estaban mirando al lobo destructor y todos podían ver claramente la moneda de oro clavada en el cuello del lobo. Todos, incluido el lobo destructor, miraron hacia donde había volado la moneda de oro. Ansem estaba parado allí en su modo espíritu de super rey. Todas las supercriaturas estaban aturdidas. Aparentemente, nadie reconoció a Ansem como un espíritu super rey. Destroyer Wolf se burló y sus ojos estaban llenos de rabia. ¿Tú otra vez? Genial, entonces te mataré primero. El poder mortal del lobo destructor aumentó mientras volaba hacia Ansenador. Ansem no dijo nada. En cambio, chasqueó los dedos. De repente, la moneda de oro en el cuello del lobo comenzó a brillar y el cuerpo del lobo se detuvo por un momento. En cuanto a las otras supercriaturas, todas quedaron horrorizadas al notar que un poco de su poder se filtraba de sus cuerpos y se dirigía hacia la moneda dorada en el cuello del lobo destructor. Todas las criaturas intentaban evitar que su poder se fuera, pero era completamente inútil. Esa parte de su poder ya no parecía pertenecerles, ya que estaba completamente fuera de su control. Incluso Heu Qingcheng parecía enfermo. Una parte de su poder también estaba siendo absorbida. Incluso con su fuerza, no pudo frenarlo. Estaba horrorizada y no pudo evitar mirar al dueño de esa moneda de oro. De hecho, todas las criaturas a su alrededor miraban a Ansem en estado de shock. Un tipo al azar con una moneda de oro al azar pudo robarles el poder de su control. Cuando miraron al lobo destructor, las supercriaturas se horrorizaron aún más. El lobo destructor, que anteriormente había estado dominando la batalla, ahora estaba siendo reprimido por completo como si estuviera aplastado bajo una montaña. Su cuerpo temblaba y luego la criatura caía por el aire. ¡Bam! Con un sonido gigante, el lobo destructor golpeó el suelo con suficiente fuerza como para formar un cráter. El núcleo genético no podía reunir energía en un área muy grande, por lo que generalmente no era muy fuerte. Sin embargo, había demasiadas supercriaturas alrededor, por lo que podían darle a la moneda mucho más poder de lo habitual, razón por la cual la moneda de oro era más fuerte que nunca. Ansem estaba entusiasmado, ya que la moneda estaba funcionando mucho mejor de lo que esperaba. Incluso fue capaz de absorber el poder de todas esas supercriaturas. Fue absolutamente increíble ya que era solo un núcleo genético plateado y ni siquiera había alcanzado el nivel del núcleo genético dorado todavía. Cada criatura aquí tenía al menos un núcleo genético de piedras preciosas, y muchas tenían supernúcleos genéticos. Pero ninguno de ellos pudo resistir el poder absorbente de la moneda. El lobo destructor luchó e intentó moverse hacia una falla espacial, pero su cuerpo temblaba y ni siquiera podía dar un paso. Su cabeza estaba particularmente inmóvil y a la criatura le costaba incluso levantarla. La cabeza del lobo bajaba cada vez más y casi tocaba el suelo. Siguió rugiendo, pero su cabeza seguía hundiéndose. Capítulo 1585, el nombre del dólar. Auge. En medio del rugido furioso, la cabeza de Destroyer Wolf cayó al suelo. Por muy fuerte que rugiera, no podía moverse. Todas las superélites estaban congeladas. Estaban aterrorizados. Sabían lo poderoso que era Destroyer Wolf, pero esa pequeña moneda fue capaz de derribar la cabeza de la bestia al suelo y evitar que fuera levantada. La mística de Ansem se elevó aún más en sus corazones. Mientras los observadores todavía estaban conmocionados, Ansem se llevó la pipa de piedra a los labios. Luego, le sopló al lobo. Brilló en rojo y luego esa luz fue directa a la cabeza del lobo, desgarrándola. Lobo destructor de supercriaturas loco asesinado. Se ha obtenido el alma de la bestia lobo destructor. Núcleo genético no obtenido. Carne no comestible. Recoge su Life Geno Essence para recibir de 0 a 10 puntos super geno al azar. Ansem estaba encantado. Había logrado ganarse otra alma de super bestia enloquecida. Las otras superélites, al ver la cabeza del lobo destructor abierta, parecieron atónitas. Todos se volvieron para mirar a Hansen mientras avanzaba hacia el cuerpo que se estaba desvaneciendo. Sus frentes comenzaron a producir un sudor frío. Hansen agarró la Life Geno Essence que el cadáver del lobo había dejado atrás y luego se volvió para mirar a las superélites. Después de eso, desapareció. Cuando Hansen desapareció en el aire, todas las superélites sintieron un gran alivio. La creciente presión que habían experimentado finalmente comenzó a disminuir. Eso no significaba que Hansen fuera poderoso. Simplemente pensaron que Hansen era poderoso. Matar a Destroyer Wolf fue algo inimaginablemente aterrador. Por supuesto, más que nada se estaban asustando a sí mismos. La presión que sintieron fue injustificada. Esto da miedo. ¿Quién era ese? ¿Era el alfa de alguna raza? Nunca había oído hablar de él antes. Aunque parecía un espíritu. Personalmente, pensé que parecía una criatura. No, eso era un espíritu. Mierda. Esa era una criatura. ¿Vieron el tubo de piedra que usó para matar a Destroyer Wolf? Parecía el núcleo genético Blood de Drink Blood Emperor. Lo parecía, sí. No solo lo parecía. Eso fue todo, seguro. Vi a Drink Blood Emperor usarlo una vez. Pensé que las élites de la clase emperador no podrían abrirlo una vez sellado. ¿Cómo logró activarlo? El poder de abrir ese núcleo genético no es algo que podamos comprender. La diosa miró hacia el punto donde Hansen desapareció. Sus hermosos ojos parecían extraños y dijo, ¿cuándo llegó a existir aquí un ser tan poderoso? Yu Miao también miró en esa dirección. Sin embargo, no podía decir que era Hansenador. Heu Qingcheng simplemente frunció el ceño. El poder que le habían quitado por la fuerza ahora le había sido devuelto, y estaba sorprendida. ¿Qué poder tan extraño? ¿Quién es él? Heu Qingcheng tampoco pudo decir que era Hansenador. Sumi miró con admiración y dijo, esa persona es tan fuerte. Me pregunto de qué raza es. Debería haberle preguntado. Cuando la multitud comenzó a irse, las conversaciones comenzaron a girar en torno a Hansenador. La imagen de Hansen como un espíritu super rey ahora estaba por todo el cuarto santuario de Dios, y realmente querían saber quién era. Nadie supo quién era hasta que llegaron los humanos del tercer santuario de Dios, afirmando haberlo visto antes. Lo reconocieron. Ese era dólar, nuestro dólar humano. El dólar está fuerte. Tantas supercriaturas y espíritus reyes no pudieron derribar a Destroyer Wolf, y él lo mató en un instante. Eso da bastante miedo. Donde quiera que vaya dólar, es fuerte. El dólar es como un dios. Finalmente está aquí. Las criaturas y los espíritus no creían que fuera un humano. No creían que fuera posible que este dólar fuera un humano, pero extrañamente, solo los humanos parecían reconocerlo. Ningún otro lo hizo. Sin embargo, no importa cuál haya sido el caso, el nombre de dólar se pronunció en todo el cuarto santuario de Dios. Todas las facciones hablaban de él, pero nadie sabía mucho sobre él. Se desconocía su identidad y ubicación. El ser más triste del santuario, en ese momento, debe haber sido Ghostai. Alguna vez había esperado que Hansen pudiera abrir Blood. Al ver la capacidad de Blood para matar criaturas fuertes como Destroyer Wolf, los ojos de Ghostai ahora estaban sangrando. Hansen abandonó el campo de batalla y encontró un lugar sin nadie alrededor para verlo desactivar su modo espíritu Super Rey. Regresó a la imagen de su yo real y luego regresó a Rolling Dragon Lake. Luego, entró en la cueva submarina. Quería ver si la mujer muerta del huevo sagrado todavía estaba allí. Si el cuerpo hubiera quedado, sería una pena desperdiciarlo. La mujer estaba muerta y la carne era solo un recipiente. Sería una buena acción beneficiarse de la muerte de otra criatura. Hansen, pensando esto, entró en la cueva submarina. Después de mirar dentro de la cueva, se sorprendió al ver que el cuerpo ya no estaba. ¿Era como Destroyer Wolf y no se la podía comer? ¿Ella simplemente desapareció cuando murió? Hansen frunció el ceño. Normalmente, si la carne de las supercriaturas no fuera comestible, simplemente desaparecerían. Pero, por lo que él había visto, no lo había hecho. Este lo confundió. Hansen husmeó un poco e incluso usó sus armas para moverse en el estanque negro. Pero no encontró nada. Luego abandonó la cueva submarina para encontrarse con Geu Kincheng. Bloodfoot viajaba a través de las montañas en ese momento, muy enojado. Era una super criatura, pero no había recibido ningún beneficio por matar al lobo. Él también resultó herido. Mientras caminaba, vio una pequeña criatura que batía sus alas negras. La bestia pies de sangre tenía hambre, por lo que corrió hacia ella y trató de comérsela. Antes de que Bloodfoot se abalanzara, el pequeño cuerpo levantó un arco negro. El sonido de una cuerda pulsada resonó en el aire, acompañando el vuelo de una flecha negra que atravesó la cabeza de la criatura. ¡Angustia! La cabeza y el cuerpo de Bloodfoot explotaron. Estaba muy muerto. La pequeña criatura no miró hacia atrás. Simplemente agitó sus alas y abandonó el área. Si Hansen estuviera allí, habría reconocido a esa criatura. Esa pequeña criatura era la mujer del huevo sagrado. Capítulo 1586. Encantar el alma de la bestia de vuelta en el refugio. Hansen tuvo tiempo de examinar el alma de la bestia lobo destructor. Lobo destructor de almas super bestia loco. Tipo encantó. Hansen vio esto y se sorprendió bastante. No sabía que era el alma de una bestia encantadora, nunca había oído hablar de eso antes. Hansen convocó al lobo destructor a continuación, para examinar qué podía hacer el alma de la bestia encantadora. El lobo destructor salió volando del mar del alma y se convirtió en un amuleto que era aproximadamente del mismo tamaño que la palma de Hansenador. El amuleto era de color negro como boca de lobo y estaba grabado con la representación de un lobo con alas. Se parecía exactamente a lo que era el propio Destroyer Wolf, después de evolucionar. Hansen miró el amuleto varias veces. Sintió un aura mortal y poderes espaciales residuales entrelazados a su alrededor. Era algo aterrador y no tenía ni idea de cómo funcionaba. Hansen pasó los siguientes días investigándolo y cuando descubrió cuál era su propósito, quedó encantado. Las almas de bestias tipo encantó eran especiales, y gran parte de la información que Hansen descubrió provenía de la Alianza. Leyó en Skynet sobre una persona que había tomado posesión de un alma de bestia tipo encantó. La persona dijo que había descubierto cómo usarlo y que la publicación que había hecho era básicamente solo el hombre presumiendo. Pero al menos fue lo suficientemente informativo como para enseñarle a Hansen cómo usarlo. Encantar almas de bestias podría resucitar criaturas muertas. La criatura resucitada entonces se adheriría al hechizo, y el hechizo explícitamente. No la persona que lo operó. Cuando el hechizo se colocaba sobre alguien, la criatura que convocaba seguiría a esa persona hasta la muerte. No importaba si el objetivo estaba vivo o muerto, pero el amuleto sería destruido. Y eso significaba que el alma de la bestia encantadora era un artículo de un solo uso. Al menos era fuerte. Destroyer Wolf era un enemigo poderoso. Incluso si Hansen eligiera un objetivo que tuviera una super criatura como protección, sería fácilmente asesinado. Sin embargo, el artículo tenía una desventaja, solo pudo usarlo una vez. Hansen no querría usarlo hasta que fuera un momento adecuado de vida o muerte. La persona sobre la que leyó debe haber usado el encanto del alma de la bestia para descubrir su propósito, ya que antes de eso, no existía tal información en la Alianza. Sin embargo, no mucha gente creyó la publicación y mucha gente pensó que era una mentira absoluta. Sin nada más que hacer, Hansen fue al almacenamiento del núcleo genético. Recibió muchas invitaciones a la batalla y un desafío repetido fue el de Ghost Eye. ¿Ese niño se atreve a desafiarme otra vez? ¿Finalmente ha renunciado a vivir? Hansen aceptó el desafío y se preguntó qué quería la plaga esta vez. En el momento en que Hansen entró en el campo de batalla, Ghost Eye comenzó a gritar. Felicitaciones por desbloquear el núcleo genético de Blo. Ahora sabes que no estaba mintiendo, ¿eh? ¿Felicitaciones por qué? Lo vendí porque tampoco pude abrirlo. No sirve de nada felicitarme, dijo fríamente Hansenador. Ghost Eye parecía sorprendido. ¿Estás bromeando? ¿Eres dólar? Seguramente. Si yo fuera dólar, no perdería el aliento hablando. Simplemente te mataría. Hansen puso cara de enfado y luego continuó diciendo, di tu opinión o piérdete. Ghostai miró a Hansen, sin estar seguro de si estaba diciendo la verdad. Pero no se atrevió a seguir molestándolo. Entonces dijo, jefe, sobre esa otra cosa. Quiero comprar tu rango de primer lugar. Dime tu precio y, si puedo, satisfaceré la demanda. Está bien, un supernúcleo genético, dijo Hansenador. Jefe, solo tengo un núcleo genético plateado, ¿cómo se supone que voy a obtener un supernúcleo genético? Te di mi genocore de emperador, ¿no? Ese fue el único. Ghostai parecía amargado, pero por dentro pensaba, eres malvado. ¿Quieres intercambiar un núcleo supergenético por el primer rango en la tabla de clasificación de núcleos genéticos plateados? ¿Crees que es algo que alguien puede conseguir por capricho? ¿Quién puede saber que lo roto que me diste era un núcleo genético de emperador? Lo vendí como la basura que pensé que era. Me enoja que no me hayas dicho lo poderoso que podría haber sido. Deberías habérmelo dicho antes, ya que ahora lo he perdido, dijo Hansen amenazadoramente. Ghostai estaba furioso, pero no se atrevió a discutir. Entonces dijo, jefe, ¿no se lo dije varias veces? Simplemente no me creíste. Bien. Me olvidaré de eso. Entonces, ¿quieres comprarlo una vez o comprarlo? Hansen miró a Ghostai mientras hablaba. ¿Qué significa comprarlo una vez o comprarlo una vez? Comprarlo una vez se ajusta a las reglas de nuestro primer acuerdo. Lo alquilas temporalmente y cuando termines, me lo devuelves. Si lo compras por completo, estás comprando propiedad permanente. Entonces, no esperaré que lo devuelvas. ¿Cuáles son los precios de cada paquete, una vez y fuera? Preguntó Ojo Fantasma. Comprarlo una vez te costará un núcleo genético de piedras preciosas. Si lo compras, el precio será 10 veces mayor, dijo Hansenador. Ghostai pensó para sí mismo, debe pensar que estoy loco. Por supuesto, solo lo compraré una vez, porque de todos modos él no puede garantizar la devolución ni hacerme nada. Estaba bien incluso después de que no lo devolví la última vez. Jefe, me gustaría comprarlo una vez, dijo cortésmente Ghostai. Está bien, pero si lo compras una vez, tendremos que negociar un contrato. Hansen sonrió. ¿Qué contrato? Preguntó Ojo Fantasma. Si compras mi primer lugar y no me devuelves el primer rango, tendrás que reembolsarme 10 núcleos de supergeno. Esto se escribirá en un contrato como prueba. Hansen sonrió. Está bien, lo firmaré. Te lo devolveré. Confía en mí esta segunda vez. Ghostai estaba muy feliz y pensó para sí mismo, ¿cuál es el punto de hacer un contrato? No puede encontrarme en Hell Shelter. No podrá encontrar su ubicación, aunque lo hiciera, no se atrevería a venir. Entonces hagamos el contrato. Hansen sacó lápiz y papel. Luego, Ghostai escribió las palabras que Hansen le pidió que escribiera. Luego, le colocó una huella de una pata. Jefe, ¿cómo te va esto? Ghostai le devolvió el contrato a Hansen, junto con un núcleo genético de sangre sagrada. Hansen revisó el contrato, lo dobló y dijo, está bien, ahora eres el primero. Hansen aceptó y abandonó el campo de batalla genético. Luego, volvió a desafiar a Ghostai. Ghostai vio la solicitud de desafío de Hansen, pero la ignoró. Luego dijo, qué ingenuo, ¿quién te lo devolvería? Voy a vender este primer rango antes de que suceda algo más. Sin embargo, Hansen sabía que Ghostai no sería honesto. No le importaba venderlo por un núcleo genético de sangre sagrada, ya que el contrato podría pagar dividendos más adelante. Hansen tampoco iba a dejar que Ghostai se saliera con la suya. Dejó el almacenamiento del núcleo genético y niveló su núcleo de cristal hasta alcanzar el nivel dorado. Luego, regresó al almacenamiento del núcleo genético con Bulwark Cambrele. Capítulo 1587, Diosa de la Muerte. Ghostai ya había planeado qué hacer y, tan pronto como se cerró el trato, se puso en contacto con el comprador. Pero tan pronto como hizo contacto con la persona, perdió su posición de primer rango. Ghostai, ¿estás intentando engañarme de nuevo? El espíritu que deseaba hacer un intercambio con Ghostai habló con un tono de voz frío. No, yo. ¿Qué carajo pasó? Ghostai parecía desanimado. Había sido súper rápido, entonces, ¿cómo podría alguien haber usurpado ya su posición? ¿Esto tiene algo que ver con ese tipo? Ghostai vio que el primer rango ahora estaba ocupado por Bulwark Cambrele. Siguió pensando en ello y pronto, un escalofrío le recorrió la espalda. Si ambos núcleos genéticos pertenecieran a Hansen, Ghostai no podría imaginar cuán poderoso podría haber sido. Debe haber tenido muchos núcleos genéticos que podrían alcanzar el primer lugar a través de las pruebas. Sin embargo, Ghostai no se atrevió a pensar que todo era maquinación de una sola persona. Pensó que los núcleos debían haber pertenecido a una facción. Nadie hubiera esperado que todos esos núcleos genéticos pertenecieran a un solo individuo. Hansen usó Bulwark Cambrele para lograr el primer lugar e inmediatamente reclamar los 9 refuerzos. Usó luces Gold Core para luego llevarlo a un núcleo genético de clase dorada. Entonces, Ghostai notó que había vuelto al primer lugar. Esto le devolvió la alegría y dijo, «Jaja. Parece que el maestro del paraguas se estaba probando en un mal momento. Debe haberlo subido de nivel a oro inmediatamente después de reforzarlo 9 veces. Parece que mi suerte todavía está aquí». Ghostai volvió a contactar con el espíritu comprador, queriendo vender su posición, pero cuando establecieron el momento y el lugar para hacerlo, la tabla de clasificación del núcleo genético comenzó a brillar. Las clasificaciones cambiaron nuevamente. Ghostai se sintió horrible. Era como estar sentado en una montaña rusa de emociones. Con los constantes giros y vueltas, sentía como si su corazón fuera a explotar. Ghostai, ¿cuál es el significado de esto? El espíritu estaba enloquecido. Miró a Ghostai con ojos llenos de ira. Ghostai estaba deprimido. Abrió la boca pero se quedó sin palabras. Coin había logrado el primer lugar en el almacenamiento de núcleos genéticos. Fue un gran shock, y todos en el cuarto santuario de Dios estaban empezando a pensar que podría haber pertenecido al dólar todopoderoso que había logrado derribar al lobo destructor. Si estaban relacionados, y era solo un núcleo genético plateado el que se había utilizado para destruir Destroyer Wolf, era aterrador pensar en su poder. Algunas criaturas creían que el núcleo genético de Coin tenía que ser el núcleo genético que derribó a Destroyer Wolf. Algunos pensaron que no estaban relacionados. Fue todo un argumento. Algunas personas no podían esperar para desafiar al maestro de Coin y ver si el núcleo genético realmente pertenecía a Dólar. Sin embargo, a Hansen no le importó mucho eso. Aceptó su primer rango y simplemente se fue sin aceptar ninguno de los partidos propuestos. Sin embargo, después Hansen no subió el nivel de Coin a oro. Estaba planeando usarlo en Ghostai. Crystal Core, Real Blood y Bulwark Umbrella ahora eran de clase oro. Estaría alcanzando el cuello de botella una vez que subieran de nivel nuevamente, ya que lograr que ascendieran a los rangos de Súper sería difícil. Hansen absorbió la Life Geno Essence del Destroyer Wolf. Recibió 8 puntos de Supergeno, lo que eleva su total de puntos a 34. El cuerpo de Hansen se había vuelto considerablemente más fuerte. En lo que necesitaba concentrarse ahora, principalmente, era en cómo maximizar sus puntos supergenéticos. Hansen tenía el poder necesario para matar supercriaturas, pero no había muchas que estuvieran solas. La mayoría de las supercriaturas pertenecían a superrefugios adecuados, por lo que encontrar un objetivo apropiado sería un trabajo arduo. Mientras Hansen se preguntaba dónde podría encontrar y matar a una supercriatura, Lady Chef regresó al refugio con noticias impactantes. Dijo que Outer Sky Shelter había atraído la ira de algo muy temible. Muchas supercriaturas y espíritus habían sido asesinados, dejándolos dañados y vulnerables. ¿Quién hizo eso? Esto suena genial. Hansen escuchó esto y sonrió. De todos modos, estaba planeando derrotar a Outer Sky una vez que se volviera lo suficientemente fuerte. Nadie sabe de dónde vino la criatura, ya que nadie la ha visto antes. Ella era una criatura que empuñaba un arco. Llevaba una armadura negra y tenía alas negras. Parecía como si hubiera venido de lo sagrado, pero no era así. Sin embargo, ella era tan poderosa como el líder de Sacred. Incluso el líder de Outer Sky fue incapaz de luchar contra ella. Lady Chef detalló los hechos ocurridos. Hansen se sorprendió. Pensó que la criatura que ella mencionó podría haber sido la mujer del huevo sagrado. Pero la mujer no parecía tan fuerte cuando la vio. Destroyer Wolf le había chupado la sangre hasta dejarla seca. ¿Cómo pudo emerger tan rápido, luciendo sana y más fuerte que nunca? Hansen preguntó rápidamente. ¿La criatura que mencionaste medía alrededor de 1,8 metros de altura? ¿Eran las alas negras como las alas de un cuervo? ¿Su armadura se veía así? Hansen sacó su armadura lo mejor que pudo de memoria. Lady Chef lo vio y se sorprendió. Ella dijo, ¿tú la viste? La cabeza de Hansen estaba hecha un desastre ahora, y pensó para sí mismo, sin lugar a dudas, ella es la mujer del huevo sagrado. Pero, ¿qué pasó para salvarle la vida y hacerla fuerte? Hansen no se dio cuenta de que parte de su fuerza estaba incluida. ¿La criatura es tan fuerte? Heu Kim-cheng entró y preguntó. Ella había escuchado la conversación. Sí, ella es así de fuerte. Si los espíritus no pudieron revivir en Outer Sky, el refugio debería estar vacío ahora mismo. Su modo de operación es una flecha, una muerte. Las supercriaturas y los espíritus reyes mueren de un solo golpe. Solo el líder de Outer Sky y algunos de sus élites pudieron sobrevivir a una flecha. Estoy seguro de que el cuarto santuario de Dios está en shock por esto. Nadie sabe siquiera su nombre, todo el mundo simplemente la llama Ripe o diosa de la muerte. Si se enoja, matará a todos los que quiera sin decir una sola palabra. Lady Chef parecía celosa. Ella también quería poder hacer lo mismo. Si pudiera, obtener ingredientes sería mucho más fácil. Subir de nivel fue difícil, hasta ahora, solo había llegado a la clase de piedras preciosas. Diosa de la muerte, la expresión de Hansen era reservada. Se golpeó repetidamente la cabeza mientras pensaba. Hansen estaba seguro de que era la mujer del huevo sagrado, pero la mujer no fue a la emperatriz sagrada o destructora. Ella había estado buscando algo, pero Hansen no sabía qué era eso. Capítulo 1588, Derechos de autor. Hansen estaba parado frente a la sede de la empresa Impression Culture cuando el guardia de seguridad lo vio. Llevaba grandes gafas de sol y un sombrero, con Little Flover en sus brazos y Bear posado sobre su hombro. Tenemos una reunión con su editor jefe. Aquí está la hoja de cita. Hansen le entregó el papel al guardia de seguridad. El guardia de seguridad escaneó el recibo y luego miró a Hansen con admiración. Le devolvió el papel con ambas manos y dijo, «Tú eres Ian King, el autor de Overbearing President Love Lublo. Realmente amo tu cómic. ¿Puedo tener tu firma? Pido disculpas, pero soy simplemente su manager». Ian King está ocupado, por lo que no puede asistir, dijo Hansenador. Ian King se convirtió en semidios hace unos años, pero no hubo noticias sobre qué fue de él. Hansen no sabía si todavía estaba vivo o a dónde había ido después de su ascensión. Aún así, Hansen continuó ocupándose de los asuntos relacionados con sus cómics. Aunque no se ha publicado ningún material nuevo en los últimos años, Overbearing President Love Lubloe todavía era popular. En realidad, fueron impresos en formato físico, cómic, y una productora de cine se había puesto en contacto con Impression Culture con el deseo de producir una adaptación anime y live action de la obra. Hansen había venido para hablar sobre cuestiones de derechos de autor. Hermano In, soy muy bueno contigo. Incluso si has muerto, tu trabajo ha quedado inmortalizado. Tu vida y tu legado continuarán, incluso si no estás presente, pensó Hansen para sí mismo. Hansen no estaba interesado en este tipo de asuntos, pero era un asunto personal con respecto al rey Sien. Podría haber sido lo último que dejó en este mundo, y Hansen no quería que lo manejaran mal. El guardia de seguridad pareció decepcionado, pero aún así dijo, «Por favor, entre. El editor jefe le espera en la sala de juntas. Una IA te mostrará el resto del camino». Hansen siguió a una IA a la sala de discusión. Hizo feliz a Little Flover mientras avanzaba. Jan Ran había estado ocupado últimamente, así que como Hansen tenía algo de tiempo libre, pensó que sería bueno traer a Little Flover con él. Les preocupaba que Little Flover pudiera haberse visto afectada por el tiempo pasado en la sala de control principal del cristalizador, pero nada parecía salir mal. Little Flover había crecido como un niño normal, a la tierna edad de 1 año, podía caminar y hablar. Pero aún así, Little Flover era un chico muy tranquilo. A menos que alguien pasara tiempo con él, se sentaba en silencio todo el día. En la sala de juntas, Fuolan frunció el ceño mientras miraba la pantalla. Antes de que Hansen llegara al edificio Impression, ella ya lo había estado observando. Estaba decepcionada de que no fuera el propio Sean King quien había aparecido, y cuando vio que Hansen había traído a 2 niños con él a una discusión sobre derechos de autor, frunció aún más el ceño. Fuolan no tenía miedo de reunirse con autores y superestrellas famosos, pero sí de consultar con agentes y gerentes. Le tenía especialmente miedo a este, ya que no parecía profesional. Después de todo, había traído a 2 niños con él. No creía que la discusión fuera a salir bien. Pero el presidente autoritario Love era demasiado popular y, después de todos esos años, todavía estaba entre los 5 primeros. Solo eso podría indicar lo popular que era. La mayoría de los cómics que aún se estaban actualizando y en curso no eran tan populares, y había muchos inversores interesados en overbearing President Love, debido a su poder de permanencia. Querían hacer una adaptación al anime y de acción real. Editor jefe Fuo, ¿por qué no ha venido Sean King? El hombre de mediana edad a su lado frunció el ceño mientras miraba a Ann senador. Aunque Sean King es autor de Impression Culture, es autónomo. Tiene su propia manera de hacer las cosas. Si permitió que su gerente viniera aquí, eso significa que él es quien ahora tiene el control total, dijo Fuolan con cuidado. Hasta ahora, nadie sabía quién era realmente Sean King. La propia Fuolan también tenía bastante curiosidad. Fuolan realmente amaba al presidente autoritario Love. También. Su mente era como la de una joven normal. Nada le encantaría más que ser amada por un hombre así. También era un poco diferente de la mayoría de las jóvenes y sabía que hombres así no existían en el mundo real. Ella era inteligente. ¿Le dijiste que era Donde el que quería discutir cuestiones de derechos de autor? Nuestro presidente está aquí, ¿no está siendo un poco grosero? Dijo una mujer con aspecto de secretaria, de pie detrás del hombre de mediana edad. Tal vez esté ocupado y, como resultado, no pudo venir aquí, dijo Fuolan. ¿Qué podría ser más importante que esto? Donde tiene mucho capital de inversión. La mujer parecía disgustada. Fuolan sonrió pero no dijo nada. No le gustaba lo arrogantes que eran, pero los negocios son los negocios. La tarifa de derechos de autor era bastante alta y, si el acuerdo era un éxito, Impression Culture podría recibir el 20%. Ese fue un gran número. Entonces, incluso si Fuolan odiaba la actitud de la mujer, tenía que soportarla. Ni siquiera dije nada, y tú solo eres una secretaria diciendo tonterías. Obviamente eres una perra que vendió su cuerpo para alcanzar un mínimo de fama. Fuolan la miró con desdén. Mientras hablaban, Hansen llegó a la sala de reuniones. Fuolan apagó el monitor y dejó entrar a Hansen y al bebé. Ella estaba pensando, esto es malo. Un gerente tan poco profesional y una perra cachonda, todo en una habitación. Estos asuntos de negocios serán difíciles de discutir. Hola. ¿Eres Fuo, el editor jefe? Soy el manager de Sean King. Llámame Sanmu. Hansen le tendió la mano a Fuolan. Fuolan vio que sostenía a un niño y llevaba sombrero y gafas, y supo que no tenía modales. Sin embargo, ella todavía le estrechó la mano y dijo, hola. De hecho, soy Fuolan. Permítanme presentarles al presidente de Donde Yu Etian. Le gustaría comprar los derechos del presidente dominante Love. Hola presidente Yu. Soy Sanmu. Hansen le tendió la mano a Yu Etian. Yu Etian estaba en una silla y no quería levantarse. Dejó caer un poco de ceniza de cigarrillo y dijo, ¿por qué Sean King no está aquí? ¿Estás seguro de que puedes manejar asuntos comerciales tan importantes? Hansen no estaba enojado. Simplemente sonrió y dijo, Sean King está en el santuario y aún no ha regresado. Y tengo control total sobre el presidente dominante Love. Puedo representar plenamente a Sean King en estos asuntos. No tienes que preocuparte. Capítulo 1589, segundo tío. Cuando Fuolan escuchó lo que dijo Hansen, no estaba segura de si decía la verdad, pero lo entendió. La secretaria solo pudo poner los ojos en blanco y decir, Este es un gran asunto de negocios y él va al santuario. ¿Y cuál es esa actitud tuya? ¿Y qué pasa con estos niños? ¿Es usted gerente o niñera? Yue Tian parecía disgustado. No le agradaba en absoluto al senador. Ansen, al verlos, tuvo que resistir el impulso de reír. No permitiría que el trabajo de Sien King terminara en manos de esas personas, y pensó que sería en vano para ellos. Aunque Ansen no sabía mucho sobre arte, sabía que Yue Tian tampoco sabía mucho sobre arte. Ansen quería hacer algo bueno por Sien King, pero no estaba dispuesto a ceder los derechos del libro a esas personas. ¿Por qué estás sonriendo?, preguntó Yue Tian, sintiendo el deseo de Ansen de reír. Ansen se rió. Se podría pensar que se trata de un gran asunto empresarial, pero ahora les digo que es pequeño. Decidí que podía dedicar tiempo a asistir a esta reunión, pero si no le gusta la forma en que me he presentado, dejemos de lado la discusión. Después de eso, Ansen se dio la vuelta y se dirigió hacia la puerta. Presidente autoritario Lof Lub Loe. Necesitaba ser publicado, pero tenía que asegurarse de que quienes lo manejaban fueran excelentes. Incluso si Ansen no ganara mucho dinero, eso no importaba mucho siempre que la adaptación se hiciera de manera excepcional. Zuo Lan y Yue Tian estaban en shock. No esperaban que Ansen dijera lo que dijo. Los gerentes normales querían ganar dinero, pero él se iba como si no le importara en absoluto. ¿Pequeños negocios? ¿Tiene alguna idea de cuánto estamos dispuestos a invertir? ¿Sabes cuánto ganarás una vez cerrado el trato? De otra manera nunca ganarás tanto dinero. La secretaria pareció molesta. Zuo Lan dio un paso adelante y dijo, estamos aquí por negocios. Todos podemos sentarnos y hablar. Ansen miró a Zuo Lan y dijo, no hay necesidad de hablar. Editor jefe Zuo, busque gente decente la próxima vez. Solo venderé los derechos de autor a personas que realmente puedan hacer buenas películas. Si solo tienes personas como esta en fila, no te molestes en contactarme. Zuo Lan sabía que las cosas estaban a punto de empeorar mucho. Yue Tian realmente odiaba que la gente hablara como si él no supiera nada. Pero la verdad es que no lo hizo. Donde Film era rico, pero eso no significaba que pudieran crear películas excepcionales. Ni siquiera eran tan populares en la alianza. Yue Tian también era uno de los accionistas de Starry Group. Donde Film se construyó inicialmente por diversión, como algo para apoyar a las actrices. Wei Minzen, la secretaria, era una de las amantes de Yue Tian. Ella era su favorita. La razón por la que quería filmar esta película fue por ella. Quería ser el personaje principal y ganar fama. Aunque Yue Tian solo estaba jugando, odiaba que la gente sugiriera que no sabía nada. Joven, no seas tan imprudente. Si continúas así, pasarás desapercibido ante las oportunidades que tienes justo delante de ti. Yue Tian apagó su cigarrillo en el cenicero. Le habló fríamente a An senador. Editor jefe, si no hay nada más que discutir, me voy. Ansen asistió a la reunión para hablar sobre los derechos de autor, sí, pero también era solo una forma de llevar a Little Flover a caminar. El estado de ánimo de Ansen se arruinó por la forma en que sucedieron las cosas y no tenía intención de hablar con ellos. Zuo Lan deseaba decir algo, pero antes de que pudiera, Yue Tian dijo fríamente, joven, ¿crees que si te vas ahora, presidente dominante Lof Lub Lo, nunca se venderá? Cuando Ansen escuchó al hombre decir eso, se dio la vuelta. Lo miró y dijo, Yue Tian, ¿verdad? Hablas en grande, pero nunca antes había escuchado tu nombre. ¿Nunca has oído los nombres de los accionistas de Starry Group? ¿Cómo puedes considerarte un gerente? Wei Minzen se rió fríamente. Conozco a algunas personas de Starry Group, pero no a Yue Tian, dijo Ansen y se giró para irse. Ni siquiera los demás accionistas de Starry Group o los controladores de Starry Group, la familia Nin, lo tratarían de esta manera. Al escuchar a Ansen decir esto, Zuo Lan se sintió mareado. Las cosas se estaban poniendo feas muy rápidamente. Yue Tian estaba furioso. Golpeó la mesa, queriendo decir algo, pero justo cuando estaba a punto de hacerlo, sonó su teléfono. Yue Tian estaba tan enojado que casi lo destruye. Miró la pantalla y la cogió. Señor Yue, ¿por qué se comunica conmigo? Puedo hacer cualquier cosa. No te decepcionaré. Yue Tian forzó una sonrisa ante la transmisión de vídeo de la llamada en pantalla. La imagen mostraba a Ninjue, vestida con ropa blanca. Ninjue seguía tan elegante como siempre, incluso después de todo el tiempo que había pasado. Yue Tian inmediatamente se puso nervioso al ver a Ninjue. Aunque fue solo una videollamada, el respeto que mostró no fue nada que pudiera fingir. Sin embargo, Ninjue lo ignoró. Ninjue vio a Ansen irse a través del vídeo y dijo: «Ansen, ¿por qué estás aquí?» Ninjue recordó a Ansenador. Lo reconoció, aunque solo podía ver su espalda y estaba disfrazado. «Ninjue, mucho tiempo sin verte». Ansen, al escuchar a Ninjue, se giró para saludar. Todavía había tensión entre los dos, por lo que era difícil discernir si eran amigos o enemigos. «Iba a pasar por tu casa, pero como estás aquí, no es necesario que vaya. Mi segundo tío desea invitarte a cenar. ¿Tienes el tiempo?», dijo Ninjue. Después de que Ninjue dijo esto, las piernas de Yue Tian se sintieron suaves. Ríos de sudor frío comenzaron a caer en cascada por su espalda. Cuando Ninjue habló con Ansen, Yue Tian no pudo reaccionar. Pero cuando Ninjue mencionó a su segundo tío, el corazón de Yue Tian casi explota. La gente sabía que la familia Nin tenía un anciano. Era un semidios, pero pocas personas sabían eso. También tenían un segundo tío. Él era el genuinamente cruel. Él dictó las vidas de aquellos en Study Group. La familia Nin se había vuelto tan famosa, no por el anciano, sino por el segundo tío. El segundo tío de la familia Nin solo cenaría con el presidente si así lo deseaba. Tampoco había comprado nunca comida para nadie más. Esta era una petición que ningún otro semidios había recibido antes. Ahora que el segundo tío deseaba invitarle a cenar al joven, el cuerpo de Yue Tian comenzó a temblar. Sintió como si fuera a orinarse encima, cuando un escalofrío lo golpeó.